to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and Spear Station 650.
Great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
Oh, yeah!
Hey, what's happening, everybody?
Hold on, I just got chided by Ben. I'm a little taken aback.
Yeah. Okay, so Ben stepped out into the hallway and was like, "Hey, buddy."
Yeah, but he gave a dirty look as he did it.
Oh,
I was talking to Jessie. I was congratulating Jessie on her 10th anniversary with her husband.
Oh yeah,
it's her 10th romantic anniversary. Ever since they first started going steady, as the kids say.
Right. She's only 29.
As the kids used to say before you and I were even
going
kids.
Steady,
She's like one of the only people I follow. I follow like 7 people on TikTok. I hardly check Twitter anymore. So basically, Jessie's the only person I really follow.
She's
on
a huge influencer to you.
Yeah. Like, I should stick with my girl, too.
She's like the Costco family to you.
That's a good example Jessie's setting for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to keep this marriage going.
Yeah, man.
My best gal. That's what I call her. That's what the kids say.
Oh, yeah.
Brandy's my best gal. She loves it when I tell her that.
I've been on the business end of that Ben look before. Probably 4 or 5 times a show. Usually when I'd say, Ben, hey, Ben, we're shifting gears off this audio that we were about to play to the audio that's 10 pages down on the rundown.
I'm scared.
That's it. Yeah,
I'm
Ben
scared
agrees.
to look at him. I don't even. I've never seen.
You get used to it.
It's like okay, all right.
I can hardly look at you. We start at 6, man.
I know. Hey, listen, Ben. I had an interesting night. I'm operating in an impaired state.
Very little sleep.
Not drunk. No chemicals were involved. Just very little sleep.
Do we get unhinged, Seth?
Probably.
That's good news.
Reggie,
man.
you know what? Reggie brought up a good point yesterday when you and your literary buddy there had called me unhinged
in the expose that they did
print.
on
That Reggie said so what is what is on the hinge that's coming unhinged?
Yeah.
And I thought, boy, that's the kind of thing that I bet there's a huge historical backstory to it.
To why the word unhinged is a thing?
Yeah.
There's some anecdote.
There's probably something back in the day, like more than just, we just think of doors being on hinges or something.
Yeah, that's all I thought of. I just thought of like the Wizard of Oz where the door just flies off the hinge in the tornado there.
Reggie and I are on the same wavelength on a lot of things, I think.
Yeah.
We should probably never work together. Because it would end up being
you guys would agree all the time.
No, it'd be way too many tangents.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Just go off and meandering
That's
off.
right.
Not that Reggie's like that, but I would be a bad influence
on him.
Yes.
Yeah. And he doesn't need that right now.
Right. No, we got to focus. We got the play. We got college football playoffs. We got NFL playoffs.
We got
playoffs abound. This is a season of plenty when it comes to playoffs, Sean.
The college football playoff thing has me feeling weirder than the crazy schedule the Texans have been on lately.
Oh, really?
Well, for one, Notre Dame still being alive right now is very unsettling to me. That doesn't happen very often. But that the playoff games for me, like for my team, have been on Friday, Wednesday, but then pushed to Thursday because of the tragedies in New Orleans.
Right.
And then now on a Thursday. And then if we win this, it's on a Monday night. College football is all about what? Saturdays.
Well, yes.
And it's all Wednesdays and Thursdays, and I'm like, oh my God, that's right. This semifinal game is tonight.
It used to be about New Year's Day.
Yeah,
We broke that boundary a long time ago.
Yep.
But, and then you add to the NFL playoffs, these wildfires in L.A. might move the Rams game out of L.A. Mm-hmm. There's a whole lot of stuff going on out there.
I thought about this yesterday, too, to bring it back to the Texans game, which is I wonder if there's any of the Chargers that are being impacted by this, either directly or if it's impacting their routine at all.
I was on Greg Rosenthal's podcast that he does for the NFL.com network. I think it's NFL Daily. And they're out there in LA, and he was describing it to me. We recorded this a couple nights ago, and how it's when there's wildfires in the city, or in those Pacific Palisades, those areas. They're really, really good at kind of managing and containing them, like way better than when it's off, in a more rural area, or even a more suburban, like traditionally suburban area. But it seems like they might be those limits might be getting tested right now.
Yeah, that's a crazy story, man. Thoughts and prayers to everybody affected by that.
So Greg was what Greg was saying was like we're 2 miles away from where the fires are. This was a couple nights ago. But he's like, but everybody's just kind of carrying on,
going about their business.
Yeah, huh? It's a long answer to say. There's a good chance that the players themselves probably aren't affected, but even if it's just a few guys, that would be
some of the footage.
Not that, just the I haven't read news stories.
Dude, some of the footage,
the stuff I've seen is exactly what he says. It looks like there's like a wall of smoke.
Yeah,
and it just yeah.
Well, as we see with a lot of stuff, we're getting like on social media, footage is popping up from people's phones that are like in it. You know, that are like in there. I'm like, get out of your house, bro. Get out of there. Like, there's this guy, like, standing in his kitchen filming the wall of fire outside of his house.
That's what, but I guess, and I'm speaking way out of turn here. I guess it's not like when it happens out in nature and it can leap,
Yeah.
Like, because they've got it so contained so well, and because they actually have streets that they can use to get places instead of having to carry water in by helicopter.
It was just the one or two that I saw, I'm like, you're really close to this fire right now. So it's crazy. And then, like, People Magazine has a list of all the celebrities that have been losing their homes.
Were you at a doctor's office or a hairdresser?
No. I get their daily.
Oh, okay. The people,
thrice daily newsletter.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and so I'm using magazine as sort of a.
Yeah. No. Go ahead.
So they have the list. They have the list of all the celebrities. And the crazy thing in California, and I promise we're going to get to football, but this is wild.
This is Rams.
This is so they apparently California has just a lot of the insurance companies have just been getting out of California.
Oh yeah,
because California wouldn't allow them to raise their rates, and so there's a lot of people who are in this crazy interim period where they've been trying to find insurance companies, and their houses are burning to the ground. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah. Now I'm going off of 4 paragraphs of an article that I read.
That's enough for me.
So I don't know. It sounds like a deeper issue than that.
I trust your economic assessment of everything and all the reasons why.
Sounds like this is something that a sports topic will turn into. Eventually if we talk about the Texans and the Chargers, it'll all circle back around to big politics getting insurance out of California.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's one of those things, man. So it's thoughts and prayers to everybody out there. Meanwhile, the Chargers are coming to town. The injury report is getting better and better for the Texans yesterday. Shaq Mason's the only one out right now.
Yeah.
And if we're being honest, and Shaq's hurt, I hope he gets better. He hasn't been great this year. The offensive line that they trotted out there for the Titans game, compared to the ones they had earlier this year.
Yeah.
As far as what our choices are right now, I'm cool with the Titus at left guard, Jarrett Patterson at center, Juice Scruggs at right guard combo right now.
And I think that one thing right now is that, look, Juice Scruggs still is not the perfect football player, especially at guard. He's still young, all of that. There's a certain amount of, let's call it effective bulk in there. Because Shaq Mason's a big guy, but between his health and age, he's not really effective at using all that bulk. With those 2 guards that are in there right now, I feel like there's just something to be said for sheer bulk, and Titus specifically is a dude. I was actually concerned that he might be too big this year out there at tackle. At guard, and there's one thing he might learn to embrace. You get away with being 30 pounds fatter at guard. It's a good life. Everybody
for the time being.
Yeah, well, I know, he's
till retirement.
I know everybody, even as everybody compliments, so anybody from the Texans that compliments Titus Howard for being willing to go down and lower himself to play guard instead of tackle, it tells me that he still very much does not want to be labeled a guard. But man, look, okay, the paycheck's a little bit better at tackle, but guess what? They're all really good paychecks, and you have the chance to be I think he's got a lot of potential as a guard. He could end up being a really good guard. Yeah. Even as he's been playing the last few weeks, there's times where you can see, he's not quite comfortable there, but he's still playing really effectively, and it's just bulk in the middle. You talk about just wanting to be able to, at times, just mash people. He can do all those things. And by guard standards, he's very athletic.
Yeah.
He's an okay athlete by tackle standards, but by guard standards, that's a big old headache, a literal headache. I'll tell you that as an interior defensive lineman.
Right. Head clashing. He got paid too. Like Titus he didn't have to worry, at least for the next 2-3 years, doesn't have to worry about what the paycheck for a guard looks like.
Yeah.
He's getting paid as an above average right tackle right now. I'm assuming if he's being this selfless that they're not going to take the next step and say, hey, will you be selfless enough to get paid like a average left guard instead of an average right tackle?
I wonder if this is what happens. Because I'm tired of, I've sanitated Laremy Tunsil this year. And because I don't want to come off like I'm hating on Laremy Tunsil or anything. With Laremy, it's always been that, man, yes, he's an incredible pass protector, but the complete and total package isn't there when it comes to running, run blocking, getting out on screens, not committing false starts, all that stuff. He has genuinely tried over the second half of the season, and that's where I can't ignore the 2 false starts in one quarter from last week, and yet at least there's an understandable explanation that Davis Mills came in. Now Laramy's the only guy that had 2 false starts with Davis Mills in, but he did make a lot of progress with that, and you can see that he's working on the run blocking. It's just that he's not going to get up to Trent Williams or Penei Sewell's level, right? After a career of not really giving a damn or looking like he doesn't give a damn on run blocking. I do think there's some part of him that's kind of engaged with that. And now with Titus next to him, this might be the elixir for the sweet nectar that Titus can be next to his buddy there at left guard. And on that long Dameon Pierce touchdown, one part of it was that Laremy and Titus had zero hesitancy about who was blocking whom. It was an exact type of scenario where early in the year I could have seen both the guard and Laremy thinking, okay, I'm going to work up to the linebacker, and then the defensive tackle comes free. It was quick. It was crisp, and that was nice to see. So there's potential there.
Yeah.
So now that's long. In the long term, there's potential, but in the short term, there are some things about this offensive line configuration that it gives me a little sliver of optimism that maybe they can figure some things out that they didn't quite figure out or figure out at all in the regular season.
I'm here for it long term if that's the solution. Because you drafted Blake Fisher in the second round. Yeah, I mean, you're going to reach a point where you're going, okay, well, if he's capable, and if he's more capable, than if there's more upside there at right tackle for him than there is for what at this point would be an aging Titus Howard. He's been in the league 6 years now. Then you got to find a way to run with that solution. And if Titus is a solution at left guard, then you're not having to make the hard decision to eat a bunch of cap money.
You know what we need to do?
We
need to come up with some T-shirt, the nickname for those guys being side by side or something. Really hype it up.
Oh, Laremy and Titus?
Yeah.
Like a tag team nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. LTT,
yeah. Like LT squared. Laremy, Titus. Laremy Tunsil and Titus.
Yeah. Maybe like a fashion-related tag team name.
No, we don't have to make it super fancy. Like it doesn't have to be a Gucci T-shirt that we're selling for $400.
Team Coachella, yes. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Man, we're getting there. Game's a little over 48 hours away. Texans and Chargers. Bobby Slowick met with the media. Talked about flipping the switch offensively. Can we flip the switch offensively? And he talked about the hot streaks last year versus this year, which had me asking one particular question about this year's hot streaks. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
Oh, talk about this year versus year. One thing that
junction of Sugarland. On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, can the Texans flip the switch offensively this game on Saturday? Here was Bobby Slowick yesterday on the offense heading into Saturday's wildcard round game against the Chargers.
I don't necessarily think for us the way we approach it is you're really flipping a switch. Like naturally you get to the playoffs and everyone's season's on the line. I'm sure everyone's talked about it. There's just a different speed to the game. There's a different physicality to the game. There's a different intensity to the game. Like you can't avoid that. And, we know we've had some ups and some downs on offense this year, and there's been a lot of really evolving as an entire group. And I would say like the last 3 weeks in particular, we've really honed in on what we think we need to do in both areas, the run and the pass game, really all the way across the board that we think fits us as a group and who we have out there and our identity as a team that we can really press forward with. But then that takes time to even grow into that, and as we work through some things, even the last 3 weeks, our emphasis beyond that was we got to do everything we can to start to get hot. And that's really all it takes is if you get hot as an offense, especially around this time of year, that's a really good thing for your team and your organization. And I would say probably this year, generally, like I think last year we probably had a few hot streaks in there. I feel like this year we didn't have as many hot streaks and strides that we hit for multiple games as an offense this year. And that's really been our intent, like how on the details can we be as we go through every single one of these practices and weeks so that we can kind of start a spark.
Go ahead, Seth.
Well, no, I agree with a lot of what he said there.
Yeah.
I guess it just comes down to to what degree do I agree with him? Because I think that there's also the element of, okay, you got a different O-line in there now. Titus has been a guard for a few weeks now, to where you start to feel like, okay, maybe we can do inside zone more than we thought. All that, but the question is really like, okay, but can we do it versus good defenses down in the red zone? That's the hard part. You can get better at it, but still, man, to really mash the ball, which they were unable to do in the goal line area last week, but also versus a couple of real stud interior defensive linemen. But there is an avenue, and there's a little bit of a sliver of like, all right, you know what? I think we can lean into some things more than we used to. I'm skeptical that it's going to be a huge leap all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, he cited there the hot streaks, right? And we're talking about, from our perspective, we're talking about what are the people's faith, the fans, media, their faith in what Bobby Slowick is talking about, the possibility of happening. And I would submit where he said we've had fewer hot streaks this year. I would submit the reason why people are pessimistic right now is you've had no hot streaks this year.
Yeah.
The offense has scored more than 30 points one time all year. I know they scored 30 in Dallas, but 7 of that was Derek Barnett.
Yeah.
The offense has scored more than 30 points one time this year, and it was against the New England Patriots, who are one of the worst teams in football. Last year, he's absolutely right. They did have they had pockets in the beginning, and the middle, and the end of the season where you go, okay, well, we're fine. That team last year wasn't perfect offensively by any means.
You just got to figure out how to bottle some of this stuff up. That was the reason for the hope in the offseason was, this is what they did in year one.
Yes.
If you can build on that, then here you go. You're off to the races.
Weeks 3 and 4, they score. The offense scores 30 against Jacksonville and 30 against Pittsburgh.
Last year.
Yeah. Weeks 9 and 10, they had the big game against Tampa Bay in Week 9, and then they go to Cincinnati and score 30 in Week 10.
CJ threw for over 500 yards versus Tampa.
In the Tampa game, and there were offensive fireworks in those games, and they ran the ball in those games too. At least in the Cincinnati game they did. I think Devin Singletary was player of the week in that Cincinnati game. And then at the end of the year, they beat Tennessee, Indianapolis, and Cleveland in games where the offense wasn't 30 points level. I mean, in Tennessee, they scored 20 against Tennessee. They scored 26. They scored 23 against Indy. But that was a game where Nico went off and had almost 200 yards. And then the offense scored 31 against Cleveland. They had the 2 pick sixes to kind of pile on. My point being, last year going into the playoffs, I felt good about the offense because we'd seen it spread out throughout the year and with different combinations of guys. Tank was a big part of it early. Well, he was gone by the end of the year. They were still moving the football at the end of the year. This year, I got nothing to hang my hat on.
But not on the offense.
I got a 41-point output against the crappy Patriots.
The tough part of it, too, is whatever the hell's going on with Kaimi Lassiter, Oh my gosh. Kaimi Fairbairn.
Lately.
As of late. Like at the beginning of the season, I was like, he might be too good because they're too comfortable settling for 65-yard field goals.
Just kick a 73-yard field goal. We'll be fine.
False start, no problem. I'll kick a 61-yarder. Here we go.
Yep.
That's fallen apart a little bit as of late. The one thing you can hang your hat on in terms of real hope versus the better teams, versus the playoff teams, is that, man, the defense is capable of creating just droves of turnovers. It's hard to rely on that every single week versus good playoff teams in a playoff run.
Yeah.
It's just like at some point, kind of like in baseball, when your bats, no matter how awesome your offense is, your bats are going to go dry. This is the opposite, and we're talking about the defense, but you're not going to feast on turnovers every single week against good offenses.
Well, and it's funny you bring up baseball, because what Bobby was saying about the offense there when he's like, you got to catch a hot streak here in the postseason. I'm like, yeah. But think about if a baseball team that was batting like 239 all year.
Yeah.
Because that's what the Texans are. The Texans are this version of the Texans offense, the one that we've watched for the second half to the back third of the season, is a easily bottom half, if not bottom third of the league offense. And that would be like a baseball team heading into the playoffs that was very pitching centric.
Yeah.
Same way the Texans are very defensive centric.
All we need is guys to match.
I know our OPS as a team is 704.
Yeah.
But if we can just hit that hot streak.
But this is the difference. I'm not being the analogy police on you. Like the good difference is that in baseball it's a 5 or a 7 game series.
Yeah.
And that's where those things
even out.
It's a lot harder to.
That's a good point.
It's a lot harder to fake it for 5 or 7 games.
Yes.
And that's why football is as exciting as it is in a lot of ways,
it's
because like the inferior team sometimes wins, or the inferior can go hot streak. You go about, like Joe Flacco in the playoffs. I guess is that what we'd have to hang our best hopes offensively, is that if CJ can basically, I think he has very much the potential to be a better overall quarterback than Joe Flacco. Yeah. But Joe Flacco played out of his brain the year they won the Super Bowl.
I tend to think it's more. Somebody made this analogy on my podcast in the mailbag on the Utopia Football podcast. Flacco's a good one, but Flacco played at a monster level that postseason. Eli, the year they beat the Patriots the first time, was very good that postseason, but he's the MVP of the Super Bowl, but that was largely because he was the quarterback of the team that beat the Patriots. That team was built similarly to the Texans, and their pass rush was what was going to win stuff.
And it was they played a hyper aggressive style of defensive line play. Like they got upfield, they penetrated, they did all those things, and they were kind of the fuel for that team.
So to answer your question, I think there's a better chance that CJ looks more like Eli in that postseason than looks like Flacco. Flacco was 11 touchdowns and no interceptions that postseason.
Yeah.
Like, he was crazy good. I don't know that and I think CJ himself has that in him. I don't know that this offense has the support system around him to go on a Flacco-like run, but I think there's enough there to do what the Giants did back when I think they were the 4 seed also. Like, they were the worst. They were either a wild card team or they were the worst of the division winners. So maybe. Caserio, you asked Caserio about this yesterday on the show. We had Nick Caserio
on
the Payne and Pendergast show. It's a good show. I check it out a lot. You asked him, why have there been execution issues on the offensive side of the football?
Yeah, and it's never one thing said, and I'm not trying to be ambiguous here, jump around, but I would say sometimes it's defensively, they have a call that matches up with your call and, puts you in a disadvantageous position, or decision making, instead of throwing a ball away, maybe you try to do something more than there is. So it's never one thing. Usually goes back to the fundamentals. Are we getting the blockers distributed in the proper way? Are we making the right decisions? Are we taking care of the football? Is the route depth the right? Are you in the right spot? Did you have an ME on the play? So it's never one thing. So it's always probably 2 or 3 different things. And at times we've been able to get the ball in the end zone down the red area, and other times we haven't. We had some opportunities, even going back to the Tennessee game. We got the ball in the red area there on a first drive, scored a couple touchdowns in the beginning, got stopped there in some other situations, missed a throw, could have done something a little bit better. So it always goes back to basic fundamental execution, and sometimes the defense does better than the offense, and vice versa, and that's part of the cat and mouse game, when you're playing.
I guess the the big thing about that is that everything he described, I think, is things that I was thinking about. And yes, there are some times where, like, just by luck of the draw, it's the wrong call versus that defense. And that happens to every single offensive coordinator. So I guess it's a matter of frequency with which it happens. And with the players, with their lack of execution. I mean, there's something to be said for, man, if you can just now and then, like, blunt force trauma is the best course of action.
Yeah.
And you can get away with your technique failing a little bit, or maybe the imperfect play call, if you can just go out and just physically beat people. And that's what I'm torn with right now on this offense is it's so hard to talk about one position group and why it's not working out without also, like, either making excuses for them or an explanation that involves another position group playing poorly. It's across the board to the point where it feels like you've built this offense on a foundation of sand, and it's just really hard to lean into anything too hard because you can't get the proper execution across all 11 guys. I will go back and say that there's some things on the offensive line that I do think they've improved over the course of the season. A lot of the really egregious communication errors and everything like that got cleaned up midway through the season, kind of coincided with Patterson playing center. And then I think with Titus at guard, they've got enough of a sample size now that they can start to feel like, okay, you know what? Laramie and Titus work well together in this regard. Maybe we can run some more power and inside zone concepts than we could before. So there's something there. It's just like it's all that stuff that it's like when you show up for a test and you're like, I really wish I'd studied for this.
Right. Yeah, we're in the finals now. Yeah, we're finals now. Yeah, that's the thing is like if you and I were having this conversation, if we had just talked to Nick yesterday and it was week 3, then I'd be like what you're just saying now about, well, you know, maybe we got something here with Titus playing left guard or whatever. I'd be like, yeah, okay. And they got 14 weeks to figure. Play the Chargers in 2 days, and it's win or go home. And that'll be where it gets interesting to me because I am firmly somebody that's like this offense is what it is right now. I don't think a switch is getting flipped.
Yeah.
I don't think they're catching a hot streak here offensively.
We're hoping that Deontay Johnson shows up as the best version of
that's
himself.
That's where we are.
Kind of,
yeah.
It's hero ball.
Yeah.
Right? That's like it's more realistic to hope for hero ball. And then it is that, all of a sudden they're going to go out there and look like a finely tuned machine.
Totally. And so that's why I think what Nick said is really interesting because the offseason is when we're going to get the answers as to what it was the most.
Yeah.
What it was the most. Like where he started in going, hey, man, sometimes they have a call that's the perfect call for you. Well, that sure does happen a lot against the Texans. You know, like there is a reason why certain guys win at poker every year and certain guys lose at poker every year in the World Series of Poker. Bobby Slowick is not a very good poker player right now. And so is it Bobby Slowick? Is it that? The MEs, the mental errors is what ME stands for. You know, like we'll find out who the guys are that have been making more of those than anybody else possibly in the offseason if they move on from certain guys.
Right, and you know, I go back to various times with the Texans through different coaches, Kubiak or O'Brien or anybody else. There's times where you can just tell, all right, the offensive line, they're not dumb guys, but for some reason they're not comfortable and confident in what they're supposed to be doing on the play.
Yeah.
And that's gotten better, like we talked about earlier with Laramie and Titus. But it's not at the level where you want it to be. But that does go back to, all right, what is it? Are these guys just not good, or is the message not clear? Like, I don't care about which specific play is being called. When guys look like they don't know who they're supposed to block, that's a problem. When it happens when it happens frequently. As far as Bobby Slowick, in Jonathan and Alexander's mailbag yesterday, somebody had asked him about Bobby Slowick, and I think Jonathan was probably correct when he said that he doesn't think that the Texans have made a decision on that.
I would agree with that.
Which could mean that they are definitely going to consider making a change. But they're I think both D'Amico and Nick are very much true to their word. I think when they want to focus on what's in front of them, and then they'll figure that stuff out after the season. They'll kind of sit down in a room for 2 days and figure all these issues out.
Totally agree.
Kind of like Jerry Jones is doing with Mike McCarthy. Jerry's looking for the answer in a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue.
That'll work itself out. Hey, gear up for the playoffs at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Thanks to our friends at Academy for getting us ready for this weekend with our ready-to-roll Division Championship playoff T-shirts and Division Championship hats. You can get yours at your local Academy Sports and Outdoors before this weekend. Headlines up next. We got the injury report for the Texans. A little hardware for one Houston Texan.
Whoa.
We got an Astros contract signing. We've got news on the NFL playoffs. Yeah, we got a lot to get to, and we'll do that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines, and we'll start with the Texans. The injury report yesterday. Good news. Shaq Mason, the only one out right now. Several guys getting bumped up here to limited or full. John Mechie and Danico Autry and Jake Hansen bumped up from out on Tuesday to practicing yesterday. Foley Fatukasi's been practicing.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good. Christian Harris back at practice. Jeff Okudah back at practice. So when we talk about Ladd McConkey and if he lines up in the slot, does Kamari Lassiter go in the slot? You've at least, I mean, not that Jeff Okudah is any great shakes, but at least if you choose to bump Kamari Lassiter down inside, it's not D'Angelo Ross out there. It's Jeff Okudah, who at least has traits.
I think that it's and you don't have a big sample size to go off of, but the games where Kamari Lassiter played in the slot the most were the Chiefs game and the Ravens game. And as a whole, as a defense, and he didn't play as much in the Ravens game, not nearly as much as he did in the Chiefs game. I wonder if they look at it and just think, man, it's just having both Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley on the outside makes everything else that much better. It makes Miles Bryant a better slot corner.
Yeah, good point.
Just because we can lock things down on the outside.
The Aaron Colvin effect.
Yeah.
When he had A.J. Boyer and Jalen Ramsey on the outside.
As a Texans bring him in here. He's the best slot corner. Oh, they cut him already.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Imagine that.
Doesn't know where to line up on a long field goal or on third down to allow a long field goal against the Saints. Very specific situation. So that's good news. I'm very excited about the Texans having their full complement of linebackers in this game.
Yeah.
Against a team that is as run-heavy as the Chargers, having Azeez Al-Shire, Christian Harris, and Henry To'oTo'o being able to run sideline to sideline.
Yeah, the season, just by necessity, they barely played in their base 4-3 defense with three linebackers out there. And that's, especially in the playoffs, that's the classic, playoff football, you're going to see some teams that can run the ball or focused on it and all that. Yeah. You just want some bulk and heft in there at times. The upside of it is that Henry To'oTo'o got a lot of playing experience.
Yeah.
And I know playing different positions, et cetera, but he improved so much as a football player. That's very intriguing.
You think they're in base way more in this game than they were throughout the season?
Oh, that's
probably.
a good question. I mean, some of that's just going to depend on how the Chargers come out and what personnel they line up in. So, this is where it gets dicey. Chargers, they're really good at attacking the middle of the field. Texans defense, it's one of the sore spots, one of the weaknesses. Yeah. But they also haven't had healthy linebackers the entire time. So, Ladd McConkey, and that's the other part about what you do with the cornerback. Stingley doesn't play much in the slot at all. Ladd McConkey gets the majority of his snaps in the slot. Ladd McConkey can be really brutal and lethal with his route running over the middle, all of that stuff. It's gonna be hard to eliminate Ladd McConkey from the game. Like, even if you tried to scheme it up with the current personnel, it's going to be hard to limit him. That's why I revised my pick'em on Ladd McConkey. I've turned it into a hedge. I've got one where he's under 69.5 yards or whatever, and I've got one where he's over. I think the big thing with McConkey is going to be don't let him turn those plays into explosives.
Yes.
You just got to try to keep him in front of you as much as possible.
Yep. Speaking of Derek Stingley Jr., he was voted first-team All-Pro by the Players. The Players Association. Apparently, Titers said, hey, you guys don't know what you're talking about. We're going to start our own All-Pro
Players
team.
with a Z.
Players with a Z on it, yeah.
This one's got more cachet.
Absolutely. So he was named first-team All-Pro. Him and Patrick Surtain are the two cornerbacks.
Okay.
This ain't AFC, NFC. This is like the two best corners in football.
Some people don't get that distinction. I understand why. I don't think I did until I was out of the NFL. The difference between Pro Bowl and All-Pro.
Yeah.
All-Pro is just there's no
best
conferences or anything. It's just the very best.
Best of the best. Yep. So it's him and Patrick Surtain are the two top corners, according to their peers, too. Respect of your peers, Seth. That's big. That's the only Texan who made it. They don't have the total voting or anything like that. But congrats to Derek Stingley Jr., the first of what I'm sure will be many accolades.
Are we officially acknowledging that as one of the bona fide that award? Because there's a few different All-Pro lists. There's lots of All-Pro lists. But usually the AP is the one that
they wrote an article about it, so I put it in headlines.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's.
I'm just curious.
The AP one is the one that, when they're talking about the Hall of Fame, and
that's the one that goes in Pro Football Reference and everything.
Yeah. This one, we should make up our own. Why not?
Well, I thought we need to have a physical award for the Circle of Swarm.
The Swarmies.
That's the way that's the way they do it in Hollywood to dupe celebrities into making an appearance. Is you give out awards.
Can you ask AI?
Nobody knows what the hell the Golden Globe is, but they get a bunch of celebrities to show up.
Sometime today, can you ask AI to make a trophy for swarming, like what a trophy.
Oh, a picture of it.
A picture of a trophy where it's for swarming.
I'm so off of AI right now. I canceled my Gemini subscription because if I were to follow all the advice of AI, even though it gave me some good advice while I was experimenting with it,
dude,
when it came to the sports side of things, I'd be jobless right now. I say enough stupid stuff on my own. I don't need that. I don't need this thing telling me that Ed Reed went to a small football school.
That's all the more reason
University
to keep
of Miami.
it.
You hear that, Ben?
We should.
AI called the University of Miami, your alma mater, a small school football program.
Sounds about right, I would say.
Small school, the football program, a little bigger than the school.
Yeah,
that's probably where they messed up. I bet it was looking at, but that's the kind of stuff AI messes
enrollment.
up. They're looking at enrollment compared to the big time state schools.
Yeah. I would submit that that's all the more reason to keep the Gemini subscription, because we could do like stupid things that AI said, like stupid sports takes by AI.
I'm not good enough at being smart to pretend I'm not smart.
I got you.
Does that make sense?
No.
All right. Exactly.
Let's get to the Astros. The Astros and Luis Garcia agree on a 1-year, $1.875 million deal. Luis Garcia.
Yeah, Luis.
Yeah, he's back. He's one of a handful of players. I'm counting 8 players that are arbitration eligible, and there's offers coming here soon. The big ones will be Framber Valdez will literally be the biggest of those because he's in his last year of arbitration. He's expected to get anywhere from $15 to $20 million. I'll be anxious to see what Jeremy Pena gets in arbitration. See what he and he's early in his arbitration year.
Well, and then the arbitration, the way they decide everything, and the way they gauge all that. I mean, baseball people in general, they're much more impressed with what you've done over the sum total of your career. And you got to factor in that playoff run there.
Well, tenure's a big thing with it. Yeah. Like when Kyle Tucker was an All-Star, his first year in arbitration, he had already made the All-Star team. Yeah. I think twice. He got $5 million, and that was a big sticking point with him in the team. Remember, he wanted 7.5. So it's not like any of these guys, none of these guys are getting $30 million or anything like that. But we'll find out. Dubon's on there, Jake Meyer's on there, Chaz, a couple other guys.
We never talked about the fact that Jeremy Pena is dating Julia Grosso. Or is it Grosso?
She plays for Chicago in the Women's Soccer League, right?
Yeah.
Good for him. He did well.
Is she Italian? I think she played for the Italian World Cup.
She's got dark features, right? Like she's dark hair. She's Italian feet.
I don't know. The picture I'm looking at, she's got blonde hair.
She does?
I don't know how. Can women do that? Can they change their hair
Text
color?
in. Can you guys change your hair color?
Yeah.
Good for Jeremy Pena, man. Soccer, it's a growing trend.
I got so uncomfortable, even though we're talking about an Italian person potentially.
I meant her hair.
I know, but as soon as I got so uncomfortable.
Her olive skin.
When you said that way.
Dark features.
How do we classify this human being? I don't know if
well, you said it's
a little too dark to come to my Thanksgiving. No.
I said it after you said Italian. Stop it. I said it after you said Italian. If I had said that out of the blue, then I understand you feeling
like a papist.
That way. Stop. Get the hell out of here with that. All right. Hey, by the way.
No, you're innocent of it.
By the way, it made you uncomfortable.
I'm just trying. We just had a discussion about how stupid I am, and now I'm going to get lumped in with the anti-Italianites.
Do they have a name
for people who are anti-Italian?
Yeah.
Churchill.
Okay.
That's what they call them.
That's good. That's a good reference. They might move the Vikings and Rams playoff game because of all the fires out in California. Might get moved to Phoenix. So we'll see about that. We'll keep our eye on that.
That sucks for them.
That's the Monday Night Football game.
Yeah. That's but that'd be interesting. But it kind of harkens back to the Buffalo scenario a couple years ago, when they had their blizzards and they had to go play at a neutral site.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Where did they play? Cincinnati or Cleveland? They played Cincinnati in Cleveland or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah, I forget. I remember the instance. I don't remember the particulars of it. Yeah. All right, those are your headlines. We had Nick Caserio on the show yesterday. He said something right at the outset of the show that I think we interpreted it one way, and the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley interpreted it maybe a little bit differently.
We're seeing things through different filters here.
Through a different lens. We've got the audio from the Drive. We've got the audio from Nick.
We've got the audio from those people.
Those people in the afternoon. I'm not going to ask about their features either.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll do that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about Bronco Power Boost. And, man, the weather's just getting colder and colder.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, real quick, text message, because I said the Chargers are a very run-heavy team, which is true. It's a Jim Harbaugh team. Not sure if you noticed, J.J. McCarthy, the 10th pick or 11th pick, whatever he was in the draft, Heisman finalist, he probably could have had much bigger numbers at Michigan had they not just run the football 80% of the time.
Yeah.
He's kind of taken that, not to the extreme degree he did at Michigan, but he's taken that with the Chargers. Someone texts in, run heavy, every highlight is Herbert throwing the ball deep. Yeah, that's because on highlight packages, it's not real sexy to show them handing it to J.K. Dobbins for a 6-yard gain.
That's how highlights tend to work. Now, but I understand that because this is the thing. Okay, so I did a preview on my YouTube channel where I very specifically was trying to make the point that I'm an idiot for even trying this. I was trying to make the point that in some ways Herbert's operated like a game manager, and that's why the stats don't reflect how good he is. And I even put in captions under it. Because I know on my YouTube channel, I'm going to get the opposing teams. And I was trying to give an honest assessment of it. I specifically said, to be clear, he's not a game manager, but he's had to manage the games.
Yeah.
Partly because of the way Jim Harbaugh operates, partly because his wide receiving core, this is not Keenan Allen, Mike Williams. It's Ladd McConkey who came along and developed really well as a rookie. But they've kind of had to operate in such a way that his numbers look like a game manager. Even though he's way better than a game manager. I just got lambasted by angry Chargers fans, and I even said the GM word.
I'm impressed that the Chargers have angry fans.
Yeah, good for them.
Every game I've watched in that stadium, it just looks like just a bunch of tourists in there who got free tickets to paper the place.
So they're a lot like in some respects, you think of the old Bill O'Brien teams where they ran the ball a lot, even though they weren't necessarily great at it. It was just his methodology. The thing the Chargers do well is they run the ball a lot, but they also effectively use it to set up play action. Yeah. And then you've got Justin freaking Herbert throwing the ball on some of those play action. Yeah, he still makes incredible throws. It's as far as the Texans facing the Chargers, I'm not as worried about the Chargers' run game specifically. I am worried about guys biting on the run and then letting up some of these huge chunk plays that they've given up through the course of the season.
Yeah, I think this is where you hope getting your full complement of linebackers. The front seven as a whole is healthy now.
Yeah.
You got your full set of starting linebackers with Foley Fatukasi back. You've got your whole rotation on the interior, and you've got your beasts on the outside as well. And I think the hope is they're going to try to run football, but like you've done to some other teams in your stadium, you get them in 2nd and 10 and 3rd and 11, and then you're able to kind of pin your ears back a little bit. And Justin Herbert is not good under pressure. He's a tremendous talent. And he's underrated using his legs. He's got a rifle for an arm. He's really good. To the texter's point, there's a reason why there's a bunch of highlights of Herbert throwing the ball deep. He's really good at it. And his receivers, I think this receiving core is better than people thought it was going to be this year with Quentin Johnston coming around, with Ladd McConkey having the rookie year that he had. They've got some other good pieces in that passing game. But he's bad under pressure. His EPA, his success rate, just purely his passer rating, 72 passer rating when under pressure. All the picks, all 3 of them, he's thrown this year, all while he's been under pressure. So I'm optimistic. I think the key is stopping that run and then putting it in situations where they're a little more predictable.
Yeah. Now I think the other part of it too is that he hasn't been effective under pressure, but I think part of that, again, going back to managing the game, like the way good quarterbacks do. The veteran quarterbacks, Tom Brady at times, a lot of times, had to operate like a game manager. So it's not an insult. But I think he's been very careful about the risks he takes when he's under pressure. So he's not afraid to throw the ball away. I do feel like I almost feel a sentiment where because people have been watching all these highlights, they feel like, oh no, this is an unstoppable force. No, they are what they are, just like the Texans. They're a wild card playoff team. I think they're a better team, looking at the sum total of the season. But there's a reason that at the very least this is a field goal margin in the spread right now.
Yep.
So no, they're not an unstoppable force. They've just done some things really well, especially compared to how they've been operating the last couple of years.
They're very unlike past Charger. I don't feel like I don't feel like they're going to find a way to lose this game element of the Chargers.
I feel like they've got an advantage now in the fourth quarter because of Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, they ain't coughing up a 27-0 lead anymore like they did against the Jags 2 years ago in the playoffs.
Even though Jim Harbaugh and John Harbaugh, I was looking at some nerdy article yesterday where basically they decide whether a coach was right to go for it on fourth down or not.
Oh, yeah.
Which is where I get old school meatheadish with some of that. I do feel like some of the people looking at their spreadsheets don't really take into account. Was it the one
where they call it the cowardly index? And
no, they weren't citing that. It was more sciencey than that.
Oh, okay.
So
sounds amazing.
This guy who wrote the article actually, he basically made that same point I just did, and this is an actual nerdy dude. But you gotta it's never as clear cut as it was definitely 63% better to go for it there than not. But anyway, Jim Harbaugh and John Harbaugh were right at the bottom of the list when it comes to making the quote-unquote appropriate decision on fourth down, which means that they were kicking field goals or punting a lot more on fourth down.
Oh, they're more more old school.
The sad heads want you to be Dan Campbell or anybody else, and I appreciate that. I think, more coaches should be more aggressive, but when it comes down to managing the game in the fourth quarter, even with John Harbaugh kind of being classically more conservative on fourth downs and everything, I think he's still I don't think that he's going to succumb to the Chargers curse.
Yeah.
He's just a good football coach.
Yeah. Do you like going against coaches that are more aggressive or I hear that and I'm like, oh, good. If the Texans if they just get them to fourth down, they're getting the ball back. That's great.
Against this Texans team, I'd actually prefer the hyper-aggressive type.
Okay.
Because
you might get some short fields.
Yeah, because I don't know. Yeah, I don't. This Texans offense has needed those short fields.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Harbaugh
true.
punting doesn't do it for me.
Yeah.
I'm like, this offense might be able to drive the ball 80 yards,
going 85 yards down the field on 13 plays
without once screwing themselves or shooting themselves in the foot. Yeah.
You don't see that 13-play parlay working out.
Yeah, right.
On an 85-yard drive.
All right, no, I would prefer that he just just lets his freak flag fly. And
no,
goes
that's
for
a
it all
good
the
point.
time.
It's a good way to look at it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's get into this. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday. Good conversation. It's up on the podcast. Nick did the usual 40 to 45 minutes with us. We always appreciate his time. This was right out of the chute. This was the answer to the first question I asked him, just general vibes. How you feeling about the team going into the playoffs?
Vibe check. That's what you said.
Vibe check. Yep, vibe check. Here's what Nick Caserio had to say.
Yeah, definitely appreciated the opportunity. I think when you kind of turn the page and you get through the regular season, to have your team in a position to compete when you're playing meaningful football in December and January, it carries a certain weight along with it. So everybody's excited about the opportunity in front of us. We had a great sort of first day of preparation, first day of work. We were actually out there on a field yesterday practice, which is normal, but the fact that the game is Sunday, we've kind of structured the schedule, and what we've found is when we work, we play good football. So the players were focused, the players had the right mindset. It's not easy because you come off the heels of a Sunday game and you got to kind of turn the page, but everybody understands what's in front of us, and the awareness is heightened, and everybody's excited about the opportunity in front of us against a good Los Angeles team that's coming in here on Saturday.
Okay, that if we were transcribing that quote right there, I almost feel like the word work would have been in a bigger font in bold, just in his voice. You know, when we work, we play well.
I know. So this is interesting because this is the way I took it in the moment. Because remember, I don't think that was the first question. That was the first conversation that Nick and I were having because we were talking about whatever it was. I was asking him basically about load management.
Well, you followed up to that one with the load management.
Oh, okay,
question.
all right. The GPS tracking, all of that.
Yeah,
okay, that's how. So I followed up. Thank you for remembering my life better than I do. The thing about that is, I think that they've experimented, as I understand it, especially in the short weeks and things like that. They've experimented a little bit on like how much to practice, when to lay off, and it's not. I didn't take it just given that I had been told that before. When he said that, I didn't take it as like, oh, the guys themselves are working hard or not. I think that because what Nick and I ended up talking about was, all right, there's times where you look at all this GPS data, how healthy are guys, do they need rest and everything? You got to balance that out with, all right, we also need to practice. And at times, all right, look, we're going to do 9-on-7 drill. We're going to do some of the more physical stuff, even though it's late in the year. That's how I took it. I think it was more a matter of, all right, are we going to So everybody, before you like start thinking this is new age versus old school, way before GPS tracking and everything, in the NFL, the standard is that as you get towards the end of the season, a lot of teams start basically having glorified walkthroughs. Mm-hmm. You're just trying to stay healthy as much as possible.
Especially with all these short weeks.
Even like I played for the old Tom Coughlin, not the nouveau happy joy Tom Coughlin with the Giants. Like even there, like as old school as he was, by the end of the season, you're really paring back on the physical work.
Yeah.
So that's how I took it with Nick. I think that it was all right. You got to take the load management into account, but you've got to work on things, especially with this offense. You get out there and practice and get some reps. I didn't look at it as like, well, these guys aren't working hard or anything like that.
It's interesting. So they talked about this. I was listening to The Drive yesterday, and they talked about this in the very first segment of their show. They talked about our interview with Nick. They had very nice things to say about it. We appreciate you, Clint and Ron. And Clint said there was one thing that stood out to him early on in the interview, and it was that cut we just played from Nick, which, again, where he really stressed, when we work, we play well. I think Clint was taking it differently than what you were just talking about now. Here's what it sounded like yesterday on The Drive.
You heard him there, Clint? He said when we work, damn it, we play well. What he said. Now, Clint's fingers are, if you can't probably see it, the camera that low on YouTube, but Clint's fingers are banging a little bit on the table ever so slightly. What jumped out when you heard that part of the interview?
You tell me when you hear general manager or head coach in week 19 of the season, we know when we work, we play well. We play good football, I'm sorry. When we work, we play good football. Tyler, you're a huge Texans fan. You cover a little closer than most folks, so I think there's a good straddle there of what do you hear right there? You tell me.
That tells me on the front end, and just so everybody knows, me and you haven't even talked about this, Clint, so I hope I'm right. But it tells me, hey, there's possibly been some weeks this season, this football season, where the proper work has not been put in. Is that what you're feeling with it?
Absolutely. 100%. When we work, we play good football. Yeah, like that the fact that we're at a spot where our good football is dependent on if and when we work, and we work hard and we work detailed and we work well. The fact that we're there 2 years in, really it's obviously with Nick it's 4 years I think, but with D'Amico and this team, we've won 20 ball games in 2 years, and here we sit and we're talking about when we work, we play good football. Now,
okay, so this is what I feared in the moment when I was talking with Nick, when Nick and I were having that part of the conversation. Yeah. Whenever we have, I can feel like sometimes I feel like, okay, we're going down a road where this is just like Nick and I should be doing an hour-long podcast about this versus like what people want to hear about the Chargers, people want to hear about Bobby Slowick, all that stuff. I kind of, when he framed it that way, I took it the way I did, which was I think this is about load management and how much you practice, all that. But I could see where people would hear that and think the opposite, what Clint thought. And I probably should have asked a follow-up to that part of it, but I kind of wanted to get moving along. So I was accurate in my my fear that people would take that different ways. I don't know if Clint's correct or if I'm correct. That was just given the context of the conversation. I really felt it was more about load management.
Yeah.
And that, like, all right, load management is great, but we got to get out there and practice at times.
Well, I just think, I think too, you look at the nature of who the interview subject is. It's Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio is not somebody who's going to come on our show,
right,
and put something out there where it's a connotation that he's throwing the entire team's work ethic under the bus.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
When has he ever done that?
That's kind of not his standard operating procedure.
Like Nick.
He's not Antonio Pierce. Like Antonio Pierce will not be out there saying guys make business decisions.
Or Mick Cronin, the coach at UCLA.
Oh God,
we got him later at 8 o'clock.
Everybody, stay tuned. This is some epic audio.
Yeah, it's amazing. But that's not Nick. Nick has been coming on this show for 4 years now, to the day, 4 years, and not one time has he come on and thrown a player under the bus ever. So now all of a sudden, 3 days before the playoffs, he's going to come on and say something where he's throwing all 53 guys under the bus? No chance.
Yeah, I think, one of our listeners says they think Clint and Tyler are right on this one. Several other people agree with me. So I think this is a classic situation of, man, you're going to see it through your own filters.
Then this should be a headline everywhere. Nick Caserio throws team under the bus. Yeah, like why is Pro Football Talk not picking this up?
I don't think that's what he was saying. Yeah. And I know because of, because the guys that I know who are coaches in the NFL now, we're we're old men now. We're relics, and we love to think about how tough we were back in the day, all that crap. But most of the guys my age who are coaching will talk about this. Like, yeah, that GPS data is really, really good, but you got to remember, you got to figure out how to find the balance. Mm-hmm. You can't, in a football, which is the ultimate team sport, there's times where like you can't wait for everybody to be completely healthy and fresh. So you got to make decisions on the margins about like, all right, we need to rest this guy, but we got to get out there and practice. And I think that my take on it was that looking over the course of the entire season, Nick probably realized that, all right, man, just looking at the weeks where we were more aggressive in practice, where we were doing, 9-on-7 drills and what have you, like all the more physical stuff, we tended to play well that week. Mm-hmm. And when we tried to be, 3/4 speed jog throughs and everything, like a lot of teams do, going back decades upon decades, that we didn't play as well. So when you get to a point where you're a veteran team, especially on offense, you can get to a point where, that's a sign of a consummate professional football team. Yeah. Is when the guys are all good enough that you can go out there and get the mental reps, not have to go full speed in practice. Mm-hmm. This offense clearly is not a highly polished offensive, a veteran juggernaut.
Right.
I think they need some of the physicality. And I think maybe the defense, even though they play really well, I think they kind of thrive on that. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's a reminder that, I used to feel that way as a player. Even when I felt like crap, I almost didn't feel right when I didn't get a 9-on-7 drill in. Like there were times where, and that's the way some coaches back in the day would operate, is like you'd have shoulder pads on for the first half of practice, and then you take them off after 9-on-7 drill.
Okay.
So you get that physicality, and you get that you get that part of the game in, but then you back off, and it's more mental work the rest of the day.
Yeah.
And I could see guys on this defense being like that. Like it's almost like 7 days is too long to wait to hit somebody again.
For these guys.
Yeah.
No
It's good to just have that. And it's the same way in a football game sometimes. Like, it feels so good if, as a defensive player, I loved it if the offense would open up with a run. Because then it's like, boom, you're in it. Like,
it's a wake-up call.
Yeah, like it smashes any of the actual rational thought out of your brain, and it just gets you in that primal mode. Yeah,
that's good. People weighing in on the text page, Clint is just old school. That is true. Clint is old school. Someone texts in throwaway comment. It's just, I don't think it was a throwaway comment at all. I just think it can be interpreted a couple of ways.
Yeah, no, I think because if you listen to the whole conversation, it ended up being a lot about the analytics side of things, or really like the GPS tracking side of things.
Yeah, I actually thought your follow-up did clarify some of that.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's my follow-up. He ended up kind of being like, he got a little excited to talk about it.
Yeah. I thought your follow-up question was kind of, in a way, asking him to define what that meant with work.
You think he'll do a podcast with me in the off-season? Not an episode, an entire podcast series.
Oh, like a weekly with you
just
and
like
him?
The guys in Indianapolis.
I would listen
to
it.
Just like the podcasting linebackers.
Hey, did you see that Zaire Franklin apologized to the fans of Indianapolis?
Oh,
yeah, hang on. I've got the tweet.
Nice.
I've got it in the rundown.
Zaire Franklin, linebacker for the Colts, for those of you who don't know who he is. And he and E.J. Speed, his fellow linebacker, have a hit. It is actually a really good podcast.
It's a good podcast.
But it's a little too good for an in-season podcast on a bad football team.
On a bad football team is the key. Like, because Travis Kelce does his podcast with his brother all season long, and they're winning games.
I know,
and nobody cares. They got $100 million for the damn thing.
Yeah. And Travis Kelce, plus he has the benefit of being so old that people aren't blaming the podcast for why Travis Kelce is starting to decline. So.
Yeah.
And plus, I wish I hadn't even said that, because we know what happens when Travis Kelce doesn't quite look like himself in the regular season.
Gets 11 catches.
Yeah.
Texans can be
playing. And in the playoffs, we see
2 weeks.
Yeah.
Zaire Franklin said, Indy fans, listen, I made some mistakes. I let some things get to me that they shouldn't, and did some things I wish I could take back. But understand, my heart was always right, and I'm going to learn and be better because of it. Then you got to cancel your podcast, bro.
I don't. I get content out of there sometimes.
I don't want him to. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna fulfill that promise to the fans.
I'll tell you what, the offseason, I guess, air quotes, battling between that podcast and Stroud, because they were kind of trading barbs with each other.
I
don't think either of those sides, I don't think CJ or Zaire Franklin or EJ Speed has any appetite for that this offseason.
Radio silence, man. Yeah.
They're going to say nothing but gushing praise about all three.
If they talk. Yeah, if they talk.
EJ's friends with CJ.
Yeah.
So that they'll talk, but I don't think publicly.
I meant publicly. I meant publicly. So Texans and Chargers this weekend. I was looking at some trends. I'm going to credit Middle Screen with this first one. He sent an email to my podcast for the mailbag, the Utopia Football Podcast. Tell me if this matters, Seth. Texans on short weeks and long weeks. I was startled by this. The season since week 9, like it was a normal season for the first 8 weeks. It was just noon Sunday, a Sunday night game with the Bears, and then noon Sunday. Like through 8 weeks, it was all Sunday games, most of them at noon. And then the schedule in week 9 just got drunk, and it was drunk for the rest of the season. The Jets on Halloween night, 3 primetime games in 3 weeks, a Thursday, a Sunday, and a Monday. So you had a bunch of short weeks in there. Your bye week is until week 14. You got 3 games in 11 days. The last one is on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Like all these weird things. But Middle Screen actually went and did the legwork on this. Does this matter? Because it's a short week for the Texans.
Yeah.
They are 0-4 in games played on short weeks this year. And by the way, some of they lost to the Jets on the short week and unraveled in the second half of that game, by the way. They lost to the Titans on a short week. And then the Kansas City and Baltimore games were both on short. Kansas City was a Sunday, Saturday, and then the Baltimore game was a Saturday, Wednesday. Some of their either most embarrassing or worst performances of the year have come on short weeks. Meanwhile, on long weeks, Detroit, Dallas, Miami, Tennessee, they're 3-1 in those games, and those were 4 of their more impressive games of the season.
I think, if I were going to make a knee-jerk explanation for that, which is impossible to really figure out why that is, like why those performances, especially the Jets game especially, like that's a dismal performance versus a bad football team. I think that even though they've done some really good things defensively, they still are a young defense. Like Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, we couldn't be more excited about those guys. They're still young players.
Stingley's still young. He's in year 3.
And I think that it might be kind of from our perspectives, this is where it's all showing that we were a little overly aggressive and thinking like, it's a nice straight line upward in development. You had a promising first year, and then there you go. So as far as the whole team goes, I think they're a team that probably, like we were talking about earlier, a really, truly veteran team. They don't need the practice as much because they know how to take the mental reps, and they know how to work on their technique without being physical. This is still a really young football team in a lot of respects, offensively and defensively. And that maybe they really do. Like Nick said, when Nick said we were better when we work, I did not think that was a shade at the players who weren't working hard at all. I think that was more like, we need the practice. Like, we just got to get out there. It's old school, get reps. And when we play better when we do that. So in those weeks,
maybe that fulfills that.
Yeah. And especially if they do try to load manage in those weeks, then maybe it's a double whammy for a young football team.
And unfortunately, it shows up in poor play in those short weeks.
You got plenty of good veteran players, older players, especially on defense, but you got so much youth on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I don't think it's an accident that in that period of Sunday, Saturday, Wednesday at Christmas time, where the Saturday, Wednesday part involved 4 teams, the Steelers, Texans, Chiefs, and Ravens. I don't think it's an accident that the 2 teams that went 2-0 in those games were the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Yeah.
They can manage it. They're veteran teams.
There's a toughness the classic, too, especially with the Chiefs. All right, a quarterback that's not having one of his better statistical seasons, but when it comes down to the fourth quarter, those crunch time situations, they know how to operate.
Yeah.
And I think that's where this would be something that you can feel good about in the offseason more so than right now. That defense, I think, to put it really simply, one of the things that's keeping them from being a genuinely elite defense is just the fact that they are so young. I mean, Will Anderson is still just a second-year player. Henry To'oTo'o, who ends up being one of the main guys this year, second-year player. Kamari Lassiter, rookie. Kalen Bullock, rookie. Derek Stingley, third-year player. Like, they're still a young team with a lot of their key players. And then offensively, it's just, I mean, that's a whole different, we can go down a list of various things that you hope improves. But yeah, there is, this is when I go and talk to people outside of Houston, it's a good reality check for me, or a check sometimes, where Greg Rosenthal was saying this to me the other day. It was like, well, I mean, you guys were in 2020 through 2022. Those were dark times. And you're sitting here. Yeah, you're sitting here. It's the year 2 of a rebuild from a really, really dark period that, when you step back and look at it, okay, yeah, there's still a lot of work to do. But they have come a long way. But to be a genuinely elite team, they've got work to do. Some players, veteran or rookies, that need to be replaced, whatever. But the sum total of it is, they need that work on the practice field.
Yes. Texans on primetime / national TV this year, 2-4. Does that matter to you that this is the big stage they've got to themselves, a game everybody's watching? The 2 wins this year were a win against Chicago that was probably closer than it should have been in week 2, and then the Dallas game where they started rolling up Dallas in Jerry World. It took them much longer than it took the 4 teams that played the Cowboys before them.
Right. I think that's part of why, even though the Texans are only 3-point underdogs, that people are acting like this is a... I think people nationally feel like, oh, no, I've seen the Texans. Yeah, nah, whatever. They don't take them seriously because of that. The extreme example of that was the year Tampa won the Super Bowl, where people were looking at remember Brady performed really poorly in primetime games?
Yes.
And you're like, you look at the sum total of the season, and like, no, he's actually playing really well. Mm-hmm. It's just he had a few bad moments or bad games in primetime games. That's the extreme example.
Yeah.
The Texans, I think, are on the sum total, they're a better team than they've showed in those primetime games.
Yeah.
But if the primetime part is a factor, like 3:30 on a Saturday is prime time when it's a playoff game.
That's what I mean.
It's a nationally televised game.
I look at the Kansas City and Baltimore games. Those were, by my definition, primetime games because you had the stage to yourself and no other games are going. Everybody's watching football, and they're going to watch you.
That's where, and part of that, again, going back to the youth, I mean, some of that might just be as simple as there's a little bit of a peeing down the leg factor when it comes to playing on a big stage when you have that many young guys on the team. I mean, the whole, when especially back in the day before they changed training in the military, and especially when you're using like volunteers in World War II and everything, who had like 6 weeks of basic training, and then here's a machine gun. Their first time in combat, they're spraying bullets all over the place. That's when they realized, like, okay, we got to change the way we train and approach things and everything.
Show these guys how to use this gun.
Yeah. Well, no, but there's an element, like, you can be an awesome marksman, but you get into live fire, and that's a different deal.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there's a little bit of that element with the Texans. They're just pulling the trigger down and spraying bullets off into the air because they're not quite ready for
specialize a little bit. Yeah. Text message. I think if you all keep it up, I love when a text leads in with that. It implies we're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
I think if you all keep it up, the GM isn't going to want to come on y'all's show anymore. If you take a random statement and try and construe it each and every which way to meet a narrative, he's going to be a lot less likely to give you info in an interview. Nick's been doing this for 4 years. We've taken so many things that he said and run with it before. He likes coming on the show. I'm worried zero about that.
Well, plus, you and I... As far as him coming on this show, like, you and I are, like, basically defending him here. Like, I thought it was a really good point.
Yeah.
And a very nuanced. Nuance. That is the problem. Okay.
Well, and the tech, to be fair to the texter, he may very well be talking about the station taking it and running with it, that kind of thing. If y'all could mean Clinton Ron also, too.
I know that's where the pronouns get and I would include in that when people say everybody or everyone.
Well, that's just annoying.
I made a comment the other day about, like, specifically my point was that Justin Herbert is not a game manager, but because I used the phrase game manager, oh my gosh, all these Chargers fans are like, every Texans fan is saying that Justin Herbert is just a game manager. Like, what the hell are you talking about? My specific point was that he's not a game manager.
I like when we're on a topic and somebody texts in like, we would like to hear more about some other topic.
Yeah.
And I always like to picture that person sitting in an amphitheater somewhere with like 300 other people listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah.
Because they're using the word we. I'm like, you're speaking for the audience right now, sir, while you're in your car? Or are you in an amphitheater? Are you at a Payne and Pendergast listening party at like a Shipley somewhere right now? Yeah.
I was in college once. I was my psychology professor, my Psych 101 professor was just this world-renowned sleep researcher, but he was also just an awesome professor. Like, he gave great lectures. So his always very well attended, but there's one time that he kind of told everybody in class, like, listen, don't tell anybody this, but we got a big surprise guest speaker coming up next week. Okay, so just be sure you're in class on Monday or Wednesday, whatever it is. So of course, and this class was so popular, it was in a big 2,000 person amphitheater theater, or hall. It's jam packed with a bunch of people who aren't even in the class, and it was a little bit of a letdown because it was a big name, but it was Peter, Paul, and Mary. The band, yeah. So like they showed up, and which was all right, cool. Like it was nice. I enjoyed it. But it's also it's Peter, Paul, and Mary. There's 2,000 people in there, and they're having like some long discussion about mental health or something. And my friend Dave Raquel, who was not enrolled in the class, and I actually didn't even know he was in there, but I recognized his voice. Like midway through, like Peter or Paul, one of those two, was in the middle of answering a question about something, and he goes, "Wait, Puff the Magic Dragon!" And I feel like he spoke for everybody.
Right. No,
I was like, at some point, can I hear Puff the Magic Dragon?
No, Peter, Paul, and Mary were like those bands I was talking about last week that are playing their new album. We don't want to hear your new album. Yeah. We don't hear your thoughts on mental health. We want to hear Puff the Magic Dragon. How he lived by the sea. That's hilarious.
Dave Rickle. Sorry, I said Rickle.
What happened?
It's pronounced Rickle, by the way, but I'm so devastated that I've been mispronouncing Bullock for so long that now I'm emphasizing everything they're on.
What? After
I think they did end up playing Puff the Magic Dragon.
They should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, plus we're in an age too where that was still more. Now it feels like ancient history, but when we were kids, that song was playing on the radio all the time.
Oh yeah. I felt like that was a song that they played like in our classrooms too. You know?
Right. Without realizing that it was definitely about smoking weed or something.
Yeah, about puffing the Magic Dragon. Yeah.
That was a fun era of music where like bands like the Beatles would have to act like, no, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds is not about LSD.
Totally, it's Lucy. Look up in the sky; it's right there.
And people believed it.
Yeah,
because there was. I believed it when I'd read that. I'd read some John Lennon quote. We're like, oh, okay, it wasn't about LSD at all.
Did you see in one of my People magazine newsletter updates I get each day? Peter died of Peter, Paul, and Mary. Passed away this week, age 86.
He played Puff the Magic Dragon for me. You want to hear the story? No, I just. One I just told. But Dave would go on to be a bigwig at Waffle House.
Oh yeah,
a bigwig at Waffle House.
Like he managed one.
Starting off, yeah, he got his business degree from Cornell, and everybody was wondering. Like I read, like we thought he was joking because he was a class clown type, but also like a very good student and everything. Yeah. And we were wondering, like, this guy's probably gonna go off and work on Wall Street or something. He went down to work at the Olympics, the Atlanta Olympics, like his spring of his junior year,
96,
or spring or summer of his junior year,
1996, yeah.
And when he was down there, he ended up he was really impressed with Waffle House. I don't think he'd ever been to one, and he started talking to the manager. Ended up getting a job right out of college as a manager or like an assistant manager at a Waffle House.
With the idea that he was going to...
No, I think he liked the business model, which it is. It's a really interesting business model and just like the operation itself.
Yeah.
So he did, and he just kind of rose through the ranks. And he's this kid, I can't remember if he's from New Jersey or Connecticut, but he's very Northeastern.
Yeah.
So like I could see them like looking at him like, this guy's going to shake things up a little bit.
Right.
Like he just operates on a different wavelength than the rest of us because that is a Southern corporation.
Big time.
Yeah. And he ended up being being a pretty high up in the organization by the time he was 30 or so.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, but he started out like the first year or two, he was just working in a Waffle House.
So he didn't start working at the Waffle House with the idea that like he was going to be an executive or that he was going to start. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
I'm going to get in and like a buddy of mine, one of my old roommates in college, his younger brother, they're from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And they both went to Notre Dame. And he wanted to start a Permane Brothers knockoff in Chicago right near Wrigley Field.
Uh-huh.
And so he went back home after all his buddies at Notre Dame are going to law school or were pre-med or they're getting jobs on Wall Street. He's working as an assistant manager in a Permane Brothers back in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So he can learn the business, take that recipe, and then it wasn't a franchise. They called it Lucky's. But it was a knockoff of Permane Brothers.
You know what it is, especially back in the day where you couldn't find this stuff on the internet. It was getting the operating manual.
Yeah,
it was. I knew another guy in the restaurant industry who, when he was like fresh out of college, he and some of his buddies basically stole the operating manual from Waffle House and started their own little waffle chain.
That's what I was wondering if your boy
ended up
was
with
doing.
like 5 or 6 restaurants, like as young guys, because they just followed the operating manual to a T.
That's what this was.
That wasn't his plan.
Okay.
No, Rickle
he just liked working at the Waffle House.
He was an awesome guy. I mean, still is, but he was just he was what every young college kid would aspire to be, which was partied his ass off, but like also like was a football player and worked his ass off, but also got like a 4.0
What's his
GPA.
name?
Dave Rickle.
He's my new favorite out of your childhood/college friends that I've never met before.
Better than Farragher?
He just passed Farragher. Farragher's number 2.
Rickle isn't good buds with Dave Matthews.
That's all right. I'm not a huge Dave Matthews fan.
Oh, okay. That's good. Yeah.
If anything, that Dave Matthews.
I told Dave Matthews that when I met him.
And Dave Matthews was like, God, I love your show. That really disappoints me.
I'll be honest with you, Seth. I listen for Sean more than you.
I listen on the Odyssey app.
It'd be awesome if in some random interview, Dave Matthews like, I met a guy at a party 7 years ago, and they ask him how he spends his time. Every morning I listen to Payne and Pendergast in Houston for 4 hours.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing. I don't hate Dave Matthews. It's just not. It's not like one of my tippy top. I've been to a few Dave Matthews Band shows. Here's what I don't like, real quick. I'm not big into the jam sessions.
Stuff, yeah.
I'm like, get to the. We've been doing this for 10 minutes now.
Yeah, I got to wait for you to get there, Sean, but it takes. There's a reason I listen to. There's a period in my life where I listen to a lot more Rusted Root than I have anytime since.
I understand. That's. I'm not in that state of mind.
The cool thing about Dave Matthews was that when I met him, I actually had I was trying not to sound like a fanboy on this. Like it wasn't like I was like, oh my God, Dave Matthews or anything. But one of the songs that I would listen to pregame, I realized like early in my career, I had to set aside the Metallica and Megadeth and stuff because I got a tendency, some of you might be surprised by this, to get a little too amped up.
Oh, unhinged perhaps?
Yeah, to the point where I'm like burning energy that doesn't need to be burned.
Yeah.
So I started to kind of listen to stuff more that like I visualized a lot.
Yeah.
I think that's how I was able to make it in the NFL without being a very good athlete at all, was I would just do mental reps all day long.
Yeah.
So Dave Matthews' song, Two Step, there's something about that song and the beat and everything that just kind of like got me into the right frame of mind to where I could visualize. And I would listen to, like, before an NFL game, after I set aside the Metallica and everything, I would listen to like Dave Matthews' Two Step for like 20 minutes and just visualize.
Does he know that?
The whole thing. Yeah, I told him that night. Yeah, but I was trying to I want to tell this story, but I don't want to.
Fanboy. Yeah.
But the thing that put it over into where he's like, oh, okay, this isn't just some annoying fanboy or whatever, was that I told him that the reason I liked that song was because at the time I was reading this book by Richard Feynman, a physicist, and it was all about kind of like rhythm and like because he's a physicist, it's all wave theory and all that stuff. And he played the bongos. Richard Feynman was a Nobel Prize winning physicist who was super into the bongos.
Yeah.
So I told Dave Matthews that was kind of where I started thinking of differently, like trying to tap into the rhythm of things. And he was like, oh, Richard Feynman? Yes, I love him.
Oh, no way.
He's like, oh my God, I'm so flattered that you would mention me in the same breath as Richard Feynman.
You guys were fanboys for the same physicist.
Yeah.
The same bongo playing physicist.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Arian Foster. How did it come about that Arian Foster is leading the squad onto the field this Sunday? He talked about it on his podcast yesterday. We'll hear from Arian Foster coming up next. Beck's Prime. Yesterday, steak night on Wednesday. Beautiful. Now,
McCarrum Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth is showing me a picture of my new best friend, Dave Rickle, who's best known for being Seth Payne's friend from college and screaming, "Play Puff the Magic Dragon" at Peter, Paul, and Mary when they were there for some sort of
psychology lecture.
Some panel talk.
Yeah.
That's so funny. So Arian Foster, this is cool.
He's definitely a Freebird guy.
Arian Foster?
No.
Oh, Dave Rickle?
Play Freebird.
Arian Foster, definitely a Puff the Magic Dragon guy, I would say. I mean, his podcast is called Macro Dosing.
Yeah.
So,
well, I don't know. Yeah. But he's a citizen of the world.
He is.
Foster
He is.
Yeah. He likes to explore all aspects of life.
Yeah. And he is. He has not been around the Texans. Some of the former players have, especially since D'Amico Ryans got back. The visibility of a lot of the former players from that era of football has increased tenfold.
That's a very good point. The hiring of D'Amico, kind of got a huge era of the previous best version of the Texans. A lot of those guys are more dialed in and kind of re-engaged.
If the Texans were a college, hiring D'Amico would have gotten their NIL fund through the roof because all the rich alums would be back on board.
It's like Bonaventure hiring Adrian Wojnarowski.
Yeah.
He's a Bonaventure alum. Now is the GM of that. And it brings a certain cachet to the program that wasn't there before.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and D'Amico is a hot coaching candidate who's also beloved by teammates and fans. It was a certain cachet.
Yeah, and so a lot of them have been around a lot more, which I think is great. It's awesome. Arian, I don't think obviously he still, loves the Texans. He's going to be doing this on Saturday, leading the team out onto the field. But he's just, he's Arian. He marches a little bit to a different beat of the drum, and he's not quite as visible as all these guys have been around the team in the social media videos and things like that, doing radio and whatever. But this is real. I think it's really cool.
Why'd you sneer at me when you said that? Okay, go ahead.
Sneer at you.
You're doing radio. I'm a live streamer.
Arian, here's Arian on his podcast, the Macro Dosing Podcast, which is a Barstool production, talking about getting the call from the Texans to come lead the team onto the field on Saturday.
I got a text from their people, and they want me to lead the team out of the tunnel for the playoff game.
You're all in on the Texans this weekend.
Am I all in?
You're leading them out onto the field.
But see, that's when they ask me to do it, I'm like, why would they ask me to do it? They know I'm not like a rah-rah type of cat. I'm gonna lead them out, I'm gonna carry the flag or whatever. But I've never been like the hoorah, let's hype them up. I'm just gonna lead them out on the field and show love. I'll do that if they're asking me to I'm not like a raw. I don't like it when I played. So why would I? You know what I mean? But I'm gonna do
no
it.
Speech.
Nah, what the am I say?
I don't know.
It's a game of inches. These inches are all around us.
It's the greatest speech of all time.
Hey, the greatest speech of all. Well, football speech of all time.
Yeah,
football speech.
Well, no, Arian. I've talked to you about the shells around a pep talk. Of the guys who are super engaged at the center of it, that are just dialed in, and I would go die for you, man. And then it'll get a little further out, and the guys are all right, let's go. And then you got a few guys further out on the perimeter that are kind of
then you got Arian,
just kind of taking it all in, as an observer almost. Yeah, Arian has got a perspective on things. Yeah, I appreciate what he's saying there, and I think that it's irrelevant, whatever he might feel about it. Nobody expects that person to be the guy that charges everything up or anything.
No.
If the Texans if they had a routine like some of the various blowing the horn in Minnesota, what do they do in Buffalo? They blow a train horn there, right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
you mean before their pregame routine? Yeah,
where a former player goes up. Seattle, what do they do up in Seattle? They bang a gong or something.
They bang a drum.
It's not like that where you're really out there performing. He just goes out and just run out with a flag. Maybe do a little. If Arian, maybe there's a prop bet on this. Let's start one.
Okay.
And then you can buy my my cryptocurrency as well. I'll pump and dump that later on. So does Arian carry the flag with one hand and do a little raise the roof with the other hand?
No chance.
None of that? Okay.
No chance.
You think he's just going to run out there maybe with a smile on his face?
Yes.
And that's pretty much the sum
I think he's
total
going to
of it.
run out. I don't even know how comfortable he is doing this just based on that 45 seconds of audio.
Yeah.
I think it's probably feels cool to be re-engaged with the team like this.
Probably cool for from Arian's perspective. I would guess that maybe he's kind of like, oh, this is an interesting life experience.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Well, he also said this. He said he's got kids now.
Yeah.
He's got young kids. And who all know that a lot of that I think most of them born after he retired.
Yeah, or were too young to really understand and appreciate it.
Yeah, so he talked about his kids getting to see him kind of get honored in this way.
It'll be fun because what really enticed me, I was like, can I bring my kids? I was like, I don't know, can I get some tickets to bring my kid? And he was like, yeah, for sure. He said, would they want to shoot the cannon? And I'm like, that would be dope. That'd be a dope little thing for them, a little memory for them. And I think as time goes on, like they don't really they knew I played, but they don't understand like the scope of what it meant. Like as time fades, sports kind of just your name kind of just dissipates. And so it'll be dope for them to see their dad like honored in a cool way.
Yeah,
right.
That's a pretty big honor.
Yeah, it's dope. It's dope.
It's firing the cannon for the kids. That's a good time.
That's cool.
It is. That's one of the things. If I could recommend a young NFL players, I would knock somebody up now, so if you have a long career, your kids will appreciate it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and knock up like multiple people.
Yeah.
Get as many kids as you can.
Yeah, be more like Tyreek Hill. Ask yourself, what would Tyreek do?
That's what I used to say at the rookie symposium when I'd get up there and I'd be like, what you guys need to do is go ahead and put a bun in the oven so that kid can appreciate it. And then you got something to play for. All right?
Hire Tyreek to speak at the rookie symposium next year. Hey, man, if you want to connect with your kids later, have them now and have as many as you possibly can.
Any young men out there listening, my God, I'm joking. Please don't do that.
Right.
If anything, go get a preemptive vasectomy. Store some sperm just in case, okay?
Is Arian Foster running out onto the field enough to get more people in the building in time for kickoff on Saturday?
Oh, I was thinking about this the last home game. That I feel like it's gradually gotten better and better.
The last one was really good.
It was
also a Beyonce concert. There were a lot of people.
I was kind of trying to monitor that and see, like, I was looking down from the press box and kind of looking how many people are just on their phones not watching because they're only here for the Beyonce concert.
You're able to tell from where we sit up there?
I stole Spillane's binoculars.
I got you.
I feel like, there were a lot of people there that were maybe wouldn't have gone to the game if it weren't for Beyonce, but were Texans fans.
Yeah, sure.
So it was engaged. I don't think it was as full as it was. Plus, the fact that it's Christmas, I think there's probably just more of a okay, let's do our family thing and then go to the game and go watch the game. It wasn't turned into. There were probably more people than usual where the tailgating wasn't one of the primary focuses of the day.
If you had asked me the question before, like, okay, which former player could you get to run with the flag out there that would actually get people in the building to want to see it? Arian would be really high up the list, I think. JJ would be number one, I think.
Get the people in the building
to watch them run out onto the field, cheer, so they're not running out there in front of a half full stadium.
Right,
kind of
right.
thing.
JJ would play it up the most, too.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I very rarely actually see the guy running out on the field because of all the pregame stuff we're doing.
Yeah, like getting food at that point.
You and I have just done a grueling 3 hours of hard physical labor. We need to eat.
We got to get to the carving station, man.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth, I have a bonus Pettycast for us here on a Thursday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's just, as I was pulling audio yesterday, I'm like, boy, a lot of this stuff is very, very petty. And I feel like, you know what, this is our show. We can do what we want. The Pettycast is normally a Tuesday 8 o'clock thing. Today, it's a Thursday 8 o'clock thing. We got some good petties, including J.J. Watt is in here. And the Mick Cronin audio made it as well. If you missed this audio, holy crap.
The pettiest coach in the history of coaching.
You want to hear a coach throw his team under the bus while pumping himself up.
How many wins does he have? Don't worry. You'll hear from him.
From him. That's coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hey, Mokaram Injury Lawyers wants to hear from you. If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve compensation. And they will pick up the phone. You can talk to them. They can hear from you at 7:50.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We normally do the Pettycast on Tuesday, but as we were kind of going through things yesterday, I'm like, well, this is petty, and this is petty, and there's really no place to park this stuff to where you build a topic off of it. But this would be really fun to hit these things rapid fire style.
Look, when Pettycast is done right, it's not something that gets old with time.
Yeah, it's something you can.
We could do it every day.
We could. There's a lot of petty out there in this world. Not sure if you've noticed.
We're pretty petty to begin with.
Yes,
I mean, the whole show is pretty much Pettycast. But,
Indeed.
No, we just amp it up during this.
That's right. So let's get a little petty on a Thursday, shall we? All right, and this might be me being petty. This was here was J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee showing his wheel hit yesterday, and I think this is right out of the chute. J.J. takes a swing at Pat McAfee's Indianapolis Colts.
There's an organization out there that people thought might not make a move after this season. They decided not to make a move after this season, but they have in the past made a move mid-season where they brought in a former player with no head coaching experience. And I'm curious if that's something you would ever consider if a certain season didn't go a certain way and you got a phone call and they said, hey, we need an intern that could possibly turn into a full-time. Would you possibly be interested in, say, an old team of yours calling to do a job if they're not doing well, which they haven't done well in quite a while?
They did fire their coach. They hired Rich Rodriguez. You're talking about West Virginia? That's who you're talking about?
I'm talking about the one in the AFC South that hasn't won it in like forever.
Oh, you're talking about the Colts. You're talking about the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay, so that was JJ taking a shot at the Colts, and that show, the two of them, that's kind of become a thing since JJ started going on that show.
Yeah.
JJ's all about the Texans, which we love, and Pat McAfee is a Colts legend who's got a complicated relationship with the team right now, but I think still loves the Colts overall. Here's where I'm at with this, and this I will admit, this petty may be me. I don't know, man. Like this Colts-Texans thing going on. This is a national show that McAfee is on here. I feel like this would be the equivalent of just somebody handing me a podcast about the Sun Belt Conference and saying, hey, you want to take a listen to this here? Like, is the nation up for this Texans versus Colts thing? JJ and McAfee have been stretching out all year
I think
long?
it would be more about JJ and Pat McAfee are both celebrities in the sports world in their own right. Yeah. So it's more about them going at each other that I think. But as a Texans fan, I'm kind of like, man, like arguing about who's at the tippy top of the AFC South.
I'm a little embarrassed by it.
Yeah.
I'm a little embarrassed by it.
So like who's the better B student? I don't know. There's it almost like
someone's a generous grader for the AFC South.
Yeah. So I guess I might actually be less into it than teams that don't have a fighting interest in it. There's another part too, whereas that now that McAfee has publicly divorced the Colts, it almost feels like you're trying to jab a wound that's already been acknowledged.
Yeah.
Like you're trying to. Like when you admit a mistake and somebody is like,
keeps bringing it up.
Yeah, but what about that time? I'm like, yeah, I know. I just talked about it. I just talked about that mistake that I made.
Okay, well that makes me want JJ to do it a little more. Then that's an interesting point.
Bill O'Brien and Tom Brady getting into it on the sideline.
Yeah,
that was a scenario in which Tom Brady had said, "Yeah, I messed up. I know." And Bill O'Brien was like, yeah, but you messed up. And Tom Brady's like, I know.
Yeah.
Okay, and it did that got his goat.
Yeah.
That got Tom Brady's goat. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like part of it is I feel like J.J. Watt's above debating the Texans and the Colts in the AFC South.
This is the thing it's probably unfair because I don't watch that show a lot. I kind of see clips of it more.
Same.
I've always felt like when McAfee is going over the top on the Colts and everything, it feels a little bit it doesn't feel the same as like a dyed-in-the-wool, like true blue fan of the organization or whatever. That I don't know. I don't want to say it feels contrived, but it just doesn't. And that might just be on my take on it because I hate the Colts. So that's the other part of it that kind of rings hollow for me.
Yeah, I just want them to kind of stop doing it. That's all. All right, this one.
I guess more of that. I guess it's like, how could anybody love the Colts? Like how could how could you love the Colts?
It's weird. It's
everything
weird.
They stand for.
Yeah.
The historical atrocities and whatnot.
And yet they pack the stadium every week. It's weird.
Kind of like cheering for Mussolini or something.
Same exact thing.
Yeah, that's what they are. A bunch of those Italians that you hate.
I don't hate
cheering
Italians.
for the
What are you
Colts.
talking about?
You despise them.
That's not true
That's
at
about
all.
the height of the racial diversity in Indianapolis.
That's
It's like, we allow Italians in.
I wish I were Italian. Nobody eats more Italian food and watches more Sopranos than I do.
Seriously, it is like there's times when I was playing in Indianapolis where you're looking up at the stands, and because Houston's so diverse. There's times I'd look up in the stands, I'm like, gosh, I feel like I'm in a baseball game in the 1930s.
Yeah,
this is wow, this is different.
Like I'm in a clone factory here. On-field jersey swaps. Not a big fan of them myself. Definitely not a big fan of what we saw here in this exchange between Roger Rosengarten and Myles Garrett on the this is on the Hard Knocks AFC North. The Ravens playing the Browns this past Saturday.
Rosengarten's an offensive tackle, a rookie offensive tackle.
Yeah.
Playing this is the Browns, and he wanted to profess his admiration to Myles Garrett, the guy who's actually playing against,
who's probably destroying him in that game. Here's what it sounded like. Take a listen.
I know I'm a nobody, but if I get that jersey after, hey, you in the league, y'all winning games, y'all looking great. You're never nobody. I got you. Got me? Yeah.
All right. So if you couldn't hear, it was a little muffled. Rosengarten says to Myles Garrett, hey, I know I'm a nobody, but can I get that jersey after the game? And Myles Garrett puts his arm around him in the midst of getting blown out by the Ravens and says, you're never a nobody. You're winning games. You're looking good. I got you. And he says, Rosengarten says, thanks, buddy. You love this.
I sent a screen cap of this to actually Tony Baselli. Baselli and I had a conversation this year about, and Baselli's like super religious and everything, good dude, but he
except for this.
Well, no, he feels like there's a place for football hatred in your life. Like you should hate your opponent. Football hate your opponent.
Yeah.
And this guy now, Rosengarten's played well, and he's on a really good team. Like he's part of a really good team. Played a bunch as a rookie. That's the thing that's the saving grace is that he plays for the Ravens. But that's a dude you're playing against. Why are you sitting there bowing down to him and asking for his jersey? I don't like the jersey swap in general with the opponent.
Yeah,
I hate it.
Yeah,
unless it's somebody you actually know or something. And the jersey swap where it started, with soccer and rugby and those sports, it's almost like it's supposed to be in a show of respect, like after you battled somebody, or you're almost like the greater player is acknowledging the younger player. Where now it's just become a way to get trinkets for your rec room.
Yeah,
I don't like it at all.
Flea market is what it is.
Can you at least pretend you hate the opponent?
Right,
it's disgusting.
I was a little surprised. I saw this clip and the caption in the tweet, because there's a jillion people that share these things. Said it was one of these things like Roger Rosengarten asked for Myles Garrett jersey, and you're not going to believe the reply. I'm like, oh, I hope he told him to go die.
Yeah,
I hope he told him, which is what I thought. Like Myles Garrett, like a dog would do that. Like, can you imagine walking up to James Harrison and asking for his jersey in the middle of a game? Right?
Yeah. I feel like he would figure out a way to take that as a reason to seek you out and injure you.
Yeah.
I'm going to blast this kid. He would look at it as disrespect somehow.
I feel like 20, 25 years ago, that would have been the norm. Would have been like, what are you talking? Get away from me. Especially like an AFC North rivalry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that division is the most collegiate of the divisions.
You want to talk about old school manufacturing hate? I believe it was Greg Lloyd. I know it was Keenan McCardle was my teammate who was going through this. Keenan McCardle was out on the field playing the Steelers, and Greg Lloyd, I'm pretty sure it was Greg Lloyd because this is the kind of thing he would pull, came up to him and was like, "You're calling my house? You're calling my house in the middle of the night, talking to my wife?" And Keenan's like, what the hell are you talking about?
He's just making stuff up
in his head. Lloyd would do that. He would kind of manufacture reasons to hate guys,
Stuff you guys
so he would create this scenario. I didn't see it firsthand. Keenan was telling us about it afterwards, and Keenan's like, what on earth are you talking about? Yeah. The one time I had a moment like that, my rookie year, we were playing Washington, and Bruce Smith was there. Bruce Smith was a childhood
later in
hero
his
of mine.
career, yeah.
So I sought him out after the game just to kind of pay my respects. And I remember thinking afterwards, I was like, I think the way that Bruce Smith took it was, I think it made him feel really old.
Yeah.
He almost was like he appreciated me saying oh, I loved you growing up and everything. But I'm this peach fuzz faced rookie that is super young, talking about how awesome he was back in the day.
You should have done it before the game.
I went up to him and I said, "Hey, Bruce, don't worry about your lack of production. Okay, you're still a swell.
CJ.
You're still a hero historically. Okay. Hey, don't worry about your don't worry about how your career has declined.
In retrospect, you should have done it before the game because it might have messed with him a little bit.
Or it might have set him off.
That's true.
That's a sleeping giant right there.
That's true.
Remember we talked about that with David Anderson and Drew Hodgson before the game a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah. With a defensive lineman, let your inner psycho out. Offensive lineman, there is a little bit of an element. I might have to respect this kid if his strategy was, I'm going to take a little fire out of this guy's step, Myles Garrett, by really greasing him up, buttering him up. Because offensive linemen are usually pretty smart about there's certain guys you just don't poke the bear. You don't poke the bear. This guy might just kind of cruise along. As long as you don't poke the bear, so I'm just going to be the opposite of poking the bear. I'm going to butter him up.
All right, let's get to this one since we mentioned coming into this segment. This is we don't do a lot of college basketball on this show, but when Mick Cronin, UCLA men's basketball coach, very successful coach, as you're about to hear him remind you, was a coach at Cincinnati for many, many years.
Yeah.
Got the UCLA job, done a good job at UCLA, but we're living in a new world now with NIL. And in basketball, it's very acute, because that's been a sport for a long time. I feel like the agents and hangers-on have been a thing in basketball for maybe long, with AAU and everything else. And it's just a more individualized sport that it's probably harder to manage. It sounds weird to say because it's a smaller roster, but I feel like that element might be very difficult to manage, especially if you're old school like Mick Cronin. So maybe some of that is bleeding into the evaluation of his team, but they lost to Michigan the other night in a Big Ten matchup by 19 points, and he was none too happy with his squad after the game.
But we don't play. We're soft. So don't tell me you want to win. Just don't tell me you want to win. So don't tell me you want to win. It's crazy, and it's every day. I'm tired of it. It's every day. I have the most energy of anybody at practice every day. I'm upset with everybody in that locker room, my assistant coaches and my players. I don't need to do anything else. I almost got 500 wins. I'm only 53. It's a joke. It's a joke. But yet I come in and I have more passion and energy and pride than everybody in. That's the problem. So what the truth of it has been, it's really hard to coach people that are delusional. The hungry, we got guys that think they're way better than they are. They're nice kids. They're completely delusional about who they are.
Okay. Rally the troops.
You know what?
It
would have been an awesome speech if he hadn't brought up his own resume.
I was going to
all of it. I think all of it was probably true. He does probably have a bunch of delusional guys that think they should be multimillionaires already and everything. I believe all of that. I don't know why he felt the need to point out his own resume. And also the whole kind of look at me, I'm the cock of the walk, that part of it. That's where it turned. It felt a little bit like Aaron Rodgers, where he's like, we're in criticizing the guys on the team who are talking to the media. He's doing it while talking to the media. He's the ultimate hypocrisy moment is dude, you're not being very old school if you're sitting up there trumping up your own resume as you're criticizing these guys for not being old school enough.
He hit for the cycle in that thing, man. If you're counting, and then, by the way, that was a kind of one of those internet cut-ups of things he said throughout the press conference.
Yeah, it wasn't as bad as it. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't as. It was that those things. Right, those things weren't all condensed.
Yeah.
He didn't cut a promo on them like that.
Yeah.
Those are all things he said throughout the press conference that were sort of chopped up and mashed up together. But he called them soft. Mm-hmm. That's a big one.
I'm cool with that.
Don't tell me you want to win.
Yeah.
Said that 3 times.
I like that.
I have the most energy of anybody out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm all right. Okay, dude. You're really distancing yourself from the situation here, aren't you?
I felt like if he just said, I have the most energy of anybody, I wouldn't be that way.
Right. Yeah.
But it almost felt very braggy. I'm upset with everybody. So the coaches are in the
the assistant coaches,
he's
everybody.
On a pedestal
everybody
above everybody.
Except me.
Everybody except me. Yes.
It was very Jamie Tart-like is what it was like. It felt very much like, yeah.
Yes. This is the best one. I don't need to do anything else. I've got 500 wins, and I'm 53 years old.
Yeah, that's where it went south.
I don't even need to work. I've got, how much money I've got in the bank right now? I don't even need to work, man. That's what I heard.
Yeah, the whenever you conspicuously
delusional
point yourself to the point to yourself as the emblem of all of it is good and holy, you got to be kind of careful about that. I don't think Jesus was like. I don't think there are a lot of whole quotes out there where Jesus is like, "Hey, look at me!
Right?
Look at me!
Right?
I don't have to be out here doing this. Mm-hmm. I'm the Son of God, and also God Himself. I still don't understand how it works, but I don't have to do any of this. I got you guys out here blaspheming, adulterating, all this stuff.
What the
hell? Let the others say it for you. If you're that great, that was the one thing Joseph did in that whole story. Was Joseph sat Jesus down when he was like 12 years old. He's like, listen, Jesus, let the others say it for you. You're gonna have a band of, merry band of apostles here
Disciples,
at some point that can do all of that.
Yeah. Mick Cronin Christ figure is what I heard. Just what you
basically he said that. That was the part they cut out. He said like, "I am the Lord."
That actually, your Jesus talk was what they cut out of the Bible. That was a deleted scene. That's actually at the dinner that night.
Yeah, back when
listen, man.
Yeah,
y'all are delusional and soft. Okay.
Yeah. Look at me.
Yeah. Look at me.
What would Jesus do? Elevate himself above others. Look, I'm up here on why am I the one on the cross? Hey, you losers! That was the speech that he gave. They couldn't hear it. It was just out of earshot. Why me?
Yeah.
You're the bums who. Yeah. Yeah. Let others say it for you.
Mick Cronin. Yeah. I'm up here. I got 500 wins. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
That was a Jack Easter. I stole that from Jack Easterby. That was one of his speeches. He competed on the cross.
Mm-hmm.
That is an actual quote.
Payne and Pendergast. Yeah, find it. It's on YouTube somewhere, I'm sure. Payne and Pendergast with you. You want to hear dysfunctional in the division? We talked about the AFC South a little bit earlier. This will make you feel really good about where the Texans are in the division when you hear this coming up next.
Underdog fantasy. It's good news for you.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
What are you doing over there?
I was curious if anybody else had come up with the nickname Lad McConkey.
The H instead of the big C there?
Yeah, and I'm like, definitely, 100%. You brought that up during the break. We were trying to come up with the equivalent of, like, what's the equivalent of the white college point guard
in the NFL?
The scrappy white Duke point guard in the NFL. The Duke point guard especially, where you're like, man, even the people you would think would love this guy because he's white hate him because he's white.
It's the Patriots white slot receiver.
Yeah. Edelman or Westmer or
Andola.
like because it was the Patriots. You're like,
yeah,
man,
they're good,
man,
yeah.
And you were like, because Lad McConkey, people seem to like him.
Yeah.
And he's still primarily a slot receiver.
Yeah.
So, I was like, definitely. Oh, yeah, I can buy a Lad McConkey T-shirt. Yeah.
Where they spell it MCHONKY.
Yes, it says Celebrate White Lightning, Lad McConkey.
White Lightning. Cracker McSlotty. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, the whole Reed Shepherd,
Did you see he had 49 points in the G League the other night, Reed Shepherd?
Yeah, I heard he didn't complain about it either.
No.
That's what you get out of a guy like Reed Shepherd.
Reed Shepherd, I tell you. He didn't storm off the floor like that Cameron Whitmore.
None of this flashy jazz.
His shenanigans.
Doesn't listen to jazz music either. That's for the devil it is.
17 points in 18 minutes, and you storm off the floor and don't high-five anybody.
Not since Bob Cousy is a young talent come along like this. Show the world how proper basketball is played.
Reed Shepherd's down on the border toiling down there, I tell you. 49 points. 17.
Look at that rebounding.
17 to 33 he was.
Yeah, so if you want your Lad McConkey t-shirt, you can go to dogzillasports.com.
A minute for dogzilla.com. All right. Jacksonville is still a laughing stock. We're going to circle back in the next segment to some of the things Nick Caserio had to say.
I'll still give you credit for coming up with that nickname, even though in this day and age of social media, it's hard to come up with anything original. So I still give credit if you come up with it without actually having heard of it. It's like, you came up with it. A bunch of other people did too.
I just said, well, he's got honky in his last name. All right. We'll get to Nick Caserio in the next segment. Jacksonville's still very up in the air. I'm keeping an eye on these other AFC South teams because all of them seem to be in a mode of either like just running it back with a bat. They're all in a mode of self-mutilation, it feels like right now, which is beautiful for the Houston Texans. Pete Prisco, who is based out of Jacksonville. You know Pete very well from your time as a Jaguar back in the day. Writes for CBSSports.com now. He was on a Jacksonville, well, it looked like a Jacksonville podcast, a Jags podcast, and I forget the name of it. I apologize. But Trent Baalke, the GM. Jagzilla. Trent Baalke, the GM, is still there in Jacksonville.
And Pete hates Trent Baalke.
A lot of people do.
Yeah.
And in this cut, he's saying the Trent Baalke thing may not be for long, and then listen to him beg for Ben Johnson to come to Jacksonville.
What I was told was the coach will now have the major juice in the building. And they've said that in the past, but now I think it's to the point where that coach comes in, it's his power. And it should be. And in that scenario, if it's his power, then he should be able to make the decision on who he wants as the general manager. And I think that's why guys that they say, I might not interview for that job, go interview for it.
Yeah.
And Exhibit A is Ben Johnson. Mm-hmm. Ben Johnson supposedly wants that job. That was the one he was eyeing all along. He's from North Carolina. He's, it's a small town. They have a small town feel to it. Jacksonville has that same feel. Jacksonville has there's no state income tax. They have an owner that doesn't meddle. He kept that guy there for how long? Trent Baalke's how long? So you have a quarterback who you can make Jared Goff, same type of guy. You can do that with him. And so I think Ben Johnson's drawn to that. Well, go interview.
I don't know if you can make Trevor Lawrence Jared Goff. I don't.
You can't make him what?
Jared Goff.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought you said something else.
Oh,
Ben
no.
thought you did.
No.
I was like, yes,
I didn't say that.
He is very religious, yes.
Jared Goff.
Yeah, there will be no seed spilled.
Did you?
Yes.
You didn't dump that, did you, Ben? Okay. I said Jared Goff.
I knew who you were talking about. I honestly thought that's what you said.
I talk a little fast sometimes.
Okay, so I don't know. I think there's an avenue by which you could make. I mean, Ben Johnson made Jared Goff.
No, I know.
Jared Goff had been just like thrown out like a used tissue out of L.A.
No,
and
you're right.
now look at him.
Yeah.
Except when he's playing in NRG Stadium.
I just think there's an element to Jared Goff's game that accuracy is a lot of it.
Yeah.
It's more pinpoint. Trevor Lawrence. I mean, for a guy who was a number 1 overall pick, he's scattershot.
Well, the big thing with Trevor Lawrence is it's like if he knows where he's going with the ball at the beginning of the play, he's got beautiful accuracy.
And maybe Ben Johnson makes it easier.
And everything else like that. Yeah. So that's the one move that I'd be way more fearful of that, if that's the right term, or it would raise my eyebrows more than, say, even hiring Urban Meyer. Because Urban Meyer was a big wild card. It was either going to be awesome or it was going to be disaster. It was option B.
Yeah.
With Ben Johnson, all right, I have no idea how he'll be as a head coach. But if you're trying to get the most out of Trevor Lawrence, this is probably your best way to get a bona fide offensive coordinator in there who's been part of a difficult turnaround. That's why I'm stumping for Aaron Glenn, too. Like, Aaron Glenn, defensive coordinator for the Lions, when he got to Detroit, that was one of the worst defenses in the league.
Yes.
And he had to oversee and be a part of a 4-year real turnaround. And the offense turned around before the defense. And now he's dealing with all these injuries and that they're still playing the way they are. Likewise with Ben Johnson, he's been part of a difficult turnaround. When he got the play calling duties, it was as they fired the offensive coordinator in the middle of a season.
Yeah.
So that's, as a Texans fan, that's the one that I'm most that I don't want to see. I'd like to see the Ben Johnson experiment play out elsewhere.
Yeah.
It's not like the Jaguars are going to get worse if Ben Johnson doesn't work out, but there's an upside there where they could get way, way better.
Well, look, they've got no choice, the Jags do at this point. They've got to get a solution that gets the most out of Trevor Lawrence based on what he costs now.
Yeah.
This is not like they fired Urban. It's not the same mentality. Like when they hired Doug Peterson, and at the time that made sense because you drafted the guy young and he's still on his rookie deal. Now it's like a 5-alarm fire. You got to because Trevor Lawrence ain't going anywhere for the next few years.
Yeah.
At least when he was on his rookie deal, if he wasn't working out under Doug Peterson his second year, and he worked out great the second year, they won the division. But if he wasn't working out, well, then you punt on Trevor Lawrence. But now you can't punt on Trevor Lawrence, not without taking like a Russell Wilson-sized cap hit.
Yeah.
You know?
The Shad Khan, the owner, is an interesting one too because really want to like. Because he does, like Pete was saying there, he does do a lot of the things the right way and the way you want your owner to operate. Let the football people make. Now, he lets the football people make the football decisions, and yet he's also inserted his or his professional wrestling
AEW,
son into a guy that has a voice on draft today.
Yeah.
Now, he's in charge of the undrafted free agents, but still, I'm guessing there's a lot of. Okay, what happens when you're interviewing for that job? That's a big elephant in the room, man. Are you like, okay, thank you, Mr. Khan, for the opportunity. I got to tell you, honestly, I need to evaluate everybody, and that includes your son.
Well,
and there's a chance that I might choose not to use him in his current role.
There's always a chance that, if anything happens to Shad Khan, not to be too morbid, you're working for Tony Khan.
There's no morbidity about it. I mean, he's old.
He's an old man.
Khan.
Yeah,
I don't care how rich he is. He's old.
You know who's got takes?
And he parties hard.
He does. He does. And he's got a handlebar mustache, which is amazing. You know who's got takes on the Khan family? Mad Dog Russo. Not a big fan of the Khan family in Jacksonville.
Let's call this like we see it. How about this Jacksonville owner, Khan? He doesn't get a lot of grief. He is by far horrendous. He's owned the team since 2011. They have had 1 year where they won 10 games. Yeah. Did you know that? The man has been there for 13 years. He's had 1 year where he's won 10 games. They are non-competitive. Furthermore, he brought Urban Meyer in. He plays 2 games in London because he wants to become the United Kingdom's team. Trust me, I'm just English. Nobody in the world, nobody cares in London about the stupid Jacksonville Jaguars. They're there for 2 weeks. They lose a home game. That's a mess. And then he goes out there and he fires Peterson and keeps the GM there this week. Yeah. And then his statement says, well, I understand we're going to lose some head coaching candidates because I kept the GM. Well, hold on now. And he's got his kid, who's the head of the statistical data. How could you say anything about Jacksonville when you got the kid sitting in the freaking front office? What's he ever done in football? Let's call it like we see it. We kill the owners all the time. Woody's awful. Hatham, we just named a few. Jerry, how many times have we killed Jerry here? Yeah. Let's call it like we see it. There is nobody worse than Khan. Go look at his record. Go look at his record as the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. It is behind. It's pathetic. So we killed Lawrence, we killed Peterson, we killed Doug Marrone, we killed this, we killed... Right. How about killing a guy who went to start the Paychecks? This is not freaking an automotive store where he made his fortune. This is an NFL team.
wasn't an automotive story. Like, yeah, he designed a bumper that ended up being used on like 70% of American-made cars. Yeah, but whatever. Now, this is the thing with Shad Khan. All those nice things I said about him, including the fact that one of the reasons the Jaguars are able to stay in Jacksonville, one of the smallest markets that doesn't have any of the same Green Bay qualities to it, is because like he's had to figure out ways to kind of get revenue from elsewhere and everything. And I actually think his strategy towards London I think it's smart. But if I were to have a conversation with 7-year-old Shad Khan, it would be the same conversation I might have with a teenager about the people with whom you're associating and some of the bad influences in your life. One being Trent Baalke.
Yes.
And the other possibly being your own son.
Yes.
Which is a tough conversation to have. But he very much feels like one of these owners who's still, at the time at least, a decade ago, you could say he's new to the sport. He's got to learn some of these lessons. When Shad Khan came out at the beginning of the season and said this was the most talented Jaguars team that they've ever had, people in Jacksonville were like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, they went to 2 AFC championship games in 3 years. They went 14-2 in 1999. And Jags fans are like, do you even know the history of your own team?
Of your own team that you bought.
Of your own team. And then it couldn't have blown up in his face even worse. So somebody in the Jaguars organization told me, or somebody that is very close to the Jaguars organization, said their suspicion is that, that came directly from Trent Baalke. Like that feels exactly like, okay.
Pulling the strings on him.
Shad Khan is a billionaire puppet on Trent Baalke's string. God. So, at some point you got to cut the apron strings, man. It's time to live on your own, Shad Khan. You got a mega yacht, okay? You don't need this hanger on Trent Baalke telling you what to do.
That's fascinating, man. I feel like Trent Baalke should write a book. You know, like how do you hang on this long in these organizations?
Trent Baalke is to Shad Khan what Jerry Jones is to Jerry Jones.
Yes.
He's a GM that's got way too much influence over him.
Yep, the voice is in his head. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday. Simple question. Is C.J. Stroud a better quarterback now than he was this time a year ago? We'll talk about the offensive line. We did talk about the offensive line with Nick yesterday. You'll hear it if you missed it coming up next.
Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Texans Chargers, a reminder, 3:30 kickoff on Saturday. If you're going to the game, stop by, say hello. We'll be doing Texans Countdown just outside the stadium, southeast corner of the stadium.
Yeah,
big stage, can't miss us.
I will be gregarious AF because
you were at the Christmas game.
Sometimes people want to talk to me before the game when we're doing the pregame show. It's hard because sometimes I have to make a decision because basically I'm on the verge of heat stroke at any given time up on that stage. So there's times where I'm literally hiding in the shadows underneath the desk like trying to cool my core temperature. When it's nice and cool out, I'll be gabbing with you during every commercial break.
It's gonna be perfect outside on Saturday.
Sean.
Saturday, I know.
The game you just promoted.
Yes, yes.
You're all distracted by the Notre Dame game, aren't you?
Well, I'm distracted because these are all games I was at. They're showing Notre Dame Penn State games from the past.
Yeah.
And they were showing a bunch of them from when I was a student there, so I was a little distracted. That game is tonight. That's more disorienting than anything, is this college playoff football on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Wednesdays and all this stuff.
You know, I'm jealous of guys like you that went to big-time football schools, all of our Longhorns who are in attendance on the radio right
Chicks?
now. No, the Notre Dame chicks and the Texas chicks, always brought up in the same conversation.
Universe, sure. What are you jealous of?
Just being in the student section for big time games like that. That's really cool. That's a unique experience. There's so many kids that make their decision on where to go to school based on. That's one of the things when people get upset about spending money on college football and everything. There is that part of it. Like, it makes money for the school, not just with the actual revenue they bring in, but man, when you create enough of a brand, you got your enrollment just balloons because people want to be a part of that college football experience. Yeah, it's a cool thing.
I had about as good of 4 years football-wise. I wouldn't trade the 4 years I had football-wise with anybody.
Yeah.
We had Tim Brown win the Heisman my freshman year. They won the national championship, and it was Catholics versus convicts. Was my sophomore year. They made it 30 for 30. That I'm in out of that.
And that was a dynamic and a story that was way bigger than anything really can be in sports anymore.
It was huge.
Because college football, there were only so many things on television, and that was a big deal.
It was there were so many elements to that rivalry. My junior year, they went 12-1 and finished number 2. And then my senior year, they won they didn't win the Orange Bowl, but Rocket Ishmael almost won the Heisman. They won like 9 games. I went there. It was a good time, man.
What are you doing? This is relevant to the Texans. Okay. A lot of Texans fans have identified the tight end Tyler Warren from Penn State as a guy that they'd like to get their hooks into.
Yes.
Myself included.
Indeed.
And yet he faces the Golden Domers.
Yeah, I think they'll be okay because Penn State doesn't have that much on the outside. I think they'll be able to throw resources.
Notre Dame's secondary versus those receivers are just you can limit Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren will get his touches and everything, but that's a big mismatch.
They got 2 really good safeties. Xavier Watts is a defensive player of the year last year, and then Schuler is a redshirt freshman who's a really good safety.
You're hoping Tyler Warren has like 150 yards receiving, and yet it's all for naught.
Yeah, let Jordan get his 39 points. And then worry about everybody else.
Maybe we should, because I do like Tyler Warren, but maybe I hope that he has a little bit of a lackluster performance. Drive him down a little bit.
Drive the value down.
Inject a little skepticism. They're like, what can this guy do in big-time games anyway?
This is not a daily fantasy take by you. This is a drive his stock price down to the draft.
Yeah. I think he's probably gonna get a bunch of
I would
targets.
go more than, I would go more than. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday, and we asked him, C.J. Stroud, numbers are down this year, but they still love C.J. Stroud over there, and they still talk about how awesome C.J. And I think C.J.'s done a lot of good things this year. Is C.J. a better quarterback now than he was?
I'm sure you could talk to him about it, but CJ's had a really good year. So he's done a really nice job. I think his overall grasp and understanding of what we're doing offensively, and I think he made a comment in the 2 or 3 games ago, whatever it was after the game, that he's seen it better than he has. He's seen it better right now than he has earlier in his career. Mm-hmm. Look, this position, it's the hardest position in all of sports. Like, I'll argue that with anybody on any level. It's the hardest thing that you do. Things happen quick. You're going to have to deal with things. When you play, people have an opportunity to evaluate what do you do well, what are your weaknesses, what are some of the things that maybe if we force him to do this. So part of growth and development is having an understanding of not only what you're doing offensively on your side of the ball, but having an understanding of what they're doing on the other side of the ball. So CJ's done a great job. He's had a good attitude. He's had a good approach, and he's been very open and honest and about where he is and maybe some of the things that he's had to deal with. But I've talked about this. D'Amico's talked about this. There's no other player that we'd rather have playing quarterback than C.J. Stroud for this football team, and he's played a lot of good football, and hopefully he can continue that moving forward into the playoffs.
I didn't want to read too much into this, except that when he said the things he's had to deal with, like on the surface, okay, just the offensive struggles in general, but I wondered if I wondered if maybe that was a little bit of he is actually really banged up. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
you never know with any particular guy. Maybe something in his personal family life or something. I have zero clue. But everything he said about quarterbacking in general, I agree with, and part of it is, just to put it very simply, it's everything they always say about a quarterback in his second year, and I would say this about Bobby Slowick, too, an offensive coordinator in his second year. Teams start to get a beat on what you like to do, what you're good at, what you can't do. And it's been really hard this year with the Texans where, it's just old school Madden, Pop Warner, whatever it might be. Man, defenses have been able to, without getting super technical about it, defenses wanted to take the top off the offense and were willing to concede a little bit versus the run or things underneath. And the Texans weren't able to take advantage of that. Mm-hmm. Because they couldn't run the ball. So that's bad. If you can't run versus a 7-man front, if you can't run versus cover 2, you're an atrocious rushing offense. And they have been. Even when Joe Mixon does well, they're still it's boom or bust. The other side of it on CJ, though, and on Bobby is, all right, there's other ways to exploit cover 2. There's other ways to exploit softer coverages. And why are they not carving people up underneath? Yeah. Why are there not crossers and rub routes and everything all over the place? That's where the dynamic that we don't know and we don't get insight into is exactly how is that playing out between CJ and Bobby? Are there things that CJ wants to do that Bobby's uncomfortable with, or vice versa? We just don't know. And it's tough because you got to trust that when it comes to the offseason, they know how to fix that.
Yeah.
And I think CJ's gotten a lot better at some of the more boring elements of the game. Just taking the checkdowns, taking the easy money, all the cliches.
He's doing that a lot more
taking
this
a
year.
profit.
Yep.
That's part of the maturation of a quarterback, and it's hard to do when you're wired like a guy who's CJ who wants to push the ball downfield.
What's your confidence level in CJ having a good game on Saturday?
Not great because, everything we just talked about, whenever we've seen the Texans this year go against teams that are solid run defenses, they very rarely run the ball very effectively at all. And a lot of things that Bobby's trying to do to set up the pass, it's all for naught because defenses aren't biting. Mm-hmm. They like the Titans in that first game. All right, yeah, we'll see. No, we'll get to the run eventually.
Yeah.
We're just going to have our linebackers sit back here at 7 yards.
Sat in the cutback lanes.
Yeah, and they'll just we'll just wait. We can take care of the run. Don't worry about that. And it's hard to get anything to operate that way.
So
I'm not overly pessimistic about the Texans' prospects of winning. I think I have a realistic. If I look at it as objectively as possible, this is like any NFL game where, the Chargers are a better team, but it's any given Saturday in the NFL.
Sure.
The Texans defensively can do some things to make life really difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And if they can take the ball away, yes, they've got a swinging chance in this game, but it's got to come with a +2 turnover margin.
+2 turnover margin.
They're very capable of doing it, but that's what it's got to include in my mind.
Yep. Moves along the offensive line. Titus Howard moving to left guard has been the biggest one. We asked Nick Caserio yesterday, how's that gone so far, Titus to left guard?
Titus has done a really nice job since we kind of moved him over. Some of it was by need. We lost a number of players, injury, and then it's what are our best options there? And I think part of the calculus of the discussion was if we moved Titus, be an opportunity for us to put Blake over there at right tackle and to get him some snaps, and Blake's gone in there and done a commendable job. But give Titus a lot of credit for being a good teammate, being kind of selfless and kind of handling it as professionally as he has. It's not easy. Titus is a good football player. I think he's shown through the years that he has position versatility, and when you have position versatility across the offensive line, it just gives you a lot more flexibility. So he's gone in there really without any reps because he practiced essentially from spring to training camp, and during the regular season, he was exclusively at right tackle. And then we had it's not as easy as it might look on paper, but a lot of credit to Titus and the approach that he's taken. Right now, we feel that's the best thing for the football team. And then with Juice coming back last week, putting him over there at right guard because Shaq wasn't available. So whoever the best 5 are, whatever we feel that gives us the best chance to win that week, then we're going to go ahead and do that. Some of it's based on player availability as well. So we'll take it case by case, week by week. But, Titus has done a nice job kind of making that move.
Titus at left guard, if he were a full-time left guard, I'd be really excited about that,
Yeah.
honestly.
I'm rooting for this going into next season.
But it's a little bit like people that wanted Tony Romo to be a coach. The first prerequisite to being a coach in the NFL is that you got to really want to be a coach.
Yeah.
Like any coach listening right now knows that, like, no matter how much money you're making, you got to live that life to be good at it. Romo's never struck me as a guy that wants to be a coach or work those kinds of hours or anything. Like on any level. You want to be a good high school coach? You got to go coach. You got to teach history all day and then work a full-time job as a high school coach.
He's got better again this year, but the last 3 years he's barely felt like he's wanted to be an announcer. Tony
Romo, yeah. I was thinking Titus Howard. Yeah. So Titus, I feel like with Titus, this is what I hope for him in the future is, and maybe this would pay dividends during the playoffs. Like if he could really like embrace that, like, oh, wait a second, like I could actually be a really, really good guard. Yeah. I could be. I'm way more. He's a passable athlete as an offensive.
You need
tackle.
to give him a pep talk.
He could be really good as a guard. Now, and the other thing is with Laramie Tunsil, and where I've tried to be. You and I were talking during the break where you feel like I've been pretty measured about Laramie Tunsil. Yeah. Where a lot of people just flat out, want to cut him, this, that.
Trade him.
Like I 100% acknowledge that Laramie Tunsil is a very, very good pass protector. With Laramie, it's always been frustrating for me because I feel like athletically he's got the potential to be much more. I think midway through the season or so is whenever he started taking responsibility for his penalties. Mm-hmm. He also looked like he showed he's committed to trying to run block. The problem is, all right, it's a big change. It's a big change for a guy at his age to all of a sudden become a blue collar. Like I'm gonna be the complete package. Right. But I do think he's trying, and it reminds me of Roger Dorn in Major League. Yes. And I think maybe I'm getting too old because I don't think this resonates as much as it should.
I know what you're talking about.
Roger Dorn in Major League was this prima donna third baseman.
Third baseman.
But he was thinking about his life after football, and he wanted to be a movie star, and he wouldn't take hard ground balls and everything. But when they make the switch, he was willing to do all those things.
Yeah, man.
And
icing down after games. And
I think Laramie is trying to make that transition. So the thought of Laramie and Titus at left tackle and left guard, I think that could be really good in the future.
I do too.
If Laramie Tunsil stays committed to the way he's trying to operate now.
NFL announce team rankings on awful announcing. How did our friend Ross Tucker stack up?
Ooh.
This is a vote of about 50,000 people. How did our friend Ross Tucker and others, who's the best announced team in the NFL? I think this is really, the number one team on here is really interesting. Very interesting considering the drama surrounding the announcers at this network. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Texans, Chargers, Super exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We talk about announcers, like play-by-play and color guys, a lot on the show here because they affect your enjoyment of the game sometimes. And Awful Announcing, great website, been around for a long time, covers the broadcasting game. Every year they do a report card on the various announce crews for the NFL. And this year there's more than ever because they go all the way to like ones that only did one game together. Like J.J. Watt and Nate Burleson and Ian Eagle got a report card, even though they only did one game together. So there's 25 announced teams on here that were voted on. There's 50,000 votes or 50,000 grades that were that were cast by people. And just to give you an idea, the average grade, they do it on a scale of 1 to 5. The average grade is 2.43 of the top 25. Oh, that's the college one. So the grades hover for the whole grade, for the whole group of 25, the grades hover around the mid-2s, which stands to reason. That's a C.
Yeah.
So they've got 25 of them here, and I'm skimming. I'm not going to go through the whole top 25 because I don't know that people care about some of these announced teams. I'll stop at the ones that I think people do care about. And as I page down, starting at 25, I get to 22. Chris Rose and Ross Tucker, NFL Network. To my knowledge, I think they only did that one Patriots-Chargers game together.
Oh, so Ross can be in multiple appearances here.
Ross is here multiple times.
All right, so yeah, so some of this is simply going to be the vast majority of the electorate didn't even see these partners together.
Fair, yeah. They said
not like you get enough exposure to a lot of guys. Yeah.
Said despite and they do the Awful Announcing does a sort of a summary of each of these announced teams. Kind of telling what the grades were for them, and it says this: despite the relatively low grade, this booth drew a lot of praise in the comments that included everything from everyone loved this game, great duo, awesome, prepared, underrated, knowledgeable, should be permanent teammates.
Ooh.
Both Rose and Tucker drew individual praise. For Ross, individual praise such as, I enjoy Ross's energy and knowledge of the game, and so funny. And Ross is funny, I think. Maybe he's not everybody's cup of tea. I don't know, but I think he's really funny.
You know what he is? He's jovial.
Yes.
It's not necessarily. He's like
merry.
It's not like a Dennis Miller type comedian where you're like, I gotta go read a history book to understand this joke. So he's just having fun.
Okay, now on the flip side, there were further lines of people preferring Rose in studio instead of play-by-play. I would say that for Rich Eisen as well. And criticisms for Tucker. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Terrible.
What?
Annoying voice.
Yeah,
he's got a unique
some
voice.
time with him. He sounds drunk.
A little
he's
bit.
kind of like that's what I think a lot of people, after you get to know him, you find it endearing.
Yeah.
He doesn't, not by virtue of what he's saying, but he's just kind of got like that,
Comments came in more positive than you'd expect, given their overall grade.
Right.
Showing the divide between voters and voters who commented.
This is one of our goals as we become the best in the world. Is to put Ross over, because then also we have an ally.
Yes.
If he's the top 3 teams, then we've got a voice out there.
Yeah, Ross likes us a lot. So paging down, and look, there's Ross Tucker again at 19.
Ooh, he's climbing.
The crew that called the Texans-Titans game on Sunday. Tom McCarthy, Jay Feely, Ross Tucker, who he's been paired up with multiple times. That's CBS is his much more regular gig than the NFL Network.
I like, Jay Feely, his first year or two as a broadcaster, I did not like at all. But part of it was I think they were trying to kind of pigeonhole him into talking about the special teams. And all right, there's only so much I really want to know about the special teams. So Jay Feely, you can tell, has done a lot of work on really learning the game and how to talk about the game in total.
So that I didn't realize this. So Ross Tucker is basically replaced James Lofton in that crew. So that was the James Lofton crew last year.
That's
an upgrade,
because we used to get a lot of James Lofton, very likable, but didn't always seem like he was really just checked in.
I'm a bigger Ross Tucker fan. Yeah. So much. How about this? Much of the praise here was for Ross Tucker for this crew. Some of that included Needs to be on every game. His energy is amazing.
Amazing energy, yes.
He has great energy. Truly a natural, exciting, knowledgeable, and just an all-around good time to watch and listen to.
Mm-hmm.
I can say that from experience, as can you. You and I both hung out with Ross socially before.
Yeah.
I watched the Snow game with him on Thursday night, the Jameis Winston game.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun to watch with Ross Tucker.
Yeah, he is.
Because he was into that game.
Yeah, he is a large personalitied individual. I
loves football.
I've been in restaurants with him where I'm kind of like, hey, tamp down a little bit, Ross. People are like, you're turning this thing into a radio show.
Yeah, but it's great. Most knowledgeable color guy, yet so underrated and underused. I learn something new every time I listen to Ross, and hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
McCarthy drew a lot of praise as well. A lot of the criticism for this crew was with Jay Feely.
Yeah.
With several saying they'd give a McCarthy-Tucker booth alone a higher grade.
Yeah, I think that too. Like, sometimes with the three-man booths, it feels like the producers are almost just like they feel like they need training wheels or something. And because if you've got a good duo, the third voice just makes things clunky.
Mm-hmm. Now Ross Tucker and that crew is 19. The very next crew is Drew Carter, Mina Kimes, and Dan Orlovsky for the cartoon Simpson play-by-play that they did.
Ross just missed out.
I feel like Ross would have a great one-liner on that. Like,
You lost to Homer Simpson.
I finished behind a cartoon group that did a Simpsons game.
I'm basically Lisa Simpson. I'm the least desirable of the Simpsons.
Right. I'm Maggie, the baby.
I like Maggie way better than Lisa.
I do too.
Lisa can
annoying.
get bent.
Lisa's
nerd.
Lisa's annoying. All right, so paging down other crews on this list that we may care about as I continue to page down. 17, don't care about them. 16, you got to go to another page for 15. Let me look at my rundown here because I've got it. At 14, how about this? 14th. Definitely the crew that's making the most money collectively. Because Tom Brady makes $37 million a year. Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady are 14th among all the play-by-play crews, among fans voting in this
I think
thing.
and that's where I think we're getting into the territory where celebrity matters. And I did not get to watch Tom Brady early in the season much at all on the TV broadcasts. I've watched him a couple times in the last few weeks, and I've liked him. I thought that I just enjoy. I think he's starting to do a good job of like when to kind of give insight into the X's and O's versus the human side of things.
Yeah.
But with Brady, what I always expected with him is like anybody that tries really hard at something, sometimes at the beginning it doesn't sound as good as like a Tony Romo who's just going out there and letting it fly.
Yep.
I think it's going to be, if he continues with broadcasting, it's going to be a steady growth because he's probably maybe over-preparing in some respects and trying to figure out how to say just the right thing. So, but I enjoyed him.
What I wonder with Brady is the reports are that he's going to be very involved in this coaching hire for the Raiders. He owns part of the Raiders, for those who don't know. It's easy for him to operate with this dual life that he's got going on right now, being what looks to be an involved owner in a team, not a passive owner, and being one of the primary commentary voices on TV. It's easy to do that when the Raiders suck.
Yeah.
If the Raiders ever get good, I'll be interested to see how that whole thing gets handled.
Yeah, right now I could see like in those production meetings when a guy like Tom Brady is going to be, I think, asking a lot of really good questions about the football side of things and the strategy and everything.
To him. Yeah.
Right. Like when it's now and he's just kind of at an arm's length from the Raiders, or was, and the Raiders aren't any good, guys aren't going to worry about it too much. But yeah, if they get good, they're probably going to start being more close to the best.
Yeah.
But also, never underestimate this. All these coaches also want Tom Brady to think they're smart. And that in the future, if Tom Brady has an opportunity to hire him, there's a self-promotional side to some of those production
I hadn't thought
meetings.
about that. That's good. I hadn't thought about that. 14th is really low, though, for the lead. Because just to contextualize that a little bit, the lead teams on each of the networks, for example, Nance and Romo are 6th, which I think CBS would probably feel like, okay, well, we'd rather they be 1. I mean, but Nance and Romo are 6th. Tirico and Collinsworth are 3. Buck and Aikman are 2. And again, for those listening, this is awful announcing rankings of all the NFL announced teams. This is the most interesting thing of this whole list. Joe Davis and Greg Olsen are number 1.
Yeah.
The number 2 team on Fox, the guy who Brady replaced, and I think Greg Olsen's, for people who care about this stuff, I think Greg Olsen is a very sympathetic figure.
Yeah.
Clearly a lot of these fans care to some degree. When I was paging down, and I'm getting to like all the number 1 teams that are all in the top 5 or 6 there, I'm like, dang, who is number one? I'm like, whoa. Joe Davis and Greg Olsen.
Yeah.
Clearly, the people out there think is a much better. They're not like Burkhardt and Brady aren't even the best Fox team on this list.
The interesting part about this is that when it comes to dealing to a mass audience, the overall public, Madden did it, but Greg Olsen can explain some of the concepts in layman's terms, and I think people really appreciate that.
Yeah.
But it's still okay, this website, it's awful announcing, which I know it's mostly a comedy type thing, but they're hardcore sports fans.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the people watching on any given Sunday, it's also just the people that are only watching on Sunday.
Yeah.
And a lot of those people like hearing Tom Brady's name or seeing Tom Brady, or it just feels like there's more cachet to it.
Yeah.
So I think Brady's always going to have the upper hand in that regard.
Sure.
But as far as maybe the connoisseurs of football watching, Greg Olsen has really grown on me because early in the first year or two, it was, for me, part of it was just simply he wasn't really speaking with a broadcasting voice, and I had a hard time hearing him.
Yeah.
And, people say, well, I got to adjust the levels. No, there's some of it that's just man,
his voice.
How forceful are you saying what you're saying? He grew into that part of it, and now it's I want to hear what Greg Olsen's opinion is on why this play broke down.
I just instantly like him when I listen to the games.
Yeah.
He's got a really likable tone. He's got huge energy. And then you watch him break down a few plays, oh yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about too.
It's not huge over the top energy.
No, but it's the optimal.
Yeah.
It's a perfect amount of energy. For those wondering, real quick, Seth, the Iron Eagle, Nate Burleson, J.J. Watt trio that did the Steelers and Chiefs. I guess that would have been Steelers Chiefs Christmas Day. 10th out of 25. That's pretty good
After one showing. Yeah. I mean, it won. Right, a lot of people watched.
Right behind the Manning cast, which finished 9th.
Oh, I feel like that should be in a whole different category.
Yeah, I almost feel like that there should be another voting for alternate broadcast.
I've told you for the Manning cast, I enjoy it if it were a podcast. I kind of like some of the conversations they get into and everything, but for watching the actual game, especially when they have the non-football people on, or even some of the football people, it's just they're not paying enough attention to the game for my in-game experience.
Yeah. You're doing pretty good today. You had a flight yesterday, man.
Oh, I didn't. I had 3 flights because one of the flights was delayed 4.5 hours.
That sounds awful.
2 of which I spent on the ground waiting for the plane to be fixed. And then
I'm impressed. We're in the 9 o'clock hour. You did not get a lot of rest last night.
We deplaned. I won't go through the whole rigmarole. It was kind of it was probably the worst travel day I've ever had that wasn't involving a real bad disaster or something.
Yeah.
So just to tidy it all up, we arrived to Houston, I believe, 4 hours and 45 minutes late. Landed at 12:30 p.m. a.m. Excuse me, 12:30 a.m.
12:30 a.m.
And which was after a conversation I had with Sean T. Pendergast early in the morning, where I was debating whether or not I should check my luggage. I thought to myself, you know what? Yeah, I'm just going to check my carry-on. I'm just going to enjoy, walking around the airport unweighted and all that.
To be clear, you're normally not a baggage checker. I am, and I
do it case by case. Okay. I put way more thought into it than I should. In this instance, I decided to check my carry-on bag.
Yeah.
It was hey, I had time. I was going to be getting in at 8:30 p.m. or whenever it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get half hour late. It's 12:30 a.m. We all, just our haggard band of refugees, make our way to the carousel.
You bond with people.
Yeah. And it's been a journey, man. It's been a journey. This same group of people has been on 2 different airplanes over the course of many, many hours.
Basically, it's an episode of Lost.
Yeah. I was the leader. And no, it wasn't. It wasn't we weren't that tight yet. This is where everybody got really tight.
Yeah.
So let me check my text to fact check myself. Yes, 1:15 a.m. I texted Brandy. Still at the luggage claim.
No way.
Still at the baggage claim.
No way.
And I'm kind of I'm trying to keep my, just thinking of all my breathing exercises and everything. Hey, man, at the end of the day, this is no tragedy. I'm cool. I'm not going to get angry about this. What are you going to do? Sometimes this happens.
Sure.
I've had a pretty good run of 0 travel issues.
Right.
Just everybody gets his comeuppance at some point. So at 1:20 a.m., the carousel starts moving.
Okay.
It buzzes.
Dude, when you've been waiting for it that long and it happens.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Holy
it felt
grail.
like such a release. The first piece of luggage comes down the belt.
That's a beautiful sight.
Nice little mid-sized suitcase. Yeah. It drops on the carousel.
It comes down that little ramp. Yeah.
It makes it a quarter way around the carousel.
And
the belt stops. We all just sat there looking at each other. Like, what do we do? And they're all looking at me. I'm the leader. And I no, they weren't. But everybody's like, no, it can't be. It can't be. And it was.
How much longer did it?
We waited 10 more minutes. Everybody started, all of a sudden, with no announcement or anything, everybody starts like in a mass exodus going to another carousel.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's one of those situations where they just had the wrong announcement or something. I didn't know. So like, I'm a herd member. I go along with the herd.
I'm never a leader at the baggage claim area ever. I just go, I see that guy was on my plane.
It was there was no other flight down there at that time. It was just us.
Yeah.
And that was all because the Judas goat had gone over to check like the special claims or something. And we all followed him. And the woman comes on, and I actually felt she did a good job of genuinely making me feel bad for her having to announce it. Basically, the announcement, it was several announcements, and me with one of my fellow passengers who had a geotag on his bag.
Yeah, those are great.
After our app had told us that our bags had already been delivered to Carousel 12, he's looking at his geotag, or his air tag, and he's like, well, I don't know where this is in the airport, but it's definitely not this terminal.
Yeah.
That's where my bag. And the announcements are basically like, we're trying to find, not like, it wasn't, sir, I'm trying to find your bag. It was like, we're trying to find all the bags.
They lost all the bags.
All the bags.
They lost all the bags at the same airport.
Yes. And that's when I lost it internally. It was something that lady actually soothed me a little bit. It was after the one bag came down and the belt stopped.
Yeah.
That I almost
the ultimate tease.
If there were a United employee around to actually talk to, I probably would have done something which I never just lose it on an airline employee.
Yeah.
I'm the exact opposite in stressful situations. Most airline employees really want to help you. And if you're just nice to them, it's amazing how far they'll go. I lost it. And I tethered myself back in.
Wow.
But I've never had so many wrong things happen on a flight before in America.
That's crazy.
This is third world stuff. The number of different things. The only thing I can say is thank you, United, for not sending us up on the first airplane, which very well could have killed us because the lights all went out and everything.
Oh, jeez.
But everything after that, oh my
God.
gosh. So I ended up I came here. I was like, okay, I'm going to sleep. I'm just going to come straight to the studio and sleep at the studio.
You're doing good today.
I got 2 hours of sleep, and I feel pretty good.
Yeah, you're doing good today.
Thanks, man.
Get some rest today, though. Man, pray for Seth, everybody. All right?
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I might never need sleep again. I'm going to make that mistake of having one good day on 2 hours of sleep and thinking, I basically don't need
The show is amazing.
I never realized it, but I'm superhuman.
That's right. Nick Caserio yesterday said something right out of the chute when we asked him about how we feeling about the team that had very divergent opinions among the shows here on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk about that. You'll hear it coming up next.
Oh, you need somebody to manage your...
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio was on the show yesterday. Good interview, good conversation. A lot of good feedback on that. You can get it on the podcast, Payne and Pendergast, on the Odyssey app. We asked Nick right out of the chute, what are the vibes? How we feeling? How we feeling about the team heading into the postseason? Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, definitely appreciated the opportunity. I think when you kind of turn the page and you get through the regular season, to have your team in a position to compete when you're playing meaningful football in December and January, it carries a certain weight along with it. So everybody's excited about the opportunity in front of us. We had a great sort of first day of preparation, first day of work. We were actually out there on a field yesterday practicing on a Tuesday, which isn't normal, but the fact that the game is Sunday, we've kind of structured the schedule. And what we've found is when we work, we play good football. So the players were focused. The players had the right mindset. It's not easy because you come off the heels of a Sunday game and you got to kind of turn the page, but everybody understands what's in front of us and the awareness is heightened and everybody's excited about the opportunity in front of us against a good Los Angeles team that's coming in here on Saturday.
So the relevant part of that I thought was interesting was he said when we work, on these short weeks, we tend to play better. And I know they've kind of messed around with like what's their approach during a short week. Do you prioritize rest and recovery and load management, or do you get out there on the practice field? And it sounded to me, the way I was taking it was like, okay, some teams might in a short week, especially at the end of the season, say, all right, rest is paramount, so we'll do a walkthrough or something. It sounds like D'Amico and Caserio realize, like, no, we got to get out there and practice. These guys play better when they're out there getting practice.
In re-listening to him, we're going to play what Clint Stoerner thought of this in just a second, because he took it, I think, in a different direction than we took it.
Yeah.
And then a different direction in what I think Nick meant by stressing when we work, because he emphasized work. But in re-listening to it, and I didn't catch this the first time, but he said we've structured the schedule, and we found out that when I didn't hear the structure of the schedule part of this. So this sounds to me like exactly what you're talking about, Seth. It's like, hey man, like we have to operate we find when we operate this way the week of a game, we play better on Sunday, or in this case, Saturday.
Yeah.
It's just a better version of the Texans. Now, there are people out there that may have heard it the same way that the guys in the afternoon, specifically. I know Tyler confirms that he heard it that way, and Clint as well. And I don't know if Ron was on board with that as well, based on this audio. I was listening at the time. I apologize, but I know Clint was so emphatic about it that's the one I remember.
Yeah, we heard it. Clint and I heard it differently.
Yeah. Here's the drive yesterday.
You heard him there, Clint. He said when we work, damn it, we play well. What he said. Now, Clint's fingers are. If you can't probably see it, the camera that low on YouTube and Twitter. But Clint's fingers are banging a little bit on the table ever so slightly. What jumped out when you heard that part of the interview?
You tell me when you hear general manager or head coach in week 19 of the season, we know when we work, we play well. We play good football, I'm sorry. When we work, we play good football. Tyler, you're a huge Texans fan. You cover a little closer than most folks, so I think there's a good straddle there of what do you hear right there? You tell me.
That tells me on the front end, and just so everybody knows, me and you haven't even talked about this, Clint, so I hope I'm right. But it tells me, hey, possibly some weeks this football season, where the proper work has not been put in. Is that what you're feeling?
Absolutely, 100%. When we work, we play good football. Yeah, like that. The fact that we're at a spot where our good football is dependent on if and when we work, and we work hard, and we work detailed, and we work well. The fact that we're there 2 years in, really, it's obviously with Nick, it's 4 or 5 years, 4 years, I think, but with D'Amico and this team, we've won 20 ball games in 2 years, and here we sit, and we're talking about when we work, we play good football. Now,
okay. So this is where Clint and I differ. I think Clint took that as he heard it like where he said at the end, when we work hard, when we work detailed and work well. Clint's adding some adjectives there. that put it on the players, I think, on like the actual, like, okay, are they actually working hard? I very much felt like, and the way I understood it, the way I felt about it at the moment was just that he's talking about the actual practice schedule.
Yes.
Because especially on short weeks, practices at the end of the season, that's a lot of time and energy goes into the head coaching job of like trying to figure out, all right, what's the pulse of this team? Does the team as a whole need rest? Or do we need to get out there and practice? And what tempo is the practice going to be? Are we going to be in shoulder pads for 9-on-7 or whatever it might be? That's how I took it. I did know in the moment that I felt like the way Nick had phrased it, that people might take it the way Clint did.
Yeah.
But and then we would go on to talk a little bit about load management, and that kind of buttressed my thoughts on what Nick was saying.
Yeah, I thought it clarified.
Yeah, that it's really a matter of just, and especially because he was talking about how do you approach a short week. We went out and we had a practice on a Tuesday instead of maybe a walkthrough or something like that. I don't put that on the players not working hard or paying attention to detail. I think that's more just like what every NFL coach is doing this time of year is like you got to make that really hard decision about preparation versus rest, and that what Nick has realized and Caserio, or what Nick and D'Amico and others have realized is like, okay, you know what? Like we just flat out when we get out there and practice, yeah, it just might not be the safest thing injury wise and everything, but we play better in the game.
Yeah, and I think too. Look who we're talking about here. We're talking about Nick Caserio has come on this show 50 times probably, right?
Yeah.
Like once a month for the last 4 years, and name a time where he has thrown a player or a coach under the bus in the way that construing that audio would have him doing.
Yeah.
Would be implying that he's got a team of guys that don't work hard or don't put in the work or don't put in the necessary work in order to be a good football team.
Yeah.
Which, that would be totally out of character for him to do, to come in and have that take on this show.
Yeah, yeah. So
whether it's true or whether there's any truth to it or not, I don't think he would air that on a radio show.
Honestly, that's where I think so much of the challenge of coaching these days, when you have so many resources available to you, is learning, okay, D'Amico embraces the sports science of things, but D'Amico also understands, there's still an old school football element to this. And or like football or any other team, we're like, all right, if you want to get better as a team, you got to try to find that balance between, am I pushing them too hard? Do I need to back off? Like anybody who's in charge of large groups of people in the military know this, like military officers actually know this better than football coaches do, like the importance of R&R, but you got to try to balance it out and everything.
Yep.
A lot of football coaches are out there like pretending to be their movie version of a general without understanding like all the stuff that generals understand. So I think it's interesting, and I think the part about it, just whatever opinion you had of that, and whether you think Clint was more correct or like my hearing of it was more correct, it's a reminder to me that this is still a very young team in a lot of regards. You've got a lot of older vets there, but a lot of your key players, and including some of the older vets, are new to the team. So some of the young players are new to the league and new to the team.
MO's
a lot of the
different,
older
man.
guys are new to this scheme, both offensively and defensively. And you got to find that balance of like, all right, you know what? There's some teams that are kind of well-oiled machines already. And if they got the right veteran-rookie balance, you can go out there and have three-quarter speed practices or half-speed practices this time of year. The Texans aren't there yet.
No.
And it sounds like that's what D'Amico and Caserio have kind of realized as well. It's like, all right, sure, the GPS numbers don't look great as a whole, but the first and foremost, we gotta get the operation better. We gotta be out there practicing.
Does it have anything for you with this game when you hear, like, they've clearly done the research and that when they operate this way, they just play much better, that they recognize that and they're operating that way for this game?
On a short week, right? Because that was the big part that you and I even ignored too, is like that it's the short week dynamic too.
Yeah, and they've been good on short weeks this year. They're 0-4.
They're 0-4 in short weeks with a loss to the Jets.
Yeah.
So yes, it does, because again, going back to the whole, okay, do they need rest or whatever? Like they had a mini bye week before the Titans game, and then in the Titans game, a lot of their starters only played minimal reps or just even like not a full slate of reps. I think energy wise and like trying to kind of vibe check them just through interviews and everything, it feels like they're pretty refreshed and they're physiologically capable of embracing the psychological message of, hey, new season, like, hey, wash out wash the taste of your mouth out of any of the things that we couldn't get accomplished. Like, this is a clean slate. So, yeah, I do feel good about it.
Yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll dig into the game deep tomorrow. Chargers, Texans. I'm getting excited for this over at NRG. Should be a great day. Great day for tailgating, great day for football, and hopefully a great day for a Texans victory over the Los Angeles Chargers. Could it be going any more differently for the two rookies from last season's Rockets team right now? We'll explain. Some audio for you coming up next.
from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 10 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, all the screens split tonight. We got college football playoff semifinal, 6:30. Rockets are in Memphis to take on the Grizzlies. I think I saw Ja Morant's on the injury list, so we'll see if we get a look at Ja Morant when they play the Grizzlies tonight. Rockets still sitting, I believe, at the 2 seed, sitting up there among the loveliest of the lovely teams. Everybody's on a different planet than OKC right now in the Western Conference, but the Rockets, on that other planet, the Rockets rule the roost.
Yeah.
They're, the OKC's got their own gigantic planet where they're by themselves, and then the Rockets rule everybody else right now.
I think the Texas game, Texas runs outside a lot. They have a lot of outside zone runs and whatnot. And Ohio State's run defense does a pretty good job of squelching that. So I think it very much becomes a Quinn Ewers game.
Yeah.
And just, which would
have me nervous.
They're going to put him on. Unless Texas can really get their outside zone working against that Buckeye defense, that'll kind of tell the tale of how the rest of the game goes.
Yeah.
If Texas comes off and pops off a couple of nice outside zone runs early in the game, then it might predict good things for the sum total of everything.
Yeah. Ohio State's just operating at a different level right now offensively. They got so many weapons, man.
It feels like Texas, in some respects, like they are a much better version of what the Texans would like to do.
Yeah.
Texas has done a much better job of actually accomplishing it. But if you get that outside zone, it makes everything easier for everybody. And it just Ohio State is positioned to not allow that to happen. It's the big test. If they want to run that offense the way it can really be run.
I'm excited for tonight. I got a little Notre Dame Penn State action, and that'll be fun. My team has not been – they've been to this stage before when it was a 4-team playoff. They've been in the semis a couple times, but never to the point where they've been a favorite in the semis for sure. Mm-hmm. They got blown out by Clemson a couple years ago. They got blown out by Alabama. They got blown out by Alabama in the national title game back when it was just the BCS and it was just 2 teams. So this is the first time I've ever felt like true hope that my team could win the whole thing. So we'll see what happens tonight. And then the Rockets in Memphis, I was watching yesterday, I saw some clips from a podcast that Joakim Noah and Zach Randolph were on together. Those are 2 interesting personalities.
I remember Joakim.
Yeah, those are 2 people that had some mercurial personalities back in the day.
When I say I remember Joakim Noah, it's more like oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, boy, that was like
hating that
almost
guy.
like a cultural phenomenon in a weird way and everything. It just brings me back to a different era of sports.
Man. Yeah, son of Yannick Noah, the tennis player. Yeah. Could it be going any more differently right now for the Rockets' 2 last season rookies? Here is the guys they drafted last year. They drafted Amen Thompson with the 4th pick, and then Cam Whitmore slides all the way to the 20th pick. There were people thinking that the Rockets should have taken Cam Whitmore with the 4th pick. He was viewed as a top 5 player who slid. This is Joakim Noah and Zach Randolph talking about Amen Thompson.
Man, I watched Houston play the other day. I saw this kid, Thompson.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
He first
twins.
Yeah,
He
locking up, too. He a beast.
He's a bad motherfucker, man. Amen Thompson, he's my favorite player right now. I'm watching his
I like what Ime doing over there as a whole. He got them young boys going.
Yeah.
Them young boys going. No bullshit. Shout out to my boy Ime, man. Portland. Portland's finest, man.
Yeah. That was Zach Randolph there.
Yeah.
He was the last voice there.
I was trying to remember with Cam Hayward, too, is he 20? How old is he? He's
Cam
Did
Whitmore.
I say Hayward again?
You did, yeah.
What a weird duo to get confused.
Same first name. I mean, you're halfway there.
Yeah, but I was like, Cam Newton would make more sense at least, like than a 290-pound defensive lineman. Though I think with Cam Whitmore, I just try to keep remembering, like, you know what? He's young, and just like with Jalen Green, who just lo and behold, Jalen Green's starting to look like a guy who, at the ripe old age of being in his early 20s, is starting to mature a little bit and become a more complete player. I try to remember that with Cam, the Rockets, Cam Whitmore. The part about Amen Thompson, I mean, it's just that might be the biggest and best indicator of just Udoka and the way as good head coaches do. They can have their team take on their personality. Mm-hmm. And then when you add into it the fact that they are as young as they are with so many of those guys, Amon Thompson is just the right kind of beloved player.
He's clearly, I mean, they've already made a commitment to Jalen Green. Not a massive year. I mean, it's a lot of money, $30 million a year. They made a bigger
tradable.
But tradable. Yeah, after the season they can trade him. They signed Şengün to a 5-year deal. That's a much bigger commitment. I feel like Şengün is not somebody they're moving off of. Jalen Green, I think, is somebody they can move off of in the right deal. Of the other guys, the other highly drafted guys, because there's been 2 every year for that 3-year period. Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, Amen Thompson, and Cam Whitmore. Amen is clearly the guy out of those 4 that at some point is going to get another big deal. Like, there's so much that he brings to the team. I think they feel the same way, too, about Tari Eason. He just can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
He's just not on the floor enough. But Amen Thompson, man, that's really cool, like, for the Rockets to start hearing guys that, like, around the league or former players that are like, hey, man, I was watching these Rockets. Like, that's a pretty fun team to watch.
Right.
You know, it's Amen Thompson. I'm into this Amen Thompson.
It's weird, you know what, it's in stark contrast to the last time the Rockets were a really good basketball team. Yeah, all the old heads from the NBA would just complain about what a hard watch they were.
Yeah.
Just like all the stoppages, everything that comes with everything that would come with James Harden play and the style of offense and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Now I would swap maybe out a little bit of shooting ability with those old teams to
they shot the ball better, for sure.
They could.
Yes.
Now they weren't as good as. They were never as good at three-point shooting as you'd like them to be given the volume, but they were a much better shooting team than one of the worst shooting teams in the league.
Yep. Yeah. Let's squeeze this in here. This was we did an impromptu Pettycast a little earlier in the 8 o'clock hour. We didn't get to this one, but anytime Charles Barkley goes off on LeBron James, I'm here for it. I like listening to it. Here's Charles Barkley just saying he hates the Lakers on the studio show the other night.
Why I hate the Lakers? Why do you hate the Lakers? Chuck, tell us. Why I hate the Lakers, it's always somebody else's fault. Remember 3 years ago, it was Russell Westbrook's fault. Then it was Frank Vogel's fault. Then it was D'Angelo Russell's fault. Then it was Darvin Ham's fault. It's always somebody else's fault. The Lakers listen, LeBron is one of the all-time greats. AD is a hell of a player. That's it. The rest of the guys are just guys. Every team got those guys. And it bothers me. Listen, you don't always blame other people for your shortcomings.
The nice thing about Barkley is a lot of times commentators will be accused of hating teams, and the commentators will defend themselves and say, no, I talk this way about every day. Barkley just comes right out with it. I hate him.
Yes.
Hey, Barkley hates the Lakers. He's like, yeah, did you listen to what I just said? I hate them.
I like how he says, like, he talked, there was more audio, I don't know if it was from the same studio show or a different one where he's like, talks about the Lakers suck. And I'm like, well, I mean, I guess for a team that has LeBron on it,
they're like the 6th seed right now.
Yeah, they're 20 and 16.
He's 40 years old.
It is kind of cool. Like, I do like the fact that the NBA, which for a while, and the Rockets were guilty of this, like under Daryl Morey, they just went star hunting all the time.
Yeah.
And the Sixers did the same, have done the same thing with Daryl Morey there as well, like going and getting Paul George, they do it with James Harden. I like that at least in the West, that the teams that are killing it in the West right now are Oklahoma City. They're on the other end of one of those trades.
Yeah.
Like they traded Paul George and got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who might be the MVP of the league, and basically all of the Clippers picks from now until Rapture. The Rockets, which are an organically drafted and grown team. Memphis organically drafted John Morant, like young guy. Denver, they drafted Jokic and Murray, and I'm not saying that guy like those teams didn't go out and get some veterans to add to them, but they didn't go star chasing and try to create like teams that went star chasing. The Lakers, they're 6th. The Clippers went star chasing, they're 7th, and the stars all left. Phoenix is ready to have a garage sale at some point.
I think the problem with the Lakers too, it's just it's kind of like with the Cowboys where. And again, the Lakers are doing better than the Cowboys are or have been.
Yeah.
Obviously, but there's that element to where like you can't get out of the way of your own mystique. I know it's easy to blame LeBron for wanting to bring the stars in or his buddies as of old in previous years, but it's also I think the organization in its entirety, like you're a little too enamored of your past.
Mm-hmm.
And almost operating like you still feel like, oh, yeah, we're the Lakers. We show up and this is what happens.
Yep.
I mean, going all the way back to when they had their first go-round with signing all the big old names in, 2015 or so.
Well, they did it. I know they did it with Kobe and Shaq. They added Gary Payton and Karl Malone back in the day.
Yeah, but yeah.
That was the early 2000s. That didn't work.
No, right. But the recent iteration was 2015, 16, whatever.
Yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you. Look who's here. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Howdy. I'm doing great.
What's the appropriate level of nervous I should be for the college football playoff semifinal today?
None.
As someone who's invested in Notre Dame football like me.
I am.
Me emotionally and you financially.
Yes. Look, how
nervous
when
are
it's
you?
my squad,
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Let her rip?
Yeah, no, I'm always a little nervous.
Okay.
Always a lot nervous sometimes.
Are you like McLean in that once
No.
the playoffs begin, hey, any team from Texas is now you're a Longhorn?
That's the worst.
The geographical or even the SEC.
And John knows that's how I feel about it.
Oh, he knows that's how I feel, and I also feel like that's BS.
Yeah. Well, especially if you're an Aggie. I mean, that's a whole different level and era.
I do fall into the category of teams that I just start to like. Like, I've liked the Longhorns all year, which is kind of blasphemous, but I like the way they play. I like their squad. I like their talent. I think Ohio State's going to get them, but it wouldn't kill me. I mean, you know.
Yeah. That's Ohio State's
there's going to be a part of you that's like,
how about that?
I'll take that. Well, okay, what if it's like TCU or somebody? That you don't have an
I'm not like, as long as a team from Texas wins. I don't care. I want to see the best squads.
I don't get that, man.
Yeah.
I don't get that at all.
They're not deep enough in, because that means they're not on like message boards or going back and forth with fans of other teams and they need ammo.
Right.
Like, I feel like that's when you need it. You're like, no, I need you to lose so I can come back around to, TCU guy 475 and throw it in his face,
Can I just? I really enjoyed the mixtape yesterday.
That was good,
on
huh?
your show.
Me too.
Yeah.
It was really good. I mean, Figgy. I mean, that was a magnum opus that he went in on that Morocco cat.
Yeah.
I mean, that was amazing. Like all the audio he went back and got. That's a Morocco. Seth is a very obnoxious Titans fan that has
also
a
a country.
Any what?
A country.
Dumb joke. Dumb joke. Don't worry about it. Keep going.
Oh, it is. Oh, Morocco. Yeah.
He's kind of like a Larry and Stafford.
For the I think even the two of them kind of went back and forth a little bit. But boy, Figgy pronounced him dead yesterday.
Yes,
on
he
the
did.
show. Yeah,
And he sounded
at a
dead.
Funeral for him. He did. He sounded like his heart had been ripped out. But then you guys took that topic. We actually had talked about that Breaking Bad house on our show a couple days ago. But I like the direction you guys took it, which is name the fictional house that you would most want to live in. The Breaking Bad house that's up for sale. You guys got some good answers in there. Mine was The Sopranos. I texted you guys. Mine was The Sopranos. I heard Reggie bring up the point I'd have to live in New Jersey, but North Jersey is very, very nice. It's very nice, I'd
probably go to like any of those. A lot of those homes out in L.A. where like it's like on a or not in California
stilts,
where it's not on stilts. No, I don't ever want to live on stilts. Those someone's terrifying me with all those slides and everything.
Lethal Weapon 2 scared me.
No, but when it's like on the top of a. When it's on the top of a mountain, high up on a mountain, but on flat ground part of the mountain, overlooking the ocean or something. Yeah, there's always, what was the one about the Frost Nixon movie?
The Frost Nixon.
Frost Nixon. Remember the movie about the guy who interviewed Nixon?
Yes.
But like Nixon was living in California at the time, and I remember that movie.
Houses?
They kind of show him on the phone, like overlooking the ocean and everything.
No, thank you.
I want to live in Nixon's fictitious house.
Yeah,
that's what I.
You don't worry about the call of the void. Like
What's that?
You don't worry about the call of the void that just one day you'll jump?
That I'll jump? No, I don't want it to be like a cliff.
Okay.
I want it to be with a view that overlooks the ocean.
I'm also thinking about somebody was like the Iron Man house, the Malibu house that he had. And I'm just like,
no. I don't need anything like that. I don't want it to be like any kind of precariousness to it. I want it to be on flat ground, but with a view overlooking the ocean.
I believe I said the Only Murders in the Building house,
that was
apartment. I love that.
The apartment up there? But without the secret passageways?
No, with the secret passageways. Absolutely. And then old school, I went to Animal House. I love that whole house.
For those of you who don't watch the Only Murders in the Building, there's like secret passageways behind that, which I cannot detach myself enough from. I can't suspend disbelief. It's like, okay, this building's been there for a century, and none of the inhabitants know that there's like a thin layer of plaster separating them from a secret network of tunnels. That bothers me a little bit.
I mean, we found out that like in somewhere in New York that there was just like tunnels that people had no idea about for a long
those
period
old
of time.
subway tunnels there? Yeah.
No, that people were like digging tunnels.
Oh, digging tunnels?
Yeah. Wasn't it? It was like a Jewish community there. I say it because that was actually a thing that was there. There's,
living underground.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, it's a lot more plausible. It's one of those things that you would think is implausible, but it's actually there.
Real quick, in my little town that I'm in, population, I don't know, 1,000 or 2,000 people or whatever. There was this old house next to a bank. Forever, and it's kind of getting dilapidated and disrepair. Finally, somebody bought it, and they were going to tear it down. When they tore it down, they discovered a tunnel that somebody had dug from the house
I love stuff like that.
up to the actual vault of the bank. And then apparently it was like it just dead-ended at a steel wall or something.
Oh my God.
So they never pulled it off.
They never thought about trying to get into the wall. They were like, I'll get there. We'll figure it out.
It was proof of concept. Yeah. They just wanted to...
That's like a bizarro Shawshank situation. I'm going to dig a tunnel to try to get into prison.
It was weird. Well, it was weird
Spoiler
because...
alert, Inside Man.
Yeah, obviously, I think like whoever had the idea, it was probably somebody that kind of like, we should see if we can. And then they got to a steel wall and they're like, all right, this is beyond our...
That's too much.
We really want to bring dynamite into this.
It really makes me question what it was all for.
I'm going to go back to law school.
That's right.
By the way, I appreciate that today I got a Richard Feynman drop in. I studied him in the middle school, and so I was not expecting to hear that on the morning talk radio.
Oh, really? That's what sports radio does in this town.
Yeah, baby.
We're all about the physicists.
Nobel Prize-winning physicists.
That's right.
Yep.
Especially if they play the bongos.
It was a football story.
It was.
Yeah.
We got there.
It actually was a football story. We got there eventually.
Miraculously.
It was genuinely a football story that involved Richard Feynman.
Indeed.
He was a horrible quarterback.
You would think he would understand the projectile
angles.
Yeah. Very few physicists make it as pro ball players.
I understood gravity better than anybody. He's every ball. It was amazing. All right, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Seth, antibodies to you,
Antibodies and a 3-hour nap to me.
Yeah, go get some sleep, brother. Get some sleep. All right, we're done.
I'll try not to take that personally.
We're done. We're out of time.
Actually, it's 4, Seth.
I used the first hour of your show to get me into the sleepy mode.
Fair enough. Touche.
Operating on very little sleep. That's what I meant. You're listening to KILT AM and KILT FM, HD2, Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. In the Loop, it's Reggie Atatula, it's John Lopez, it's Figgy Fig. This smooth groove underneath us. Their show starts now.
That's right.
Nailed it.
I feel like I'm gonna start doing the ID as like almost like a beat
dramatic
poet,
reading,
like a beat poet,
dramatic
slam poetry. KILTAM. Yeah, you're right.
For all you ladies out there.
Oh wow, we're going Quiet Storm. This is KILTAM.
Yeah.
Houston.
Yeah.
And Odyssey Sports Station. All right, let's get going on a Thursday in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. The man Sean's always right. It is John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Let us know. Actually, I was about to ask question of the day. It's not question of the day, Tom, yet. I'm jumping forward.
It's going to be a good one, though.
Is it? You're willing to? I always feel weird about like promising that.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
Like we're gonna
do a little vertical tease, man.
All right, little vertical tease. We will get to the question today.
The old saying: overpromise and underdeliver.
That's right. That's right. That's the way I live my life. That's right. I will promise to our ND Kalu at 11:20. So getting ready for the wild card matchup between the Texans and the Chargers on Saturday. But let's begin, I guess, going backwards in a way. The coordinators talk on the Thursdays on a normal week, but on a short week, the slid week, I guess as I've been calling it. That was yesterday where the coordinators talked. And there was one thing that definitely got the people going.
Man.
Is the one way you can say it. If you know what I'm talking about, or if you just want to talk back, let us know. Hit us up on the text line, 713-572-4610. And then also we're up on the YouTube. We're up on the Twitch. Those are also available to you. But Bobby Slowett ends up being a topic of conversation anytime he talks, just because offense is where we are, right? Like that is where a lot of people's focus goes just generally in the sport of football. But then also with the very particular situation that he exists in with this Texas team and the way that this offense has been sporadic, to say the least. And it did not feel like necessary. Well, that's not fair. He did allude to that. But there was a level of confidence in there.
Was it?
It felt from his side, that felt a little surprising for me.
It felt a lot of surprising for me. Now, let's be very, very clear and fair.
Okay.
He's not, you're talking about this offense going into the postseason and what it is, what you expect, how you get it going again, et cetera. I mean, he's not going to say up there like, and say,
"Boy, we stink."
I got no idea.
Yeah, no, that's not a way to go about this.
So he's not going to do that. Boy, we suck, don't we? He's not going to do.
Nor should he.
Nor should he. But it got a little wild, man. Just like almost. Who are you trying to convince here? Is how I felt when. And we're going to hear from him here in just a second. But are you trying to convince us because we know better, and you know that? Are you trying to convince yourself?
The royal we?
Yes. Are you trying to convince your team? Or are you just saying what needs to be said? And I think it probably falls in the last category and trying to convince his team because he wants us to think like he kept going back to a theme and we'll hear it, but let's hear it.
Yeah, let's go to the tape. So Bobby Slowick, to begin off his availability, he was asked specifically why now it feels like the Texans can flip a switch heading into the AFC playoffs.
I don't necessarily think for us the way we approach it is you're really flipping a switch. Like naturally you get to the playoffs and everyone's season's on the line. I'm sure everyone's talked about it. There's just a different speed to the game. There's a different physicality to the game. There's a different intensity to the game. Like you can't avoid that. And we know we've had some ups and some downs on offense this year, and there's been a lot of really evolving as an entire group. And I would say like the last 3 weeks in particular, we've really honed in on what we think we need to do in both areas, the run and the pass game, really all the way across the board that we think fits us as a group and who we have out there and our identity as a team that we can really press forward with. But then that takes time to even grow into that, and as we work through some things, even the last 3 weeks, our emphasis beyond that was we got to do everything we can to start to get hot. And that's really all. Is if you get hot as an offense, especially around this time of year, that's a really good thing for your team and your organization. And I would say probably this year, generally, like I think last year we probably had a few hot streaks in there. I feel like this year we didn't have as many hot streaks and strides that we hit for multiple games as an offense this year. And that's really been our intent. Like how on the details can we be as we go through every single one of these practices and weeks so that we can kind of start a spark.
All right, so he had a couple of talking points there that you are going to hear again, and so it's clear that they are talking points. The last 3 weeks, we're honing in. We've honed in.
We have
honed in on
over the last 3 weeks
on what we want to be, how we're going to play, etc. So the last 3 weeks and honed in. Really? Let's look at the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
All right, Chiefs, 311 yards. All right, whatever. That's decent. 2 turnovers, 6 penalties, 57 yards rushing. Ravens. Well, we don't even really need to see the numbers there. We know what happened there, right? Titans, 1 series. So it's kind of hard to establish that is when they've honed in, so to speak, on things, because those performances are not showing me that, hey, the last 3 weeks they're kind of getting it. Hey, the last 3 weeks they're honing in. Figgy knows this. I a lot of times, and I may have used this with you, Reggie. A lot of times when I'm being sarcastic about a player or a team that is really not doing well, I always say the same thing. I say, oh, man, they're just ramping up. They're just ramping up. He did everything, but we're just ramping up because they're not playing well offensively, but he's saying that.
And, I mean, there has to be a certain acknowledgement of that in there, but I think the thing that was a little perplexing within this, if I can use that word, was the idea that and I guess again it comes back to you have to try and project some level of confidence, but the idea that hey we've figured it out, we've honed in on what it is that we want to be doing, and maybe that's again pointing to the idea that hey we just need to go out and do it. I guess what would be the implication beyond that. But yeah, man, if you've honed in on what it is, I haven't seen it.
Exactly.
Right? I'm trying to parse the better instances and like saying, hey, have they figured out what the game plan is, what the path is to offensive success? And I can't say that they have over the last few. And maybe again, you're in a place where the question then comes up: what is he supposed to say?
Right.
And I don't know that I have a great answer for that, but it feels like the response of, well, no, we have a good idea of what it's supposed to be. we've heard that refrain a few times and not seen the results, and it does make me a little skeptical as to what we will ultimately see. You were talking about the idea of wrinkles or whatever.
Yeah.
This doesn't seem like it trends towards, hey, there's some wrinkles, there's some curveballs that we'll be able to throw out there that'll give us some level of advantage on Saturday. This feels like it's trending towards, within what we have done, we know the things that work the best, and we're going to just try and hit those, which doesn't give me personally a whole bunch of confidence.
Well, thank you for saying that, because that's exactly what I was saying. Like if his let's listen to cut two, but if his idea of we're honing in is we think we know what we want to do and how we can get there, but they haven't shown that, on the field. But Figgy, like, listen to this, and it's just another variation of that theme.
Yeah, I think the identity is what you show on tape. You know what I mean? And as I said, that's been a moving target often this year. And I think we've honed in on what that is, and we're going to go and we're going to put that out there. We're going to execute that to the best of our ability. And hopefully by the end of every game you guys watch, you guys could tell me.
So he thinks they know what they need to do. That's how I would interpret it, giving him the benefit of the doubt. But to say it's on tape, to say the last 3 weeks, that's where I'm like, man, they just haven't. They just haven't shown it on the field. But if he's saying, okay, finally figured it out, I think we know what we're gonna do. Well, then okay, give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, and I do want to get to this one because I believe this is where he ultimately got to it, and it's not something that he hasn't said before, but it feels like this is a full clarification of the idea that maybe we're grasping at straws, which was he said that we've shown it on tape. So then the follow-up was, what has this Texans team shown on tape?
Yeah, what people say outside of this building really, that's not really something we hone in on, focus on. We're very much self-reflection type unit and really self-inspired, and that's how we go. That's how we go about everything. So we know what this week means to us. We know the challenge we have in front of us is one heck of a defense. I mean, they're number one in points. They're top 5 in every good situational statistic that there is. We got a challenge, but through the course of the year, we've had many challenges that we've risen to. We're extremely explosive. I've said that really, if there's one thing we hang our hat on without a doubt, we got playmakers out there that can take a ball and go 20 yards any given play. And we got to clean up the in-betweens. Been that way really all season. We know that, and we'll keep pressing forward in that regard.
That feels like the game plan.
They're just ramping up.
It feels like the thing that he identifies, and again, I'm saying all this with the caveat, understanding that he's not going to be like, hey, this is exactly what we're going to try and do this week. But he has said it before, the thing that they're good at is explosives. And even going through that, how many explosives are you actually seeing from this team? And then he talks about you need to clean up the stuff in between. Yeah, that's the football, man. And yes, I appreciate from the 832 on the text line, pulling in on a situation or honing in on a situation is identifying what you need to do. It doesn't mean that you've implemented the changes to make that happen. It simply means that you've identified those issues. All right, cool, right? If that's the way we want to put it, that's fine. But translating that, right, taking, I guess in a car metaphor, I don't know why my brain went here, right? Having the power in the engine is cool. If you can't transfer that to the ground, your car's still not going to go as fast as you want it to, right? And even then, explosives, it feels like the explosives that this team has been able to generate have been a lot of individual brilliance.
No, it does feel that way. They're going to try to hang their hat on that. It's Nico and however other ways that
Nico and Joe Mixon
that they get it. Yeah, they get the big plays.
The explosive tandem, the explosion twins.
It is very interesting though, because if you listen to all three of those. It kind of sounds like a guy that is also sort of politicking for, I got this figured out. I can get this figured out. Like he's sort of saying, oh, now we're honing in. How many times did he say that? And we've honed in and all this other stuff. It sounds like a guy that is like, okay, this is our last hurrah, and I think we know how to get there. He's talking to coaches, like his head coach, and maybe above that even. For his own sake,
Yeah, and I think all of this, I appreciate the 832 texted him. I think all of this also continues in with the framework, and I'm not going to play the full cut, but he was asked what the biggest challenge for him in season 2 was, and he basically got to a place where he was talking about this team is, and this, the people on this offense, the staff and such, have gotten to a place where they feel really good about where they're going, and that's the part, that's the general kind of foundation or like context is the word I'm looking for, the framework that makes all the other stuff feel a little disconcerting. And I don't know. I don't know what I expected from him, right? I think that's something that people will say, like, well, what did you expect?
No, and we said that at the start.
But coming into it, it does make me that's been the concern in this game. Is like, can you put up the points against a defense that has been pretty solid, at least scoring wise? I think technically, if you want to take away defensive scores, they'd be second. But that's nothing to scoff at, right? A team that has is really upped their defense and the actual like schematics of their defense. It feels like you're not getting a schematic advantage in this game. It's going to depend on how well is CJ playing as an individual.
Well, that's key.
How well is Nico playing? Is Joe Mixon able to kind of bounce because again, it just hasn't felt like the actual offense in and of itself has created a lot for this team.
and I say this a lot too when people talk about like the last 3 games, or in this case, based on what? Based on what is this confidence level and that you've honed in? What is that based on? Look, everybody here hopes that boy, it does happen. They have finally figured out, whether it was through mistakes, bad performances like against Baltimore, or a very short series against Tennessee Titans, that they have honed in. Everybody here would love to see this team just keep playing. All I'm saying is that was a weird way to approach it, and I don't know what it's based on.
And I think that's where the confusion comes from. Now, I will say, benefit of the doubt, right? This Chargers team has been somewhat susceptible to explosives, right? So if you are hanging your hat on the idea that, hey, we do explosives, there is some level of overlap there with a porthole in what this Chargers defense coming in can do if you can block it up. And they usually get pressure, but they get pressure. It takes a little while for that pressure to get there. Now, technically, for the Texans over the course of the season, they allow that pressure to happen quickly. So we'll see which one of those kind of statistical histories wins out on the day on Saturday. But yeah, maybe those are the places where you have an opportunity to be successful. But it feels like you can't make the entire ship out of explosives. Like he said, you got to clean up the things in the middle, and we haven't seen that really for a long span of time. You haven't seen it for the entirety of a game, and if they could find a way to put it all together, that's awesome. It just feels like, I guess, the level of confidence there that I guess you have to have going into the game doesn't match with what we've seen from this team on tape.
No, it does not. It is just very fascinating to hear him because he was the golden child. I mean, the absolute golden child of play calling. He and Ben Johnson were mentioned in the same thing, and we would have bought this because they had, a pretty good sample size of, they've done some really good things over the course of the season, and C.J. Stroud is playing at a very high level, and that's why when I hear it this year, I'm like, based on what exactly? But it does come back down to, the explosives or whatever it may be, C.J. Stroud. I mean, it comes down to C.J. Stroud being the guy that we saw in Tennessee more often than not.
I wonder how aggressive, if that is indeed, and again, I might just be off on a different tangent here, but like if that is indeed, we're trying to make sure we get explosives and those types of things. I wonder how aggressive this team is going to be about that, right? Like, are they going to? Is it going to be a similar Bobby Slowick that seems to light some first downs on fire? Or are they just kind of going to get out here and I mean, he also talked about the idea of running the football well, which that has not been something that they've done well. But are you going to kind of shift the way that you do that, or is it going to look largely the same and you're just going to hope that you finally nail it and you get it right this time?
I do expect them to take their shots. I think that's the one thing we can all expect. He's said it multiple times. He said it there. And it's really the path to being able to break this game open, especially early.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going on a Thursday. Like I said earlier, we will talk to Nico Collins at 11:20, as we often do on Thursdays. But coming up next, I truly believe that I watched the best basketball game that I've seen in a very long time yesterday. Why I believe that and what that might mean for the Rockets. We'll do it next.
The playoff. Four-pack for you and your family or friends.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
I'm working on myself because eventually I won't be salty about that. Hasn't happened yet.
You still mad about that?
Not mad. I wouldn't say I'm mad. Like, I get it, but also I like internally shake my head at myself. Like, how did you end up in that place? 713-572.
We all do it, man. And don't feel.
Is the number to text, get involved with the program. Appreciate you doing that, including Ocho, who did that and said, if you're not talking about Kentucky versus Florida from Saturday being the best basketball game in a long time, you haven't really watched the best basketball game.
Look at Ocho in the sticks,
dude. 108-100, I think it was. It was a hell of a game.
That's you was on that.
I was on it after the fact, as it was happening, and people were like, "This is insane."
Oh, you got the alert. You were on Twitter or what have you, or X.
I was actually watching A&M in Texas. It was going on the same time, or right before
college basketball.
Look at you, yeah.
Hey man, I watched a little A&M Oklahoma last night.
A&M basketball game.
That's right.
Yeah, you guys know that. I
mean, it's basketball season now.
Need some college hoops
after college football didn't go the way you wanted. All right. I think that no, Ocho, just to answer your question, I'm not talking about Kentucky versus Florida from Saturday. I missed that one, unfortunately. I was out and about doing things. However, I was seated on my couch in the living room watching Cavs Thunder last night. NBA basketball in January. Yay, hooray. But I know that sounds wild, but this is a team, a pair of teams that had lost a total of 9 games thus far in the season. Like, this was a huge matchup coming in, and neither of them had lost to the opposing conference to that point. Both of them came in with huge winning streaks. The Thunder came in with a 15-game winning streak. The Cavs came in with an 11 or 10-game winning streak, and this game was incredible.
High-level basketball, especially in the second half, especially that they're back and forth, terrific. And I say that, this had the feel of something like postseason-ish, because generally speaking, are you going to check into how many games that don't involve your team? But you had to because you saw.
Yeah, I'm not the person to ask because
you check in on everything.
That's right.
But Figgy, you were talking about this, like, I got to see that. What, Cavaliers in Oklahoma City? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, 2 of the best teams in the league, man.
Quite literally. And they gave that. Like, these are 2 incredible defenses as well. You know what the final score was? 129-122. And I know there's people that'll be like, oh, they're not playing defense. No, this spoke to just how good these teams were offensively. I know someone texted in and said, oh, basketball sucks and blah, blah, blah. All these skinny little bleeps with the mouthpiece hanging out and stuff. You need to play bully ball. There was a good amount of that, too. There was dudes getting big. Evan Mobley was getting into the paint. Isaiah Hartenstein had a lot of floaters in the painted
It was a
area.
good game for the big men.
Yes.
Like the big centers, the old school centers. Yeah, no, it was a good game for them, man.
Yeah, man. Like, you saw teams breaking down zone defense. You like if you are a basketball nerd, you got so much out of this one. If you just like basketball in general, I thought this was a really good game. The shot making was really good. The decision making, the passing, the moving. And one of the things that was also really cool about this game is, again, this was not a game built off of the marquees of market, because we're talking about Oklahoma City and we're talking about Thunder. All right, and Cleveland, goodness. But it also wasn't necessarily built off of superstars, which I think is where the NBA has kind of been. Like, the biggest player in this is Shea, who, he's probably in the league MVP, but he also does not smack of that same
He's
thing.
not that superstar. He's not like that box office superstar. He's really good. MVP but not 100%. That box office.
But then, these are 2 teams that also, the way that they were built, right? Speaking of superstars, these weren't teams that were cobbled together with trading a whole bunch of, assets to put stars together. These were teams that were built organically. And in thinking about that, we were talking about, or we were, prepping earlier, and I saw First Take ask the question, well, what does it mean if the Cavaliers win a championship without LeBron? I rolled my eyes, but I thought about it for a second. I was like, well, if these Cavaliers win the championship, I do think that
that helps people contextualize the NBA a little differently right now, and probably points to something that I think that Rafael Stone and the Rockets have kind of settled in on, which is this is the way that you build these teams, man. This is the way that you find your way to the championship, is getting good, young, talented players and letting them kind of build and develop together, even through some times where it feels like you might be hitting a wall.
Yeah, that's why we're here, because, again, it's one thing to mention, oh, what a great game in passing, but I think it's relevant for Houston and it's relevant for the NBA. Like, this was on stage, center stage, how you do it now in the NBA. This is how you become a contending team now. Like the era of the super teams, there's still going to be some people trying to, go here or there.
What up, Suns?
Exactly. Well, that's a great example.
Lakers.
That's another great example. Like, this is how you do it. This is how you build a team, and the Rockets are, in fact, doing that themselves. And that's why I think it's relevant for our listeners.
Yeah, and the Oklahoma City Thunder are the team that has been really easy recently to kind of compare the Rockets' current path to, like, hey, that's a team that's a few years ahead on a similar development path, right? The Thunder accumulating a whole bunch of assets, drafting, development.
And they've been doing it for years.
They have been. They have
since the beginning.
I think the Cavs are another different kind of
they've
look
done
at this as well.
Since LeBron left.
Yeah.
And especially the comparison that came to mind for me was just, there was a point in time just last year, right, when they're in the playoffs, they look like a good team, but you're like, I don't think they're a great team. And there's a lot of conversations with pundits and stuff where it's like, hey, you're going to have to split up who you have there. You don't have enough offense, right? You've got a great defense, but you don't have enough offense. It can't necessarily work with Evan Mobley and Jared Allen as your two bigs who also like don't score. And they looked at each other and they were like, no, what we have here is a lot of young, talented dudes that can still develop their ways into this working together. And you've seen Evan Mobley raise his game where it felt like last year you thought, hey, man, this represents a wall that they have hit that they're not going to be able to traverse.
Yeah.
Evan Mobley's game is raised. Darius Garland has become even better and raised his game. And I feel like I think that could be an interesting counterpart to where the Rockets are, where I know that even I've been pretty antsy at like, hey, maybe there's moves to be made around the perimeters to make this better. Seeing that game gave me a little bit more a solace and a little bit more conviction in what the Rockets are doing, in that, hey, stick with your guns and ride what you're doing out. You have a lot of talent. Team to develop into that place where then they can step into that realm and maybe take their knocks in the playoffs or whatever, but develop their way up there as opposed to like going and just siphoning talent elsewhere.
And I think it's good for the league. I think the bigger picture, it's good for the league because fans and everybody talking about NBA ratings, this and that. I get it. It's going to take a lot to bring back the NBA to the highest levels again from a macro perspective. But nowadays, you can identify with players that are going to be there next year and the year after that and the year after that.
And these players on both of these teams been there for like 3 or 4 years.
Like the NBA was very much
new.
Right. It was very much it lost ground because players were all over the place and super teams and players were chasing money, which obviously, who doesn't want to do that? But now you can develop guys and you can identify with your team and you always know that you're going to have your guys for 2, 3, 4 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
that's good for the league.
Right, no, absolutely. Yeah. And I think, like I said, I'm interested in like the larger, as you mentioned, macro perspective of what this game, and it's one game, right? How much can it actually mean? But like what the upward trajectory of these two teams can kind of mean for the league generally. I think you can get back to some of that feel as we're losing in various different sports, that year-to-year continuity. Yeah. But also, yeah, man, I'm interested in what this says for, hey, continue to see where Jalen Green continues to develop to. I mean, hell, since over the last month or so, consistency is still always a question. But you've seen some high highs recently. I mean, hell, we just came off a game a couple days ago where it seemed like he was dealing with an injury, started slow, and just came on with him. Right? That's one of the things about Jalen Green. It's like, hey, when you need him, will he show up? You add one more into the bucket there. Consistency, again, continues to be the issue, but can you find something there? We're talking about various other players and their development. We see Amen stepping into the starting role and being incredible. There's still apparently more development there and more to bring out of that. Like it gave me so much confidence in this Rockets team, who is, again, kind of contending ahead of schedule here.
Well, doesn't that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Compared to these teams, that we saw last night. And then that's not to preclude, going out and getting that one piece that can maybe put you over the top. Donovan Mitchell, something like that, where you can still develop, you can have that identity, and then you bring in that one guy, and that's what we've been talking about with the Rockets.
Yeah. So I don't know. I enjoyed that game first and foremost, but secondly, it got me thinking. It got me, back to the place where I'm renewing my confidence in the Rockets' game plan or development plan here. Even as we're looking at, Cam Whitmore maybe having a little bit of a little bit of friction at times, and even as you're looking at, hey, maybe Tari Eason dealing with some, I don't know, injuries.
What is he dealing with?
But then I also apparently an illness that's kind of kept him out, and will keep him out again tonight as they face off against the Grizzlies in Memphis. But man, I love where this Rockets team is.
Do you feel like they need to make a big trade now, like get that big superstar now?
I think
because they do have all these picks.
Not right in this moment, but I think that it gives them more leeway to wait for the right one. Right, this ain't Daryl Morey's team where the first star that pops up you gonna get this fully Rafael Stone's team where now you can wait for the right dude who fits and it really elevates, especially with this new.
And it may not be this year.
That is absolutely the case.
Again, look at the Cavs.
In fact,
look at Oklahoma City.
It's probably likely not this year unless you have a very particular thing, which I'm believing to be the Suns falling apart. And if you could pick that, whether it's probably Devin Booker is the one that I feel most comfortable. There's kind of been talk about Kevin Durant. That would be a really shorter. That was going to be a much shorter kind of hey, we're contending right this moment for the next couple of years. But yeah, it would have to be the perfect situation as opposed to just, hey, we need to get somebody in here.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're at the time where let's get to our question of the day. We started talking a little bit about those office phrases, but just open this up. What cliche or phrase just drives you up a wall? 713-572-4610. We'll execute that next.
Fun event, man, coming up right here.
bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, it's complaining time, ladies and gentlemen. Question of the day on this Thursday in the Loop. Let us know how you feel. 713-572-4610 or the YouTube, Sports Radio 610, or the Twitch, 610 Houston. What cliche or phrase just drives you up a wall? Bonus points if it's a sports one. Don't have to go there because it actually came out of like the workplace cliches and phrases that you frequently hear.
How did I guess Sean came in and we were talking about some of that, and I just mentioned like some of these work cop-outs basically. Or I don't know if they're cop-outs.
Not necessarily.
That might not be the right word, but little catchphrases that make every time I hear something like these, I always think, well, that person's trying to look smarter than they really are, or more, polished or whatever, like thinking outside the box, or my and I mentioned this to you guys. For the life of me, I don't know what this blue sky thinking means.
I don't even think I've heard that before.
I've heard it multiple. Well, we have to, really approach it with blue sky thinking.
I don't know what that means.
I actually looked it up.
What the blue sky about the app?
In other words, like in a perfect world, which is in itself kind of like one of those, but like in a perfect world, what do we want to accomplish in this project? Blue sky thinking. Dude, don't try so hard, man. Why are you trying so hard?
Trying to add a little pizzazz to it, man.
Why are you trying so hard?
One of the ones that you mentioned was like circle back, which I don't think. I think for me, especially when it comes to like the office realm type things, those ones don't upset me so much because like, hey man, communication is making sure that we get the message if I understand it.
Yeah.
And that's why I hate the other ones where it's just like you have actually obscured what we're supposed to be talking about. I have no idea what you mean. I have no idea what you're talking about in some of these instances. And to that end, on the text line, we got people texting in from the 832. I hate bandwidth. Do you have the bandwidth to take on this task?
Yes, and yes.
And that falls in the category for me of like answers that you already know the answer to, or questions rather. Right? Do you have the bandwidth? If you're asking me, you probably know that I don't.
I mean, but why don't you? Why are you saying that? Again, you're kind of trying too hard. Is basically what you're saying.
This one I hate, and we use this pretty often. But boots on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yep. Boots on the ground, guys.
I've used that. I'm guilty of that.
We do that, especially around training camp or something like that, where if we had somebody out there, we boots on the ground.
Which actually reminds me, and I hope not to offend folks, but if I do, mea culpa. All of the sports metaphors that make it, that liken it to war, because we're not doing war.
It ain't war.
We're not doing war, man. Like this, even, and I fall victim to some of these things. Like in the trenches, it's not trench warfare. That's not what we're doing here. Those ones get under my skin personally.
I had one really just the other day. I think it was a couple of weeks ago, where I was talking with a group of people, and one of them, it was about, I don't even know what it was about, but they said, "I'll ping you." I'll ping you. In other words, they were gonna send me an email about
right.
Yeah.
Why can't you just say, "I'll send you an email"? I'll ping you.
No, what about the person that's like, "Hey, let's set up a Zoom meet," and the Zoom meet is just like an audio, or just you and the other person. I'm like, you could have called me, man.
That's right.
Like now, I'm sitting at a computer thinking we about to be face to face or some type of presentation, and we just audio on the computer.
Yeah. What was the one you were just talking about during the break?
I hate when people do this whenever you having a discussion and they say, "You're on the right track." Like, I hate.
In other words, you're wrong.
I'm wrong. If I'm on the right track, then I'm right.
That's right.
You're on the right track, but.
Or I see what you're doing there. But
I totally understand where you're coming from.
However, hey man, we gotta soften the blow. Like we gotta make this turn, but we gotta you don't want it to be too sharp.
You're not wrong.
However, from the 281, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Lame.
Yeah.
Nah, hey man, sometimes that's a motivational factor. Like, hey, you gotta take these shots.
Or about this one. Let's table this.
Yeah, let's table this. We'll circle back.
Like, what did this mean?
Yeah.
Somebody said it's not a phrase, but it really drives me nuts. How much Ron says potentially. See, now we're going to a whole different place in that instance. Let's see. At the end of the day.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And there are Who was it that said it all the time? Was it Daryl Morey that said it at the end of it was Tad Brown.
Oh, really?
Rockets president. I mean,
at the end of the day,
I actually told him one because I knew Tad pretty well.
When you get to brass tacks,
I was like, Tad.
Yeah. Now, Glorilla made me like at the end of the day, because at the end of the day got to end.
That's right. That's right.
That wrap up everything you got to say.
Some other cliches and phrases that you do not like from the 281, calling a football the rock.
Shout out to Mark Vandermeer.
Toting the rock.
What about the pigskin?
I don't mind pigskin.
That's what Clint liked to say.
Yeah, I don't mind pigskin.
Pigskin, like, which one reeks of trying too hard more, pigskin or rock? If you had to rank them, which one is like, oh, you trying too hard more than the other? The rock.
Yeah, the rock. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Toting the rock.
4 panels and 8 laces, or what is it? 5, 6 panel, whatever it is. Clint says that. I like that one actually.
Oh, that's real quaint.
Yeah,
folksy.
I like that one.
Somebody said when you guys use 30,000 foot view. Oh, okay. That's fair. I think I've done that. I think I'm the one that Horatio's talked about in that instance.
I say macro. In fact, I did at the start of the show today.
Moments ago. Macro, micro. Yep. 30,000. But I feel like everybody understands what you're talking about. But yeah, it has become cliche, and I got you. I got you. Somebody said, okay, we've reached the portion where we are now annoyed by the younger folks, which I will take personally, but I'm also not mad at. Somebody said, my bad. They don't like my bad. They feel like it's stupid.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I personally believe it to be benign, but I can understand how other people, especially if maybe you're older, are looking at it like, yeah, what's happening?
I mean, I'll say my bad occasionally. A lot of times I'll say that's on me.
Yeah,
you know.
I think at one point a lot of kids was overusing it. Like that came out their mouth all the time. Where
my bad.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Oh, that's what that mean?
Yeah,
man?
it is a little unclear because I think the idea is like have your cake as in continue to have your cake, but it's like if I have it, then I'm going to eat it, right? Like this is
right.
Your point is lost here as you're trying to make it clear. If you ain't first, you're last. Shout out to Ricky Bobby there. Somebody said it was Nick Caserio that you say at the end of the day. It is what it is. Continues to show up.
That's one I'm never giving that one up, man.
It's so funny.
Let's take this offline.
Oh yeah.
What about
let's talk about this offline.
What about put your ducks in a row?
Let's see. There was one that I had just seen that I can't. Someone said low hanging fruit.
That's one. It's on the board.
Oh yeah, standing on business. I don't dislike that one.
Nah, man.
But what that
Shout
does
out to Drewski.
That does remind me is especially for those of us that got a little contrarian in our bones, right? When something becomes like latches on quickly and it becomes like ever present and everybody's trying to use it all the time.
Then you get out.
Akin to tweakers.
Yeah.
And you're just like, guys,
I'm out.
I would enjoy this if everybody wasn't doing this in the same moment right now. How about moving forward?
Moving forward, yeah.
Somebody said they say macro all the time. And then when somebody says living the dream, how you doing?
Yeah.
Just living the dream.
Living the dream, man.
I'm trying to live like you. I'm just trying to. It's your world.
Just trying to get
we
like
living
you.
in it.
Yeah.
Let's see. How about
action plan?
Action plan. Okay.
Why don't you say, hey, let's do this? You know, let's go ahead and do this, or you know, let's figure it out.
I mean, in the sports world, I think it's abundantly clear that when momentum comes up,
This one.
They've got the momentum now.
That's surprising.
Yeah, man.
That bothers you so much.
It doesn't make sense. The momentum has shifted. What do you mean?
It can be. Momentum can be a thing. I'm not saying it's always a thing, but it can be a thing.
What are you talking about?
It can.
It
shifted, but then
confidence that you've built.
Hey, we saw that momentum shift in that Kansas City game, 24-0.
Yes, we did.
Nah, that boys just started playing better. What you mean? From another one gave it 110%. A win is a win.
Oh gosh, 110% drives me a little crazy.
This one Lopez say a lot too. Put a pin in it.
Put a pin in that.
Let's put a pin in that.
Let's put a pin in that. Yeah, I do say that a lot. It's all right. I'm still going to say it.
And then this one, I know that Noah Lyles hates. The world champions. When you start talking about, hey, these are the world champs.
World champions of what? The United States?
Synergy, just hate that word. Thoughts and prayers.
Or what about?
Good answer.
Let me run it up the flagpole.
Run it up the flagpole.
Why have we not said
That's
that
a winner.
one?
That's
why
a winner.
have we not thought of that one?
That's a winner right there. Yeah, just keep the complaints coming in. Cliches or phrases that you dislike the most. The most important thing about football is the football.
Shout out to David Cutley.
Woo, that is a great annoying cliche/phrase. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next.
The most important thing about football is the football.
Never gets old.
I can't believe he said that.
Just a waste of life. 4 seconds there. But yes, coming up next around the NFL, including why Bill Belichick is again a hot name for coaching jobs, even though he already has one. We'll do it next.
All right, what kind?
LTN HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop, as Big Voice Man mentioned, and we're about to go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets? Turn them into cash with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. Wild weather stuff happening across the nation. Obviously here, we're just dealing with a little cold. Hope you're staying warm, but it's not that wild. What's really wild is the fires that are happening out in the Southern California area. And that is affecting a lot of things in sports. I think there's been some NHL games that have been canceled. Some contingency plans are being put in place for various things, including wild card weekend, as the Rams are supposed to be hosting the Vikings there in Inglewood at SoFi Stadium. And, I mean, you have no idea how quickly these things can be, wrangled or, kind of wrestled in or wrangled in. As these wildfires have just been spreading to all sorts of different residential areas. It's clearly a, really tragic situation that is happening out there in California, and that really could impact the situation of, like, physically, right, with whatever the fires are happening, but also just, I imagine it's not the easiest thing to sell in on a weekend where days coming in for like maybe half a week to a full week going in. People have been dealing with the loss of probably property and, unfortunately, life. And you're like, hey, come out to a football game. I imagine that's a little tougher. However, if things get really bad, it seems like the contingency that the NFL has put in place for that Vikings-Rams wild card game is that they would play in Phoenix. What is that? State Farm Arena? No, State Farm Stadium? I don't remember what it is.
Come on.
I really truly don't.
What you asking us for?
I know. Well, come on, man.
I think it is State Farm.
Yeah, it probably is if you think so. We'll probably hear something today, right? Because they do have to do some level of planning, although I'm sure there's a lot of planning going on behind the scenes.
State Farm Stadium. It used to be University of Phoenix.
Hey, I didn't doubt you. I honestly, and I'm not trying to be, I don't know what. I'm not trying to be here, but I don't know if you can play that game in L.A., man.
That's the thing.
I mean, I don't know.
You're on the right track.
Yeah.
I really and truly don't know, because if physically you can do it, I just wonder, like, how callous does it feel?
Have y'all checked in on this thing, man?
Somewhat. Sometimes protect your own health, your own mentals in some instances, as Marshawn Lynch has implored us to do. Sometimes I'm like, man, there's so much devastation, right? It's like you tap in for a little bit and you're like, I can't exist here for too long, which obviously is like a benefit I have. It's a privilege I have that I can just kind of tap out, where some people are actively living through various things.
Like, if you're not even watching the news reports, if you're just watching, like, even home videos off of a phone, clips, they look like they're in hell.
Yeah,
like they literally hell, fire everywhere, all those embers growing everywhere. And I know that's not going to be necessarily at SoFi, but I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's just tough to have a game go on, period, when your city is literally burning up.
Yeah, I agree. And we've, through hurricanes, we've lived that here,
right?
As well. It's tough. It's just tough on just
mentally.
Exactly, and mentally and emotionally on the community.
Yeah, but that's the contingency. We know the NFL, man. Show must go on, which, again, that's something that I wrestle with as an individual. It's like, hey, man, there's some things that are more important, but I also understand, the train got to keep moving in some ways. But that would be the contingency.
Yeah. It was kind of like that with New Orleans, with the situation that happened there. Yeah. And at the time, it was like, damn, a bowl game is going on in a couple hours.
Yeah.
But they ended up canceling it. But it seemed like the bowl game was still going to go on. And I'm like, man, that's kind of tough mentally.
Yeah.
Yeah. But some other things, like I said, that'd be the contingency. Ultimately, that game will get played. Some other things around the NFL. I mentioned this. Apparently, Tom Brady has really stepped fully into his role as a part owner of the Las Vegas Raiders, because he's doing something that we should have expected. With that, he's reached out to his former coach, Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick, who agreed to the job at North Carolina to become the head coach there. He's already jumped in and started working. We've seen him sign players and such. But apparently Tom Brady has indeed reached out to Bill Belichick, along with other teams. Tom Pelissero reported yesterday that multiple NFL teams have inquired about whether legendary coach Bill Belichick would reconsider his move to college football, including the Raiders, where Tom Brady is.
I think what the story is here, because there's also reports, and I'm trying to remember, you may remember who had it, that Belichick is going to stay, not really interested. But I think what the real story is Tom Brady. Well, we speculated on it yesterday. This is going to be his call. He's part of he's more than part.
I wonder how much that is the case, right? Because I hear you, and that is something I'm really interested to see is how much power Tom Brady brings or wields in that organization. But could it be possible that this is just, hey, we're interested in him, and if we have somebody who has a connection, hey, you go be the one who talks to him, right? To see if we can have the best.
That's exactly what it is to me. I feel like he's that spokesperson that, hey, Bill Belichick personally. Right. Can you reach out to him rather than one of the Davises or whoever reach out to Bill Belichick personally?
Absolutely.
Tom Telesco. It reminds me of when I was a kid and you trying to go over to your friend's house and you're like, if I ask my mom, she gonna say no, but if you ask her, she might say yes.
That's like if I wanted to get Nick Wright on the show, I won't be able to get him on, but if I ask Lopez to do it, he'll hop on the show.
I disagree. I think Tom Brady has, he's a guy that is just, he can't help himself. He's going to be the guy making the call, and I think this is a perfect example. Like Brady himself, I don't think he had to be told to pick up the phone and give Bill Belichick a call and kick the tires. And by the way, I'm going to ring that every time we say something. No, because he said, I hear you, which is another way of saying,
I'm gonna be violating today.
No, because he's like basically saying, no, you're wrong.
No, I hear what you're saying, but you're wrong, bro.
But
I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of those that I kind of slide in there. So I have a feeling that there's gonna be a lot of
idiot,
Reggie,
you dummy.
There's a lot of hey, you got a lot of these cliches in there.
I
brother.
hear what you're saying, but you're wrong.
However,
you're dead ass
loud and wrong.
You're dead ass wrong.
No, I mean you validate what they're saying, and then you put your own perspective out there. That's the way I wanted to go about that. But yeah, complicating factor in this, and this was something that we knew early on. I think even Nicole Arbach, when we talked to her when we were out at Army Navy, she mentioned the structure. I think she was one of the early ones to report this.
$10 million.
It is a $10 million buyout if he leaves before June 1st. UNC was like, yeah, we know you said you signed. However, that coaching carousel in the NFL ain't opened up yet, so we want to make sure that it is fiscally prohibitive for you to up and leave.
But
so it
$10
would
million
be
isn't much.
Well, it is when
it is for me.
But see, I feel like the Raiders would probably cover that.
Yeah. It is when you're cash poor. Like the Raiders, they're kind of cash poor. Like that's one of those organizations where their money is in football. They're not one of these ownership groups that has their money in something else and then the football team. Their money is from football,
but it's still Bill Belichick. If they really want Bill Belichick and he got to cover that $10 million,
they'll do it.
They'll figure it out.
And as of right now, all indications are that Bill does want to stay at the college level, which I'm still kind of surprised by, if we're going to be completely honest. Some other things around the NFL. Well, I guess if we're going to talk about college coaches returning to the NFL.
Oh man,
y'all familiar with one Bill O'Brien?
I know him. Old Bill O'Brien. OBOB.
Bombs over Baghdad.
Boston College's best.
Boston. I mean, he's
great. Yeah, I guess so, John.
That guy. That guy in particular. He's actually been pretty good at Boston College. Their season didn't end quite the way that they wanted, but he's had a pretty good stretch of things. And he joined Adam Schefter's podcast. Man, they be having people work at ESPN. He's already on two phones all the time. They put him on TV, and he's taking phone calls on TV. And they're like, you know what we need from you? A podcast on top, buddy. Get to work. But on that podcast, Bill O'Brien was asked about the possibility of returning to the NFL.
And if there were a team that came to you, Bill, said, we want to talk to you, you going to talk to them?
To me, like in my career, you always have to be able to listen and think about what's best for your family and all those things. But again, I'm like I said, I'm very, very happy at Boston College.
Again, but
that was a real political answer.
We were talking about. I mean, really expect more than that.
Yeah.
But he's listening. If somebody's talking, he's listening.
Yeah. I mean, like, you have to.
Yeah.
But it seems like he has reached the spot that probably works best for him. Like, I feel like he did such a great job that first time around. Remember him at Penn State? And that was a tough position to be in generally because he's come in after a scandal.
Yeah.
That really, knocks down some of the, storied tradition of Penn State because of the particulars of the people involved. He comes in with the, with kind of the parameters that are limiting there. He does a great job there. And then the natural parameters that are limiting for a Boston college that does not have the same level of investment and same geography. And he's done pretty well there. Like, hey, man, go ahead and stick to the rivers and lakes you're used to right now because this NFL thing, I don't think that it's gone all that well for him.
I wonder if somebody will actually give him a shot.
Well, I was just thinking, we haven't seen, Jacksonville is interviewing everybody but you and me, and they I haven't seen Bill O'Brien's name mentioned anywhere.
No, and that's this feels like more of just a theoretical more than anything. I don't think that there's any action here in a real way.
If he really wanted an NFL job, he got people behind him that will plant stuff, that will pump up his resume and talk about the division championships he got and all that other stuff.
But I don't know if anyone's interested.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think anyone interested now.
Yeah.
I'm looking at all the interviews. Jacksonville probably has like the second or third most. There's a lot of interviews for some of these teams. Like the Bears have a ton of interviews, including, mind you, Pete Carroll. Remember Pete Carroll who stepped down from his position in Seattle, where basically like, hey man, you can come up here in this office or you can get to step and you pick. Yeah. And he decided to kind of step down and go into an advisory role. Apparently he still wants to coach. He's going to take a Bears interview along with a whole bunch of other people. But then the Jaguars, I think their interview list, which with a name that I actually had not realized earlier, Kellen Moore, who is the Eagles coordinator right now, Todd Monken, Ravens OC, Joe Brady, Bills OC. Those are probably, and Liam Cohen is the Bucks OC. Those last three that I said are probably like the big ones that people are considering, in addition to Ben Johnson, the Detroit Lions OC, Aaron Glenn DC for them. Patrick Graham from the Raiders, who's previously a DC there. That's interesting. Saleh, Flores, and Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah.
I saw that. He was in the running there.
I think Spagnuolo is like Wade Phillips in that he is a Hall of Fame, if people would pull their heads and actually give coordinators Hall of Fame consideration. He's a Hall of Fame assistant coach. Something about being that head coach, that's just not him. And Wade Phillips, that's a little unfair because he had a really good record for a while as a head coach. But I think there's a lot of guys that are just built to be a tremendous coordinator, but they're not quite the head coach material that you think about.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to be a pretty robust coaching search for a few teams. We mentioned how the Jets are doing that. I mentioned the Bears. The Jags seem to have a big one. How confident are you that the Jags are going to make the right hire here, though?
Oh, I'm very confident they will not.
Okay.
Well, absolutely not.
And real quick, another name that you'll be familiar with, Brian Gaine, former Texans GM, is going to interview one of many. Actually, not as many when it comes to the Jets GM position. I think I might have seen maybe about 3 kind of names that have popped up there, maybe 3 or 4 as I'm thinking of. I know that Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, has thrown his support behind Louis Riddick, the ESPN analyst.
And I'm not laughing at Louis Riddick's qualifications. It's just
the Deion.
You could see that coming.
Right. How much do you believe Deion recently said that the only way he would coach in the NFL is he was able to coach his sons? How much do you believe him?
I do. Oh, yeah. He's coached them since 9th grade.
Yeah.
I mean, he's every year. They've never had a head coach other than Dad every year. Brian Gaine, to me, I'm happy for him. He got a raw deal here. He really did. I mean, he got pushed out. He lost his power. Goes to Buffalo. I think he sat out a year and then went to Buffalo. And has been. I mean, look at Buffalo. Has been able to manipulate that roster despite all the offseason cap issues that they had. I'm happy for Brian Gaine.
Yeah, and I mean. Sometimes the results help. Like, that roster is not incredible, but they've just done a really good job. And Josh Allen, right? You throw the Josh Allen bandage over a lot of this, and that makes it work. Somebody said I'm laughing at both Louis Riddick's qualifications as GM and Deion Sanders is thinking that he has a lot of influence when I don't think the smart NFL teams give a damn what he says. Hey, I don't think that he thinks he has influence. I think he's just talking. Like,
as a dude's opinion. Like, he feels like he throws his opinion out. And, I mean, also, once you become a Hall of Famer, it's just kind of like, hey, my opinion.
You do have a little stroke.
My opinion, I could throw this out here.
Yeah. We talked about Tom Brady, and he could just make that call or say whatever. He kind of got that same thing, too.
Mm-hmm. I think Deion just talking, although it does, like, I don't know that anybody's actually going to jump for it, but it does feel like that's just the constant shadowy figure out there that maybe, just all of a sudden, well, boy, by God, is that Deion Sanders music?
Yeah.
And from the 713, it's a setup, right? Bill leaves the job and his son takes over in his place. When talking about North Carolina, that's where a lot of people feel.
Yeah.
But he's already on a staff. I'm trying to remember where Steve Belichick is.
But he's going to Carolina.
He's a DC.
Yeah.
Right?
But I think he's going to Carolina.
Wasn't he the DC in Washington?
Mm-hmm. He was a defensive coach. I know that. Yeah.
I mean, it's possible. That's what people are kind of feeling.
It seemed like that was going to happen in a couple years. Like, not the first year, maybe 2 or 3 years down the line. I think Bill Belichick, if he did get that opportunity, would leave and his son take over.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL on this, and some college, I guess, on this Thursday. Coming up next, let's talk to our guy, former Texan defensive lineman, ND Kalu. Get more ready for the Chargers wildcard game. We'll do it next.
Yeah, let's talk about our other
Action Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Live from O'Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's so nice to be like fully into the year 2025. Obviously, aside from just the weirdness of living in the future,
in the Jetsons era.
But yeah, like fully into the 2025 because we got into that holiday season. And we missed talking to some of our friends. I think we missed like a week or two with B. Scott. And then we missed last week with this gentleman. His name is N.D. Kalu, former Texans defensive lineman, our good friend. N.D., how you living, my man?
I'm good. Happy New Year. I don't know if it's too late to say that.
You made it by one day.
I made it
by one day. I made the rule. January 10th is the latest you can do it.
I like that.
Yeah.
So Happy New Year. Happy New Year, and let's get this thing started, gentlemen.
I think we might have missed Festivus, and if we didn't, then so be it. That's my entree into this regardless. Complaining is something that we've been doing a little bit today. Our question of the day is like, what is this cliche or phrase that just drives you up the wall? Do you have one, whether it's in business or sports, that you're just like, you hear the phrase and you're just like, what are we doing here?
Ooh, that's a good one. You know what? So the phrase lately, what's been getting under my skin, it's actually two. When brothers say, "Oh, I'm doing this for the culture," and I'm like,
"That's a good one."
There's 8 billion black people on this earth. So are you saying like everyone has the exact same culture? And that just annoys the hell out of me because typically the culture for black folks is some negative stereotypes like drinking 40s and smoking. And having 20 baby mamas, all the things I went through. But I just hate that. I hate that they try to like clump our many cultures into just one. That one was a little too deep. But just on a more lighthearted one, 110%. I never liked that.
Yes, good answer.
I never liked that. Like, give it your all. And I'll say this: there was a certain player, great player for the Texans. And I think he got a pass because, one, he's great and he did it the right way. But they always said every single play he goes 110%. And I'm like, that's impossible. Like,
yes, exactly.
You can't sprint to the ball every single play. Yeah. You just can't do that. So, but going over the 100%. So I'll get off my soapbox right now.
Now I'm trying to figure out who you're talking
about. It
got
to be JJ.
I don't know. I might believe him. I've seen him bleed.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Andy, let's talk about this game Saturday. If you haven't noticed, pretty big one. But the whole flipping a switch, when you've had an up and down team, we heard from, Bobby Slowick earlier. We've heard from D'Amico about, now's the time, you forget everything. I'm paraphrasing, but, kind of forget everything. Right. Now's when we get going. Is that possible in the postseason to just flip a switch when you've been so up and down?
You know what? I don't know if you're flipping a switch or if you're preparing in a way to where, because you mentioned up and down, you're preparing in a way where you played like you played when you crushed the Patriots, and you're not playing in the same manner that you played against the Ravens. So I don't know if it's flipping a switch or tapping into what you can actually do, tapping into playing at your ceiling. But because here's the thing, when I think flip a switch, I think you're hinting at a player who's not that great playing great now. Like if CJ Stroud goes out there and doesn't give up an interception, throws for 250, throws for a touchdown or two. If Joe Mixon rushes for over 100 yards and Nico Collins has a big game, are we overly surprised? We just haven't seen that all at the same time in a while. So I don't know if it's flipping a switch because I don't believe any team or player can flip a switch. You just do what you're able to do and what you have the capacity to do.
Yeah, go ahead and throw flipping a switch on my my list. Thank you for the reminder. We're talking to N.D. Kalu here in the loop. I did want to talk about this defense a little bit, especially because we will finally get to see Azeez Al-Shaair and Christian Harris, maybe even Henry To'oTo'o play together for a game. How viable do you think it is, the possibility of having the 3 linebackers on the field for maybe a not insignificant amount of time, especially with the likes of like Ladd McConkey that could possibly be in the slot and such?
It depends on what type of packages D'Amico's cooking up. But regardless of where a player is more comfortable, and this is what Jim Johnson did a great job, may his soul rest in peace, the former defensive coordinator for the Eagles. If you have guys that can play to adjust your system and adjust packages to make sure they're on the field at the same time. And Alshire, Christian, Henry To'oTo'o, like to have those guys on the field, that's only going to benefit your team. And you might say, well, these two guys are very similar and they play similar spots. If you can track, if you can run with the right angles, if you can tackle and you're good at it, get them on the field at the same time. And I think you have to have that, because to stop the Los Angeles Chargers, I don't think you're going to have a bunch of turnovers and big plays as far as interceptions to the house. If I'm not mistaken, I don't have it in front of me. I think Justin Herbert only has like 4 or 5 interceptions on the year.
And none of them when he's not under pressure. So you have to have pressure to start.
Yeah. So that's where I want to see those linebackers that you mentioned, making the tackles, not going in there with arm tackles, making sure the running back doesn't have the yards after contact. So I love that idea, and I'm curious to see how they're going to utilize all 3 of those linebackers.
Well, you mentioned tackling, and that's been something that's kind of been odd for me, because watching this team, and maybe I've just been wrong, it hasn't felt like they've been particularly bad at tackling, but you look at the numbers and they are really low on the list of tackling. Like, what has been your perception tackling-wise, and is that something that you can, to continue the cliche, flip a switch on going into this wildcard game?
Now I'm asking, I'm not even challenging. When you say low on the list, what does that mean? I don't.
Oh, they have a lot of missed tackles.
Yeah, see, I'm from the school that there's no missed tackles. You just have great moves by offensive players.
Okay, fair enough.
And that's not me giving you a pass. Like, I'm giving a pass, but I mean, you have certain guys, the Tyreek Hills of the world, actually any NFL player, where if you're in open field, open space, it's tough to be the first contact, first tackle. What I like to see is the pursuit. When you miss those tackles, make sure you're missing at the upfield shoulder, and if I'm going to use the phrase missing a tackle, and you're making him come inside, because that's where your help's coming from. But yeah, Now, don't get me wrong. There are some times where guys go in there just with a shoulder. They do the shoulder thud. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, you really think you're going to knock down a professional athlete, with a shoulder thud? But there are times where, the first guy's typically not going to bring him down. That's why you have to have that pursuit. And I do like that from the Houston Texans. I do feel like that's something they emphasize, where you have so many hats on the ball. And they're definitely going to need that this week.
Deontay Johnson, all of a sudden, he's just been here for a cup of coffee so far, but he seems like he might be crucial in this, because, Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie, speaking of up and down, they haven't really been there. Nico is going to be the focus of the Chargers. How difficult would that be for him to all of a sudden, come in and be that big of an impact?
Well, it'll be difficult just to be an impact player when that hasn't been your calling for your entire career. But with what you said, if I'm the Los Angeles Chargers, if I'm their defensive coordinator, I'm focusing on Nico Collins, because Nico Collins to me is a bona fide number one, not just number one receiver. That's like the obvious statement of the day, but he's a stud in the NFL. So I'm trying to stop him. So who is it going to be? Who's going to be that guy that kind of sneaks, gets those sneaky catches and ends up having a productive day because you weren't focused on him as a defensive coordinator with your game plan. So, no, I mean, it's difficult to shine in any NFL game, but I would not be surprised. You know what, John? I'll be a little surprised if it ends up not being Hutchinson or Mechie, just because they've been in this system. And I do believe there's certain packages that, a newcomer just doesn't have a chance to really get comfortable with. So I would be pleasantly surprised. But Hutchinson is a guy that I've really thought, given an opportunity, he would shine. But it's time for him to really step up, because you have the opportunity. Tank Dell is out. Diggs is out. This is where you put your hand in the air and say, hey, look, I could be a number 2 wide receiver somewhere.
Mm-hmm. You're talking to ND Kalu right here on Sports Radio 610. And ND, this Los Angeles Chargers offensive line, they got a couple of names that loom large when you talk about Rashawn Slater, Joe Alt on the edges, but on the interior, maybe a little susceptible. And if you're watching some of the film, you see that sometimes some of those stunts and games up front can get at him. Is that something that you would like to see from DeMeco Ryans in this defense? Is some more games and stunts up front to maybe try and get to the interior, or would you kind of like them to be a little bit more, disciplined in the run lanes, or maybe less of those types of things and just kind of let those guys go up and play?
I don't like stunts when you have guys like Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, and even the multiple guys you have fully playing yet. I don't know if y'all know. Maybe
he hasn't been participating, but Derek Barnett has been playing well, and obviously, who knows where else.
Exactly. So don't get me wrong, Reggie. It's good to run games and stunts with your 4-down linemen to keep the offense to keep them honest. But when you have guys like Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, like I mentioned, Mario Edwards, I'd like to see Tim Settle. I'd like to see you just say, you know what? 4-down lineman, put your hand in the dirt, beat the guy in front of you. Because I think you have those type of guys that can do that. When you don't have those superstar edge players, then you have to get creative. And then you have to get creative and say, okay, we're going to run a bunch of tech stunts where the tackle comes first and the end loops around, or we're going to have a linebacker hit the A gap and then one of your down linemen loop around him. Because all you're trying to do there, you're trying to confuse the offensive line, which we've seen. Unfortunately, we've seen that firsthand. But because when you have all those moving pieces, and it's tough for an interior offensive lineman. You're like, oh, I have the three technique. Then the 3 technique becomes a 0 technique, and a blitzing linebacker, becomes a 3 technique. So it's tough when you run it right. But I also feel like, at least when I played, and our coach would call stunts and games, I'm like, man, I think I could beat this guy one-on-one. I set him up with speed rush. I've had 4 or 5 speed rushes. Now I want to do the speed to bull. But then it's like, oh, nope, we're going to run the TE stunt. It's like, I'll get like, I'm trying to play chess and you're making the moves for me. So with the defensive linemen that the Texans have, actually to see some one-on-one, keep your lane integrity, and just let Slater, who I have a lot of respect for, he's actually a Houston area kid, let him try to block Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter one-on-one.
I like that. And just to clean this up, Foley actually limited participant both Tuesday and yesterday. So at least that is good. He has been out on the practice field. In fact, I think the only person who did not practice at all participate was Shaq yesterday.
All right, let's talk about Justin Herbert, because he obviously is going to be the focus on the defensive side. We've been talking a little bit about putting pressure on him, but he's got Ladd McConkey, he's got a few weapons. How much would you consider doing what you did last year, and that's traveling Derek Stingley with Ladd McConkey?
I mean, Derek Stingley, in my opinion, is I don't know if y'all are going to throw this on the list, shutdown corner, because I hear people say there are no shutdown corners, but he's one of the best corners. So if you feel like, and I think guys like that, they love taking on that challenge. I forgot what game I was watching, and this is bad radio, so I'm not going to go silent trying to remember, but one of the top it wasn't even one of the top cornerbacks, but the corner, you know what it was Minnesota Detroit. I don't know if y'all watched that game.
Oh, absolutely.
But the cornerback followed Justin Jefferson around and didn't shut him down, but really held him to some modest numbers, and apparently they had been going at it since high school. Like, they've been rivals since high school. And tell like the cornerbacks, they love that challenge. You know what? Give me the best wide receiver, even when you have a top-notch quarterback, and let me just mirror him all over the field. I think that would be great. And I also think that's a scenario, John, until proven otherwise, you can say, all right, we have that covered. If Derek Stingley is going to mirror him all over the field, now we can focus on the rest of the field and the rest of the offensive stars.
All right, Andy, you don't have to give a prediction if you don't want to, but how are you feeling about this game overall? Because, I mean, look, at home, we've all talked about the fact that the Chargers are indeed the favorites with this, and there's been a lot of, I guess, disrespect all around the nation. How are you feeling about this game?
Every day I wake up, I change. Like yesterday, I was like, man, I think the Chargers might have it because they're riding high, the way Justin Herbert's playing. Then today, this morning, I'm like, hold on, there's a reason why the Texans have 10 wins. I like the way they opened up the series, and it's just one series against the Titans. So today, I'm gonna go Houston Texans. I'm gonna say by a touchdown. But if you ask me again tomorrow, which I know you won't, since it's Friday.
I mean, we can call you again. I'm all good with it if you are.
but for whatever reason, maybe because I got 7 hours of sleep, I woke up feeling good about this game, and I can see a scenario with no, and I'm predicting the Texans win by a touchdown.
You know what? Just for that, expect a call tomorrow. I'm going to call and see if it changed at all. Okay, you good with that?
I'll be here.
All right, perfect. ND Kalu, always fantastic to have you on a Thursday. Have a good one.
Man, y'all have a good one. Enjoy the game, and I'll talk to y'all next week.
Thank you. Yes, sir. There it is. ND Kalu, former Texans defensive lineman, and always a delight talking to him here in the loop. We got a couple of cliches in there, and then for some reason people kept sending them in. Somebody said when they complain to their wife says, sounds like a first world problem. He's like, damn. I don't deal with third world problems. Clearly that's a first world problem. I appreciate that. Somebody said when an exec says, let's find some alignment.
Yes.
Oh, goodness.
Yes. Absolutely.
Speaking of Brian Gaine and Bill O'Brien.
That's right.
That was the theme of the offseason. Alignment. What was it? Alignment?
Yeah, that was it.
And I love these two. One, perception is reality, because I don't think it's used right well. Mm-hmm. And then this other one, long story short, especially for the person who's not actually making the story short.
Yeah.
Long story short, but you've been talking
usually
for 5
long
minutes.
too.
What are we talking about?
When they say long story short, it's usually long.
Yeah. It's like, so why did you say that? You just added 3 more words.
And they do it after the long story.
Yeah, exactly.
Long story, less long.
You just
finish the story now. Wrap it up,
we're on now.
I want to see how the movie ends. Don't walk out at the end.
Yeah. All right, we're super excited for this playoff game, and you can gear up for the playoffs at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Thanks to our friends at Academy for getting us ready for this weekend with our new ready-to-roll playoff shirts and division championship hats. You can get yours at local Academy Sports and Outdoor shops before this weekend. All right, coming up next in the loop, let's get into what's popping, including, hey, man, Rodeo is going to be announced tomorrow. Who are you expecting to be?
Oh, I got you.
Oh, you got it?
I got you.
All right, Lopez got you. Okay. Next.
All right. Hey, man. More sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into what's popping on this Thursday. Appreciation again to our guy, Andy Kalu, for joining us earlier. I was like, I don't have a transition. I got up in the air.
You've been on a roll. He's been on a roll.
That was one of those jump passes. Yeah. I got in the air, and I was like, I'm going to pass the ball. And I was like, I don't know who to.
I'm just in the air.
So we will continue.
Switching gears.
Now, I guess let's do the Astros thing here. Luis Garcia, pitcher for the Astros, agreed with the Astros on a $1.875 million deal to be able to avoid arbitration. Salute to him. Again, it's salute Astros. I feel like I really do. I understand why the arbitration process exists. I kind of hate it.
Oh, I hate it. I mean, Kyle Tucker alone, year after, it seems like he's been in arbitration for 10 years. I mean, it's just been year after year, and it's not my money. I'm not related to Kyle Tucker. I just don't like it.
I just hate it for many of the parties involved. It feels uncomfortable. I know for me personally, if the whole idea is how are you going to get your money? Mm-hmm. Me and my boss are going to get in a room with this judge. I'm going to tell you why I deserve this money. My boss is going to actively slander me and tell me why I don't deserve this money, and the judge will be like, this person is right.
Yeah.
That feels like a very uncomfortable circumstance. So
I feel very relatable, by the way, too.
Mm-hmm. I don't like it. So I'm happy that they were able to come to some level of terms without having to go to arbitration. I do wonder if it has helped in any way, though, by the fact that Luis Garcia is coming off of Tommy John, right? The idea being, if you're going into arbitration, how much does that hurt your, case there when you're coming in and you're like, hey, you're coming off of injury and you only had a couple of minor league starts this past year, and you had kind of setbacks.
Yeah, and it's not going to really affect him too much long term if he can prove, his worth. That's about right.
Yeah, this might have been the right time for it.
I was just going to say that, Figgy. Like if you're going to be in arbitration, might as well do it coming off of Tommy John. You can go prove it and get bigger
because
money.
if he had an All-Star year last year,
it would stink.
It would have been the same. It probably would have been the same thing.
Slightly more, but not much more.
Yeah. Now, someone who did get more, Mauricio Dubon, who also avoided arbitration. Shout out to the 832. He agreed to a 1-year, $5 million contract today as well. Shout out to Chandler Rome.
Good money for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Basically a utility guy.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is like, it'd be nice if he remains in that utility role because the money, again, it would not be a factor in this, but I don't think you want him to have anything near an everyday role here, do you?
Yeah. I don't think he's going to have an everyday role. I don't think they want him to have an everyday role.
No, but I mean, as currently stands, it feels like he's going to at least have a very significant role if your outfield.
And for $5 million, that's good.
That is good.
Yeah,
that is good. That is to be 100% fair. All right, some other things that are popping. Tari Eason is out again tonight as the Rockets will face off against the Memphis Grizzlies at FedEx Forum in Memphis. I know you're just waiting for me to say it anyway, so I might as well do that. That is the name of the place, FedEx Forum.
That one I actually knew.
The Grindhouse, as they like to call it.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, Tari Eason out again. Are you? All right. I feel like I do this every day, so I probably shouldn't put it that way. But I am personally not as concerned because supposedly this is illness as opposed to the injury. There is a plan for the ramp up, and that the illness kind of threw that plan off.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll feel a lot better when I see him on the court again.
Yeah, I get it, and Ime Udoka kind of referenced that. But until he's back out on the floor, you think there's always going to be some sort of factor with more than just like a little illness. Speaking of illness, by the way, this is kind of popping right now as well.
Yes.
Apparently there's a flu bug that has affected the Notre Dame locker room.
Oh.
And Sean texted it to me because I have a vested interest. Sean Pendergast.
What?
So that's kind of problematic.
For vested interest, but also that would be really devastating for something like that to really swing the national championship type situation. Boy, James Franklin might be hitting the jackpot this year.
I'm telling you, man.
Like, hey, we get Boise State, and then we get a potentially sick Notre Dame. Mm-hmm. We can just go ahead and cruise through this thing.
Now, one report said that it's mainly been some backups, but still, it's not all backups probably. If it's a flu bug going through the locker room.
Backups as in position. I was like, what kind of physiological thing are you talking about and calling a backup?
They're backed up.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think that's how illness works.
Been there.
I was like, I don't think constipation is viral.
Yeah.
No. Okay, got you. Backup players. Got you. Yeah. So just quarantine the starters.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna play, you gotta stay over here.
Yeah.
No, that is gonna be an interesting to watch. That team is going, or that game is going. The Orange Bowl is gonna happen. 6 something? I gotta check the actual time. But that is happening tonight. Super excited for that. In fact, I think we'll talk more about that later on in the program. I did tease this, and I do want to get to it. Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. We're nearing. We're getting close. What is that? Early March is when we get into it.
March. It starts, I believe, March 9th.
Cook-off starts, I want to say the end of February.
No, March 4th. Yeah, March 4th is when it starts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and so one of the, obviously, culturally, the big thing with the rodeo, or one of the big things with the rodeo is these concert series, these performances.
Announcement tonight, 7 p.m. Figgy, you're going to be there.
I'm going to be there. Yeah, I'm going to be there.
Because Figgy's going to, Bootman performing.
Yeah.
That is
surprise. Aha, surprise.
Now that's a local artist.
Yeah, look, boots on the ground.
Yeah, bootman on the ground.
But here at Odyssey Houston, they have like a little contest for us, predict who the performers are going to be, and I have no earthly idea. But there are some interesting things.
I seen that. I'm like, man, I have no idea who to even put. Man.
No idea.
I got you.
You do?
Okay. All
right.
Couple things.
Because the rodeo did kind of give us a little tease on what some of the genres of the artists are, and one of them is like wild card. Obviously, there's hip hop artists in there or something.
Wild card, Latin night, and all it.
There's going to be the R&B hip hop is what they call it.
Okay.
Let me ask you this: who do you want to see? A lot of people talking about Beyonce. I don't feel it. I don't know why.
Yeah, and she probably wouldn't go under the category of hip hop and R&B.
No, she might be the opener or the closer.
She feel like she'd be the wild card that is up there, especially with her her current path of being, I guess, more kind of
country. She's been on the country vibe.
Kick, but I feel like that ends up being like a whole discussion. So putting her as a wild card makes sense.
She just did a Super Bowl basically halftime.
But that might be the run up.
But she also have an announcement that's coming pretty soon.
But it's in 4 days. It's not today.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
So who do you want to see and who do you expect to see? I got 4 that I would say are absolutely going to be in the lineup. You want to bet?
No,
I don't want to bet.
Wait, you just got news that Notre Dame might be going on the floor. You're like, you know what I need to do? More money on gambles. That's what I need in this moment.
Who the 4 you got?
I think it's Logic on most of these.
I thought you meant Logic, the performer. I was going to have to be disappointed, not going to lie.
Brad Paisley always performs.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Luke Bryan always performs.
Feels right.
Los Tigres del Norte on
he put sauce on it too.
Like who?
It's going to be March 9th. I guess they call it Hispanic. They call it Hispanic Heritage or whatever they do. Los Tigres del Norte are going to perform. So there's 3.
Okay.
I'm feeling Parker McCullum.
Okay.
I'm feeling Parker McCullum.
I can see that.
Yeah. Hometown guy.
Yeah.
From the 8 through 2, they bring up Teddy Swims, which is a name that I've seen a lot. I'm not really super familiar with his music, but it does seem like he is popping in
I heard that name a couple times too,
where he might be involved. Somebody said they'd like to see Sabrina Carpenter at the rodeo. For sure? I don't know.
That's a good one. That's a good guess. Because she's hot right now.
She is. And I hope that you truly just mean like in
many ways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. But don't let me start doing the math on the age difference.
Well, quit
right here.
teeing me up like that.
What about
Tejano Day is what they call it. Yes.
Okay. What about Shabuzi?
Shabuzi.
He had the one. It had a couple songs, I think.
Yeah, the Tipsy.
Yeah.
I know that one.
And he's kind of like the hot new kid right now.
Yes, much like Sabrina Carpenter, kind of on the rise.
Not in the same way as Sabrina Carpenter is kicking his ass.
Yeah, well, sure. But I'm saying like really gaining momentum.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
Boo this man.
But boo. What about there's also a classic rock night. Like I've seen
ZZ Top. Someone said.
Seen Journey. I've seen REO Speedwagon.
They're doing their thing with the new.
Are they touring again?
I don't know, but like I know when they were. They were doing their thing.
Hell, it might be Journey again. Nickelback is touring again.
I'm sure.
But they was there last year.
That, right? Oh, that's right.
They was there last year, right? Was that last year?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. This is a good shot from the 832 Post Malone. Especially now that he's made the full switch to country.
I can see that.
Yep.
I can see that.
So, no, the announcement will happen tonight. What time did you say that was again?
7 p.m.
7 p.m.
7 p.m.
And I have a strong feeling, Figgy, I'm not trying to plan your segment for you, that we'll have a little discussion about what actually comes out with that in the mixtape.
Yeah. We're going to do that tomorrow because I'm going to be there. I'm going to be getting content and all that stuff. But, yeah, we're going to talk about that.
All right. Real interested in that. And so a jam-packed evening if you want to find out what's happening with the rodeo. See, obviously, the college football semifinal game at the Orange Bowl, and then also Rockets facing off against the Grizzlies all around that same time. Should be fun.
Ooh, somebody guessed Def Leppard for the classic rock. I would be there. I love Def Leppard.
Our guy Leroy made a good one. I'm not sure if I going with this, but Meg Thee Stallion for hip hop.
I could absolutely see that.
I can see it too.
Okay.
Well, we'll find out.
We'll find out indeed. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thursday. Practice is going on. See if I can get you some updates there. But also, Lopez thinks we might be forgetting a little secret sauce for this Texans Chargers wildcard game. Let's get into that next.
Texans. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I love this rejoice so much. It brings me right back to the summer when
before hell broke loose.
All the mess. Man, it was messy between Kendrick and Drake. Yeah, man. What a time. What a time to be alive. And it's still a great time to be alive. We got playoff football coming up, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
Tonight.
Playoff football tonight. That's right. Tonight.
Oh, yeah. That's
tomorrow
right.
night. Saturday.
Twice
Sunday,
on Saturday and
Monday.
twice on Sunday.
There's
and
a lot
on Monday.
There's so much playoffs. Oh, my goodness. And then, of course, that's just major sports, right? We start talking about niche sports. Myself and Figgy getting kind of hyped. Next week, Aussie Open start, baby.
Yeah, let's go.
We got major tennis coming too, man. Super, man. Sports don't stop, do it. Just
thank goodness for that.
God bless.
Yeah.
God bless. All right. But the most important one, not that I'm ranking them, but I am ranking them. The most important one is Saturday, 3:30 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610, of course, physically at NRG Stadium. The Texans welcome in the Los Angeles Chargers, and we've been talking all around this, right? The red zone, the blitzing, the explosive plays, the Lad McConkey, all of this. But is there something that we might be missing? One of John Lopez. Are we missing the secret sauce?
The secret sauce. So listening to D'Amico, kind of reminded me of this. It's like, oh yeah, he's awesome in the playoffs. D'Amico, his defenses. You go back to San Francisco when as a coordinator.
Sorry, it just induced a laugh out of me just thinking about how good those San Francisco defenses were under D'Amico Ryan.
I mean, okay, let's go through it. Like D'Amico Ryan's. His playoff defenses have been the secret sauce. I mean, let's not forget that. If you're like, oh, hey, because we all want the Texans to win, path to victory. We know it's been defense, and we know how well this defense has played. Well, how much better have his defenses played in the postseason? All right, let's go to 2021. All right,
that was a year.
Let's just talk about. I looked at sacks and I looked at. Times of possessions and all that stuff. I always look at sacks.
Who doesn't?
Exactly.
It's an important metric.
Yards rushing that his defenses have gave up in 2021. 77. Now, this is 3 playoff games. 77, 67, and 70.
Not bad.
In the playoffs.
Not bad at all.
In the playoffs. 2022, 104, 76, and then they lost a game when they gave up 148.
That'll do it. I mean, you let a team start running up and down.
But now
control the clock and such.
Let's look at last year. Big win in the opening game of the playoffs. They gave up 56 yards.
Yeah, man.
Rushing.
Shuts down.
D'Amico Ryans has been in the playoffs as a player, as an assistant coach, as a coordinator, and is now as a head coach. His defenses have always played to another level in the postseason.
Yeah, and that's what it's a switch.
No, seriously. But it's not like from nothing, or I shouldn't say nothing, that's not fair. From struggles periodically, like the Houston offense, to all of a sudden, oh yeah, they're going to be lighting up the scoreboard. No, they've always been good. They've gotten great. They've gotten great in the postseason. And then you start looking at this team, and outside of that nickel back position.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
My negative brain, as I think you guys have come to understand, immediately was like, but Nickelback. What are we looking at?
But let's look beyond that.
But beyond that,
defensive line never looked better, never looked healthier.
Oh boy,
right?
And I'm gonna be real happy to see Foley back out there, especially to be able to really control the run. J.K. Dobbins is very good at explosive run. We talk about explosive plays.
Yeah.
J.K. Dobbins has a really high explosive run rate. I'll have to get you the exact number on this because I was looking at it last night, and of course it's on one of my many tabs that I have open. But J.K. Dobbins' explosive runs are possible. This is a good defensive team when it comes to stopping the run, and Foley's a part of that. But yeah, defensive line is huge.
Now let's go to linebackers. Same thing. Never looked better.
Full compliment, baby.
Never looked better. Never been as healthy. I mean, and by the way,
Agent Zero and Harris County.
Yeah. I
don't even think I can call him Agent Zero.
Thank you for saying that. And by the way, linebackers in the postseason have been monsters for D'Amico, whether it's in San Francisco or here.
And I mean, some of that is like, hey, look at the names, but I mean, Warner, Dre Greenlaw, those types of guys, like, hey, you can put Azeez right next to that, and Christian Harris absolutely has that capability.
But last year, Christian Harris, we've all seen the video. D'Amico brings him over on the sideline, says, hey, if they do this, you can jump that route.
Turn up.
What happened? Pick.
Yes.
So now let's go to the secondary, the third level. I mean, Kalen Bullock, he's been on something of a roll. Should have had another.
I'm sorry, who was that again?
Kalen Bullock.
There it is. Mama call him Bullock. I'm going to call him Bullock. Understood?
I'm not sure that's true, though. We have to ask him. But anyway.
I don't know his mama.
Anyway.
Both respectfully.
Should have had another interception, playing well. Kamari Lassiter, we know the season he's had. Expect him to play better. And then Derek Stingley, go ahead and shut that fool down, like he did against last year in the playoffs, Amari Cooper.
Yep.
Like, the secret sauce is D'Amico and what his defenses can rise to in the postseason.
And I 100% agree with you, and I feel like everybody agrees with you in that regard. Earlier today when we were talking about Bobby Slowick and the ways that he was talking about this offensive staff having honed in on what they do well, the skepticism that arises that we brought to the table, to be honest, was there. But somebody texted in, I think that they're absolutely right. The fans' hope in this team is C.J. Stroud and D'Amico. And when I say D'Amico, it really speaks to like the entirety of this defense. The thing about it for me within this is, you say it's the secret sauce. This is the whole package at this point. Like and that's the concerning part. Is like, can you do this oops all defense? Can you do it in that way? And the answer is likely no. Like, I don't think that you can just, hey, the defense is going to drag a team to a victory. You're going to need some add-in. But when it comes down to it, that says less about the defense. We know the defense is going to be great. And honestly, I think that you've laid out a pretty good case on why I think the defense can be exceptional unless Greg Roman does a really good job of like pinpointing certain places to attack. And I don't know that I feel strongly about Greg Roman doing that to a high level, but he does a great job of crafting up a run game. Thankfully, strength on strength there for this defense. Like, no, I feel great about what's going to happen with that matchup of Texans defense versus Chargers offense. What scares me is the other one.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. But they've been able to get it done defensively, and then you talk about peaking at the right time or raising your game, whatever you want to call it. Not only are they fully is the full complement there, and are they healthy on the front seven, but his defenses, again, hasn't been against the Titans, in week 18. It's been against playoff teams. 5 sacks, these are in the wins. 5 sacks, 3 sacks, 4 sacks, 2 sacks.
Is that good?
That's good.
Okay.
I mean, they get pressure on, he figures out a way to get pressure on the opposing quarterbacks.
Yeah, and this text is spot on from the 2A1. We need that same D'Amico effect on the offense. And I think this is the clear dichotomy, and the reason why I've really crystallized of late my opinion with this offense is D'Amico, what you're seeing there is the clear schematic advantage that is being given by having that particular person defense and organizing your defense.
And this is no disrespect to anybody else, but D'Amico calls this defense. I mean, it is his baby. So he's been.
And of course, like there's a lot of other things that are like, I'm sure Matt Burke does a lot in organizing the defense throughout the week, right?
And influences the calls, maybe.
100%.
I'm sure he does. In fact,
it felt like I know that we don't have any of the audio, but in listening to Matt Burke and his availability, I think there was a question about asked of him about like something to the effect of like what it brings to have D'Amico calling the defense. And I feel like Matt Burke, for a moment, you know how you get in your feelings.
Hey man, I'm sitting right here.
Hey dog, no, and I think he kind of alluded to it by saying, I mean, it's a team effort. You know, like we all kind of put in as if to say, hey man, the rest of these defensive assistants, we not just sitting here looking at D'Amico, we putting stuff in here too. Exactly. And I do believe that, right? Like this is a full compliment. I know that they've given a lot of credit to your defensive line coach on making sure that these dudes are playing at the level that they are. But yeah, no, I think that there's also just something to be said for the head of the snake, which is D'Amico Ryans, and making sure to get these guys. And like you mentioned, things as small and minute as bringing over Christian Harris and giving him a little bit of game that allows him to have an additional level or something additional over his competition, so that his talent can now also be elevated by some information that allows him to go and make a great play.
The most intriguing things for me that I think D'Amico is really, the wheels are turning, so to speak, is those linebackers, specifically, Christian Harris on the field, a full go with Azeez Al-Shaair. I think he's fancy because his linebackers have been the difference makers everywhere he's been.
Yeah,
like absolute. So now you got these two dudes. One's going to be a star. One is I guess you could say a star, maybe not a superstar in Al-Shaair, and that's where he hinges. All the things that they do in front of him and behind him.
Yeah, and with Aziz, I don't know if he needs to be a superstar. What he needs to be is a quarterback of the defense. Like that's one of the things that's beautiful about that particular position. And this is what you got Aziz for, right? The rest of the season, that was gravy. Like having him here in these moments, like having that veteran guy that has a level of experience, that has a really almost like a mind meld tether with D'Amico, with the understanding the ways that his defense works and the ways that the expectations that he has from his defense. Having that floor general, so to say, or that fields general, I imagine is going to be huge in this game. I'm looking forward to incredible play from this defense.
I am too.
This is where the confidence comes from me. 100%.
Look, I think things I want to see is Christian Harris getting to work, but really, Kalen Bullock, he's just been. It's almost like a mirror image of what Christian Harris was last year. Well, he's really good. Well, he's making some plays, and then in the postseason, this guy's going to be a star.
Yeah,
I think Bullock could be that. Or Bullock.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gosh, man, you just can't say this name. There's no respect. No, but I am interested though, how that feeling and the clear ball hawking ability and just being in the right place, the nose for the ball, if you will, for Kalen Bullock. How much does that get negated by the fact that this Chargers team just seemingly is really good at not turning over the football, right? Is that something that we feel like can be generated? Like, can you generate the pressure to put Justin Herbert in that place to maybe
he doesn't turn the ball over, that's for sure.
Not if you don't get pressure on him, right? So are you capable of generating enough pressure to have the back of the defense benefit from the front of the defense with Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. actually getting in there and touching him a little bit and putting some heating up his kitchen to the point where now he's putting up some footballs that are possibly ones that could be brought down by Kalen.
All you need is one. And by the way, how profound is this? Maybe profound isn't the right word. How weird is this?
Don't worry. They listen over there.
At Houston Texans. Thank you for listening, social media team.
And thank you for all you do. Y'all do a great job.
They do a great job. They just posted what I was just talking about as spoke it into existence.
You just hang right there and just play the quarterback. Play the quarterback. As soon as he snap, step in front of it, go pick. Yes, sir. I'm telling you.
4th and 2 from the Browns 33. It's picked off. Here we go to the left, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Christian Harris. Second pick six of the game.
Zone defense. So here's Harris. His eyes are on the quarterback, and at the last minute, he breaks underneath.
Man, that's weird. It's a sign. It's a sign. I just mentioned it. They just tweeted it. And that's going to be, that's what we're talking about.
I love that moment right there.
Oh,
man.
that was so good.
I ain't going to lie. A lot of people always bring up the J.J. Watt pick six. I feel like this one is up there, man.
It is. It absolutely is.
This pretty much was like a J.J. pick six.
I can't go there with you, dog.
Hey, man, this was D'Amico Ryan's first year with the Houston Texans.
He called his shot.
Nobody picked them against the Browns. And that pick six right there, the game was over at that point, man.
I hear you, but...
Oh, there he goes again.
You're on the right track.
Literal first playoff game.
Yeah.
And you've done gone and scored a touchdown. They get the ball back, and you go and put it up 2 scores. Nah, man. I don't know if I can go with you.
Hey, that's cool though. But if you look at the bigger picture,
I hear what you're saying.
You know what? We're gonna put a pin in this one. We're gonna circle back at another time where we can find some alignment. You know what I'm saying? From the 2-8-1, Jared Goff didn't turn the ball over before playing the Texans. Then he threw 5 picks versus this team. I get that, and I don't know. I have a low level of hesitation, and maybe I'll look foolish. You know what? That's cool. It'd be like that sometimes.
I think that's a sign, man.
I do.
That's a sign. It's going to happen.
But see, I've never had questions about the defense, though. I think the questions
I think we're going to see more magic, man. We're going to see
magic from what?
Like the defensive side, like stuff like that. That's not. We know they're good. But we've been talking about how he raises the level of this defense in the postseason. I think we're going to see that.
I feel like they always had that, though, man. I just the offense scares me. Like, what we going to get from the offense?
I mean, if you get some secret sauce and some defensive touchdowns, then we're going to be in a spot.
No, but stop checking out the girls behind, man. What you
doing?
doing?
They're doing some funky dance.
Is it the tighten up?
I don't know what it may be.
It might be doing the tighten up.
You never know what you're going to see at a radio station.
Yeah.
Actually, you do. Most of the time, it's
bizarre.
Most of the time, it's just microphones and empty hallways.
Well, there's that.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Thanks for hanging out with us. I think I lied to you because I said I was going to get you some updates from practice, and I got so engrossed in the secret sauce conversation that I didn't check on that. So we'll see if we can get you those. However,
put a pin in that.
We will put it. Man, y'all should probably hate me.
Let's run it up the flagpole and see if we should come back.
Yeah. Y'all really should. Man, I'm sorry about that. I really started 2 days in a row. I've started shenanigans that I probably shouldn't have.
It's good. That's why we're here, man.
One was milk yesterday. And again, apologies. And then two, now it's all the cliches. I really do. I'm sorry for that. What I'm not sorry for is that coming up next, we'll get some lunchtime confessions.
It's a Sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So we all have certain phobias, and maybe y'all are going to mention what phobias you have. I never realized how big of a phobia, because like some people are scared of snakes, whatever. I'm not a fan, but I don't freak out. Alligators, I've dealt with them a lot. I keep they don't really, it's not like, oh my God, an alligator. I've dealt with them on the water and stuff like that. Wildfires, man. That wildfire has just got me shook up every time I turn on the TV or open some page. I didn't know wildfires could be that big of a phobia for me, but that's got to be. It's terrifying, man. Like, you're just surrounded by fire. We mentioned earlier, it looks like hell on those streets. And the thing is, it's a California thing. It has been, there's been a lot of instances.
A lot of wildfires.
But it could be anywhere if you get these ingredients. Drought. Yeah, we get those. High winds. We for sure get those here. Sure. Some numbskull, starting a fire.
95% of wildfires apparently start by humans in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's like, phobia, I'm not really like a whole lot. I'm sure there's some that I haven't thought of, but that one I'm like, dude, this could happen literally anywhere with no prediction, no warning.
Yeah, I try not to, lean into like the idea of phobia necessarily in myself, but I got a healthy level of respect for a lot of things that I'm like, hey, we not playing with. One of those that immediately came to mind is just like knives, like obviously not like necessarily like cooking knives, but like somebody has just kind of like a knife. I try.
Be careful with that now.
Yeah, I'm like, hey man, be careful, man. We're not trying to do nothing accidentally and do something bad, right?
Yeah.
Heights was something I'm not comfortable, but it's not gonna like.
But planes, no, just buildings.
Yeah.
That's a common one.
Heights is mine too. Although I was a big roller coaster guy, but when it comes to like being up high and it's just in the building, I don't want to get too close to the
edge. Exactly right. Yeah. Like a healthy respect for it. Like I'm not going to like pass out. However, I'm not going to be out here standing right on the edge with just inches away from the edge. Absolutely not, right? What happens if a strong wind comes or whatever? But no, I think you're right. Like, man, these wildfires have been terrifying. One of the things that got me, I think it was, I don't remember which one of these LA stations, but they had, how, and this is something, I guess this is a mini confession myself. I absolutely hate that, like, we do the TV thing where we ordered in the middle of this natural disaster. Hey, you should evacuate, except we're going to send somebody in there. And so there's a dude standing, like, uncomfortably close to like wildfire stuff,
flying all over their heads.
Literally, there are embers that are flying past this dude with his N95 mask on, and he sees somebody evacuating on a bike carrying like pictures and stuff.
Yeah,
and it's just like, what are we doing?
Exactly.
That just looks. It looks post-apocalyptic, being like in the midst of it.
Looks like hell.
A lot of
it looks like hell.
At the risk of being cliche again, sincerely, thoughts and prayers with all the people that are going through that. I know that for a lot of these kind of not corporations, but a lot of the kind of entities that are doing work out there, you want to kind of send physical goods and stuff for the people that might need it, who might have lost things. But funny enough, and it sounds kind of crass, the thing that those kind of entities need most is money, because they can do things in bulk and kind of more effectively. So if you're so inclined, to kind of share,
yes, please do.
Yeah, that'd be a great way of going.
These are my confessions.
The callback that comes on the text line from the 832, phobia of people who drink milk. That is hilarious. Wouldn't call it a phobia. A little distrust, though, to be honest. I realized, as this is a confession in itself, I realized the confessions that I wrote down, both of them used on air already. Because one of them was going to be that I truly and sincerely believe that Cavs Thunder is the best basketball game I've seen in a long time. I was willing to go at least in a calendar year. Like, I sat down for that game, and I felt stuck.
Yeah.
Like, I watched the first 6 minutes of basketball, and I was like, yo, this is really good. I mean, these dudes are finding shooting at a high clip, driving good, quick pass, crisp passing.
Third quarter was just ridiculous how good that was. Yeah.
And again, really good defense where I'm like, yo, good switch, good help defense. Like, good, there's not like just defensive lapses. It's just good offense beating, or good defense being beaten by better offense. And I was just like, oh. And I legitimately was stuck on my couch for, 2.5 hours until it ended. And I was like, okay, now I'm free to do other things because I felt like I was in a trance watching the best basketball I've seen.
No, that's a good confession, and we didn't really talk about it in a while, so that's more than adequate.
Yeah, now, I was so locked into this game. I'm like, man, like the pregame is taking a long time. Like it's 6:15. Let's go. Let's go. And then the commercials, I'm just like, man, what? Like, why is halftime so damn long?
Yeah, all right, get back.
Let's get back to
get back to sports.
Hey, they didn't want the Kevin and Ellie Duncan, L Duncan. I'm like, what are we doing, man? I don't need no sports in it. Let's get back to the game.
Get back to the game.
These are my confessions.
So it was a clip kind of going around Jason and Travis Kelce on their podcast.
Yes.
And shout out to Sideline Sarah. She do a lot of clipping posts and videos. She do a really good job. I don't know who she is, but she do a good job on social media.
Salute.
But she reposted a video from their podcast pretty much saying Jason and Travis Kelce discuss wildcard games, what wildcard games are going to be the most electric, and then mention Chargers and Texans. Pretty much this is what they had to say on the podcast.
The one that I'm definitely not watching is Houston versus Chargers. I don't know why. That one's like not even, that's the least interesting game to me. Is that fair?
I'm watching it because I think that's
probably who you're
two
playing.
teams I'm going to play.
Yeah, right.
So, I thought it was kind of fair. I ain't really take it as a shot. But Jason Kelce,
shot, dog, man. It's only how many games this weekend, boy? If you don't sit down and watch this football,
hey, he's busy.
Yeah,
he's got a girlfriend.
So Jason Kelce actually,
he's got a wife.
I was like, wait, hold on, you about to put Jason Kelce out here?
Breaking news. Whoa, dang, man! I didn't know he worked for FS1.
That's
crazy.
Hey, that's gonna be my next confession. But
But Jason Kelce actually responded to Sideline Sarah's tweet and said this was a response to a YouTube TV hypothetical question: if all games were on at the same time, which 4 games are you watching?
Yeah.
I am absolutely watching all of the games because playoffs are awesome. Why would you mislead your followers? And I gotta confess, I felt like I kind of get where he's coming from, but I didn't really take it like that. I felt like it was kind of a fair question.
It was absolutely fair if it was his actual opinion.
Yeah, I don't think she really misled what he was saying. And honestly, I felt like if I had to rank all these games, like I would probably rank Chargers and Texans towards the bottom because there's no real drama right there to me.
Saturday, 3:30 p.m. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know.
And I've already established. I'm glad that you started with saluting because I do appreciate Sideline Sarah. I think she does some really good kind of collecting a lot of different audio from different places or videos from different places and bringing them to one place. However, I think I agree with Jason Kelce here because just as you saying that, I did not realize that was the context, and it seemed like it was just an individual held opinion that this was a game that he did
that offers a lot of clarity.
And that clarity means a whole bunch here. And I mean, again, how you then take that and like how you interpret that is something else. But yeah, that feels a little different. So I do feel Jason Kelce in this.
But even with the clarity, I still feel like it's kind of accurate a little bit.
No, I think so.
And maybe because I kind of follow Jason and I kind of know how they are, what their job is or his job is. I don't think he's just going to skip out on a playoff game.
No.
I don't think he's just going to say, nah, I'm cool on this game. He a football guy.
Yeah.
So he going to watch every single playoff game.
Sure.
So I ain't really take it for him like he just skipping out on this game because it's boring.
No, I think you obviously Reggie made a good point, but that's a good point. It's still that. It's still that game.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I respect Joy Taylor getting back on the horse, so to speak, at FS1.
You did say horse, right?
But she went.
You all right? You good? What happened?
She went out.
What's the horse name?
I don't know.
Charlie, what is wrong with you?
She just
Charlie the horse.
All this stuff going on. She's like, screw it. I'm going out there. I'm gonna do my job. Now,
what you mean? Screw it. It's a work day.
What else you gonna do?
You act like this was an act.
Yeah, but you could have asked for time off. Hey, if you need some time,
like this statement.
No,
hey,
but
man,
how many bosses would say, "Hey, if you need some time for yourself, to kind of get away," blah blah. She's like, "Nah, man."
I feel like that's not how it works when one of the bosses in the lawsuit.
I will say that I've noticed something. I was going to say very evident, not as evident. She's shopping at Lane Bryant now, man.
Hey, wow.
She's shopping at Lane, like her wardrobe.
The Lane Bryant shame.
Oh yes, like her regular wardrobe. That ain't what she's wearing now. She's got the silencers on.
That's wild. But I also think that some of that is reverse shout out. I don't know what that is. But yeah, I think that a lot of that is probably more due to finding out that Jason Whitlock was out here talking about peanut butter, skin, and all that. I bet that creeped her all the way out. Like, nah, we're putting all this under wraps.
You ruined it for everybody.
You ruined it for everybody.
Especially Tyler Milner.
Wow.
Got those silencers on.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
All right.
These are my confessions.
Gotta confess, I feel like yes, the silencers. That the people are surprised by that particular phraseology.
I've always said that.
Unbelievable. I gotta confess that I still feel bad for the way that like people took the milk thing. Right? Not the way people took. That's a weird way of saying that. But the way that the milk thing went over. However, I kind of love the audience and how you guys have embraced.
Oh, it's the best.
Because there's that, and now people are doing similar things with phobias. Because people are saying that they got a phobia. Latinos who are putting ketchup on tamales.
On leftover tamales, I've made it very clear. It's very
Lopez
good.
Is a ketchup eating son of a you know what?
Not on the fresh tamales that we make. On the leftovers that you warm up in the comal. You know, the little iron skillet type thing.
Okay.
Put a little ketchup on them. Ooh, baby, they're good.
Yeah, they said J-Lo wild, and that is 100% the case. More, and I feel like you got to add more so than usual. that is the suffix that's necessary there. But yeah, those are your confessions here on a Thursday in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is a practice day, and also D'Amico Ryan's giving an address to the media. Let's get that next.
Ready? Playoff football is back in H-Town. from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Apologies from myself. D'Amico Ryans, I got a little ahead of myself. We'll see if we can get that a little later. So you will hear, or we'll try and get you audio from the head coach as he's talking today as we're getting ready for Texans Chargers. But what I have as a peace offering, if you don't mind, is a text that came in on the text line, 713-572-4610, that says, I have a phobia of watching the Longhorns beat Notre Dame in the championship game. Oh, wait. That's John's.
No. I mean, I'm pulling for Notre Dame for financial reasons.
You'd be sick. You'd be sick if you got that particular situation.
Come on,
the one that feels like it's best situated for your pockets. And
no, yes, that's why. Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
And then the Texans would have won a national championship game, and they're not going to be quiet about it.
No, it'll be irritating. But
you'll hear about it.
You know what? I sleep very well at night. If you haven't figured that out by now,
it might be. but see, it might be worse if Notre Dame lose to Texas because not only
I'll be heartbroken more because of that.
Yeah,
because of the Notre Dame side.
But you losing money.
But I think he was talking about more because Texas.
I think it's all of it together.
Yeah.
But see, losing money and Texas winning.
Yeah. That's
like
possible.
Double
Yes. I'd be heartbroken over. I got a good little payday there.
I'd have fun with that. What I also have fun with. How about we do a little buy or sell?
Mm-hmm. Let's do a little buy or sell. Let's start with something that happened yesterday, and I'm not sure what I'm asking in terms of what you're buying and what you're selling.
That's always a good start.
It's an awful start, but I think you'll get what I'm talking about here in a second. Bobby Slowick said the Texans have honed in on how to be a productive offense over the past 3 weeks. So, are you buying or selling that he believes that, or buying or selling? It's kind of two things that they actually have honed in the last 3 weeks, which, as we've all seen, has not exactly been impressive offensively.
I am buying that he believes that because, I feel like he's been in a place where, hey, we have answers. We just got to go and actually execute the answers. But no. I am selling that. Like this feels like wishful thinking. With this, the whole idea of playing this regular season is that you got a pretty solid sample size, and we haven't seen them put this together in a real way.
Yeah,
I'm buying part of it.
That's what I'm saying. It's like two things going on.
Yeah, because I do think they probably going to try to do something totally different. I don't think they just going to roll out the same plan they've been doing. Now I don't know if it's going to work. It might not work out pretty good, but. I don't see them rolling out the same plan they've been doing the way that offense been looking the last couple weeks.
Yeah, I'm buying that he believes that they've honed in because that's all he's got right now. It's like, okay, this will work. I'm not buying that they necessarily have honed in and shown us in the last 3 weeks. So, all right.
My man said explosives as well.
Yes, he sure did.
All right.
All right, so we played this yesterday, but it is a buy or sell as well. According to Justin Herbert, Jim Harbaugh told him this.
First time, maybe during off-season workouts or something that Jim said where you were like, this guy's definitely different.
I think when he talked about remembering the day that he was born was probably the first day that he kind of told us the whole story and how he remembered looking out the window, and I think it was a cold, snowy day. And I really hope he does remember that. That'd be pretty cool.
It was a cold, snowy day.
My brother in Christ. This is going to be the selliest sell I ever sell.
What is this place?
So you mean to tell me he came out of his mother? They did all the cleaning, swaddling, and they propped up that baby right next to the window and said, look outside right here at this cold snow. No! You ain't do none of that.
Yeah, he like, hey, why you hit me on the butt? Ah! That hurt.
And it's impressive that he knew what snow was as soon as he was born.
He's like,
as soon as he was born, he knew what snow was.
He looked down and he was like, we needed this.
Exactly.
We needed this.
All right, I'm with you guys.
I'm selling.
Obviously, we're all selling.
Can babies even like actually see for like the first 3 months? Like, what are we talking about here?
It's kind of like shadows, apparently, like, according to doctors.
What's the earliest age you can remember?
No, I remember one thing when I was like 3 years old. It was my dad. We were selling our old house, and my dad was working on the bathroom sink. I mean, in the bathroom bathtub. I remember 3 years old, just kind of being there. But really,
I was hoping there would be some. I remember existing.
No, I remember seeing my dad working on the pipes.
Okay.
Like just as a baby, basically 3 years old. 3 years old.
I remember being 3. Yeah. I remember being 3 at our old house and running around. I used to draw and all this other stuff. I remember going to preschool.
I do remember
I was
that.
like 4 years old. This is kind of a weird fact about me. I can name all of my teachers up until like 8th grade.
That's lovely. Do you check in on any of them? Like to see?
It's one that I think I mentioned this on the show before. It's one. Somebody hit me up on LinkedIn, and it was like, "Hey, remember your teacher from 3rd grade, Miss Dixon?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I remember." I thought she was about to say she passed away or something like that because she was like 60 years old when I was in 3rd grade.
At least she seemed like she was probably like 30.
Oh, she's still alive. Hey, she's still alive, and not only that. She said she had a some type of drawing or paper I did when I was in 3rd grade. Still had it. So she gave me her number and everything. I'm like,
oh wow,
I didn't get a chance to call her.
Don't do anything. Don't do that.
Oh, wow.
I knew exactly where Lopez was going. Don't do that.
She got to be like 90 years old now, man.
Well, some people no.
Crazy. Yeah.
You remember yours?
What's weird is
I'm going through them in my head. I think I have one that I'm not remembering.
I remember, but I don't think I actually remember. Like, I feel like this is aided by years of like the stories that you're told or whatever. You kind of craft the story. But I do remember my 3rd birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese.
There you go.
We're supposedly, well, this is the story. So I'm like, did I craft this myself with like pictures and stories, or do I actually remember this where some kid tried to take my balloon at my birthday party, and apparently, he was bigger than me at the time. And apparently my recourse was to bite him.
I believe that.
Wait, hold on. Wait, no. Why do you believe that so readily? What, you think I'd be out here biting people?
Okay. Well, that was your only weapon.
Yeah. It was almost like you looked at me and was like, yeah, you look like
he's a biter.
You look like a biter.
He's a biter.
No teeth. Yeah, you look like you be chomping
crazy.
people.
All right, this buy or sell, obviously, it was last weekend, but Cooper Rush stood to earn a $250,000 bonus by playing instead of Trey Lance. Trey Lance played. Jerry Jones said he was unaware that he had that $250,000 bonus.
This is tough because whether it's buy or sell, I think this is very evident. Like, both of those could be true, and it's evident that why you are so bad at this.
Yeah, well, that's true.
This is why he is so bad, because it can easily be either of these. It could be that he really and truly didn't know because there are things that slip his mind, and hey, as a general manager, that stuff you should know.
Yeah.
And if not, hey, man, you being a real hater. You being a real jerk right now to a dude who ain't who's just kind of been there, done the job for you whenever you needed to, and also on top of that, like the added cherry on top, they traded for Trey Lance a year and a half ago, something like that, and this was the first time they actually got out there and started him.
Yeah,
and he's about to be out of contract.
That's why I'm selling.
Like, are you stupid?
Jerry Jones knew that was $250,000.
Yeah. Billionaires know about money.
Yes, they do.
They know money,
yes,
man.
They do.
So I don't think he had the
incentive stuff was all over everywhere. He had to. He watches social media. People talk to him about things.
I bet, and I don't. I wasn't listening up there, but I bet they've been talking about the incentive.
Yes,
thing.
that too.
And
on the show that he's on,
he listens to the radio.
Yeah, if he don't know his team for sure, no.
Yeah. All right, buying or selling. Browns general manager Andrew Berry said that Deshaun Watson suffered a setback in his recovery from a torn Achilles.
I buy that.
Oh, God, no.
God,
no. They are angling.
He suffered a setback when they sent somebody out there to hit him over the back.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, what you mean?
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of buy it too because you just going to set back over here.
Exactly.
Your career is over.
That's the setback?
Yeah, just set back over there.
Set back over there until 2027.
Hey, look, you gonna get your contract, but we gonna get this relief. Like, you don't want to be here. You only came here for the money.
Yeah.
So we gonna do you a favor, bro.
You know what this sound like to me, and we should know this.
Parted ways.
Yeah, we know this being a Houston. Insurance fraud. That's what it feel like to me. Hey,
this is true.
Hey, you are injured, buddy.
Yeah,
I like.
You
that.
hear me?
You're gonna set back over here.
Yeah, I never heard anybody say I had a setback or GM say I had a setback.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, but then he's on TikTok dancing with his girl.
But
that's regular movement. He got football plans setbacks. Come on now.
Yeah, he's sitting back over there.
How about this, buy or sell? Dolphins general manager Chris Greer said this week Tyreek Hill has not asked for a trade.
I'm buying that.
Yeah, I'm buying that.
I don't think he asked to be traded.
I'm buying it, but I think it's his agent that asked to be traded. See, this is one of those where
semantics.
Your word choice and your semantics, you can be completely honest.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill has not asked for a trade.
Yep.
What about his agent? Tyreek Hill has not asked for a trade.
Yeah.
I mean, I do buy it. I just think there has been a request.
Yeah. No, I think Tyreek Hill said, "Hey, it's over. You know, it's time to move on." But necessarily didn't ask for a trade. Maybe it could be a release or something. I don't know. But yeah, maybe he probably didn't ask for a trade.
All right, so we talked about Tennessee and Florida. We talked about the Florida game against, when there was such a good game. How about Tennessee at Florida getting run out the gym, as some people say, by 30 points. Number one, Tennessee loses for the first time by 30 at Florida. Afterwards, Rick Barnes said, "I think this is good for us."
I sell it because if we're talking about cliches that I hate, I absolutely hate this one, right? Yeah. We needed that loss.
Yeah.
No, this is cope. You are coping. And I understand, I buy it in that once you lose the game, this is what you got to do to get people, to make that
get
loss.
Their attention, yeah.
That loss is not is not entirely useless to you, right? It's not just all negative. Can we turn this into a positive, something that will motivate us to be better in the next instance that we need to get out there on that floor or what have you? But nah, bro.
They lost by 30, man.
You ain't need to get your pants pulled down and spanked. That is not. Nobody ever needs that.
That's called trying to find a positive thing out of all of this.
Silver lining.
Exactly.
That's what you're trying to do. But yeah, shout out to Rick Barnes. Actually, I will give him this credit. For the longest time, seeing him coach at Texas and even early on in Tennessee, that was the dude that you knew was going to go ahead and falter. And he's put together some really good Tennessee teams that look like they actually get over the hump a little bit.
No, they've been really, really good. All right, one more here. Kevin O'Connell, rumored to be a coach that might be traded, said, "This is where I want to be. This is where I want to keep coaching and leading."
I buy that. Sincerely, I buy that. Because one of the things that has become abundantly clear, especially during this coaching cycle, carousel, what have you, situation matters a whole bunch. Like institutional investment, having a working relationship with your front office, all of those things matter. And it feels like he has one that he is pretty comfortable with, where, working with the general manager and with, there's a level of alignment all the way up the organizational charts, and I feel like that matters now. I think probably what you might be alluding to is actually having a quarterback or what have you. As a
that's where I'm alluding to.
That is a little interesting, but I think that we're seeing more and more that coaches, it's not just, hey man, if I have a quarterback, do I have all the other things around me that make me feel comfortable and empower me to do my job to the best of my ability? And I think for him, it is largely a yes.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I think they I don't want to say he built it from the ground up, but he started there and worked his way up. I don't see him just jumping boat project or anything like that. I think he do have something there, and they gonna lock him up to a deal.
Plus, don't forget, D'Amico's like, hey man, you can't be moving the family around. You know what I mean? You got to feel real sorry for the family in these moments when they have to move around.
And everybody that I've ever known that played at Minnesota or coached at Minnesota.
Oh, that's
They love it.
That is a place.
No, it's a good place.
They love it.
It's a good place, and I know a lot of people laughed at I think somebody from the Knicks got traded to Minnesota.
Was that Julius Randle? Oh no, Julius Randle or Dante DiVincenzo?
No, it was both of them. But Julius Randle, I think I want to say his family, his girl or whoever, said they was kind of excited about that. And, people kind of laughed at it. I'm like, no, that's a good place if you have a family.
Yeah.
You don't want the big city. Everybody can't live in New York.
Everybody talks about the cold and all that, but they love it.
You say the big city. Minneapolis ain't no small place. It's a pretty nice city, and then more importantly, them people, they cherish their legends.
Yes.
That is a really that's a really loving fan base.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a good place that's not hectic like a New York.
And they have tunnels everywhere. So I mean, whatever, above ground walkways.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
I was like, how does the tunnel happen? I'm just going to tunnel through this air right there.
No government tunnels.
Got to get through the ice first. No, but they have those.
Got to open your third eye, Fig.
Yeah.
That's right. Government got tunnels under here,
it's
man.
It's a whole underworld down here.
That's exactly right.
I guess that was a really weird iteration, but a fun one. A buy or sell here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, if the weather is like this, what's there to love? Yeah.
Hey, it's not for me. I'm just saying people been there.
Hey, it's people that been there all their lives and have no issue with it.
Yes.
Also, I don't know. Is the weather like this, or is the weather less? Like, I understand we getting a little cold, but we might be wild trying to say that this is the Minnesota weather. I feel like they get a lot closer to zero.
They barbecuing out here in this type of weather.
Is summer.
Well, I mean, not in this weather. We're getting a little rain, but like just the general cold. Yeah, I feel
man, it used to be about 50 degrees. People used to be outside barbecuing in Cleveland.
Yeah,
man. Like, oh yeah, weather breaking.
That's the thing I'll never forget. The year I spent in Kansas, man, I was out there, and I was like, man, it's cold. And my second semester, when we hit March and it was like 50 degrees, I was like, yo, let's go outside.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go do stuff. And I was like, I never 50 degrees?
We used to be out there hooping.
Yeah.
Like, once the snow clear,
I was out there
degrees.
in shorts. We was out here like
shorts and t-shirts.
playing frisbee and stuff.
If it get hot enough, you take your shirt off.
I was like, never again. So yes, it just hits different. All right. Coming up next on In the Loop. Let's how about this? There's 14 teams in the playoffs. How do you power rank them, and where would the Texans fall? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about the Houston Auto Show, man. All about the Houston Auto Show at NRG. Just $20 gets you in, and it is quite the experience. I've gone to several years recently.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard Big Voice Man, John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Speaking of Figgy Fig, not very far away from the mixtape.
Yeah.
I suffice it to say, I have it on good authority that it is America's favorite segment in all of sports radio.
No question.
Yeah, I like that, man.
Appointment radio, as they say.
Don't fact check me though. Some things we will get into a power ranking of the teams that are remaining. I guess the teams that are in the playoffs where the Texans fall. But a few things. Texans practicing. It seems like haven't gotten an official report, but yesterday everybody besides Shaq Mason practiced, and I have a feeling that is what it looks like again because I know I saw Danico Autry again. I know that he was limited yesterday, was practicing those types of things. That was cool. And something interesting that was seen, I mentioned that Tank Dell kind of had I think Big Sarge was saying that Tank Dell was out there on the cart saluting, so he's out there just kind of generally bringing his spirit to the festivities as they practice indoors at NRG Stadium. But also, Jalen Petrie just kind of being around and close to the action, standing just on the sidelines and talking with MJ Stewart in a video that I saw. I don't like. Interesting if he, if I don't know how much game that he has to give to the other dudes, but like the dudes that possibly could step in that kind of in that nickel back role, in there on the defense. MJ Stewart is not the first one, I think.
But he could be in the mix.
Miles Bryant is typically the guy, or has been the guy of late. Possible that he could be in the mix, or just kind of giving him more game, or just generally talking to, I guess, your coworkers in that moment.
Yeah, no, and I think MJ Stewart could easily be in the mix. It's the only question I have is regarding the defensive performance, is how are they going to perform in that position?
Yeah, and how are they going to go about it?
Yeah.
Are they actually going to do the thing where they bring Kamari inside, or are they even going to, like I was asking ND earlier, do you think that they could kind of utilize that straight base and maybe kind of have Christian Harris or do some things against the slot. A slot.
I just
player
don't feel that against McConkey, though. I mean, obviously, but maybe against someone else in the slot. Yeah, it's going to be just situational.
I understand you say against McConkey, and they try and get him into the slot as well. But I also know that that this Chargers team likes to do a lot of like kind of 22 personnel, or like at least have two tight ends on the field in some.
Yeah, and then that's where he comes in.
So yeah, I think that could be interesting. Some other kind of sports news as well, because we're just going to cover all the teams, I guess, real quick. Tari Eason, he's doubtful to play today in Memphis. However, there's video from our very own Adam Spillane of him warming up, shooting. So that's got to be good signs for this continued stretch. I think as they finish out their road trip and head back home here soon. So that's good. And then also, I guess I'll circle around to this as well. We got some more arbitration or pre-arbitration agreements for the Astros. They get Isaac Paredes done. I think $6.6 million is what he's going to get. So he does not. They'll avoid arbitration there. Chaz McCormick, $3.4 million and avoid arbitration there. And then Jake Myers, $2.3 million.
And just happening, Brian Abreu, $3.45 million as well. So they're doing work over at I almost said Minute Maid.
Dyken Park.
Yeah. That's my first one.
You're welcome.
That's the first time I've said Dyken Park on the air. But anyway, they're doing some work and avoiding arbitration, and all very reasonable prices.
Yeah, and I mean the numbers for these outfielders make it evident that like, hey, there's still not that there's. Not that the money will dictate what the playing time is, but the expectation I think is relatively measured, and you're still very much hoping that you don't have fun. Chaz McCormick and Jake Myers. Although it does feel like they're still in on the Chaz McCormick experiment and experience, and
I mean almost because they have to be.
I mean, it does feel like the party line was that last year was more anomaly than who he is, and that they believe him to be the guy that you saw in years prior. At least with the stick, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. Still watching that space to see what outfield happens for the Astros, but they're handling business there. All right. One of the spaces that we will be watching, and that we're continually watching, and absolutely will be watching on 3:30 on Saturday, Texans versus the Chargers, and that begins the wild card weekend. Quite a few games. Only teams that will not be involved will be the Kansas City Chiefs and the Detroit Lions, as they have the number 1 seeds in the AFC and NFC respectively. But there's plenty of power rankings are nature as part of sports, and there's been power rankings put out about the 14 teams that are in the playoffs. How do they stack up? How do we stack them up, or how do you stack them up? 713-572-4610. And where do you stack the Houston Texans amongst the teams that remain in the NFL?
Look, it's power rankings. It's opinion. It's like this is what we see. But I think there's some interesting things to kind of consider and talk about here. I think we all agree. I looked at 3 different ones yesterday, from news outlets, sports news outlets, and they all had the same team, the number 1 best team in the power rankings. We all know who that is. It's the Detroit Lions.
Which is amazing considering like the amount of injuries that they have undertaken, but they've done such a phenomenal job of just kind of founding. They're getting certain people back. I know like Alex Anzalone came back, and they have hopes for others to kind of return. But yeah, man, quite a testament to the ways in which coaching can come together. And I mean, just like having a certain level of depth, but coaching comes together and putting guys in a place to succeed. They've done that to an exceptional level.
And then the next 3 I always found interesting, because the next 3 on all of these power rankings were the AFC teams, the top teams in the AFC team, but they're all in different order. So I think it's going to be a hell of a finish. It's going to be, obviously we're going to be watching, but it's going to be just, really, really good football, really intense football because some had Buffalo 3, Kansas City 4, Baltimore 5. Some had it the exact inverse.
All right, so let's do the experiment because it's okay. Those three are clearly the next ones. We talk about the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills. What is your order with those three?
I really feel, and of course this is always dangerous because the Chiefs have won 2 straight Super Bowls. I really feel Buffalo is the next team, but there's a lot of run about Baltimore right now, and Lamar Jackson, and he's 28, and you remember you seen that graphic? All these 28-year-old quarterbacks that I'm like, come on, but I think they're in the mix. I think they're playing really good football. And I think Baltimore would be in the mix. I put the Chiefs third on the top 3 AFC teams, which means they're probably going to win another.
That's right. Because I was about to do the same thing. I go Ravens, Bills, Chiefs. I say that I'm falling for it again. That's fine. I'll fall for it. That offense is scary, and it only got scarier. And the thing about it is Lamar Jackson has become things last year that I think you saw that really kept them from getting over on those Kansas City Chiefs was that Lamar was it felt like he was trying to prove something. Like he wasn't taking runs when they were available to him. He felt like he was trying too hard to throw the football, and I mean they had some misfortune with some fumbles in the red zone and such. It feels like he's lost that, or he's kind of put away that feeling of responsibility to I got to prove something. Now he's out here hooping. In addition to having another terrifying monster in this backfield with Derrick Henry, where if you take too much energy and effort and attribute that to Lamar Jackson or what have you, here comes a 6-something 250-pound
monster.
Yes, running at you. So yeah, man, that offense really is frightening. Plus the defense has found a way to level themselves out. That one scares me more than anything else. Than Buffalo and Kansas City. Well, here's the thing: Kansas City's doing it again.
Yeah,
where they just they coast through, and it's like, are they going to talk about flipping a switch? Are they going to decide to be really good at this some point? And they're like, actually, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, what is it, playoff time? Okay.
So, yeah, I might be adding to the bulletin board material. But
yeah, and then there's some really interesting things. Of course, the next ones are NFC teams, Eagles and Vikings, by and large, on these 3 that I saw. But
in that order, I agree.
Yes, but the next highest AFC team ranked at number 7 is the L.A. Chargers, above some other AFC teams, obviously. But a lot of respect for, let's face it, Jim Harbaugh.
So that's Chargers, at 7?
7.
That feels like that might be high, but yeah, that's a lot of
ahead of the Packers, ahead of the Rams, ahead of the Commanders.
I'd go Packers. I'd respect the Bucs. The Bucs, especially
Bucs are up there as well.
Recent form, Bucs have played some really good football. But yeah, Chargers right in there. That's
Harbaugh.
Yes, it's a lot of respect for Harbaugh, a lot of love for Justin Herbert, I think as well. And this probably is what speaks to the I guess disrespect, the national kind of narrative, because you're not just looking at one ranking here. You're looking at a few of
3 of them. I had 3 of them open.
Where you have them here, and I haven't heard you mention the Texans yet. This is putting the Chargers in I guess right about at halfway point of all the teams in the playoffs. And I have a feeling that it's going to be a little while before we get to the Texans here.
Yes, it is, but there's something that really, I think, is telling. It's just kind of interesting to me because then you go Packers in order, at least on the one that I'm looking at. They're all variations of this, but Packers, Rams, Commanders, Bucks, Broncos, and then this is what got me. Pittsburgh Steelers 13, Texans last at 14 in terms of playoff power rank. The Steelers have lost 4 games in a row.
They have.
And they're not even sure if they have a quarterback again.
Yeah, I disagree with that. And here are the stakes, right? And boy, it feels bad to be like, no, 13th over 14th, guys.
Yeah.
The defense, the Steelers' defense is good. I don't think it's as good as the Texans' defense.
I agree.
And when it comes to offensively, they are also explosive play merchants. If we're going to put it in those terms, and so maybe with the experience of Tomlin, but one of the things we were talking about before the show is that Tomlin has had this really interesting issue that he is so good as a coach in elevating what have been not so flattering teams and roster constructions that he'll take a team that probably doesn't have a business being in the playoffs and put them in the playoffs.
He's too good.
But once you get there, like we have sorted out the bad teams, and you don't have a team that is good enough to go and actually contend. And so you end up in kind of this weird middle place where I know that Steelers fans, oddly enough, want to get him out of there. But you probably do need to find a time period where you actually are able to get a quarterback that you really like or load up somewhat so that now you can elevate that to a higher level with Tomlin as opposed to elevating so-so into, hey, this is playoff caliber, I guess.
Yeah, they can't even be in the conversation for like a top quarterback in the draft.
Right.
Because you're going to be 500.
Yeah, they always going to sneak in the playoffs, and that's how you end up with a Kenny Pickett.
And my thing on this is, like I said, there's just some various interesting things to me, specifically,
13th, huh?
But people and coaches especially, talk about, they disrespected us or this and that. Dude, that is total disrespect. Like the Steelers are lost right now. And, you talk about the quarterback position.
If you talk about the last 3 games for the Texans, you can look up and say, ooh.
No, I get it. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But they were, they played some good teams, though.
Yeah.
Well,
that's true.
Yeah, because I don't think we had them going 3-0 against those teams or 2-0.
4-0, whatever.
Yeah, but that was the tough part of the schedule.
Man, Texans.
Yeah.
One way to fix all that.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Another cliche. I mean, this is all just on paper.
Throw the record books out of the window.
Yes, sir. Let's do
Throw the records out the window.
Let's do that.
I was from the 713. Why y'all discussing the 08 to 2013 Rockets? Yeah, man, being in the middle, man. Like that's the Steelers play. Thankfully, not the Texas play. But yeah, man, all this is on paper as of right now. How you change this? You can make people feel real milky if you just get out here. Win a football game Saturday, 3:30, NRG Stadium versus the Chargers. You'll be able to hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. What is that, noon? 12:30?
What's that? Oh, yeah, 12:30.
12:30, yeah.
With Sean and Seth at the southeast corner of the stadium. Out there in that lovely, what is that going to be, like 45-degree weather?
That's a good question.
That's a good hoodie time, man.
Hoodie weather, baby.
Football weather, baby.
I'm trying to figure out what hoodie I'm wearing because we're going to be out here tailgating with the people. Figgy, you coming with me?
Hey, I'm down.
All right, let's do it. We'll do that. You're listening to In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of Figgy, it's that time where we hand it over to Fig for the mixtape. What you got, Fig?
Yeah, man, I got an interesting question, man. What stats about your life would you like to see after your death? 713-572-46. I got a couple things I want to see, and I want to hear from y'all too.
Pro Stats Show. We do it next.
Texans. Marriott Hotel from the 16th to the 19th. Want free tickets? Just head to sportsradio610.com/contest and register for your chance to win a 4-pack for you and your family or friends.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Rodeo lineup will be announced tonight. And make sure y'all follow the stations on Sports Radios or on Instagram at Sports Radio 610. Follow me on Instagram too at the Figgy Figs.
Figgy Takeover?
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be in the building. I'm gonna be posting some content and all that stuff. So yeah, man. Make sure you give us a follow. So kind of stay.
It's a big day in Houston. It always is.
It is, man. Yeah. I see a lot of people walking around some cowboy gear and stuff like cowboy hats.
Yeah,
like hats and stuff like that. So, yeah, man, stay tuned. But I got a question, man. I ran across this question from one of my friends, and I thought this was a great topic. I never thought about this a day in my life. But what stats about your life would you like to see after your death? And I got a couple things personally. I
like statistics. Like he did this that many times.
So I'm gonna go through
like a Spotify Wrapped for your life.
Oh, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go through my list and send them in 713-572-4610.
Hours spent procrastinating.
Yeah. So so one of mine is I would like to know the women I had a chance with if I would have made the first move.
Oh, good answer,
dude. That's a great one.
Man, I'd be so sick, bro. I'd be out here missing signals like crazy.
You were interested in me?
That was the one.
Oh, man.
Have y'all ever been in this situation where, like, and I know some of our listeners have, like, years later, like after Facebook gets here and all that stuff, or Twitter, or Instagram or something, like there's this woman or girl back then that you knew that you were just kind of like, hey, what's up, or whatever. Like, becomes your friend, is always answering your questions and liking your stuff. I'm like, what is this about?
Yeah.
Was she like into me?
The worst is where I used to have a crush on you back then. Like, no, you didn't.
I did not know that.
Yeah, well, thanks for sharing with me right now.
Right now, it's time to keep it to yourself.
Yeah, like, why would you tell in front of my wife? Why would you tell me that right now?
That's a great stat. How many, like, if I only knew. Now, everything works out for a reason, and we're all happy in this room. I don't know about Reggie. You're
deeply unhappy.
your love life. But, it's like, really?
Yeah. So I want to know that stat. Mm-hmm. Another one I want to know is how many people I met in passing that ended up being millionaires. So just random people that I came across and either before or end up becoming, like, filthy rich. I want to know all those people that I was even around.
What would you do with that information? Just curiosity?
Yeah, just kind of curious. Like, it was a guy I met, when I was working on the street team, and I was at a bar.
Now
and
he's the CEO of blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, or was the CEO or something like that. Or that man became rich. Or somebody just had a conversation with in the elevator. So now that man is filthy rich. Another one, another random one. I want to know how many hours I slept throughout my whole life. Like, what are those hours?
I want to know, from my previous life, traveling so much, how many hours I spent on an airplane.
You spent a lot.
Oh, man.
It's so frustrating. Like, it's got to be in the thousands.
It could be.
That just feels like such a waste. I mean, obviously, it's great experiences and all that, but just sitting on an airplane.
I would like to know how much money I made my entire life.
Okay.
There's probably a way to find that out.
Nah, I'm talking about like from being a kid. Like your uncle giving you $10.
How much
birthday money? Yeah, just
actually,
in general.
A good subsection is just like how much of that money did you waste before you got like a real job? Because I swear I told my little brothers all the time. I was like, look, man, going through high school and stuff, I saw me and my friends and stuff where you have like a high school job and you ain't got no responsibilities. And it's just like
it comes in and it goes out, and you're just like, you get to college, you're like, or you get to, after college or whatever, you get into the real world, and you're like, damn, I wish I had that money. How much money was that actually that you would have had if you just like been smart and saved?
Probably a lot for most of us. More than you imagine.
Yeah. I also want to know how many, this was a little cheesy though, but how many people I've impacted on the positive side.
Yeah,
that's good.
No, it's cheesy.
So at the end of it all, like, I want to see how many people like, yeah, you know what? Me talking to Figgy that one time, like, that really helped me out a lot. I want to know how.
That'd be a great one to know.
Along those lines, someone from the 281 said, how many people I made laugh?
Yeah, that's a good one.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that's a good one. Also, I want to know how many pounds of crawfish I ate throughout my whole life.
That would
be a lot.
That would be an awful lot. I'm thinking of the foods that I just my whole life just probably
how many gallons of beer you
thousands of pounds. Well, I was thinking foods, but yeah, beer would be on the list.
How many pounds of spaghetti? Now, how many gallons of milk? I would like to see. I would like to see the disparities.
Here we go.
I want to know just how many of y'all are milk drinkers to that extent. Real milk drinkers.
Yeah, like mine is like, as you guys know, just like Mexican sweetbread, pan dulce, and cheese. I just devour that stuff. I can't walk by them.
Yeah. Some more on the list that some funny ones I came across was how many times I almost died without realizing it.
Oh, that's a good one. Mm-hmm. And then let me get the cut up. Let me get the all 22 of the situation where you just like, oh wow, yeah, it was right there.
Oh damn, I would have been right there with Tupac. Yeah. I was supposed to be at that intersection.
I can think of one right off the top of my head. The Atlanta bombing. I walked through that plaza 5 minutes before it went off.
That's wild.
That's crazy. That's scary.
Like 5 minutes.
Man.
Yeah.
I want another one is top 5 songs you listen to, and plus how many times you heard each song.
Oh, the real Spotify.
Oh, which song have I heard the most?
In life, yeah.
That would be a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many times your body successfully destroyed a cancer before it could take hold?
Okay. I don't know how that I would like to leave wherever it is.
But it does happen a lot.
No, I'm certain.
Yeah.
I'm certain
it happens a lot.
A lot of people from the 832, I appreciate this one for the way that you said it. You're not the only one, but I love the way you put it. How many pounds of Mary Jane I've smoked?
Oh, man.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for texting in, Rick.
Rick James.
I couldn't even get it out. Yes, Rick James.
What about gambling results?
Oh,
at the end,
Lord.
How many units you up or down? Or actually, let's be honest, down?
I think everyone is down. Not everyone. Somebody's won the lottery. But I mean, like, most people who like regular gambling are probably down. But I would like to know what the disparity is, because you do have some good days too now.
Yeah, good days, the bad days.
Yeah.
The good Lord be up there, be like, wait a minute, you spent this much on gambling?
Exactly.
Oh wow, from the 281, want to know if I ever met a murderer, but they only they know that information. Like, so just how many times you passed by or like were in interaction with somebody,
a serial killer or somebody like that.
That's crazy.
I like this figure. This is good.
How many diapers I changed? Somebody put that.
Yeah,
I got a good number.
You got 3 kids.
I got 3 kids. Changed a lot of diapers.
So multiply that by like 4,000.
Yeah, exactly.
Compared to 1. But yeah, I thought that was an interesting question, man. I never really thought about it like that. We do that with sports a lot. At the end of their career, we kind of go through their stats and stuff like that. But I wish we could do something like that.
How many times did you almost pull the trigger on something, but you didn't? And it would have been like big time for you, like whether like I almost bought, and you're like nah, and then it turns out to be in a neighborhood or whatever, like
how would you even calculate or quantify? That's the only thing.
You're near misses of like a booming success. That's, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, kind of like you and Dale.
Yeah, exactly like me and Dale.
That one still holds. Yeah, that one's still over your head. How many times you've cussed? How many times? I want a word breakdown. I want how many times you've used certain words or phrases.
I think F is top of my list.
As far as cuss words?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just general words. He uses that word more than anything else.
Yeah, mine's is probably, I'm always saying damn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, man.
I like that.
So, Arian Foster, he'll be representing the Houston Texans, or coming out the tunnel on Saturday against the Chargers. And he was on this podcast. So he got a podcast called Macrodosing, and it's a Barstool podcast. And he actually talked about how he got the phone call from the Houston Texans to come
nice
out. And this is how that sounded.
I got a text from their people, and they want me to lead the team out of the tunnel for the playoff game. And so,
all right, so you're all in on the Texans this weekend.
Am I all in?
I've never been. You're leading them out onto the field.
But see, that's when they ask me to do it, I'm like, why would they ask me to do it? They know I'm not like a rah-rah type of cat. I'm gonna lead them out, like I'm gonna carry whatever the flag or whatever. But I've never been like the hoorah, like let's hype them up. I'm just gonna lead them out on the field and like show love. Like I'll do that if they're asking me to like. I'm not like a raw. I don't like it when I played. So why would I? You know what I mean? But I'm not. What the am I saying?
It's a game of inches. These inches are all around us.
It's the greatest speech of all time.
Hey, the greatest speech of all. Well, football speech of all time.
He's got a namaste, right? Has to.
Got to.
He
has
should.
to.
Got to.
I kind of like this from Arian Foster. I'm glad he's not really like a rah-rah type of guy. He's just so laid back. And he's so humble too, because it's like, dog, you need to be in the ring of honor if we want to have this real conversation.
Oh,
and
he should have been already.
He should be, and he just sitting there like, man, I don't know what I'm gonna say. And I guess I'm gonna.
But that's him.
Yeah, and also he had another clip where he was just like, hey, can I bring my kids too?
Oh, that's cool.
And they're like, yeah, they can shoot off the cannon. And he just saying like he kind of like tiptoeing around the organ.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dog, you're Arian Foster, man.
He's the greatest there's ever been here at that position.
I kind of love that about him, because you got some people that, a JJ would just walk in. And own the place.
You're like, what the hell am I going to say?
Yeah, he just like, I don't know what. Well,
by the way, Arian Foster, Hispanic.
Arian?
Yeah, he's Mexican American.
Didn't I realize that?
Yeah.
Okay, but
his
mom, full-blooded from Mexico.
That's why you got that good hair.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. No, but I just enjoy him being him. You know what I mean? Like somebody on the text line said, I don't want Aaron carrying the flag out not because of soundbite. Never thought of him as all-out Houstonian type person. I think he's just a reserved dude. Like,
well, the organization made him turn too.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of factors.
Yeah, and he always been laid back. Like, I got a chance to talk to him a couple times just about life stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of looked at playing in the NFL as kind of like a job a little bit, where,
right.
I'm here to do my job, and once he retired, then he kind of like stepped away.
Good for him.
Yeah, it's a lot of players that's like that they do their job, they make a lot of money for their family, generational wealth type thing, and they just kind of just go on and do other stuff they're interested in. Yeah. Like, you went on a rap.
I love that album, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great album. My hot take is I felt like that album was better than the J. Cole album that came out around that time.
Woo!
That's my hot take.
I'm gonna have to go think on that one.
Yeah, but salute to Bobby Fino, man.
Yeah, man.
I can't wait to see him on Saturday. Also, salute to Jameis Winston, man. He had a birthday earlier this week. And in honor of that, I just love playing some Jameis Winston stuff. Yeah, I think this was Cam Jordan. Was this Cam Jordan? I think Reggie sent this clip to me.
Yeah, it was Cam Jordan. They played together with the Saints.
Yeah, so this was his story talking about Jameis Winston just being one of those dudes that could do anything.
It's going to stay current because I love everything he'd be talking about now. What's going to take to win the game? Unwavering faith. It doesn't take the lights, the camera, the action. It takes all action, individual action. There was times when he wasn't the starter, you would still be like, did you really say that? And he's so serious, locked in. We played him that game. They eat the W. That was our game. Deshaun Jackson in the back, Quan Alexander. Guys like looking at him like, what the hell? Hey, what we gonna do is win. We're going to do this. We're going to win. Hey, everybody wants a W, right? You gotta eat that. And the moment he went here, you see Deshaun Jackson in the picture like, nah. But had they won, they would have been eating dubs for the rest of the season. Fan base would have been, eat a dub, eat a dub. The moment you have a conversation with James, you understand that's the guy you want in a bar fight. That's the guy you want at church. That's the guy you want at the house playing cards. That's the guy you always want in your corner. If we're about to drive to the mall, he's already in the driver's seat, and he doesn't know where the mall is yet. If you need somebody to ride with you, Jameis is that guy.
That's great.
I think that's so accurate too.
So did he call him like a dog bait? Like he basically like
he's a loyal guy.
Yeah, he said that's the guy you want.
That golden retriever right there.
That's the guy.
Where we going? Let's go.
That's the guy you want at a bar fight. That's the guy you want at church.
Yeah,
man,
that's awesome.
Yeah, and here's another clip. Here's a clip of him actually on the boat fishing.
Whoa.
And you might take a couple notes from this, John Lopez.
I just love how excited. Fishing.
Now
I'm interested.
Sit up a little bit
here. Yeah. So this is Jameis Winston actually talking to a fish.
Oh, well.
This is a redfin herring I'm holding right now. And as you know, he's wobbling. Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me. He isn't able to talk because he is an amphibian. Is he an amphibian? No, he's a fish. I'm sorry, redfin herring. If you've seen SpongeBob, you see a lot of redfin herrings, but you don't see them get caught a lot. Redfin herring. Threadfin herring, not redfin, a threadfin. If you look at the fins, you can see a slight thread coming off.
All of a sudden, he's an expert
here to explain the significance of thread fins.
No kidding. No kidding. So he's like redfin herring. Oh, it's a threadfin herring? Okay. The reason it's a redfin herring, let me explain this to you. You don't even know what it was called.
Hey, now you got to get on the Bite Me podcast, man.
I would be.
Wow.
Don't ask me twice.
Talk some fishing with Jameis Winston.
I would be a blast.
Cam was 100% right because he was just like, he'll jump into it. It don't matter if he knows what he's doing or not. He's like, threadfin, I see the thread right here. That's just clearly why it is. You don't know. You don't know Jameis. He's just excited. He's excited to be a part of things.
Oh, man. He's one of one.
Yeah,
that one's used a lot, but he is one of one.
Ain't no other ones like that. I'll tell you that for
yeah,
sure.
man. Salute to Jameis Winston. Happy belated birthday and many more, man. Maybe one day he could be the backup to C.J. Stroud. I would love for him to come here and replace Davis Mills and be the backup.
Can you imagine?
Oh,
Can you imagine?
Oh,
hey, screw C.J. Stroud. We want to talk to Jameis Winston.
Can you imagine team Bible study?
Oh,
man.
wow.
Can
Oh, wow.
imagine
him and CJ going back and forth.
Oh my goodness!
Hey, that's Shaq and Penny right there, man.
Woo!
Man,
Bible study will be incredible.
That's like Snoop and Tupac on American Gangsters, man. Imagine them going back and forth talk about the Lord.
Oh man! All right, that is another fantastic edition of Figgy's Mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday. Coming up next, we're getting ready to catch up with our fellas of the drive. They're actually out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress. If you want to go see them, we'll check in with them here in a second. Get you ready for a little bit of college football playoff. We got a big one tonight, Notre Dame and Penn State. We'll talk about that next.
To get started today.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610 for a few moments more. Getting ready to hand it off to our fellas on the drive. Clint and Ron broadcasting on this Thursday from the Buffalo Wild Wings in Cyprus. Thirsty Thursday, getting popping out there. Find your way out there to hang out with them boys. Maybe watch you a lot of good sports after the show too, because
it's happening. We
got Rockets playing in Memphis. They're playing tonight, 7. We'll get the announcement of Rodeo as well. But then this game that we are currently looking at, kind of some preview type stuff for. It is Notre Dame versus Penn State in the Orange Bowl. That's the words that I was looking for. The Orange Bowl tonight. As around 7, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, a little after.
That'll be a really fun game, man. I'm super excited for it. How are you feeling about that game?
Look, I didn't place my bet, on Notre Dame just, to cute or gut feeling or whatever. I like what Notre Dame does on both sides of the ball. Now, I do have to correct something here. I said that the reason I picked them is not just because I like the way they're playing offensively, defensively. Riley Leonard seems to be kind of getting, he's getting things, really going, been clutch player and all that. But I did say, to me, they were like the most complete team. Well, that's kind of changed with Ohio State.
No, not kind of.
I think Ohio State is looking like the most complete team.
Absolutely.
But coming into the postseason, that's why, I went ahead and got behind Notre Dame. And I just feel, that they've been able to make the plays, win the games. The draw has not been bad. Like if you're drawing up a Final Four, the team you want to face is Penn State. Not that they stink, but they're prone to make some mistakes. They're not an altogether overwhelming squad. They're good in the trenches, but like of these 4 teams, they're 4th.
And there's a little question on if they're like really well regarded pass rusher will play in this one, and that's going to be. I mean, he didn't
Carter.
Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
He didn't play in the previous game against, what was that? Penn State. That was against Boise. But, I mean, hey, that's that game, right? This is a little bit different, regarded game. And you get to this place and, man, Notre Dame has some things, some ways in which if they get running the football, particularly with Riley Leonard as well, they can make you pay, although they're not pushing the ball downfield. That is the thing that could hurt Notre Dame is like, hey, man, in this slugfest rather with Penn State, and you do that could put you in a bad place.
Their secondary is great. Their trench play on both sides of the ball is great. I like their odds tonight to answer your question. And then, hey, just give me a puncher's chance, against the other squad, whether it's Ohio State or Texas.
That's also something that I'm with you as well. It feels like this one's going to be a tight game, I imagine, as a 6-7 matchup. I'm leaning towards Notre Dame. So, Sean Pendergast, if you are listening, you have the support of In the Loop, for whatever that is worth.
Maybe it's a jinx.
Oh, that would be fun. That would be fun because I get to laugh at you and Sean.
Yes, you do.
Because I don't really have any stakes in this one in particular besides entertainment. But it should be entertaining. Somebody said, is that nationally televised? I think that's an ESPN one. I mean,
it's absolutely nationally televised.
Nah, they got college football in the chokehold.
Yeah, man, that's especially the college football playoff. Speaking of the college football playoff, like as an entity, I feel like this is just like a weird thing that that came up at one point that I wanted to throw at you at one point and see like just how you feel. So the Rose Bowl was one of the quarterfinal games. It was Oregon and Ohio State, and it went left.
Got out of hand quickly.
It went left very quickly. Well, the Rose Bowl still has a relationship with the Pac-12, right? Like they, create the, if you're not familiar, the bowl games historically have had tie-ins with various conferences and have relationships and contracts signed, so that there's some money that trickles from the game to these conferences. Well, that association still exists 2 years with the Pac-12 with the Rose Bowl. And so that deal is $50 million per year for the next 2 years as part of the agreement with the conference. So there's only 2 teams in the conference.
That's some good money.
Pretty good money for Washington State and Oregon State. And even better money when you consider Oregon State then got $25 million for this year's Rose Bowl, in which their rival Oregon got smacked by Ohio State.
That's pretty sweet money right there. And why not? I mean, that's something they couldn't get out of. I mean, if you're still in the Pac-12, 2.
Those are the 2 teams. So, hey, that's a good $25 million if you can get it, right? A very good way of doing it. And obviously, beyond that, good luck to the Pac-12 and whatever they ultimately decide to do reorganization-wise, because they have to find some way to be viable. But at least for the time being in this year, I imagine that $25 million is pretty sweet. And I turned to the text line. Somebody said, Reggie said, them boys, you're not in Dallas anymore. Put a quarter in the jar.
Oh, no, that was a generic. That was a generic.
I felt like that was pretty generic.
Yeah. No, come on.
That was not like.
Plus, you didn't say
them
dem
Cowboys.
boys. You didn't say dem boys.
Yeah. I mean, do people on the radio up in Dallas say them boys?
Not really.
Yeah, I felt like that's.
I thought that was like just a generic.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, if largely text in 713-572-4610. If that is indeed if that's a violation, I will put $1 in the Texas helmet as I have been. To make sure.
Nah, you've been doing a pretty good job.
Thank you.
Man.
I appreciate it. I still owe I do need to go to the ATM. I do owe some cash.
Yeah, you had it was a couple weeks
he had
ago.
the worst one yet.
I'm putting in 5 for that one. Yeah, I'm putting in 5 for that one. I promise. Look, let's see if we can get an additional ruling from the fellas of the drive who are out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Cyprus. It is Clint. It is Ron. Fellas, what's it looking like?
It's looking beautiful, man. It's playoff edition here. And as you said, we're in Cyprus. We had a good time in here a couple of weeks ago, and we'll have a good time in here as well. And it's a playoff edition of Thirsty Thursday, and we got stuff to hook you up with. First off, we got playoff swag for anybody that comes in the door. We got rally towels. What else we got over there? Got koozies over there. That ain't a bad one. And then you got a chance to win an autographed helmet from Derek Stingley Jr., the most recent Pro Bowler. You got a chance to win it, and this ain't a little one, Lopez. This is a game-sized helmet, autographed by Derek Stingley Jr., and a football autograph by Tank Dell. Tank Dell was at practice today. I saw a lot of people in the media was able to see him, but you get an autographed football from Tank Dell and many other things as well. All you got to do is come out here to Cyprus and come hang out with us and have a good time on this Thirsty Thursday.
Derek Stingley made the Players All-Pro team.
Yeah, he did.
He sure did.
So let's see if we can get that All-Pro sting fully realized. Fellas, I need your help in a ruling. So, and I don't even remember what the full context of it was as I said it, but I used the phrase "them boys," and someone on the text line, as you guys know, I've been putting money in this helmet over here. If I'm doing things that are like Dallas related when I should be doing Houston things. And somebody said that you're not in Dallas anymore. You got to put money in the helmet. Do you believe that them boys, as used, can it be used generic, or is that definitely a Dallas Cowboys thing that I have to put money in the helmet for?
I need some context. I need some context.
Do you guys remember what I said?
Were you talking about the Cowboys?
I was I wasn't. But I did say them boys, and I think
them boys. No, that ain't to the Cowboys. No, save your money.
All right, I appreciate it.
Now, our question of the day earlier today was pursuant to just kind of things that are said, cliches and phrases. What is the cliche or phrase that just drives you up the wall specifically, if you can find some in sports? And we know Lopez hates "it is what it is," and that's why we pepper him with it. Are there any that come to mind for you fine fellas that you're just like, hey, I'm sick of hearing this one?
Oh, mine is when you say you're going to play whatever sport it is, you're going to play this type of football, and you put the team name in front of it.
Oh, Texans type of football.
Oh my God,
that's Texas football right there.
That drives me insane. And every man, we just got to get out there and we got to play. We got to play Rockets basketball. Is what we got to do. Oh, I just hate that. Like you just. That one and we have the greatest fans in the world. Like when you move from team to team, when you move from team to team, like, oh, we got the greatest fans in the world. Like, okay. You just said that last year when you were with the Bucks. Yeah. Like,
hey, why are you being mean to Russell Wilson like that? He didn't do nothing to you.
The real thing means it.
He means everything. He is entirely sincere, which makes it even worse.
Honest to God, I think he's just goofy.
Well, yes, absolutely. Y'all just got to do the drive kind of radio, man. That's all you got to do.
We got to do, man. Do our drive radio right there every time. Yeah, those two get on my nerves right there.
Mm-hmm. Clint, is there one for you?
Oh, there's a bunch of them, but I don't. I mean, off the top of the head, I don't have much for you. I didn't hear it. I wasn't ready for it. I know right now the week. All we got to do is execute stuff. Is I don't know if that necessarily fits the bill here, but
that does count.
Right now, I am just absolutely fed up with every week, boy. All we got to do is execute.
That's right,
man. We're close, man. All we got to do is execute.
It's about us.
Yeah, it's about us, man. Well, I don't know if that's 100% true there.
I agree.
Well, right now it's about y'all. The drive's about to get ready to get going.
All we got to do is execute, baby.
That's right.
Execute.
4 hours.
4 hours of execution coming straight at you. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FD FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, live from the Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live, and you need to be live out here with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. We are at the Buffalo Wild Wings location in Cypress. Come on out and have a good time. I got on some electric shoes today that I just picked up. Clint ain't even seen them. Well, I know he'd have said something.
You plug them in or what?
Oh, man, they're.
Oh, are they electric for real?
Look at them.
Hey, I mean, they're protective. You can do some duck hunting in them joints.
Man, they're comfortable as hell, baby.
They light up or something?
No, they don't light up. I had to get them on the screen.
They're waterproof. Get that foot up there. They're waterproof, baby.
They're electric and waterproof?
I think electric was just a descriptive term, as in clean and
I got you. Some good-looking kicks.
I don't think they literally have.
I've wanted to
batteries in them or anything.
Like I know Figgy has them. I've wanted to get like some Kanye's, but I'm just not at a point in my time where I can support Kanye right now. And so I went with the Croc version of it. And these bad boys, they're comfortable right
there. Is it Kanye or is the price tag on those?
No, I would have been willing to do it. It's Kanye. That's where it is. But I'm feeling comfortable. You come on out and feel comfortable. Like we said, man, Derek Stingley Jr. autographed helmet. Also, you got a football signed by Tank Dell, who's been around. I saw photos of him, and it looked like the knee is intact in a much better way than it was the last time we saw him. So that's good news, and you can come out there and have a chance to win that. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box, and you will have a shot to win a couple of prizes. But a good spot out here, good food, good drinks as always. To come on out, and by the way, them wings, you can double them up. You get 6, you get 12, baby. You get 5, you get 10. So come on out and catch all the specials and deals that they have out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. All right, Clint, I do want to run across a little bit. As soon as we injury report, we will run that past you. But again, no surprise, no Shaq Mason at practice today. It's a grade 2 sprain to the MCL. So no surprise. It looks like he will be out. It will probably be official when the injury report does come out, but that looks like that's coming. But Foley Vadakasi practice, John Mechie practice, Hansen, Okuda practice again, and they're all set to go in the game on Saturday. The Foley Fatukasi one is much more impactful. You remember, he left that Ravens game, and he might have even played it, but that Ravens game, they just ran it down the Texans' throat. And it was clear he was missed in the middle there. And Clint, I think here, at least early, especially if the game continues to dictate it, I feel like that's what Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers are going to want to do, is try to physically run the football down the Texans' throat. And I think if you've got Foley, who is clearly their best run stopper, that's big news for them to go along with those linebackers all being healthy.
Well, look, I hope it is big news, right? I mean, really, we haven't seen enough Foley Fatukasi throughout the year to really know, to be honest with you. But hopefully Foley Fatukasi coming back and being full go inside ultimately keeps him, Tim Settle, Mario Edwards on the field more than the depth players. Like you look up against certain teams, and the LA Chargers are definitely one of those teams, and you look up and on the first drive, you got Seb 2 in there. No offense, but in the first drive.
That damn sure wasn't a plan, I don't think.
Right. Well, you got those guys in there. Against Baltimore, you have zero chance because they absolutely will turn around and hand it to Derrick Henry. But I got to believe that with the mentality of Jim Harbaugh and watching that film, if that is the case, unless you give him a reason to get away from running it downhill between the tackles, unless Foley Fatukasi and Settle and company are able to, and the return, obviously, of Azeez Al-Shaair, if those guys being back are able to send a message to Harbaugh of like, not today, it ain't happening today, then he's going to continue to do it. And so hopefully Foley Fatukasi being healthy and hopefully Azeez Al-Shaair being back. I know he was back last week against Tennessee, but I'm talking about games that matter. With him being back, hopefully those two guys can solidify the middle to some degree where you can stop the bleeding at the very least in that downhill run game, because J.K. Dobbins and company
Gus Edwards,
they're damn sure going to make you prove that you can stop it.
Yeah. All right, so that is the injury report. When we get the official one, we will run that past you. All right, Clint, we've talked a lot, and we will throughout today's show and tomorrow's show as we lead to Saturday's game, about the kind of the do's and don'ts, the pros and cons of this game. I just want to lean to you and the audience, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, please jump in as well. If you could pick one thing in this game that you think's a big advantage for the Texans, the thing that you feel really good about the Texans' chances to win this game, to be in this game, what's one thing that you would go after to say, I think the Texans can really make some hay here?
Well, I think it's the X factor. I think it's the only way they win the game. I definitely think it's the way that they look like they are better than first round playoff football, and I think it's C.J. Stroud bringing his A game. I think C.J.'s due. I think if you listen to Bobby Slowick, it seems like they feel pretty good about what they're doing from an identity standpoint and the game plan that they're going to go into this game with. And if that is the case, then I believe that C.J. Stroud, like the ceiling of C.J. Stroud and what we've seen from C.J. Stroud when it is good is what gives me hope. If I didn't have the high ceiling C.J. Stroud still in my memory, I'd have a real hard time getting to a point where the Texans can win this ball game. But all of my chips are shoved in the middle of the table on C.J. Stroud, baby. I think that gives you if he brings his A game, and I'm not even talking about the A++ where he outplays Baker Mayfield and throws for 4 or 5 touchdowns, 400 yards, whatever the hell it was.
So working with Clint here,
I'm just talking about on the money. I'm talking about efficient. I'm talking about that calculated risk here and there, not every single time.
Do you feel good that he can do that?
No, I don't. No, there's nothing that's happened this year that makes me feel I wouldn't bet on it. But that's it's in there. Ever going to come out? It needs to be this week. It's playoff time. That light bulb, that flip the switch moment needs to happen for the entire offense. And I think that cannot happen without C.J. Stroud bringing that. I go back to what I said last year, kind of that Brady approach to playing offensive football. It's just it's the only way.
So he's got to be the reason.
I think, Look, I think when you say that, it's like I think I think people go, okay, well, he's got to have Pat Mahomes type moments. He's got to do this. He's got to do that. I really think it's just be elite from the game managing standpoint. And when the 2 or 3 moments come up where you've got a receiver, behind the defense, and it's a fairly easy throw, or what we call an easy throw for a C.J. Stroud, you got to make that throw, right? Make those plays. That's it.
And Mahomes' 15 playoff wins, they haven't always been 300-yard games, 350. They're big games where he is 250 and just made, as you said, plays down the stretch and did smart things. And clearly you could see, even though it wasn't 300 for 3 touchdowns, that he was the reason. We've
just got to get it's with Mahomes and Burrow and I think those are really the two. I know back in the day it was Aaron Rodgers and Brady, but we've just got to get back to a point where we just expect C.J. Stroud to just work the ball down the field and get 3, if not 7, right? And then when the big moments pop, boom! All of a sudden you're nailing, you're sticking that dagger in and twisting that sucker. But we've just gotten away from, or I know I have, of like when they got the ball, like I don't really know what to expect. I'm not real sure what I'm going to see. Instead of that, hey, boom, let's spread the football around the field. Let's get it out. Let's protect our O-line. Let's get 3 and take a few shots at the end zone. And if it don't happen, let's get that 3 with Kaimi. That's almost like we've gone back to, well, boy, I hope we don't get a sack that causes us to be in 1st and 15 or 3rd and 20, Like we got to get back to that efficient offense role that CJ was doing. That's what gives me hope.
What's the one thing you feel about this game that you think's a big advantage for the Texans in their chances to win this game? Clint said his thought is, hey, CJ's got to play his A game. I see 979 H-Town fan said, we're winning this on defense, Hoss. Someone else texting in, defense will win it for us. Coach Ryan has a plan. And I'll be honest, that's kind of where I tend to go, fellas, is it's interesting. We've used this term a ton pre-D'Amico being here in Houston that, hey, teams can just come in and smother the Texans' offense. Teams could just come in and just grab a hold of the Texans' offense and stop them and keep them 10, 15 yards, and they don't make a move and they're not fearful of down the field. I think the Texans' secondary and their front, especially their edge rushers, and combined with, you heard Dino yesterday. If you missed Dino Vasso, the secondary's coach for the Texans, he was coming out trying to just, oh man, hey, Justin Herbert is making good decisions. He can make every throw off any platform. He was trying to be real nice about him. But what he said 2 times in that interview was he tends to hold the ball longer than normal. And when you combine that with the Texans pass rush, especially off the edges, and the blitzes that D'Amico can come up with, and then you look at what they can do in the secondary. As long as Stingley and Lassiter are still there and Bullock back there, we saw the number they did on the Dolphins passing game. I think that the defense has a chance to really smother the Chargers. The Chargers have played well offensively. They scored over 34 points their last 3 games, but there have been multiple games this year where they have been exactly that, smothered. So I feel really good, and that's where I said Tuesday I guaranteed they would win. That's one of the big reasons why I feel that way is I feel like this defense, and we've watched the Texans defense do it multiple times. They made Josh Allen look worse. Josh Allen may be a runaway in the MVP race if he didn't go 9 for 30 here in Houston. And we saw what they did to Tua. We saw what they did to Jared Goff. They've done it before. So, to me, if there's one thing that I feel really, really good about is this defense can smother this offense. They just don't – McConkey is good. They just don't have anybody that puts fear in me. that puts fear in me. I'm not saying they won't score, but they just don't have anybody that puts fear in me, especially with the personnel that the Texans have.
Yeah, depending on their health, that's for damn sure. I mean, I think you got a couple of guys outside. Quentin Johnston, I think is got some real upside. I don't know that he puts fear in, like you said. I don't know that there's a lot of fear there. I like Josh Palmer. He's got a chance. I really like either of those guys versus the Texans' second and third corners in passing situations. But the game is going to boil down to, especially to your point of smothering the Chargers offense, the game's going to come down to our defensive ends versus their two tackles. I mean, they've got two tackles. I don't think Harbaugh is going to be stubborn, but they've got two tackles that you can put on islands against anybody in the league. Now, we'll see if that holds up against Will Anderson, and we'll see if that holds up against Daniil Hunter. But they've got two great tackles that they have a lot of confidence in. And if those guys can hold up, and I don't mean keep them out of the box score like that level of hold up. I think that's a crazy expectation. But if they can hold up and give Justin Herbert time, then the Texans could have trouble. But if they can get home and they're getting home at will and they're having to keep tight ends and running backs in to pass protect, then the Texans are going to have them right where they want them. So I think it starts and stops right there, Ron, with their tackles versus our defensive ends, which is strength on strength. It's going to be a hell of a watch, man.
No, it is. But I mean, if you look at the numbers, even with that, they do have really good tackles, and they got young tackles. They're going to be there for a while with Alt and Slater. Or what is that cat's name? He went to Northwestern, the left tackle. Jesus, it's not Slater.
Not Splinter.
It's not. No, it's not Master Splinter either. I don't think so. What is it, Slater? Is it Slater? I can't remember. Somebody is it? It is Slater. Yeah. All right, Barker said it's Slater. I thought I was wrong on there. I felt like it was something else. Maybe I got Swatter in my mind.
Have some confidence in yourself, bro.
Yeah, you're right. It is. It's Slater. Slater, Northwestern. Yeah, but they're good, but. If you look at it, they've got a 6-sack game in there. They've got multiple 5-sack games in there. And I think a lot of it is he holds the ball because outside of McConkey, they don't get open quickly. It's kind of an issue that the Texans have at times. They don't get open quickly, and he's holding the ball, and he's going to try to make a play. So I think it's there. I think it's there for him. Some people here on the text line, if Mixon gets over 100 yards, the Texans win. The Mixon part of it, the run game part of it. If Joe Mixon at least slows that pass rush down a bit, I can honestly understand and see that as well. So that
Ron, if Joe Mixon is cooking, the Texans can make a run to the damn Super Bowl.
I love Joe Mixon.
If Joe Mixon, oh shoot.
I
got to see what kind of cooking we're talking about.
Well, I mean, if he has over 100 yards, if
Colts cooking,
if Joe Mixon is running the football and has over 100 yards in a football game, it is going to be hell to beat the Texans. With their defense and C.J. Stroud playing as a counterpunch to Joe, it is going to be hell to beat the Texans. Now, I don't know anybody in the right mind that would go out there and bet on Joe Mixon going for 100 yards against a solid defense. But if that does happen, and that's the flip that switched, is Joe Mixon rushing the football, and this team runs it well enough for Joe to go over 100 yards, look out now.
Yes!
I mean, you want to talk about an absolute game changer. Yeah, that'll do it right there.
Yeah, you said it, and I said it too. The nobody really scares you on the Chargers offense. The only one that does is kind of what Dino was talking about, is Justin Herbert. His ability to make a bunch of throws. He's had a weird year, Clint. How would you look at this? Because the turnovers are down. What are you seeing from Justin Herbert? There's been a shift in how he plays, but what are you seeing this year versus the other year?
Look, he's still thrown it 500 times, so it's not like the attempts are down. I think there's a very similar approach. I don't like the thought of like Dino talking about, well, he's holding the ball longer. Well, I mean that's all. There's context needed there. Like what are the situations where he's throwing the football? When I watch him, it seems like when he's holding the ball more, he's being asked to get through progressions. He's being asked to read the defense. It's not just, you see one-on-one, chunk it up outside and let's go make plays. It's a less aggressive attack, so he's having to think a little bit more, be a little bit more selective on when and how he's throwing the football. The thing that the thing that Justin Herbert has that I just think we can't underestimate here is when he moves, the ability, even when his body is out of whack, his shoulders, he'd be staring at the sideline and somehow has a way to flip his arm and throw the go route down the sideline. That throw he made, I think it was last week, 2 weeks ago, for a touchdown down the sideline when he was sliding to his left, facing the sideline, somehow drops his arm slot and flips that sucker down the sideline for a touchdown on an absolute dime. Like, there just ain't – I mean, you got 2-3 dudes in the league that are making that throw. Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, and Justin Herbert. Like, there's just not many right now that are making that. That ain't a Joe Burrow throw. That ain't a C.J. Stroud throw. That's a loose freestyle arm.
Stafford,
Lamar could possibly make it. Stafford maybe, yeah. But, I mean, there's just like the elite, the most elite arms in the game are making that throw, and he just has that ability, Ron. No matter what you can pressure him.
That's the scary part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, look, with a right-handed quarterback, if you get him facing the sideline to his left, he is at his weakest point. He's at his weakest point. He can't – the field's cut in half. You know, his arm strength and arm talent, by in theory, is cut in half, and he somehow has the ability to torque his body up, drop his arm slot, and still threaten you down the field 40 yards. Like that is the difficult part of him is you can have a great defense, you can pressure him, you can push him in the pocket constantly, you can create that chaos, and he still has the ability to drive the football down the field in a way that just a handful of guys do. So that's the scary thing about him. But if you look at his year this year, we all thought, I think the year that C.J. Stroud had last year statistically was unbelievable. If you look at Justin Herbert's numbers right now, I mean it's scary how close the numbers are.
Yeah, 23 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 3,900 yards, 66% completion. Yeah, he had a different year, but obviously a more effective year with him. All right, we're just getting started right here on a Thursday live. Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress. Come on out and have a good time. And you got a chance to win something as well when you get on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Coming up, big game. The first national semifinal game tonight between Penn State and Notre Dame. But even for Texans fans, there's a way you should be taking this game in. We'll let you know what that is coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there, listen, I know this is hard. This is hard for you to be honest about, hey, man, I ain't able to
Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Notre Dame, supposed to be a reputable university, right?
It's a Thirsty Thursday, playoff edition, with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
See here on the 10. I thought y'all were at B-Dubs in Katy. Ron said Cypress. We're in Katy tomorrow. We are in Katy for Football Friday tomorrow, but right now, and yes, we're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy tomorrow, but right now we're at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress.
Come on through.
So come on through, man, and if you have not done so, if you're in the building, you might want to sign your name and put it in our raffle box. You'll have a chance to win some prizes there, including a Derek Stingley Jr. autographed helmet, game-size helmet, and an autographed football from Nathaniel Tank Dell. So you can have a chance to win their other prizes as well. You can also get you some playoff swag, especially if you're going to the game on Saturday. We got koozies, we got flags, we got towels, rally towels that you can pick up.
Playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Jim. You don't even have to sign up to win that stuff. You just get to take that on your way out. So come on out here and enjoy yourself. Have a good time. By the way, speaking of swag, not only do you have to come here to get swag, you can also go to Academy Sports and Outdoor. Gear up for playoff gear there at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Thanks to our good friends who always help us out. By the way, shout out to them for tomorrow as well, as they will have you help you win some prizes as well tomorrow, Football Friday. But thanks to our good friends at Academy for getting us, and they can get you ready with the new Ready to Roll playoff T-shirts and the division championship hats as well. Get all of your swag, your gear, not only here, but also there at any Academy Sports and Outdoors before Saturday gets here. So go ahead and do your thing there. All right, Clint, big game tonight. Penn State continues to do things to try to shut me up, although I'm still not there yet. It was SMU and Boise, so I'm still not there yet. But Penn State and Notre Dame play tonight, and I know for you, Clint, you're looking at this from a Texans point of view.
Through the Texans lens, baby. Hell, good or bad, I can't help it, man.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I think a lot of people do. What about this game is making you jump out to look at it that way?
There's one guy. Now, look, I'm not in the trenches now, so anybody – look, I understand there may be a prospect out there that folks like more that's in this game. I know there's a DN for the Penn State Nittany Lions that is arguably the best in the game. I heard somebody the other day talking about he should be number one overall if the two quarterbacks don't turn you on or if you already have a quarterback. So I'm excluding the trenches here. There's one guy that I think the Texans could use desperately. That is an absolute fun watch at Penn State, which is they got some good players, but they ain't always fun to watch. Penn State's about boring as hell.
Damn, James.
Tyler Warren,
he's cold-blooded,
is the real deal.
I wish he changed his number, but he is cold-blooded.
Well, the 44 is really what kind of. I mean, it's needed for that context is needed for this conversation because if Bobby Slowick is going going to be the guy. A lot of people I lost him right there. I don't know what's going to happen, but if Bobby Slowick is going to be the guy, within this Shanahan system, Bobby Slowick is much more 49er than he is Rams. He's more 49er than he is Green Bay Packer. He's more 49er than he is Cincinnati Bengals. Those are all, it's the same system but different mindsets, right? He is definitely more two tight end, use your tight ends to get an advantage. And this kid right here, and the fact that he wears 44 is exactly what I'm talking about. This kid will line up in the backfield and carry the football from the damn behind the quarterback. I mean, this kid, and when he catches the football, he is like looking for someone to hit a lot of the times. Now, he also possesses the ability, the stride, the speed to attack defenses vertically. I mean, this kid is just a ball magnet, and he would be an absolute – you watch the 49ers, and you look at whether it's George Kittle or it's Juszczyk, one of those two. I think he probably fits kind of in between the two, but he's got the same mentality, the same approach, and he plays the game in a way that I think the Texans need to inject some of this in their veins. I look now, he's 6'6", 260. I mean, this is a guy that's got physical. From the measurables and the speed and all that stuff, he's going to be right. But the first line overall right here, check this out. I'm looking at one of the prospect pages. Tyler Warren is a long, athletic tight end who makes plays from multiple alignments and presents a weapon to design creative plays around. That's Juszczyk. That's George Kittle. Like, you can't do any of that. Any players that's in a Texans uniform, any tight ends that are in a Texans uniform right now. That's just real talk. It's the way it is. And I don't think Cade Stover's going to be that guy. Could, but I don't think Cade Stover's going to be that guy. I think Cade Stover's a hand in the dirt, bulldog type of player. And then you add a versatile guy like this to the mix. And by the way, I'm reading here, you're looking at, I think, 17 to 20 in the draft. Now, the way I like him, it's probably going to rise with Brock Bowers doing his thing.
What Brock did, yeah.
You could see him go up, and maybe he gets out of reach of the Texans. But if he's in that range and the Texans finish where a lot of people expect them to finish, he could be a dream get for the Titans, and I mean the Texans. And I think this guy's one to watch. As you watch that game tonight, just watch this kid play and imagine how he would fit into this offense and give Bobby Slowick that tight end option that we've been watching him hope that Dalton Schultz is. Right? They've tried to handle, I think, Cade Stover with some kid gloves. Tegan Cotoriano just as limited. We're talking about a whole different animal here. We're talking about a guy that could be plugged in and be a real weapon with Nico Collins and whoever they decide to go with in terms of their two receiver while Tank Dell is out. I really like this guy.
Saw that coming in the text line. Mm-hmm. You think they're really going to go up and get a tight end with Dalton Schultz, who they just signed?
Well, I mean, look, I think, again, that's why I specifically said I'm taking the trenches out of the conversation because I don't know. I can't figure out the Texans. Now, I know the interior D-line could be addressed. A guy there, I would probably prefer them to take a super dominant interior defensive lineman, young, because you're fixing to have to pay Will. You're already paying $55. I mean, there's Christian Harris ain't too far from a payday. You're fixing to pay a bunch of guys. You need to infuse some rookies in there beyond Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock. So I would probably prefer, and I could see right now where a defensive lineman would make sense over this. But if you get there offensively, I don't think talent is necessarily the problem up front, right? I think there's some coaching issues. I think there's a culture, a personality issue up front. But I think the biggest thing is the tight end position is not – the tight end position does not help this offense.
Listen, I'm going to tell you what, Tyler. Dalton Schultz damn sure ain't stopping me from drafting
Hell
Tyler
no.
Warren. You know, I'm just saying, I mean, I understand what you paid him, but that ain't –
oh, soft
you can get out. I'm not – he's not stopping me.
He said, oh, soft ass.
I'm just saying he's not going to be the now, if you said, yeah, there's a D tackle there, it's not like – to me, it's not like, oh, well, you know, we're not looking tight end because we already got Dalton Schultz and we signed him 12. No, that's not stopping me. For damn sure.
You want to get the most out of C.J. Stroud. You want to get the most out of Joe Mixon. You want to get the most out of Nico Collins in the receiver. You better get somebody in the middle that can help you, that doesn't come off the field in run situations.
Yeah, Brock Bowers has screwed it up. This in other years he might have been like 15 to 20. He may be earlier than that. All right, let's look at the wild card round. As yes, the Texans are involved, and we've talked about that a lot. But there are obviously other games. games. This is one of the best football weekends of the year when you get all these games started in the playoffs. We'll look at this, especially what team's on upset alert. What team is on upset alert? We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. A great day starts with a great night's sleep. There's no doubt about it. It's not rocket science. I'm not telling you anything you don't.
713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
Playoffs?
It's a Thirsty Thursday, playoff edition, with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live here on a Thirsty Thursday. Come on out, grab you a drink, put your name in our raffle box for a chance to win, get you some food. Bailey does a great job taking care of you. Yes, she will.
Atta girl, Bailey!
There she is. There she is.
Yeah, see, if Tyler would have said, Robert's doing a great job taking care of his. If Ron would have said that, Tyler wouldn't have said a word.
No chance in hell.
That's not true. I look out for the bros.
Bailey, Heather, Sarah, Vanessa. Oh, you getting a shout out from
Vanessa,
studio,
especially.
Clinton already.
That name does it for you, doesn't it, T?
It always has.
Would have done it for Hattie? Do you think he'd have done it for an older name?
Yeah, I think he gave it. Yeah. Oh, no question. Edith.
No, I don't think so. I think
Marjorie.
I think Tyler judges his response by the name.
Now I think he would have said something. He may have not had like a super excited, perverted tone to his voice.
Hey, thanks, Gladys. All right.
Perverted a little strong, T. I'm sorry.
You're the MVP, Gladys.
Nice job, Gladys. Tyler Clinton's ordered something I didn't know was on the menu. Is that on the menu?
Plate of celery?
It ain't on the menu, man. That's chili right there,
yeah,
bro.
I was gonna say I ain't never seen chili on the menu.
It's the kind of chili they put on nachos and stuff, so it's probably gonna run right through me.
Any beans in it?
I don't know. I ain't got a spoonful yet.
There you go. Have at it. Why not? Hey, before we get to these wild card matchups, I was my wife who's listening to the show was texting in, and Courtney, as I said, when you come in, you can win all kinds of prizes. You can get a koozie, and you can take, and I said, a rally towel home. And she said, can it be a rally towel if it's not baseball?
Brings up a good point.
And I thought, well, I made it one, but then I thought, well, maybe I'll present it to the people. Is that incorrect? Can it not be a rally towel since we're talking about football?
Ron can't win for losing, boy. He gets it from all angles.
It's accepted.
I think she has a really strong point.
It's a great point. I want to present it to the people. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, is it a rally towel? Because lift it up, my man. Shout out to Kansas City in the building. Came in Tempe. It says H-Town made playoffs. 2024. Shout out to Houston Methodist. It looks like when you go in, you if you had the thing, you go and whip that sucker like my man's doing right there.
There it is.
And you see that generally, in baseball, but
or Pittsburgh Steelers, those terrible towels.
Do they call a terrible towel a rally towel in Pittsburgh?
Nah,
I don't know.
I think they just call it a terrible towel.
Correct.
What should we call it? Texans towel?
What is it called?
Texans towel.
Texans towel.
Just Texans towel. Yeah.
It doesn't hit the same. We got to come up with something. Swarm towel.
It is a Texans
swarm towel. That is good. God, I don't know why I was like 8 minutes late on that. I'm reading a swarm towel. Yeah, okay.
What about swarm rag? What about swarm rag?
Swarm towel. Let's do it.
You like
rag takes a towel dirty real quick.
Yeah, it makes it dirty.
We are in the dirty.
Or it makes me think of something else. Sorry, ladies. But
what rag?
That's what I thought.
I don't get it.
In teenage
years.
Never
heard of that?
Sorry, ladies.
Never heard of?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's I'm going towel. So I like it. Swarm towel. So get in here. You got a chance to win a Derek Stingley signed helmet. You got a football signed by Tank Dell, and you can get you a
Why is that towel hard as a wall or a brick? That's so odd.
Why is that towel standing up on itself over there?
You can get you a swarm. That rag. Now that's a rag. You can get you a swarm towel, baby. Get that swarm towel. There you go. Come on out. Swarm towel. Okay, we got it, Court. It's not a rally towel. It's a swarm towel. Yeah, or my man said a rally rag. So no, let's get away.
That's got a good ring to it right there.
That makes me feel icky.
Rally rag.
Just
a clean one, preferably.
All right, this week
a rally rag. That could be the follow-up to what y'all are referring to.
Yes, could be. Yeah, could be.
Once a towel becomes that, the only thing it can become after that is
too many
rally.
rallies.
It's a rally.
You got to rally and go for number 2.
They rally. Go for rally. Boys. Come on. I usually don't have an issue with it. All right, here we go.
better man than me.
Anybody on upset alert? Like I know. I think if my prediction goes correct, which it will, I think the Texans will actually be considered an upset as they are 3-point underdogs. But realistically, do you see any teams on real upset alert? And like to me, like Washington and Tampa, I don't know about that, but real.
The 4 or 5 matchups are hard. Like that, I don't know how much of an upset those are going to be either way. Really, like I will be upset, but I don't know that it would be considered an upset. But I got 2 for you, and I think these are real. I think these are real possibilities, and one of them is going to surprise the hell out of you. The Broncos at the Bills. I think if there's an upset this week, I think it's the Broncos beat the Bills. The Broncos are playing really good football right now, man, and it's convincing. It is. They're really good on defense, just playing lights out. They've got weapons across the board. Sean Payton is. I know a lot of folks, weren't very high on him back in the day when we were hiring a coach, but Sean Payton is a real deal. He's a great play caller, great designer. He's got a lot of experience in the playoffs.
He's not coaching that guy.
The weather in Buffalo is not going to bother Denver, so I think they're going to travel well. I'm going to tell you, man, I think the Broncos. If there is an upset, it's the Broncos at the Bills.
I'm not going to lie to you. I love that. I love that thought. In terms
what is that line, T?
In terms of what you're saying, I think it was like 4.5. I believe the last I checked. It may be bigger than that. Tyler, you'll let us know. I love that thought. I hate it as a fan. I'm not going to lie to you. I want to see Lamar versus Josh Allen. Like I want
fair.
To. I want. I want to see
plus 8.5.
Hey, ooh, Lord, this is even more than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see that matchup. I want to see Lamar and the Ravens get through the Steelers, and Josh Allen and the Bills get through the Broncos. So that game, that will be one of the more entertaining games. I know they played earlier this year, and Baltimore blew them out. But I want to see that game in the playoffs because that's the story of both those quarterbacks is how they do in the playoffs.
Well, you eliminate Josh Allen from the playoffs, the appeal drops a bit. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, but I'm going to tell you, I am concerned about it because Denver
rolling,
just
man.
what they do compared to what Buffalo does. Like I just don't see Buffalo running away from them, right? Like Denver's defense is for real, especially their front seven and that front line. Like you may not know the names, but they got a couple of double-digit sack guys. Nick Benito. Benito, boy, man, that was God. I could not get.
I had that one for you, but I wasn't gonna get it.
I had it. I just couldn't.
That is the best one ever.
couldn't shake it out.
You got it. So we got you. He is the real deal.
No, him and Cooper on the other side, and Allen, who they move inside and out. Like a poor man's version, and I'm saying very poor man's version of J.J. Watt, who they can move in and out. That young player, they've got a lot of dudes, and obviously they've got corners. They've got the best in the league. Sorry, Stingley, but Patrick Surtain is the best in the league. Where I just don't think Buffalo's going to run away from them. And what we've seen down the stretch with Buffalo is they gave up 86 points in 2 weeks.
Had to outscore them.
With the Rams and the Lions. So and as you said, Peyton in the playoffs with Knicks, and I agree with what Peyton said after they demolished the Chiefs ran out there and they got in the playoffs. He said, "We're young, and anything can happen with young teams. They don't know what they're doing." And I agree with that. So I am rooting for the Bills, but I do think just because I want to see that matchup, but I think the Broncos could give them problems, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if that became an issue.
I got you one in the NFC too.
All right.
The Rams at home over the 14-win Minnesota Vikings. Minnesota just had to. They just fell off a cliff with in terms of emotionally and just being spent with that Detroit game. And instead of getting a home, a bye and home field playoff run, they're going to the Rams now. Assuming that this thing happens with the fires that are going on out on the West Coast. But the Rams at home over a damn 14-win team, I think the Rams got a real chance to
So yeah, I like the Vikings.
You like the Vikings?
Yeah, I like the Vikings. I just like what you said is a 14-win team, and all they have heard is how bad Sam Darnold is out of nowhere. I literally heard someone say Sam Darnold's had 13 games this year where he has played really well, but it's those other games where you get Sam Darnold. Hold on, he played 13 of them. He played 13 of the 17.
Right. Yeah.
Really good, and I think they had a bad week. And the Rams' defense can be had. Hell, we watched it. We saw Josh Allen put 40-plus on them even in a game that they won. And I think Flores has something for them.
Yeah.
Right? Sean McVay is really good, but I think Flores has something for him as well. So I like Minnesota. But Denver is one. They could – I would not be surprised at all if they walked out of that thing with some struggles. All right, coming up, I got to give you something that – this is the biggest thing that concerns me the most. Coming into the game for the Texans against the Chargers. I told you I guaranteed that they will win, but this is the thing that's keeping me up. Nick Caserio said something about it as well, and I'm wondering if the Texans are going to shift things. If not, that's my biggest concern. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. You got to breathe well to sleep well, and you got to sleep well to live well. There's no doubt about it.
Play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Oh, show, Clint. I love the show, man.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, playoff edition, with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. It is Thirsty Thursday playoff edition, and we are live here at the Great Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress. Make your way on out here. We'll be here from 2 to 6. There we go. My man right there in front of us, baby. He's on his second one. He's on his second beer, baby. There we go. There we go. He's having a good time right there. I didn't think I was going to have a drink till I looked over here at my man's cup right there, and I feel like I might have to.
Yeah, you saw that dirty water, didn't you?
I might have to jump in. I might have to jump in a little something myself right now. But get on out here, man.
That rally rag going?
Till 6? No, he got no. He did not. He got a swarm rag is what he got. Get out. It's not a rally rag. We've decided. Rally is baseball.
But we can't use rag. I got it.
No, it's a swarm towel, damn it.
See how hard it is to say it? Just
no,
rag.
It's not.
Just you're a rag guy.
No, it's not.
You're a rag guy.
You're trying to.
Just telling you, you're a rag guy.
You're trying to real
always have been. That's why it just rolled off your tongue. When you walk right by, you just thought rag.
Coming up next here, we are here, and you have a chance to hang out with us. Not only that, but you can win a couple of prizes, get swag gear, you can get you a swarm towel, you can get you a koozie as well, and all you got to do is enter your name in our raffle box. You can see it right there when you walk in, and you get a chance to win an autographed helmet, game-size helmet from Derek Stingley Jr., and an autographed football from Tank Dell. All of that here, other prizes as well, so get on out here. Like I said, we'll be here till 6, and you know the rules. If you got here at 2, you get to put your name in every hour that you stay. So if you got here at 2, you get to put your name in at 3 again. You can put your name in at 4 and at 5. Now, if you come in here at 4 or you come in here at 5 and you try to put your name in there 16 times, I will personally disqualify your ass from being able to win any of these things. Now, play with some integrity, please, is what we're trying to do here. But, no, come on out and have a good time here with us. I do want to pass across some news. And as I said, when we get the full injury report, we will let you know. But reports are out at least for the Chargers. The Chargers are listing running back J.K. Dobbins with an ankle issue, Quentin Johnston, who didn't practice yesterday. They are both listed as questionable for Saturday's playoff game against Houston. So those are two big ones to watch right there. Obviously, this team is different when J.K. Dobbins is out, when they don't have him to go along with Gus Edwards. That 1-2 punch is big. And then Quentin Johnston, they don't have a lot of weapons to begin with, and Quentin doesn't scare you, really. He has a problem dropping the football at times this year. But he had 158 yards on 12 or 13 catches last week, so he's played well of late. So that's a big one if he's unable to go, because if it's just McConkey out there, that could obviously make life easier for the Texans. So those are injury things to watch. By the way, also, Clint, Josh Palmer, he is out. He is not going to play in this game with a foot issue, so that also helps the Texans secondary.
Yeah, the Chargers got some problems, man. Look, I like McConkey. There's no doubt about it. Like I said, he finds a way early in the game. I'd be shocked if in the first quarter he doesn't have about 35 yards.
Why they name that kid Ladd, and they know his last name's McConkey?
Well, I mean, I kind of like it. I think it flows.
It does flow.
I think it's pretty solid.
Julius would have worked or something like something. Julian Ladd McConkey. I mean, that's just.
Well, I like him. I think he is a great really player already. He's going to continue to be great, right? But boy, they're just overall skill players offensively. Are taking a beating now. Josh Palmer is the real deal. Josh Palmer is a great number 3 receiver in this league. He is a bigger bodied guy. That just, it seems like every time I watch the Chargers, he's making a big-time game-changing type play. Quentin Johnston, definitely at the very least, their big speed guy with size that can take the top off the defense. And J.K. Dobbins, as you mentioned, this is just a different team when J.K. Dobbins is healthy and they actually got a real 1-2 punch. So I would expect these guys to play if they're not already designated as out, but boy, they could be in real trouble down the stretch here. Quentin Johnston is one of those guys that, we've talked a lot this year about the corner opposite, whoever it may be, the corner opposite of Derek Stingley, which in this game I think with Jeff Okudah being healthy, I think there's a chance we see some Jeff Okudah outside. Quentin Johnston's a guy that can damn sure run by some folks. And so that's kind of what he brings to the table. And without him, I don't know if they have that guy that can threaten deep and take the top off the coverage, especially versus a number 2 corner. So him being healthy will be, or him being injured and not 100%, could potentially hurt the Chargers in a big way.
This is, I would say, at the very least, if they don't go, they are clearly not 100%.
Yeah.
Right, where they didn't practice. At least Johnston didn't practice yesterday.
As you mentioned yesterday, they do have DJ Chark. He had a big game. I believe it was last week or 2 weeks ago. I didn't even know DJ Chark had left. I thought he was still in. Where was he? Jacksonville?
I think he's been on multiple teams
since then, right? But I just didn't. I hadn't seen that name or heard that name, and all of a sudden, boom! I look up and the Chargers are rolling. I think against the Raiders, and he's catching a touchdown. And I'm thinking, is that DJ Chark? Well, it is. So he can go. They do have some other guys that can go, but obviously their numbers. You're talking about three of their top targets right here being
their offensive threats
out or injured.
Yeah, Palmer, Dobbins, and Johnston. Yeah, those are big keys for them. All right, I was listening because I'm telling you, this is the thing keeps me nervous and concerned about my guarantee. This is the number one thing in this game. And Nick Caserio, when he was on with Payne and Pendergast, spoke to it. He was talking about Titus, and then he moved into Blake Fisher. This is what he had to say about his young rookie, now right tackle.
Yeah, no, Blake's handled himself well. We felt, and we talked about this even going back to last spring, like when we drafted Blake, we felt like we were getting we wanted another young tackle, get another tackle in a program, because ultimately you probably need 3 or maybe 4 tackles. If you're going 4 deep, that it's probably some extenuating circumstances, but you're probably going to need 3 tackles during the course of the year. Blake's gone in there and done a pretty good job. He's like most players. He's had some good plays. He's had some other plays that he can certainly fix. I think Blake is an example of a young player that has gotten experience, that has played well with his opportunities, that hopefully will have a chance to improve in the offseason. But there's a reason that we drafted him, because we felt he can go out there and play.
All right, that's him talking about Blake Fisher, and I'm telling you right now, Clint, that is the number one concern for me, that I won't have a chance to be called show again. Blake Fisher is the number one thing for me, and I am highly concerned about Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, Bud Dupree, those guys over there one-on-one against him. In his time, he hasn't I watched him against George Karlaftis when they played the Chiefs, and George Karlaftis gave him hell and beat him multiple times. And he had some issues going alone one-on-one with them. And these guys are better than him, especially when they get going. That is my biggest concern. I was so much so to myself, and I know this is crazy talk almost, I was so much to myself, if Shaq Mason is healthy, I could have entertained the conversation of, hey, man, let's maybe slide Titus back out here to right tackle. I could have entertained the thought, let's move Juice back over to the left and put Titus over. It to me is a major concern, because I think those guys are the type of guys that have the ability to just wreck a game and just screw up everything that you're trying to do. And in the playoffs, Blake Fisher, I don't know, he's really encountered pass rushers like that. So to me, that's the thing that keeps me nervous in this game about that match.
I think you should be nervous, whether it's Blake Fisher or not. I think you should be nervous. But here's the deal: if they wreck the game, that's on Bobby Sloak. It's not on Blake Fisher, right? I mean, to your point, is if they're wearing Blake Fisher out, then you've got to get help. He better be wearing Blake Fisher and Dalton Schultz, or Blake Fisher and Cade Stover, or whoever it may be.
Well, he gonna wear out Blake Fisher and Dalton Schultz.
Well, now see, so we're getting into bigger concerns, right? This is where you need Dalton Schultz to bow his neck a little bit and be willing to try to break some ribs in pass protection. You need him to, in order to stay on the field, you need him to be able to help in those moments. And if then you're looking at Irv Smith and you're looking at Cade Stover having to be the guy. Now, there ain't no doubt about it. Irv Smith will do it. There's no doubt about that. But you lose whatever your $12 million tight end in the pass game, right? There's no doubt about it. Irv Smith and Cade Stover are better in the run block game. But if you pull Dalton Schultz off, you lose again. You're losing your $12 million tight end, and so you're basically red flagging the opponent every time you want to run it or you need to help in pass protection. So. You're right. The Blake Fisher matchup with any of their edge rushers is a big-time matchup in this game. But Bobby Slowick better not get caught with his pants down. He better have a plan for that because it don't matter. I don't care who we're watching, what game you're watching. When you go up there and you watch offensive coordinators just continue to run tackles out there by themselves, put them on an island, and let a defensive end wreck the game. Or in critical situations, you look up and T.J. Watt as a young tackle and no help. In critical situations, that is fireable offenses in football. Damn sure in pro football. So it's on Bobby Slowick.
No, and I'm with you on that. I think right off the bat, like this is like I don't even think you risk and see. Hey man, let me see how he holds up. No, right off the bat, it's got to be chips. It's got to be a lot of everything to help him because. Like I'd say to you, who would you say is the best offensive coach in football right now? If you could, I'm talking about a year right now. If you could bring in one time, I think many people would probably say Andy, right?
Yeah. Andy's the best offensive mind. You talking about head coach? Or just offense, yeah, I would say Andy.
He allowed these two jokers to not four of them. They hit Patrick Mahomes 10, 12 times and sacked him 3 or 4 times in a game they played and just wouldn't help, wouldn't do anything. And so it's, hell, if Andy can do it, then we know Bobby's capable. And, hell, we've seen Bobby do it. We know Bobby's capable of doing it. And so, because you want to run your stuff. You want to run your stuff. But in this game, I'm with you. You can't even allow it. You can't, from the start. Like, it's like, hey, man, CJ, you're going to have 4 in the route. Or you're going to have a one late. Like, because I have no concern. I know Laramie gets on a lot of people's nerves. I don't have a concern on Laramie Tunsil on the other side. When it comes to this, pass blocking, I think Laramie Tunsil will hold up. It's the other side. The other side is what makes me nervous and concerned with things. So that to me is as you said, man, you're right off the bat. You can't even let Blake Fisher get into a place where he gets in trouble.
Yeah, look, look. If Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes are doing it, I'm going to assume they're working something. They got a chance to make some noise. I trust those guys at a whole different level.
Never happened.
If Bobby Slowick is doing it, I'm not real confident in what we're trying to do on the backside of it. Especially if you're asking a quarterback that struggled all year long to find those answers. So I don't. Bobby better not do it. I understand that there's really good teams in this. I don't know for a fact how many times they do it, but you look at how Joe Burrow gets the hell beat out of him every year. I imagine they make it a habit of leaving guys on islands. That ain't who we are. We shouldn't even be thinking on that same level. We got to protect this dude and let him get comfortable in the pocket.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. All right. Also, by the way, wanted to keep it a little note here. Derwin James, guy that they're going to have to look at. He is the AFC Defensive Player of the Month, and he is another X factor in this game on how they're going to use him. That is something too. That is a weapon. He is probably going to be an All-Pro again, and usually he is really good at covering tight ends. I wonder if they feel like they have to use him that way, being as you said, Dalton Schultz is struggling to run away from linebackers, and I'm sure maybe they see that. But they use him on the blitz. He's got almost 6 sacks this year, 5.5 sacks. They use him on the blitz. They do a lot. Derwin James clearly has got to be somebody I know Bobby's paying attention to, the Texans are paying attention to. He is one of those X factors of guys, very Jalen Petrie-like, except probably a bit better in the games. So that is a big person to watch to see how they deploy him in this.
Well,
it
is an absolute key. But Ron, I'll argue that he makes it easier, right? Because because he takes you don't even play around with it. Like there's certain teams and certain players that you go, we'll protect it over here and we'll have an answer for this player if he blitzes. always good little blitz. We'll have an answer for number 23 when he's near the line of scrimmage. When you're dealing with a guy like Derwin James, you just go, hey, if Derwin James is on the right side, here's how we're going to handle it. You know what I mean? He dictates what you do from a protection standpoint. The majority, it's kind of like you would treat Micah Parsons with the Cowboys. Call him whatever position you want to call him. Until you're told different, we are going to slide our protection and gear our protection towards number 11. I don't give a damn where he's at. Now, if he moves late and we don't have time to adjust, that's on you. But you got to figure it out post snap. But we're not going to play around with IDing certain guys and slot. No, it's one guy. That guy right there, he's the priority. Boom. To me, Derwin James, when it comes to blitzes, when it comes to secondary and adding extra defenders to the box and bringing pressure, obviously their defensive ends are a problem. You got to deal with those guys. But when it comes to who are we going to make a priority in protection, quarterback break the huddle. If Derwin James is deep, we're all good. If Derwin James is within 8 yards of the line of scrimmage, where is he at? You better have him accounted for, whether that's in protection or you've got a route to beat him, because you don't let. If Derwin James surprises you, shame on your ass. If Derwin James surprises you, shame on you.
Yeah.
If Derwin James is on the right side of the line of scrimmage and he's up there flirting around with blitzing, and C.J. Stroud comes out and he's holding the ball, patting the ball, looking hard left, and never sees Derwin James hit him in the ear hole, that's on him and them coaches. That's a preparation. That's not a Derwin James thing. So he's a guy that should dictate what you do.
Yeah.
I don't know the percentages, Ron, but I would imagine the percentage that.
Yeah. The player for the Texans on Saturday, he better do work. He better do work. His expectation, because of how good he is, says, I can take over this game. We'll discuss who that is coming up next.
All right, y'all.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Rodeo 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As Stroud, little play action to start. Good protection. Airs it out for Collins. He's got it. One play, touchdown, Texans. 75 yards to start the night for number 7.
That was the big play there against the Colts, as it felt like that was their first national game last year, and right off the rip, 75 and a house call from Nico Collins, and he's continued last season's great breakout season, getting paid, and he's followed that up with another Pro Bowl season, well, his first Pro Bowl season. And listen, the only thing that stopped him, to me, potentially being an All-Pro this year is just the injury. And he missed five and a half games, and he still got to 1,000 yards.
Yep.
It was still voted into the Pro Bowl. So Nico Collins has had an excellent season, especially when he's been out there top 5 in the league in yards per game when he's played. And to me, based off his play, and again, that's why it's so key what we talked about in the last segment is, boy, if they can just hold up a little bit blocking them. Based off what we've seen with the Chargers and with Nico Collins, players not only in his caliber, but also have really given the Chargers trouble. And for example, to me, I look at it even as low as Drake London, who's not on his level, but he against the Chargers went 9 for 86. Higgins, another big target like him, went 9 for 141, a touchdown. Chase in the same game went 7 for 75 and 2 touchdowns. Mike Evans, another big body receiver, goes for 9 and 159, 2 touchdowns. Just last week, Jacoby Myers, they gave up 9 for 123 and 2 touchdowns. So they have given up yards to number 1 receivers on teams. And Clint, like I said, obviously if this game turns out like the Jets game or like the Packers game where CJ just couldn't even move and couldn't even function with the offensive line, that's a different thing. But as you've said, the last couple of weeks, they have been good enough. They have been better, and it hasn't just been they're getting their ass kicked just because they just can't block folks. They can't do stuff. Now, the run game, they can improve, but especially in the passing game. And to me, when you look at what Nico Collins, who has had an all-pro type season when he's played, and we see what problems the Chargers have had, this one to me is one where I feel like he can eat.
Yeah, well, I mean, absolutely it's one that you feel like he could eat. You'd like to think that he's one of the better ones in the league and should be able to eat any against any opponent. But the reality of it is that of late, I know he got to 1,000 yards, but of late, Nico Collins, defense has found a way to slow him down. Defenses have found a way to limit his catches. Defenses have found a way to make it really, really difficult for him to get catches. He had a couple of touchdowns against – who was that at home? He had a couple of touchdowns. When he went for 12 yards.
17 yards.
17 yards. 4 catches, 17 yards. He had 2 touchdowns. And they were both
against the Dolphins.
There you go. That's who it was, the Dolphins. And those were scramble drill touchdowns. And so teams, when he has been able to have success, teams have made him do it off script and off schedule. And so I don't know what that recipe is for defenses, but somehow they've cracked the code and figured out a way. Now, can the Texans counterpunch and figure out a way to give him the ball in various ways to make it, to offset defense's ability to really focus on him? We'll see. That's one reason I think Deontay Johnson is so important this week.
Yeah.
I'd like to say that the run game, I would like to say that Dalton Schultz, but in reality, I'm looking for something that that is likely to happen, and I think Deontay Johnson could help relieve a little bit of that pressure off Nico Collins. But yeah, your point.
So you're not saying you don't think Nico's likely to happen. You don't think that's likely to happen? You don't think Nico having a big game is likely to happen?
Likely? No, that's not likely.
Really? The way he's played all year,
he hadn't had a big game in over a month and a half. I mean, it's one of those where it's like the defenses have found a way to to keep him out of from making those explosive plays and impacting the game in such a way. So, this is a really, really good defense, man. I know they don't have the corner that can mirror him and take him.
That's where they're weaker right there is in coverage, especially the corners.
So I don't expect it to happen. Is it possible? Yeah. I mean, you look at C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins. That's what I'm hanging on to with just the simple fact that gives them a chance to win a playoff game. But I don't think any of it's likely versus this defense. This defense is a problem.
Yeah. From the text line here, Ron sounds like he needs to gargle some warm salt water.
What is going on over there?
Or take 100% tequila shot.
There you go.
Does that work?
Does anybody? What kind of tequila shots are 50%? Does anybody take 50% tequila?
Is that a 75%er? I'll take it.
That one.
Get a hottie toddy.
Yeah. I don't know what just happened here. Something just crept up on me. Yeah.
I tell you, if old Mama Hog, if Linda was in the house, she'd tell you need to get you a shot of Crown with some honey in it.
Hey,
shot of Crown with some honey in it. That might work out. Yeah, maybe a shot of something.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a shot of something. Yeah, I don't know. That just crept up on me. No,
sounds like it's still in there.
It's still in there. I'm gonna need probably the break.
You're gonna need a bathroom break to get this thing right.
Tapping that head like Anthony Richardson.
Hey man, allergies, sinus issues. Who you gonna call?
Ghostbusters.
Oh, Dr. Matoran, baby.
Dr. Matoran.
Balloon sinuplasty.
There you go. I'm glad he nixed that out of that read. That wore me out.
That word is a doozy.
No, the text line said, no, I definitely believe in Nico, too. Yeah, I'm almost going to be disappointed. Again, unless they just get in and the front line takes over the game for the Chargers. But if that isn't the case, I'm almost going to be disappointed if Nico doesn't pick it up.
You should be. We should all be very
based off what we've seen this year.
Look, we should all be very disappointed if C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins don't go off in this game. I mean, this is what we've built to. We're 2 years into this thing. This is where we're at. I mean, it's Bobby Slowick, it's C.J. Stroud, it's Nico Collins, it's Laramie Tunsil leading that off. Like, you should be very disappointed if the Texans don't perform well. We should be very disappointed if Dalton Schultz doesn't factor in this game somehow throughout the game, not just when you get down or just
on that.
Well, I mean, those are all. You paid the guy $12 million. I mean, that's the reality of it. Is if these guys don't perform in this situation, it's not Baltimore, it's not Kansas City, it's not going to Buffalo and playing in the snow. This is at home in your own backyard versus a very comparable team with a first-year head coach that's we know is missing one, but could potentially be missing more than that from their offense. So we should be disappointed if those guys don't perform.
Yeah.
That's who we hope they are, and we've seen them be from time to time. Nico and CJ, we've seen them do big things and impact the game in a big way. We should be disappointed if they don't get it done.
I see on the text line, Black Greg just sent in a text, and we can get into this conversation right now. He asked me, would you trade Cam Whitmore? And we were kind of talking about the Rockets a bit yesterday as we are getting ready for this playoff game. But the Rockets, and I got a thought. If you are Rafael Stone in the show there, if there's potential trade partners, who is the one guy that you're like, nope, not trading? That you can have this, that, but the one guy for you on the Rockets that if they want to make a deal, make a move to get better, that you refuse to let go of. There are a lot of options. We'll talk about that coming up next.
All right, y'all, take your NFL playoff and college football playoff experience to another level now and do it with Underdog Fantasy. That's right, y'all. Underdog Fantasy is available to play right here in Texas. It's in the Lone Star State, baby. Let's get it. Look, Underdog is a pick'em game. You select two or more players' stat to go higher or lower. We're talking yards.
hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, playoff edition, with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive. Before we get into the Rockets conversation, love for you to join us in it. And I see people have already got rolling here on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. Want to pass this across to you. It is official that Shaq Mason is out. The Texans have put their injury report out. Shaq Mason is out. Also, Clint, Nico Collins is questionable. Christian Harris is listed as questionable. John Mechie and Tegan Cotoriano are also listed as questionable. So that is the latest there with the injury report. Shaq Mason, we all heard it reported yesterday from Aaron Wilson. We talked about it earlier today. He is out officially for this game coming up. So there it is. There it is. And we'll look at the other guys. Autry with the knee been in and out of practice. I'd imagine he's practiced the last 2 days. Clint, he should be good. So should Christian Harris as well as Tegan Cotoriano. So I would expect those guys, Mechie as well, would be able to go.
Yeah, look, I would expect them to go, but the ones that, you know, Christian Harris is number one on this list. Keep an eye on that. There has been back-to-back full practice days, so as to your point, I think he's fine on that ankle, but keep an eye on that one. The other name on here for me that is still listed as questionable, as you said, is John Mechie. John Mechie right now, you're down Tank Diggs. You're really reliant on Deontay Johnson at this point with John Mechie. Without John Mechie, you're looking at a 3 wide receiver set of Deontay Johnson, Xavier Hutchinson, and Nico Collins. And the way they like to rotate guys through, the way they like to make sure guys are fresh in the fourth quarter, it's going to be hard as hell to do that, which it could end up being a good thing is you can't take – we're not going to take Nico off the field, which is the way it should be come playoff time. If it's when a winner or go home situation, his ass ought to play 70 snaps. So, but the John Mechie situation there could get a little bit hairy. Did not practice Tuesday, was limited on Wednesday, and was full on a Thursday, which is a glorified walk-through, run-through, if you will. So that could be a little bit troublesome right there if something does go down before the game or early in the game with John Mechie.
And also on a positive note, Foley, Jeff Okudah, not even
big time
any designation, so they're going to go.
Big time there.
Their name.
You plug in what is one of your starting defensive tackles. You got to believe that's a plus versus the run. Azeez Al-Shaair being back. I know he was back last week, but that was limited action. Him being back after that Baltimore game is going to be big right there. And then Jeff Okudah, in terms of the secondary, what all can you do with the secondary? How much can you move Kamari Lassiter around? How much can you move Derek Stingley around? You need that third cover defender, and I think the best one they have available when healthy is Jeff Okudah. Love or hate it, that's where they're at. So him being healthy allows them some flexibility that I think is going to be critical in this game. Could be. We'll see how the Chargers injuries wrap up here, going into the game.
And I would say mostly good news for the Texans here. Obviously,
yep.
The Shaq Mason loss is not as big as it would have been last year earlier in the season. All right, as we are here live, Buffalo Wild Wings, make your way out. Cypress location will be here until 6 o'clock. Got a chance to win autographed football from Tank Dale, autographed helmet from Derek Stingley Jr. You can win that as we've already had a winner today. In the 3 o'clock hour, we'll be hooking somebody else up in the 4 o'clock hour. So stay tuned with that. If you're here, fill your name out, put it in our raffle box. If you're on the way, you might want to do the same. All right, we talked a little bit about the Rockets yesterday, and I see some people rolling in with their thoughts. And I would say if you got one person, like I think there is at the very least conversations and discussions that the Rockets are having with teams. Don't know if they're going to make a move. When you hear the Jimmy Butler rumors, I don't think that means that, hey, no, it's just not happening at all. No, they're not talking. I think there are some conversations. And they have a lot of young pieces that teams would look at it and would want. And I'm posing to you, and you can jump in and give us your thoughts. Some of you on YouTube and Twitch have already done it, but you can give us your thoughts there. Some of you on the text line have. Who would be the guy that you're like, I'm out of this. We're not doing this deal. I'm not trading you. I think some potential on that list is, Jalen Green, Şengün, Amin Thompson, Jabari Smith. These are all young high draft picks. Cam Whitmore. And I know Black Greg asked that on the text line. Eason as well. Then you got the older guys, Brooks and Van Fleet. I will be shocked if any of you are saying, no, I can't move on from those guys. But those are guys that would be in the conversation. Is there? And maybe there's nobody. Maybe all of their asses would be on for the right move. Is there anybody that you're like, nope, no go, can't trade?
I think right now where we sit today, I got them all on the block.
No, you would do it. There's nobody that would stop.
Nah, there's nobody that not for the. I mean,
now obviously we know we're talking about Jokic or something, but I'm talking about more realistic.
I mean, we're talking about moves that make you a contender. We're talking about moves that bring in a surefire superstar in the NBA, a guy that gives you an option down the stretch against anybody in the playoffs, not just a regular season group that's playing well together. To me, it's anybody. I mean, anybody's on the table. Now, look, you can't have four of them, but I mean, to me, if you need a headliner of a deal to go get a veteran that's a superstar, it's any of them for me. Now, look at that. I would. My list would start, if I had to make a list, it would start with Thompson, and Şengün would be second. Beyond that, you can move whoever you want.
You just made the list.
As I look here on the text line, keep them in, keep Şengün, and the two Aussie bigs. Okay.
Here, can I ask you a question on that?
Yeah.
When you're talking Green, like we're talking about making a move, we're making a move for a player that gets you buckets, and that's going to be I would guess, either a primary ball handler or a guy that is better touch it in the rotation damn near every time down in critical situations.
You're talking about a guy that can be a 1 or a 2. Yes.
Yes. So what does, if that's the case, is Jalen Green worth whatever you think he may be? Like not moving. Like if he's here and he's playing second fiddle to somebody, is that the best for him and best for the team that he's on?
Yeah, I mean, depending on who the person is. Like, if you trade for a big, yeah, I would like it, but he wouldn't stop me from going. So if you're asking me, no, Jalen Green is not on my list. He wouldn't stop me. It's only one player for
Who's
me.
That? You said it yesterday.
It's Amin Thompson.
Yeah.
He is the only one for me that I'd be hesitant. And if Amin Thompson is going, man, like Clint, it's got to be Giannis. Like, it's got to be, and obviously that's going to be, it's got to be one of the top dudes. Like, De'Aaron Fox coming here or even Devin Booker, for me, it isn't enough to say I'm going to let Amin Thompson go. Because I don't know that Amin Thompson could be a 1, but I do think Amin Thompson could be a great 2 or 3 on a championship-level team. And he just can do so many things that it's hard to find. And I've had this conversation with Brandon Scott multiple times. If he develops a shot, oh, hell. Somebody texted and said Cam Whitmore. Like Cam or not, Cam a lot. Cam would have his ass on. All right, I would have him. But Şengün, Jalen Green, none of those guys are guys where I'm like, I know I got it. And to me, like, I just don't think that Şengün's going to turn into Jokic, right? And that's who you compare. And like, I think he's got a great skill set. I'd love him to be along with another lead guy, but he wouldn't stop me. Like, I don't. Amin Thompson's the one. Jabari Smith, I've seen enough to where I'm like, he can move. So Amin Thompson is the only one to me where this thing's got, as I said, it's got to be top 5 player-like.
Yeah. I'm good with any of them. All of them are on the block for me.
You would.
But if I had to make a list, if you forced me to make a list, it would be Amin Thompson. I like Şengün simply because he's not a guy that is needs the ball in his hands 24/7. To me, when I look at Jalen Green, like Jalen Green is not going to be a good 2 or 3 on a team if he's not handling the ball all the time. To your point, if it's a big that you move for, then he's still handling the ball. But is he still bringing the same value to the table as a 2 or 3 option? Like he strikes me as a dude. It's either feast or famine. He's either going to be a 1 somewhere, handling the rock, jacking up shots, and getting it done, or he's not going to be.
Greg, Amin and Tari Eason are 2 guys that I would keep. Green gets buckets. What are you? I don't know what you're trying to say, but quit smoking, Clint.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. Green gets buckets. We are young. Quit smoking, Clint. No, there ain't no smoking. I mean, maybe you're smoking a little bit. I just, there ain't nothing about him that's been consistent. There is nothing about Jalen Green where you're like, man, I know I can depend on him. He gets buckets sometimes.
Yeah.
He was inspired against the Lakers. Then he might get 13, 12, 14. Like he is the frustrating one, right? That rides you there. So I can completely understand why he would be included in something. Completely understand. All right, as we are here live, continue to hang with us live from Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress. You can get you a Swarm towel. Hopefully all of you here have got you a Swarm towel. Get you a koozie. Make sure you remember, put your name in our raffle box because we are going to be hooking somebody else up with a prize in the 4 o'clock hour. I'll say it'll be the autograph helmet. The autograph helmet from Derek Stingley Jr. We'll save Tank for the 5 o'clock hour. Autograph helmet, Derek Stingley Jr. All you got to do is put your name in that white raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. What you got coming up at the 4?
Bobby Slowick. We heard Bobby Slowick in full here on the station yesterday. I did a little bit of digging, and I got a couple of pieces of audio from Bobby Slowick that I think will give us a peek behind the curtain, if you will, into this playoff game. A little bit of good, but there's plenty of bad to find. But there's a little bit of good Bobby Slowick, Texans offensive coordinator, coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about these.
Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
God bless you too, CJ.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. We're up here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress. Come on through, hang out with us up off 290. Got a nice little crew gathering here, and it's rocking and rolling. So come on through. Hey, Ron, I got a little audio here to play for the folks.
Uh-oh.
And I asked Tyler a little late. I said, "Hey man, you got these clips for me?"
Yeah, I heard it.
And I looked down. It's Bobby Slowick 6 and Bobby Slowick 9. He said 69. I got it for you.
Now that made me football horny.
If I'd have realized the numbers, right there, there's no doubt about it that
Nice.
that T would have had this thing ready. But yesterday we talked a little bit. We heard Bobby Slowick in full yesterday. And look, I think Bobby's reaching right now to try to find the answers to what this offense does well, what the identity of this offense is, and I think you got to dig a little bit to find the answers, Ron. Here's the deal: that question was asked in some way, shape, or form 2 or 3 times yesterday, and when you're talking about the identity of this team offense, I think Bobby Slowick found an answer at one point about midway through yesterday. Here's Bobby Slowick talking about the identity and how last year went versus this year, finding what that identity is.
Yeah, I'd say, I kind of alluded to it already. Like, every year is different. You can go into seasons and you think you have, like, a certain group or a certain scheme or a certain style that you think you're going to be able to go in and play and do. But it happens every year. Like, it changes and evolves as you go. And that process this year has without a doubt happened. And I think last year I probably found the answer faster than I have this year. But I feel like we've really gotten to a place right now where, coaching staff, organization, and players all feel pretty good about where we're going.
You got to dig a little bit, Ron. You got to dig a little bit. That's the truest thing that Bobby Slowick said yesterday. Last year we saw 2 different times during the season. One of them that sticks out, just obviously to all the fans, is the Cincinnati-Tampa Bay game, the back-to-back game right there where CJ has the shootout with Baker Mayfield, and then he goes down and he outplays Joe Burrow in Cincinnati and gets what I thought was their signature win to date at that point in time. Beating that franchise and that quarterback was big last year. There was 2 or 3 different times last year where this offense was hitting on all cylinders, and they had found the identity and they had found what that particular group does really well. That's the truest thing Bobby said, and the best way he could have answered it from jump was this year. He actually said last year I found it quicker than I did this year. The truth of the matter is this year, with this particular offense, Bobby Slowick and the coaching staff, if you will, they have not found the identity of this team yet. They have not found what it is they do well to date, and you're just left hoping that it happens and it pops and the switch flips right here in the playoffs when everything gets real.
Yeah, it feels like they've been searching all year.
They have. That's exactly what he's saying. They have been searching.
And they've kind of had to change. I think they know what they want to be, or at least he knows, or they what they want to be now. And I think you've made reference to this because they were able to do it last year. I don't think what they ended up being last year is what they would want to have been, but they had to adjust. And I think for you, they just haven't done as good a job adjusting this year to what they can be.
Well, it's not. Look, you won 10 ball games, so you accomplished what you need to accomplish. But the reality, don't tell me don't tell me that it's rain and you're peeing on my leg. That ain't like this. Just flat out. You've been searching all year long. You've had a lot change. You've had injuries. You've had offensive line protection issues. You've had a lot of issues, and you're having a hard time hitting stride. We feel like we've done some good things. Now it's all about putting it together. Like, quit telling me about how close you are and about how you do this well or that well. And the reality is, we all watch the film. There's issues, and you're actually, I think that's the best way to put it, Ron, is he's right now offensively they're searching. As a fan, I just hope that it all comes together, and what we saw last week in that first drive for 11 plays is more of what we have coming in these playoffs.
I think some of the Joe Mixon games have kind of tricked him a little bit into, all right, man, now we want to run the football the way we want to, and we can use our play action off of it. But against the better teams, the better defenses at least, that just hasn't been what they're able to do. And it feels like getting closer to what they did last year should be what they're trying to do, but I don't know.
Well, I think here's the thing when it comes to, Bobby's talked a lot about having a good idea of what it is they need to do at this point in time. Now it's just about executing. Now you can say you've heard that all year long, but it seems like they've got a pretty good grip on what it is they want to look like. Now they've just got to show the world what it is. I got to believe, to your point, that's less forcing the run and more throwing the football with C.J. Stroud.
No, because that's what they want to. They want to be a balanced team that is a physical run team that they can use their play action off of.
Right.
And that's not what they were able to do last year, and that's not what they're able to do consistently this year.
Well, here's the one thing that they have been able to do consistently, whether you're looking at advanced stats or you listening to Bobby Slowick, is get explosives. Here's Bobby Slowick on getting explosive, and along with a couple of other keys of what they need to happen.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is really player-driven more than anything. I think most coaches probably approach it very much the same way, where you have not every play is designed for an explosive. Right now, that doesn't mean that it can't get one. We can throw a 5-yard completion and transition, make someone miss and get 30. But if you're specifically designing a play for an explosive, oftentimes you have that explosive thought for a certain look, and then you have other things built into the concept, whether it's run or pass, to help handle all the other stuff. And that's my job to make sure that that's relayed to the coaches, to the quarterback as a starting point, and then to the rest of the offense that, like, hey, this is what we're looking for. If we get it, this is our opportunity, and we got to hit it, and you guys got to go do what you do and go make the play. And if we don't get this look, how do we protect the play? How do we still make this a 6-7 yard game where we're playing really efficient offense and we didn't even get what we wanted, to then come back to maybe some different form of a same style of scheme to try to attack a certain coverage. So I think there's a lot of layers to that, and that includes, like, even just a lot of those looks can't even get started if you don't protect well enough. And most of the time you're trying to attack a certain scheme, that's where it all starts. Like, how do we make sure we're good in protection? And I can tell you that's at the forefront of our mind in this game without a doubt.
And that right there is Bobby Slowick. I know he went around his elbow to get to his mouth, but that's Bobby Slowick saying, hey, man, we can call all the explosives that we want to, but if we can't protect it, if we can't block it up, and by the way, this week it's going to be difficult. If we can't block it up, it doesn't matter what the hell the play call is. So finally, again, Bobby Slowick, you got to search a little bit. You can read between the lines and get a real good feel, I think, for what this offense is trying to do. I think obviously,
or at least where it starts.
Well, look, I mean, the truth of the matter is they do have some weapons. CJ is really good in that mid-range pass game. Nico Collins is really good in the run after catch. Joe Mixon has been tremendous in the pass game. There's no doubt about it. They've got the explosive thing is real. I mean, they can get to that 15 to 25-yard mark, and they can get there. The problem is games are won and lost in the non-explosive plays. What are you doing? As he said, if you draw a play up and you're expecting a real soft zone and you're going to figure out a way to attack a cover 2 safety, and you all of a sudden get pressure, you got to have an answer for that pressure. And it can't be a sack for a 15-yard loss on first down, and then you end up in 2nd and 25 or whatever, 2nd and 30, whatever. Like, you can't have those kind of things happen. So, the quarterback's got to be better in those situations, and I think ultimately the pass protection's got to be better. If those things happen, The Texans are a better football team. The Texans will win this ball game.
Sounds like he's challenging the boys up front.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I said it in a different way, but if they can block it, they got success.
Yeah.
They have a chance of success, and the Chargers have given up, especially in the passing game this year. They can just block it.
I do agree with you that Blake Fisher, and I'll even throw Laramie Tunsil in there. I mean, because Laramie's got to be the great Laramie, and that means the penalty situation. That means the one-on-one sins. That means critical moments in the game. Like, Laramie's got to be really good. If we're being honest, Laramie's let this squad down a couple of times in critical situations, not with just the penalties. Hell, it's been more than a couple of times if you count the penalties. I'm talking about with just getting beat. He's let the team down a couple of times. So he's got to be great in big moments as well. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron Hughley. T. Meal is back in the studio behind the glass on the ones and twos. We talked briefly about this yesterday, Ron, but I want to circle back to it. Tyler didn't get in on the conversation, I don't think. That TGL, that golf league, that new team golf league that's out there, did you watch it any, Ron?
I didn't watch any of it, but I watched a lot of them talking about it.
Tyler, did you get a chance to watch any of that Tuesday night?
No, I heard about it from a lot of my buddies in this group chat or whatever, and they were going off about how cool it was. But no, man, I haven't even peeped a second of it, to be honest.
So your guys that you golf with, they liked it, huh?
Yeah, they were all ranting and raving about how cool it was.
Well, I think this is something that the game of golf needs. I don't know if needs a strong word, but it's something that I think traditional golf doesn't bring to us fans and us viewers, right? I mean, it's golf is not typically something, if you got people at the house and you're hanging out, you might have a football game on in the background or even baseball or basketball. There's a lot of action where you can just peek at the TV, and if LeBron's on the floor, there's a good chance you're going to see LeBron doing his thing. If you look at the TV and you got, not that the Texans will be on the background, that's obviously the appointment. But if you'd look up and you'd see Stroud and Nico and you'd see 55 and 51.
You'd see
the guys you want to see. And I'm talking about seeing them right now. You wouldn't have to wait and hope that they're leading the tournament and wait for the cameras to zero in on them. This is golf like in fast forward. Like, this is golf where you can have it on in the background and turn around and watch it for 2 minutes and see every player that's involved. You can see them hit their first shot, their drive, or their second shot. You can see them put, like, you can watch a hole. I watched them, I think they played 15 holes in 2 hours. And there's 6 or 8 golfers. And so I think just the thought of, like, golf being a sport that it's fast-paced enough.
I was going to say, so how is it different? How is it different?
Well, it's fast-paced enough where, like you watch a golf tournament, which I enjoy, by the way, but you watch a golf tournament, a big part of that is sitting and listening to the commentating between shots, right? It's not, there's not that, like, the constant action of watching these elite players do their thing, just bang, 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 bang. I mean, it is, and they're talking, they're laughing, they're cutting up. So the fast-paced part of it, I think, is big. The team competition, I think people like and appreciate the team competition aspect of it. The new age technology aspect of it, like this stuff, Tyler, it is in a indoor closed arena. And
does it seem like they're hitting some of their shots off of like like you would go into it like a spot where you would just hit it into?
Well, they are. It's a golf simulator. It's a golf simulator on steroids. Like the simulator, the screen they're hitting in looks like it's 30 yards from them. But there's grandstands on an indoor facility on each side of fans that are right on top of the action. So they hit one direction. Like, say it's a football field. It's not quite that big, but they're they're driving and hitting their irons into the green. They're doing that on that big screen one direction, and then they're flipping around and putting into the other end zone, right? So the putting green moves. You can see it moving in the background.
Because the putting green's not simulated.
It's a real putt. It's turf. It's a real putt machine. I mean, it's a real green, and they're moving the green around to make the putt as close as they can to what the screen is telling you they got to on the simulator. But it's new age, and I know for a lot of traditional golfers, like, what the hell are you talking about? But for these kids that have played on simulators and have played Top Golf and all this stuff. This is real, and it gives those fans an opportunity to watch in a different light. I just think this is something that traditional golf doesn't offer you from an entertainment standpoint. And I think if you're talking about growing the game, this is a way to do it. Hey, there's already. I think Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy own it.
Yeah.
I think they own it, or are investors or whatever. I don't know if you saw this, Tyler. You probably did on social media. This is hard. This is Ken Griffey Jr. hitting a home run off a foul pole, by the way. Tiger's hitting an iron into the big screen simulator, which it's a monster screen. And one of the producers or somebody walks up and says, "Hey, can you hit the camera?" And he says, "I don't know, where's the camera at?" And he says, "At the top of the screen." So it's way up at the top of this screen. Really? Tiger Woods drops a ball and hits a wedge and hits the freaking camera on the first shot. Yeah, I mean, it's just literally they showed the camera is on him. And he says, "Where is it at?" And he hits the ball up there, and you hear the camera the ball hit the camera, and the camera moves up on the deal. So there's no faking this thing.
What did he do?
He acting like no big deal. Ain't no big deal. I mean, it's just I don't know. It's entertaining to me because I can separate it from your traditional golf. Like I understand sitting down with my father-in-law and the appeal of real golf and watching it. It's not. I can separate the two. I can see sitting in my man cave, breaking a little bread, having some drinks, playing cards, whatever, and that being on the TV and catching your attention every now and then and being entertaining. I think it's something that golf just, again, I don't know if they needed it, but if you're talking about growing the game, I think it's a really, really cool concept that'll take off.
There you go.
I think LA plays the Florida group next, by the way.
So it's teams like that.
States.
Right?
New York. I was watching New York was it New York and LA? I think it was New York.
I think it's about 3 guys or whatever I saw.
New York and L.A. this week it's L.A. and Florida, which I think Tiger's Florida, I think. But anyway, Rory's team, Rory and Tiger play, I think, in 2 or 3 weeks. So anyway, it's going to end up being a really cool deal. They got some of the fan favorites out there that are playing. They got all, what I noticed, they have all the big name. Like not big name, but the more noticeable like college football guys are commentating all of it. Like Marty, what's his name?
Marty Smith.
NASCAR guy. That
Marty Smith.
He's in on it. I mean, they got those dudes that are doing some of the interviewing and stuff. So it's a pretty cool atmosphere. We'll see how it lasts.
All right. Coming up as we're live here, continuing on a Thirsty Thursday. There he is. Bud Light girls are out. They'll take care of you as they are around here. There he goes.
Yeah, I tell you.
They catch Slowick 6.
Let's try it again. The Bud Light boys are out. No.
You say, that's what you would have got out of
What
college.
up, bros?
What up, bros? The Bud Light girls are out. Have a good time. Coming up at 4:35, you'll have a chance to win the Derek Stingley autograph helmet. I'm gonna give you about 15 minutes or so. 4:35, your chance to win an autograph helmet. You can sign up right now. We'll do that after the next segment. Coming up, college football has a huge, huge game tonight. We could talk about it, but I do want to start with, have you been enjoying this new 12-team college football playoff? Has it been exciting for you? Have you enjoyed this new system? We'll discuss all of that as we continue coming up next right here live on the Drive.
All right.
to sportsradio610.com/contest and register for your chance to win a 4-pack for you and your family or friends.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, playoff edition, with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. A little Thirsty Thursday, as you heard there from the big voice guy. We're here in Cypress, Buffalo Wild Wings. And remember, coming up as soon as this segment ends, you got a chance to win that autographed Derek Stingley Jr. helmet. You got to sign in right now. As soon as the segment ends, you'll have a chance to win. We'll do that drawing. There is a white raffle box. If you put your name in that, you'll have a chance to win. A little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour, a Tank Dell autographed football you can win as well. So stay tuned for that. All right, Clint, college football, big one tonight.
Come on, man.
Penn State, Notre Dame.
Can't get home quick enough.
I know it. I feel like tonight Penn State is potentially going to just make me have to eat it. You know, I've just never believed it was that good.
Notre Dame, supposed to be a reputable university, right?
Yeah. They just ran through SMU and Boise State. So,
you mentioned the scary part there is because, I feel really good about Penn State too, and it really doesn't have anything to do with watching them beat those two teams. It really doesn't. The Drew Aller kid, I just feel like
he's playing good.
I mean, he's a college football. It's almost too good to be true. This guy, and I know everybody knows who he is, and I know there were people that for some reason thought this guy, it'd be a good idea if he declared for the draft. But, this could be his coming out party. I don't know if Penn State is going to allow him to flourish for 4 quarters and spin the ball around the park the way I think he's capable of doing. I don't even know if they have the weapons to do it, to be honest with you.
But we know they got one.
But he's the dude that I just think is the difference maker in this game. I mean, both of these teams are really, really good football teams statistically. And I'm talking about on a national level, not just in their respective conferences or with their respective schedule. They're really, really good on both sides of the football and in the trenches, really, any way you slice it. And so I just think Drew Aller is the one that could really take Penn State to the next level.
Yeah. No, they're definitely favored in the way they've been playing. Notre Dame just beat Georgia with their quarterback throwing for 90 yards. So that's something that you don't hear all the time. Real quick, and you can answer this, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, Clint, Tyler, as well. Have y'all been into the college football playoff? Have you been to it as you thought it was?
Hell yeah! Do you like the March Madness first couple rounds?
I know how you are. I know. Have you been in it, Tyler? Absolutely. Have you been into this?
Yeah, football. Hell yeah! I've been very plugged into this one.
I can I just say I've been into it to start these games, and then there's really only been one compelling game.
Sure.
I was out and we were watching the Texas Arizona State game. I was into that, and then we were out a whole bunch of. Yep. I was around a whole bunch of Texas fans.
They got you back in, though, didn't they?
No, it was good.
Tough spot to find yourself in, man.
Yeah, it was it was a fun watch, but all the other ones, man, it's just I don't know. I guess for me, it's not that I'm not into it, but I hope that this is just a this year thing and not moving forward, because to where it's going, fellas, is it doesn't really feel like there are any really good teams. I think you know what I mean?
This year in college football, the ACC being down, the Pac-12 disappearing, and really the SEC not having 2 or 3, Alabama being down, and the SEC not having the mainstays as good as they typically are. I think overall there were some stars that aligned that caused college football to not be as top-heavy this year. Although the playoffs will be different because it's clearly been these 4 football teams.
I mean, Ohio State has looked, dominant throughout, and they've played against Tennessee, an SEC team. They played against.
Here's the thing. Here, in my opinion, here's the thing, Ron. They got to fix one thing. they got to fix the automatic buys. Right? They've got – it's got to be the highest-ranked teams. You can't let Arizona State and you can't let Boise State have buys. Just think about if you just saw Tennessee, Arizona State, SMU, Boise State in the first round, and then the winners of the lesser thans, if you will, the winners of those teams have to go on and then play a Penn State, right? Or then play a Texas, right? Your Clemson teams that just sneak in and get in late, they got to play in the first round. Like, teams that have been top 5 all year long shouldn't play in the first round. I don't give a damn what happens. They shouldn't play in the first round. So to me, you fix that, right? Like Penn State and Texas, Ohio State and Georgia. Those 4 teams should have had a bye, right? And then the other teams, they all play each other. And we get better football in the first round, and you at least make teams earn their way to play the big boys. And then that may get a little lopsided there, but then you get the 4 that you got now, and I think it's going to end up being really good football. I just think they got to tweak a couple things. It's going to be money.
I get that. It just feels like, I don't know if it's because of the portal, NIL. It just feels like there's not any great teams. You know what I mean? There's and I get all the stuff you're saying. Like Michigan, my man right here in the Michigan pullover. I think all 4 of the teams last year that were in the college football playoff would just trounce all of these teams. Like to me, Georgia didn't even make it last year. Ooh. The Georgia from last year, Ohio State looks it, but I'm sorry, I can't get the Michigan game out of my head. Right? They almost lost to Nebraska at home too. It just doesn't feel like Texas. I don't think Texas is. I mean, they're cool, but they're not like a team to me that's been really, really good. Like one of the other these teams that have won championships in the last 5 years. The same thing with Penn State. Come on, man, this Penn State team. Notre Dame just beat Georgia, and their quarterback threw for 90 yards. What Georgia team under Kirby Smart is that possible with? Yeah. Right? I don't know what it is that the talent is spread so much. I'm not sure, but it just feels like there aren't any great teams.
Yeah, I think the conversations right now are premature. I think they're accurate, though.
I hope it's just 1 year. I just hope it's just this year.
Well, look, I think we had just a weird year in college. The ACC's never going to be this bad again. And when the ACC's bad, then all of a sudden you've got lesser than teams getting in their place.
You're right. Like Clemson's not. That's not a good.
Right. And if you want to call I know they got SMU and Clemson in, but SMU's not a typical team that's going to go win. That's going to win. We're talking Florida States of the world, the Miamis of the world. Like typically those schools are the ones. Clemson are the ones that are going to be representing the ACC. It was just down, and I think that changed everything. Now I think the premature conversation is going on right now in college football. I know I'm getting away from the college football playoff, but I think the premature conversation, although I do believe it's going to be true. I don't think it's anything for what we're talking about right now, but I do think the transfer portal is going to spread the wealth, and the college football as a whole is going to be less top heavy. I mean, look, as a guy,
it is. Yeah.
I played in the SEC, and like we hope to get 1 or 2 starters a year that were as good as LSU's second team. Their special teams were full of guys that could start at Arkansas. So it was the same way with Alabama, same way with at the time Tennessee was winning national titles, Florida was winning national titles. But you're playing uphill. I was every year. Now the Arkansas of the world are going to benefit because the number 2s that don't play their freshman and sophomore year are going to bounce down to your Arkansas and to your Kentuckys and to the lesser thans. So it is going to I think somewhat level the playing field in college football, which again I think for me as a viewer and for me as a Razorback, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it just feels like it's just down. To me, like whenever that was when Tua and Alabama beat Georgia in the title game, though I'm wondering, are we going to see teams that good again? Are we going to? Because you're not seeing that. Like right now, like Penn State, Notre Dame, man, those teams would be in the Final Four of years past. We'll see what they do this year. It just feels like it's going down. All right, coming up, we're going to hook somebody up with an autographed Derek Stingley Jr. helmet as soon as this segment ends. And coming up next for this game, many of you feel good about it. I've talked to many of you here at Buffalo Wild Wings. I've talked to some of you on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. What is making you feel so about this game for the Texans? What's the thing that is making you feel, yes, this is why the Texans are going to, I guess, shock the world and beat the Chargers? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, fellas out there,
See Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm sorry, man. What made you go Nirvana there?
I heard that tune on my commute into the studios today.
Okay, all right. I could get into a little Nirvana action.
Hell yeah!
I'm gonna tell you, Tyler.
Lithium.
I think Tyler probably does this a lot more often than I do, but I'm in need. I actually texted my wife last night.
Oh Lord.
Nirvana is one of those that, if you can close your eyes and just picture, you've had you a really good day. You've probably gone out, maybe with your bride if you're single, maybe not, whatever. And you're back at the house, let's say about 12:30. And you're either inebriated. Is that just alcohol, or does that mean can it be narcotics?
I think it could span the globe.
Yeah, I think it's across all
whether you're drunk. Let's just look. Whether you're drunk or high is irrelevant. One of the two.
Or you're tripping balls.
Yes, one of the two. But you're sitting on the back patio, and you need you another drink, and you don't want to talk to nobody. You don't feel like you just want to sit back there of the weather, of your life,
The guy is drunk.
and you want to appreciate some really good music. Some really good music.
You go Nevermind album? You go Nirvana?
Nirvana's got a real chance to be in the mix.
Yeah, why not?
Nirvana's got a real chance to be in the mix, boys.
They got some good tunes.
That kind of that's got a little bit of edge, a little bit of rock to it, but it's not going to blow my eardrums. It's going to just, something that's just going. I don't need my heart rate to go up. In fact, I'd like to pass out, maybe doze off a bit as it's going on.
Kurt will let you doze off, then he'll come back and wake you up.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Hell yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, man, it's that birth of the grunge scene.
Hey, man, Nirvana's right there for me, man. Who's the other? There's one more that I'm thinking of, man, that boy, I got introduced to him up in the hill country back in the day. And
Pearl Jam?
Candlebox. But Pearl Jam is a good one. Boy,
I don't have Candlebox.
You don't have Candlebox?
I don't have that either.
The group?
I never heard of that.
Oh, no. Unless I'm just completely misfiring here. I'm pretty sure it's Candlebox.
Yeah, I don't have Candlebox.
Oh,
Let's look
yeah.
up Candlebox.
Absolutely. But Pearl Jam, Tyler, I knew you'd know exactly you probably did it last night. You know exactly what the hell I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
I need one of them evenings. I'm looking for one of them evenings.
Let's have one.
Candlebox, yep. 30 years of rock and roll.
What's
Far
like
Behind?
their biggest
Far
hit?
Behind. I was fixing to say Far Behind is tremendous.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
Are they Seattle too? Yep, they are Seattle.
I don't want to live in Cover Me is tremendous as well.
Candlebox formed that band in 1990, the year I was born.
They were Seattle, so maybe I'm onto something in Seattle. That dark jury.
We're rolling all Seattle there.
Yeah, Pearl Jam, Nirvana, Candlebox.
Jam. Yeah, that was that scene right there. I'll be honest, I just watched a documentary on
Seattle.
All of that earlier this week. Yep.
And all that rain up there made them want to play grunge music.
You can have somebody, if Lauren wants to join in with me Saturday evening, she can. If not, she wants to go to bed, I'm cool. It's good, no big deal.
I think those kids just hated Poison so much. They said,
too much hairspray.
We're going to change this damn thing
Yes,
up.
but you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's
I thought you were going to say the Chili Peppers. But you were in the grunge. Place.
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
He was going full grunge.
Yeah, he was in a grunge place. All right, I said this on the tease. Congratulations to our guy Gage. Let's clap it up for Gage. Gage won the helmet. Clap it up for Gage. Congratulations to Gage. He is our last winner coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. If you have not put your name in our raffle box, and yes to the texter, yes, I'm saying it's a white raffle box because it is. Texter text in, why has it got to be white?
Yeah,
well, it's white.
why is everything got to be black or white, Ron?
That's what the whites used to do.
Put your name in the white raffle box next to the black chairs.
Oh.
And the chairs and black man.
The white box next to the black man.
And that's the black man who
the show.
Who's a light-skinned look of Marvin Gaye right now.
He said caramel. White box, caramel man.
Just light What's going on? Look at my man, the waiter. He did, man. He didn't fell on the ground on that one. That was good. You see that? What's going? Yeah, you see that? Let me do that before I lose my voice again for an hour. But no, you got a chance to win Tankdale football coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint. When you look at this, and I said this to some people, and I see some people on the text line jumping into it, things that you feel confident about. What is it that you feel confident about for the Texans to win this game? Why they can win the game? I see some people texting in our secondary, our defense is something else. All of this, our pass rushers. What for you is something that you look at and you're like, this is what I'm feeling in terms of the Texans' chances to win this game?
Well, you done changed it on me. I'm not real confident this is going to happen, but if it happens, I'm confident the Texans will win. How about that?
How about this? Go ahead.
It's C.J. Stroud. If C.J. Stroud, and earlier I said A, I'll take the B-plus game. If C.J. Stroud brings a B-plus or better game to the table, I am very, very confident the Texans win this game.
Very
I mean, look, the reality of it is,
as confident as I am right now,
this is a really good defense. And I don't believe that there's a chance in hell that we're going to run the football well against this defense. I don't think that we are going to do anything out of character or above board of what we did year long, other than two guys on the field, C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins. I think those two guys, like asking the offensive line to all of a sudden go out there and allow Joe Mixon to go consistently run against a really good defense, that ship has sailed for me. Asking this offensive line to pass protect in an elite manner, ship has sailed. Dalton Schultz, the ship has sailed. What I do believe is I think you got two guys out there that are better than the majority of the NFL. I think it's C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins. If C.J. Stroud brings a B-plus game, I'm very, very confident that the Texans win this thing.
See, I don't even think it's really in that realm for me, because now listen, he can't come in there and F it or anything like that. But this can't be Baltimore. But for me, Clint, I just think this team kind of fits in the place of what the Texans have done to other teams like this, right? Teams that don't have great or teams that D'Amico can develop a plan for and get after people and get after the pass rusher, so their pass rush along with their secondary and their coverage skills kind of play in together. And I think this defense has a real chance to suffocate what the Chargers want to do. I think Derek Stingley, there is nobody that he can't cover and can't shut down. I'd be shocked if somebody went off on Derek Stingley. They just don't have to do it, right? Even if they're completely healthy. Johnston, Ladd, they don't have the dudes to do it. And I think Kamari Lassiter, same way. I think he can hold this thing together. When you look at a team that takes a lot of sacks like the Chargers do, and you think about the coverage skills that the Texans have, I think that is a big, big, big positive for the Texans in this game. And I think it's a big reason why CJ won't have to be great. Why CJ just can't lose it. Just don't go out and lose it. Because much like what they did to the Dolphins, much like what they did to the Bills, I think they are very capable of doing that to this offense. The only person that scares me on this offense is Justin Herbert. Now, I understand that's a big deal. He's the quarterback, but he also needs other guys to get himself open. And he is going to try to make the big play, which to me has led to a lot of sacks that he has had this year. So to me, the defense, Clint, is why I believe they have a really, really good shot of holding this down. I know you got this, Tyler. This is Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator who has seen a lot. Here's Greg Roman talking about the big thing that stands out to him about the Texans' defense.
We're trying to learn about this Houston defense. We haven't played them. We haven't really watched them on film at all this year, so not in our division, etc. So, this is a defense that might be it's definitely the fastest defense we've played this year. Might be the best. They got great players. They're really well coached. They have a scheme they believe in, that their personnel fits their scheme and their scheme fits their personnel. And it's really obvious they've got a lot of confidence in that. But we know the challenge. Guys are excited, feel offensively. You know, it's a one-game season at this point in the playoffs. It always is. But we're trying to continue to ascend, continue to get better.
He talked about their speed, Clint, and that's something we've noticed from D'Amico right off the bat, how hard and how fast they play.
He said definitely the fastest defense.
Oh, you just think about definitely the fastest defense, probably the best. I mean, that's some high praise. I mean, we just got through talking about Denver's defense earlier, and they're playing the same division with Denver and Kansas City. Kansas City's got a pretty good defense. I mean, they played not once but twice some pretty damn good defenses. So that's some high praise coming from a long in the tooth offensive coordinator that knows what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, and they struggled in some of those games.
Mm-hmm.
They never got over 17 points against Kansas City in either one of the games. And the Texans, I think, have the ability to do that to them. So that's to me where I feel really good about what this defense can do. Coming up, little 5 o'clock fire. We'll give you the latest Texans and Chargers injury report. 2 guys that have been starters this year on both, or at least a guy on both sides, is declared out for this game. We'll get you ready for the big game tonight, the national semifinal between Notre Dame, Penn State, and some really, really tough news on what's going out in California and the league, in all kinds of leagues, NBA, NFL. They're having to make potential decisions based on the wildfires. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, my goodness.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Oh, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Tip Bomber, as well as T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest for you. And the latest is we are live here in Cypress at Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Hey, I'm watching pregame right now, Notre Dame, Penn State. They've got TVs all over the place. You can watch it here. You can have some drinks. I'm seeing the Bud Lights, the drinks flowing, everything flowing around here. I see a bullet over there flowing as well.
Come on now.
And you can enjoy yourself here, watch the games, and this is a great spot to come to do it at, right here, Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress. So come on out. And coming up later on in this hour, you'll have a chance to win an autographed game-size football by Tank Dell. So you can win that. All you got to do, if you have not done so in here, is put your name in our raffle box. It is the white raffle box sitting right there on the table. Can't miss it. You can have a chance to win. First off, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And let's jump into this thing. As we look at the injury report. The injury report for both teams is now out for the Texans and Chargers, and there are two guys from each team that's declared out. Shaq Mason for the Texans with that knee, not a surprise. It was reported yesterday. We talked about that yesterday. He is out for this game. Joshua Palmer, the receiver, with a foot issue. He is out for this game for the Chargers. Now, the ones that are questionable for the Texans, Danico Autry, questionable. John Mechie, questionable. Christian Harris, questionable. Etienne Cotoriano is questionable. For the Chargers, J.K. Dobbins, Quentin Johnston with a thigh and illness. Their guard, Trey Pipkins, he has an oblique. He's questionable. And then a DB, just out for this game. So a lot of their guys should be ready to go. Except for the guys we mentioned, Clint. So that's the injury report. I think also not on it is important too. Jeff Okudah, Foley Fatukasi, they should be able to go in this thing with no designation.
Well, that's the thing there. Let's talk about the good news, right? The what we do know is Foley Fatukasi being inserted into this line, this defense, along with Azeez Al-Shaair. Those are two guys that I think really make an impact in the sense of shoring up that interior defense that we saw get gutted against Baltimore, right? I mean, that's two guys that legitimately – there's a bunch of things you can throw at it, a bunch of Band-Aids you can put on it, but Foley Fatukasi and Azeez Al-Shaair being in that middle, that means something. That means there's going to be a different product, should be a different, significantly different product than what we watched against the Baltimore Ravens where both of those guys were out. And then you mentioned Jeff Okudah. I think the key with Jeff Okudah is less about him and more about his availability, meaning that they can now move Derek Stingley around. They can now move Kamari Lassiter around. With Ladd McConkey being that true slot and probably the best true slot that they've seen all year long, they're going to have options. And if the game, I would imagine, this could happen the whole game, but I would imagine down the stretch, Derek Stingley in a critical situation in a fourth quarter type ball game, Derek Stingley could probably be put on Ladd McConkey, but it wouldn't shock me early on in the game until they see how this thing kind of unfolds if they didn't move Kamari Lassiter inside. And again, not only so he can cover Ladd McConkey, but really to get stinks and his playmaking ability in the pass rush or in the run stop rush. So the Jeff Okudah being healthy and being available is big because of the flexibility aspect of it, what they can do, what D'Amico can do with the cover guys at that point in time.
Yeah, because if he wasn't able to go, now you're looking at Ross, and I don't know if he's –
I don't know that they're real confident in Jeff Okudah, but we've seen enough of Ross and company that there's no way they're real confident in those guys.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is the latest there in terms of injuries. And I'd say pretty good news. Pretty good news there for the most part. Shaq Mason being out, and I've seen people on the text line say the same thing. Like, it feels like they've been getting improved play.
Yeah.
Since he's been out, and maybe it was the injury that has made him look as bad as he is. But they've gotten improved play, so it doesn't feel like that one's that big of a
deal. I don't think it was the injury. I'm not buying that. But any way you slice it, the reality of it is that you're not going to get worse at right guard. Right, you may not get significantly better with Juice Scruggs in terms of how young he is, but you're definitely not going to get worse. We've seen Shaq Mason be put in a turnstile. We've seen Shaq Mason really, really struggle in pass protection. We've seen him be average and below average, if we're being honest, in the run game throughout this season. This has not been a good year for Shaq Mason, and so I would be shocked up, and all of a sudden, we're talking about, Juice can't play right guard. Like, I expect to get a decent level of guard play on that right side out of Juice Scruggs in replacement, in place of Shaq Mason.
Yep. So that's the latest there, and we will continue to take a look at maybe what we see tomorrow, some of those questionables. We'll see if that changes at all tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, speaking of tonight, as we're starting to see pregame and everything, Drew Aller is on TV warming up right now as Penn State takes on Notre Dame. And I want to play this game this way with you, Clint. Let's go. If Penn State wins, what happens?
Ooh, that's a good one. Penn State wins if – I don't want to do something as simple as run it well, because I think if memory serves me well, Notre Dame's run defense is the weaker unit of the two in terms of against the run. So I'd say they run it well, but I think the way they win this game, I think the difference is Drew Aller. So I'll say if Drew Aller lights it up, I need 200 plus out of Drew Aller tonight.
Yeah, he has to light it up. They've run it pretty well, and at least early in games he's had to do it. The last two games, as you said, man. They have gotten out to pretty good leads early, and Drew Aller hasn't had to, go. It hasn't really been put in his hands. They've been able to play and control the game from the route that they want. They've played how they've wanted at their pace, right? We're going to throw when we want to, and it's never been a spot of. Because I think Oregon put them in this situation when they played them in the Big Ten championship game. Oregon got out to a big lead where Drew Aller, the ball had to be put in his hand. And I'll be honest, he played pretty well in that game, right? He put points up on the board. Now, after what we saw Ohio State do to Oregon, maybe that was something that Oregon was inclined to do. But if they can continue to keep this thing to me in a game where they are dictating everything, they are dictating when they want to roll. I feel like that is the best shot for them to win. All right, let's swing it over to Notre Dame. Notre Dame wins tonight if.
I mean, I hate to keep going back to the quarterback play, but I think if they can get Riley Leonard effective with his legs the way that he is, I think the higher lower on underdog on his legs is 48, 49 yards. If he can get you 50 plus, then I think Penn State's going to be in a tough spot. And I'm talking about on the ground.
Yeah.
I don't expect him to spin it all over the park. I think when it's all said and done, I think he can run them to victory. But I will say this: you look up at what the Boise State quarterback was able to do against Penn State. He threw for over 300 yards against Penn State. There's obviously some. Now he was playing catch up the whole time, and so maybe that had something to do with it. But I'll tell you what, I'll switch it up. I'll go if Riley Leonard can give you 50 total, rushing and passing.
Yeah, I see. I'm mine is with Riley too, but he's got to throw the football well. At least give them a situation in which they can't just sit there and sit on his legs. I don't think he can go for 90, throw for 90 yards in this game, because I would imagine Penn State is sitting and saying, all right, man, we're going to close up gaps. We're not going to let him run the football and get us. Because I'll be honest, Notre Dame's offense did not play well against Georgia. Georgia, that game wasn't that close, but they were helped out with a punt return. They were helped out with a strip sack inside the 20-yard line immediately in the red zone, and they got right in on a good throw he made to give them a touchdown. They were helped big time. Now, their defense was nasty against Georgia. But to me, he's going to have to do more because I think Penn State – we're going to make you throw the football. We're not going to sit here and let you just run. Now, that's when in the fourth quarter, that was the crazy part is that Georgia's D-line and their defense couldn't get them off the field because he just kept running the football and getting first down. I don't think they can do that against Penn State just repeatedly. He's going to have to hurt them with his arm at time tonight. So, to me, Drew can't just – I'm sorry, Drew. Riley Leonard can't just run the football tonight. He is going to have to make some throws in this game.
Well, look, we've seen, like I said, Penn State last week, the Boise State quarterback went for 300+, so they can get got in the pass game. There's no doubt about that. And, I look at the weapons that he doesn't have offensively. That's going to be for me, both of these teams struggle in the pass catching department, with the exception of Tyler Warren, the big tight end at Penn State. I think both of them, the explosive weapons on the offenses, I think leave a lot to be desired.
Yeah, and they said their running back Love is going to be able to go for Notre Dame tonight. He had gotten injured a little bit in that Georgia game. They said he's good to go, so we'll see. Notre Dame, Penn State tonight, a big one to get to the national championship game in Atlanta.
5 o'clock fire.
By the way, T. Mills' best bets, he's got bets. He's going to make you a little bit of money with the Orange Bowl tonight between Notre Dame and Miami.
You got any room for me, T?
No.
I do.
Let's get it out the way
right
now.
There he is.
Right.
Now, he may make a couple bets between now and then, but he's got me.
He may have room, but it may be limited. All right. Listen, this is just a crazy story that is affecting everything, and it's made its way to sports. And that's these wildfires in L.A. And it is becoming a very scary situation. J.J. Redick, the head coach of the L.A. Lakers, his house burned down. He lost his home in this situation. And, in fact, the NBA is canceling the Lakers-Hornets game tonight due to a lot of these wildfires. The Vikings and Rams game is monitoring that situation. And that game, the contingency plan is for that to be moved to Glendale, where the Cardinals play in Arizona. So this is, like we said, obviously affecting lives bigger than sports. But now this thing has gone to a point where it's affecting sports. Kawhi Leonard, he's taking a leave of absence because I think his house, or at least his family, had to evacuate, and he is, taking some time to stay with them right now while this situation is happening. This is this thing is getting crazy, and how much it's spreading throughout the area now that it's affecting these things in sports right now, where they got to cancel stuff.
Scary situation, man. I saw a bunch of the different footage on social media this morning,
man.
And it just keeps coming, man. It's wild that they ain't got an answer for this yet. I mean, it's constant. They're constantly burning up over on the West Coast, and they ain't figured this thing out yet. It's wild.
No, yeah, my best friend, one of my best friends he lives in L.A., and he said they haven't told him to evacuate yet. They said they don't feel like it's going to come their way. They don't have a lot of trees there, but he said obviously they're up to the minute telling people, all right, when you need to get out, you need to get out and roll. I'm like, I don't know. They said the air is what's the real problem, is to breathe in the air with all
fire sucking all the oxygen out of there.
Yeah, yes, it's a tough thing.
I'm gonna tell you, I'd catch me a flight and get the hell out of there and just figure it out in a couple weeks, man.
Yeah,
I'd be or just drive east, whatever. I'd be. Of course, it's easy to say down here because we always deal with these damn hurricanes, and it's just one of them like, all right, get the kids and get what you can't replace, get in the car, and let's get the hell out of here. We'll see what's going down when we come back.
This is a guy who drove through Harvey.
Well, I didn't know Harvey was going to be what it was, man. I was coming to hang with my current wife.
Yeah, your lady your girlfriend at that time.
I drove right through it. I had to detour off the highway a couple times. I was afraid the water was over the roads, but damn it, I was going to get to low now.
I was going to get to her.
I didn't know I was pulling into one of the worst storms Houston's ever seen.
Yeah.
Hell.
Yeah.
Glad I did, though, baby. Glad I did.
There you go. All right. coming up, remember here in just a bit, you'll have a chance to win an autographed football from Tank Dell right here at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress. But coming up, Bobby Slowick spoke, and there are a couple of things he had to say that jumped out to Clint. We'll let you hear that and discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, joint pain.
6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
It's really about the 69.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, playoff edition, with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are rolling in. Remember, just giving you a little bit of notice right now. At the end of this segment, we will be hooking somebody up with that Tankdale football. So if you have not signed your name and put it in a raffle box, you have the next couple of minutes, about 10, 12 minutes, to put your name in and give yourself a chance to win. Tyler, get that 69 ready. If you
I keep it ready, bro. That's my secret.
You couldn't even like it.
He
man,
couldn't even say it was straight
no,
face.
man. You can
Damn, Tyler.
If you could just kept that with a straight face, that would have really sold.
I always keep the 6-9 ready, fellas.
There you go. Sell it. Yeah. For the text line, no, there are not different prizes in the white box. The same prizes come in the white box. They're all in one box. There's not a separate box where there are different prizes. So cut it out with that silliness. But your chance to win that football coming up. We'll do that after this segment ends. All right. I know Bobby Slowick is he's the one that all of you cannot stand, but you know you need him to come through. And it makes it really hard for many of you who can't stand him. I just was literally talking in the break to a Michigan man who is also a Texans fan, talking about is Bobby Slowick really going to get a head coaching job? He's fired up. You can't stand Bobby, but you know you need him, and you need him to come up big. And he spoke about a couple of things, Clint, I know that caught your ear when he spoke.
Yeah. Well, Ron, look, to me, this stuff is more like you got to really dig to find some substance at this point because Bobby's out of answers. Bobby's just out of answers when it comes to what's the identity of this team and what do you do well. And I'm talking about answers to the media, right? Hopefully he's got answers, football answers to the issues. But you got to dig a little bit to find the real talk from Bobby. You got to dig a little bit to find something that has a little substance so you can sink your teeth into it, if you will. And I think one of these ultimately kind of I think it tells you what's been going on all year. I think it's him explaining what's going on all year and hopefully what's coming to an end, and they're going to figure this thing out. And then the other one is I think one of the real problems that he's trying to overcome, he says in a roundabout way. So the one that explains kind of what he's been going through this year, I think is the best one.
Yeah. Let's start with the identity thing because I don't know if any of us can define what the identity is for the Houston Texans.
Neither can Bobby.
No, he can't. And maybe they have done what the Patriots and what Bill O'Brien was trying to do for years on accident, where it's just something different every week. Mm-hmm. That's what it feels like. But here's Bobby Slowick, and this is the 6th of the 6 and 9. Here's Bobby Slowick on talking about the identity.
Yeah, I'd say, I kind of alluded to it already. Like, every year is different. You can go into seasons and you think like a certain group or a certain scheme or a certain style that you think you're going to be able to go in and play and do. But it happens every year. Like, it changes and evolves as you go. And that process this year has without a doubt happened. And I think last year I probably found the answer faster than I have this year. But I feel like we've really gotten to a place right now where, coaching staff, organization, and players all feel pretty good about where we're going.
All right.
Couple problems.
I don't know if he actually believes that, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, look, it's just the reality. What Bobby wants to say right there is, look, you start out and you think you got an idea of who you're going to be, which he means five-headed monster. We're going to be explosive. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to drive the football down the field. We're going to stretch the field, and that changes over time, and that definitely changed because you couldn't protect your quarterback. right? And you weren't going to be that, so it's changed throughout the season. And then, you get a bunch of receivers hurt, so it definitely changes, like drastically changes. And again, you can't protect the quarterback, and so it's constantly changing. And this year, he did not have the ability. When he said, I found it quicker last year than I have this year, that he just hasn't had the ability all year long. Whether it was because he missed. I think he missed the mark on who this team was initially. I don't think they're ever going to be. I don't care how aggressive they thought they were going to be. I don't think they were ever going to be very good in that way. And then the injuries hit, and then the O-line couldn't protect. And so I think he's not been able to hit because of all of these different issues. And I think the ending there of, I think we found it and we feel pretty good about it. The rest of the way, I think that's just giving a little bit of hope to folks. I don't think they know what they found or not found.
No,
but the point being is that Bobby's basically saying, hey, man, look, I thought we were going to be this team with this group of guys. Clearly we're not. Between injuries and not playing well, we're not that group. So I'm searching to find who the hell we really are and what we can do well.
Because, Clint, I think the O-line issues, which I think if you read between the lines, he's kind of mentioned that. The O-line issues have been such where, one, they thought they could be what they originally wanted to be, would they have their full offensive line. They thought they could be who they wanted to be when they came in. Then they could do that. And then I wonder as they felt like, all right, can we revert back to what we were last year? And then maybe they've done that all right, but not to the point of how they were last year.
CJ hadn't bailed them out.
Yeah, and
that's really the kicker here. Is I think you make a great point. I think they did adjust.
And tried to adjust to last year.
I think they adjusted in the Detroit game. That's where I always keep going back to, and the mark on the calendar when I saw a difference in what they were doing offensively. And since then, CJ has not played horrible, but he hasn't played as well as folks expected CJ to play, so he hasn't bailed them out as much. And so the product isn't as sexy as it was last year.
Yeah. No, and so, I think they've just been in between of like, hell, man, none of this is working. Yeah. now we got to go to a different spot. All right, here, we gave you the 6. Here's the 9 on this, talking about what it is that, probably, and he said it, the most successful thing they have been and the thing you're tired of them talking about, at least some of you.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is really player-driven more than anything. I think most coaches probably approach it very much the same way, where you have not every play is designed for an explosive. Right now, that doesn't mean that it can't get one. We can throw a 5-yard completion and transition, make someone miss and get 30. But if you're specifically designing a play for an explosive, oftentimes you have that explosive thought for a certain look, and then you have other things built into the concept, whether it's run or pass, to help handle all the other stuff. And that's my job to make sure that that's relayed to the coaches, to the quarterback as a starting point, and then to the rest of the offense that, like, hey, this is what we're looking for. If we get it, this is our opportunity, and we got to hit it, and you guys got to go do what you do and go make the play. And if we don't get this look, how do we protect the play? How do we still make this a 6-7 yard game where we're playing really efficient offense and we didn't even get what we wanted, to then come back to maybe some different form of a same style of scheme to try to attack a certain coverage. So I think there's a lot of layers to that, and that includes like even just a lot of those looks can't even get started if you don't protect well enough. And most of the time you're trying to attack a certain scheme, that's where it all starts. Like, how do we make sure we're good in protection? And I can tell you that's at the forefront of our mind in this game without a doubt.
The protection piece right there at the end. I think
said it.
Both of my points here had to do with protection, right? He talked about the protection right there at the end. I think that's Bobby Slowick getting some. I don't think he is. He finally got to the point, right? I was going to say he got frustrated, but he finally got to the point of like, man, if we can't protect, it don't matter what the hell we call, right? And so I think a big part of this is, can the offensive line protect? And the other part is, he said earlier, you dial up a shot, you dial up a play to hope to get an explosive, and if you don't get the defense that you're looking for, like we've heard Bobby Slowick talk multiple times about, boy, when we get what we're looking for, we're really explosive. Mm-hmm. But the reality of the NFL, you're not always going to get what you're looking for.
And defenses know what you're trying.
Right. So, but winning and losing is not about when you get what you're looking for. Right? Winning and losing over, let's say, 4 games in the playoffs is, hey, when it's not perfect and you don't get what you're looking for, what do you do? Right? He said protect the play. Right? So, okay, do you get a 8-yard loss because your quarterback's holding the football? Or do you get an 8-yard loss because your offensive line can't protect? Do you get an 8-yard loss because the quarterback doesn't check the football down immediately, even though he didn't get the look that he wanted? Like, they've not been very good, generally speaking, protecting the quarterback, and they've not been very good protecting the play. And that starts with CJ, but they haven't been very good protecting the play as well, which is what's resulted in them being behind the chains so much. So I think Bobby Slowick did it. And they danced all around it for 10 minutes, but I think ultimately he ended up getting to his point of like, look, man, we got to protect plays, we got to protect ourselves, and the offensive line has got to protect better overall if this team's going to win ball games.
All right, as we continue here, again, we're about to hook somebody up with the Tank Dell football. We're doing that right now. So if you're in the building, you sign your name and put it in the raffle box. You've got maybe a minute to do so as we continue. Coming up live here from Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress, T. Mill's Best Bets coming up, and he's got some. As we've got the Orange Bowl, we've got some basketball, and it's been a rough one. Let me just say that this thing's just not getting better.
Yes, I know.
By the day, I just wanted to be clear, but today's the day. This is the day where it comes back.
I tried to ride with his bets on underdog last night.
Yeah, somebody texted in and said they're loving the underdog app.
Oh, it's great. It's great. I mean, it keeps it simple now.
No
doubt about that.
Yeah, all right, coming up. Listen, we heard Bobby Slowick speaking, and I'm telling you, I'm confident. I put my name back on the line. I guaranteed on Tuesday that the Texans will win against the Chargers. But if you're trying to corner me of the thing that makes me most nervous, I'll tell you what that is coming up next.
All right, y'all. Why wait, baby?
Thirsty Thursday, playoff edition, with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Congratulations to Luke, our latest winner. And I'm not gonna put his description out there. Give him a hand. Give him a hand.
Attaboy, Luke.
Not gonna put his description out there. I don't know if Luke's supposed to be out here or not. You never know. I mean, some people out here, maybe they ain't supposed to be out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. You never know. So there he is. I'm not gonna give a description of Luke.
The force was strong with Luke.
So we'll see. But Luke just took a sip of that beer. Like, I'll be whatever the hell I want to be. Is where I want to be. I'm running this. But no, congratulations to Luke. Congratulations to all our winners. And we really appreciate everybody who took a time to come out and hang with us. Clap it up for yourselves. It's been a fun time. Shout out to our Bud Light girls as they're walking around. They will hook you up with a little drink and some other prizes and giveaways. So shout out to them. Shout out to the staff here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Bailey, give Bailey a hand. She's been a great job, as she always does. And our promo staff, Osita, who always does a great job in the building. Andy, our engineer, give them all a hand as well. Come on, get somebody, give Andy a damn hand, all right? And there you go. Andy has kept us on the air, kept us on YouTube and Twitch the whole time. Those of you watching us here and it all together, so we appreciate, obviously, Tyler back at, I don't know why I almost just called that man TJ. Like, I have never called Tyler. I don't know where that was coming.
Just the greatest producer in the
almost
world.
Called him TJ.
Tyler, T-Bill.
But of course, Tyler holding it down and keeping us on the air back at the station. So we always appreciate a good time. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings again tomorrow. Katy location, Football Friday. You got a chance to win. We usually $25. We got a couple of $50 gift cards from Academy Sports and Outdoors to hook you up with tomorrow at Football Friday, Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. So come hang out with us. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit. But I was listening to the general manager, Nick Caserio, on with Payne and Pendergast the other day, driving the kids, or at least driving Nicholas to daycare. And he was talking about the offensive line. And I was with him. He was talking about, hey, Titus Howard stepping up and making the move to left guard. But then he started talking about Blake Fisher, the rookie. And I'll be honest, I had a thought going into him speaking about him, and I continue to have the same thought even after he got done. This was Nick Caserio talking about Blake Fisher.
Yeah, no, Blake's handled himself well. We felt, and we talked about this even going back to last spring, like when we drafted Blake, we felt like we were getting we wanted another young tackle, get another tackle in a program, because ultimately you probably need 3 or maybe 4 tackles. If you're going 4 deep, that it's probably waiting circumstances, but you're probably going to need 3 tackles during the course of the year. Blake's gone in there and done a pretty good job. He's like most players. He's had some good plays. He's had some other plays that he can certainly fix. I think Blake is an example of a young player that has gotten experience, that has played well with his opportunities, that hopefully will have a chance to improve in the offseason. But there's a reason that we drafted him, because we felt he can go out there and play.
All right, that's him speaking about Blake Fisher, Clint. And I'll be honest with you, Blake Fisher is the number one thing that scares the hell out of me in this game for the Texans. I don't know that he has really felt this onslaught of multiple different guys that he could run up against, and they don't just play sides. Khalil Mack will line up over Laramie Tunsil. Khalil Mack will line up over him, Blake Fisher. Joey Bosa will probably be the one that lines up the most over on him, but he will. And they've got other guys as well. They've got 4 really good pass rushers. Not to mention, you know that's where they're going to probably try to confuse him and send Derwin James over there on him and take advantage of his youth. The one real game that I can remember where he went up, that he's had to go up against pretty good pass rushers, was George Karlaftis, and he's not even on the level of those guys. And George Karlaftis gave him problems, was beating him right off the rip on multiple occasions, and I believe even got a sack off of Blake Fisher. Clint, this is the one, and it's so important. And as you know, it's Blake, right? Like Blake's got to step it up. But that is the thing that makes me most nervous about this game for the Texans is that matchup over there with the rookie who I don't think has seen this much or these different type of guys that can give him problems.
Yeah, look, I think that's fair. I think across the front with the moves that have been made, the small sample size of Juice Scruggs at right guard, I think the concern, I guess, the biggest concern is definitely the rookie at right tackle and the Texans' inability to help offensive linemen, particularly tackles when they need it. That thus far they have not been good in that department. And you look across the ball, and like you said, you outlined it well. I mean, they got some dudes that can cause some real problems. Some of the best defensive edge rushers, edge players in this game, you got over the last 8 years, you've got two of them with the Chargers in Khalil Mack and Bosa. So, and here's the thing: is these aren't just what I think is going to be most difficult for Blake Fisher is that yes, these guys can rush the passer, but the big thing is they are great against the run.
Yep.
In terms of the edge players, their edge players are really, really good against the run as well. And so Blake's going to have his work cut out for him because these dudes are complete players. It's one thing if you just got a dude that, hey, this dude's just a monster pass rusher, good luck, but he doesn't play the run with the same city, if you will. These dudes find a way to do it against the run and the pass, and so he's going to have his work cut out for him on every single snap. But yeah, there's definitely that's something to watch early on in this game. If Blake Fisher can hold his own, and or Bobby Slowick.
I was going to say, the hell with the hold his own. Like I'm not going. I understand every time you drop back, Clint, you're not able to help him every single time.
Well, I mean, you could. If need be, you damn sure can.
I know there may be a few times where, hey man, even if it's quick or something, you want him to hold up. But like Bobby, you're right. You said it a little bit as we talked about it. Bobby cannot allow Joey Bosa to just take over the game on Blake Fisher.
Yeah.
Like he can't let that happen. The way that we've watched the Colts, when we watched them do to Kenyon Green, where Kenyon Green just got benched, can't do that. That can't happen where they just can't run offense because of that. They've got to figure out a way to chip, help put an extra lineman in there, just set him next to him if it comes to that. They can't let them ruin the game.
Yeah, I think the bigger question, like obviously the issue starts with a rookie right tackle versus veteran, long in the tooth, high caliber edge players, right? That's that. But the real question for the Texans is, can Bobby Slowick and will Bobby Slowick dial up the help often enough to keep it from being a problem? Number one. Number two, when he does dial, can Dalton Schultz give us more?
Okay.
I mean, forget about everybody else. I mean, they can put Cade Stover in the game. They can put Irv Smith in the game if they want to. But the reality of it is you got a $12 million tight end. His ass got to be better. And so can he get in there? Like I would pay some of my own hard-earned money if I could just see Dalton Schultz just be outside the tackle. And when Blake Fisher sits back one time and makes contact, I want Dalton Schultz to just earhole his ass. Just show me that you got a little bit of dog in you. I don't even hell you can miss for all I care. But I want you to aim at his ear hole, aim at his rib cage, and let that sucker know, hey, I'm gonna be here all day, baby. My man's got help today. Just one time, just show me that you'll fight. That's all I want.
I'll accept just getting in the way.
Well, he's been doing that. I mean,
getting in the way long enough to hold it.
He knows how to run up there and get in the way now.
Get in the way long enough. Coming up behind us, the Hall of Famer
Don't get me started on Dalton.
John McClain, we know. He'll jump on with the fellas right after that. Then Area 45 comes up behind that. All right, Tyler, let's get your best bets as you have struggled all week. Let's just be honest.
That's one way to say it.
I just saying 2 for 6 on Monday, 2 for 5 on Tuesday, and yesterday 2 for 6. But today changes. It's Thursday.
You're
football.
Damn right.
Every day we've got big time football until Tuesday. What's your best bets today?
We got an Orange Bowl flavor for best bets on a Thursday. Going to go with this college football game tonight between the Irish and the Nittany Lions State, Notre Dame. I got 3 best bets for you in this game. First off,